tumult and chaotic.
Mm-hmm.
Chaotic. I mean, I don't really know too much. I just came in here right now, and I'm trying to see what's going on. That's why I jumped on the stream. So,
Were you on chaotic stream earlier? Were you on the panel?
Yeah, I was on chaotic stream a little bit ago. Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
No, I was not on the panel, but I mean, I've been in the chat. I've seen a few chaotic streams.
So what did you think about the topic they was talking about? What did you think? I mean, were you in the chat exclusively or were you listening to the podcast?
Well, what I think is I love Kamala Harris, bro. Like, Kamala Harris is a GOAT. Kamala Harris is.
I mean, I got goats too, but what kind of goat do you think she is? I got mold on my ceiling if you're interested. But what kind of goat do you think she is?
Yeah, is she a Nigerian black goat? I got some of them at my grandma's place.
Brother, I love Kamala Harris, man. Kamala Harris. Donald Trump has nothing on Kamala Harris.
Wait. When I say goat, I mean, do you think that she take her job seriously?
Yeah, does she get milk?
She gets free goat milk out of the jail, Solid Snake.
Yeah, I'm just asking some serious questions. I just want to know his mindset. I mean, do you think this election is important?
Do I think this election is important?
Yeah, do you think it's important? Do you think this is an important election?
Absolutely. I think this is one of the most important elections of all time, brother.
Okay, so what was so bad about the 2020 election? Do you think the 2020 election was important? Hello?
What was so bad about the 2020? See, I'm having trouble hearing people.
I'm having
trouble hearing people.
I'm asking you a your questions. I just want to.
There's like a lot of lag, bro. There's like a lot of lag.
Okay. Do you think the 2020 election was important?
Okay. The 2020 election, absolutely. Well, every election is important, but yeah, no, I'm gonna figure this out, bro. I'm gonna figure this out, and I'm gonna hop back on, man.
Okay. I didn't ask you about that. That's not important right now. I asked you, do you feel that the 2020
I'm gonna figure this shit out, bro, because I can't hear you on time, dog.
Yeah, because
can't
answer the question, really Solid Snake. That's what it really is. You can't answer the question.
No, what it is he has a.
Everybody like to go through loopholes.
He has a phone lag. Phone lag.
He's got a little bit more than phone lag. He's got bad audio. He got background noise.
Probably got an Obama phone or something.
Yeah, this man got every audio problem in the book.
Well, I mean, I don't know. This is the first time I got into StreamYard, so I don't really know what's going on.
Yeah.
It's fine.
First timer stuff, yeah. You gotta figure it out.
Damn newers.
So you say the 2020 election was a very important election, right?
The 2020 election, it was important. Every election is important, brother. Why are you trying to specify different elections?
Okay, what about the 2016 election? Do you think that was an important election? I mean, just answer the question. It's a yes or no answer. Complicated.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. 2020 election was important. 2016 election was important. 2012 election was important. Every election was important, bro. I don't know why the fuck you even asking that question.
So what made the 2016 election so important? How old are you? You voted in the 2016 election?
Probably not, Solid Snake. He's too young.
I don't think so either. But he said it was an important election. But that's neither here nor there. So what do you think the main political points of 2016 were? off the top of your head?
Main political points is always what it has always what it been. Let me see. You got the billionaires getting tax breaks.
No,
that's 2007.
That's 2007.
You got the trickle down economics. You got the trickle down economics that's been doing.
84, 88. Okay. What made the 2016 election so important?
Bro.
Okay, I got a better one. What made the 2020 election so important?
2020 elections. No, why? First of all, why are you talking to me, bro? I don't even know who the fuck you are, dog.
Why you think Kamala Harris?
Why are you talking to me, bro? I don't even know who the fuck you are.
I personally want to know how you can get up here and talk like she was the greatest thing that ever happened to the political party, and in 2020 when she ran for the election, she couldn't even get past the first round, let alone.
Imagine this idiot. Imagine this idiot answering my questions about Donald Trump. Why are you talking to me?
Nobody had to even vote for her, but for 3.5 years, we had a retarded president. We had a president that was basically mentally incapable of performing the duties that she supported. Okay, but listen, in 2020, she said Joe Biden was the biggest racist.
You're a clown, brother. You're a clown, dog. You're talking to me, brother.
That's what I'm talking to.
You don't know anything, dog.
I'm trying to tell you now, because you sound like you don't know what you're talking about. Now, I dare anybody to come up here and tell me you do know what you're talking about, because I just sat there and I know what you was on the panel. I know what you were saying, but I want to know, and Stanley, he was here, but I want to know what makes Kamala so great as a leader? Because I know I know leadership. One thing I know about the role of leadership, I know the role of leadership.
This is a tap dancing clown.
My basketball team won state championships player, and that was only because I was a member of the team. I didn't even play. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you, young brother? Listen what I'm trying to ask you now. What I'm trying to ask you
imagine tap dancing for Donald Trump.
Your vote is very important, my brother.
Ooh, tap dancing.
Very important. But I want to know, why do you feel a woman that for 3.5 years allowed this guy to run this country?
Everyone that's not in support of Kamala Harris is tap dancing for Donald Trump.
Absolutely. Now, she should have been held accountable for her position at that point. When she knew that man was falling upstairs, walking upstairs, she knew that man was physically incapable of controlling this country. So why in the world do you feel she able to control this country?
You tap dancing fool. Anybody that tap dancing for Donald Trump is a pathetic human being, piece of trash, bro.
Do you even know her real last name, brother? Because you say Kamala Harris with so much pride and decadence. Do you even know her last name?
What is her
last name, Stanley? What is her last name?
Harris.
And why is it not important? Because if I was a black man and I had to go run for president, I had a white wife, I bet you $20 that'd be the number one point of your argument to not vote for me if I was ran for any party.
Yeah.
What on earth are you talking about?
This Indian woman running, and she married to a white man. Oh, she get the pass.
A white man.
Yeah, okay. You done with
milk white piece of shit?
Are you done with your Donald Trump two-step?
No, man, first of all, y'all need to stop talking, man.
Two-step screed. The two-step screed.
We always get solid.
Screeded. I'm screeded immediately.
We always get solid, man.
I can't stay sober listening to y'all liberal black men as Democrats because y'all selling y'all children.
You know what?
Once again, you don't give a damn about abortion.
Stop doing that MAGA waltz.
Child support payments.
MAGA waltz.
System has been abused.
That's funny, Stanley.
Not just black people. Then you don't give a damn about black businesses. Because the evidence is all
Solid
over
Snake.
the map.
May I have
Man, this is an echo now.
Secondly, you want to jump on YouTube. You want to jump on YouTube and you want to hold up a platform that don't even hold up your citizenship as an American citizen. What does an American citizen mean if you're willing to allow somebody to dilute its value?
Diluted.
Through population
Yo, this is
density.
lagging. I can't hear
Wait,
anything.
you tell me you give a damn about the population density of the African American population? Go look at it, it's only 11%. And it ain't just because niggas killing niggas in the street.
Niggas.
Yo, fuck niggas. Did you see those niggas did to me? You see what those niggas did?
You see what them niggas do with them?
That's what y'all do. Y'all use trigger words, but you can't use nothing longer than a phrase. Something wrong with your mind. Something wrong with your mind.
There's something wrong with the black man's mind. He can't think straight.
It really is. If you're going to sit up there and vote for a woman because she's black, well, does that give every black woman the right to just say, hey, I can go ahead and leave the household with a white man, fuck the black man? I mean, if Obama had to have a black woman to be president,
he needs a congregation.
States, why in the hell Kamala Harris don't have to have the same standard?
We're getting a sermon. Everybody shut up.
Obama was white. Obama was white, dog.
And right now,
Harris is full non-white, brother.
I really wish 80% of black men get out there and vote for Kamala Harris. I really wish you would. I want.
Will you join us?
Hey, I'm gonna suffer the same consequences. It ain't gonna matter who I voted for.
Stanley, you're poking the bear.
January 20th.
Oh, I'm gonna poke it. I'm gonna poke it some
It
more.
ain't gonna matter by next Independence Day. You will be on the boat back.
Come
and
join us.
11% of the population now. That's only because they
come home solid.
No one's joining density. Your population density at this point.
Hey, Donald Trump is a waltz, and Kamala is hip hop dancing.
The rest of it is prison inmates. And 90% of the people they just shipped over here were prison inmates. And they were banned from their country.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yo, Kamala is
probably no
greatest
prisons
thing I've
over
ever
there in them
seen since I've
third
been
world
born, dog,
countries.
no lie.
Y'all don't know what the hell going on. You just
and you do?
That's right.
Well, wait, you do?
Oh, and you don't?
I
know what I'm watching on my phone right now.
No, because the problem is you old ass boomers always got a
old ass boomer. Dude, you look older than me.
During the gang wars.
Y'all look the same age.
The damn thing to protect the black church when you got white women ministers allowing a homosexual son to serve in the choir and deacon board.
Hold on, what are you talking about?
I thought he didn't see race. I thought he saw character. What the hell is this man talking about?
Vote for Trump.
Wait,
no, nigga, it's the same song.
Do you have a twin?
Niggas that done been well fed, well bred, don't know no goddamn better. Even 100 years later, you still fucking stupid.
And you're not stupid.
Maintain a community.
You're not stupid.
Prosperous black communities because all you so-called intelligent.
There's nothing more pathetic than these black people
don't invest back into the community. What the hell you learned over your lifetime?
Is that ginger ale?
Let some goddamn white person tell you who to vote for because
is that ginger ale you're drinking?
You ain't no goddamn better than a motherfucking thug ass gangbanger that stupid.
You'll never get this out of
John. I love Solid, man. What a great guy, dude. I love him.
I don't have what he's drinking.
Is that nigga drinking 2
Solid,
drinks?
pass that over, bud.
Solid, you drinking 2 drinks?
Solid is old school. He don't take no shit.
Damn. Yeah, I gotta hurry up, man. I gotta get this alcohol in so we can get on out. I got a schedule.
Oh my lord!
You know what I'm
saying? Popeye had spinach. Solid Snake has what brand of beer you drinking there, brother?
What brand of what man? God damn, I can't even talk to you no more. Stanley. You still talking about Kamala after that bullshit last time?
Oh man.
Oh man, Solid. What do you
disrespect, man? But Stanley, I
Solid
want to
drink some absinthe or something.
I want to enjoy your conversation. But my brother, if you gonna see it snowing outside, you telling me it's sunny, and I walk outside and I see it ain't what you say it is, you think I'm gonna trust the damn thing you say? And you trying to represent a motherfucker that's gonna have 3.5 years in the White House with an incompetent individual to hold that position and didn't take advantage of it only because she knew she could take advantage of it afterwards through the help of the media and simps like you.
So what brand of beer you drinking, brother?
Bullshit.
Oh, I've never heard of that one.
Bullshit.
Good.
Bullshit. The cheapest shit on the shelf.
Slits malt.
Steel Reserve. Motherfucker. He's moonshining, boys.
Shit. I can't understand how y'all black men can be raised and coddled in America and then got the nerve to sit there and say Donald Trump a racist. Like, that's really the main fucking problem of the black community, Donald Trump. Like, Donald Trump, being the president ain't the most important part of the motherfucker, but all of a sudden you ready to throw hands if a nigga say, fuck him out.
What the fuck is that noise?
Come on, man. Stop it. Y'all
Quesadillas.
Oh.
Hey, John, do you want to go up? I'll take myself down.
What up, HB?
God, my stomach is, my abs are hurting so bad now, guys. Have you guys ever laughed, so hard your abs hurt afterwards?
Just realized
all right.
Jesus Christ.
I'm here to defend Kamala Harris against this guy.
Oh yeah, defend it because you're doing a pitiful ass.
John, stop!
No, I just joined you, fucking idiot. I just came here. You fucking trying somewhere else. You're not here. You fucking dumbass. You can't tell different voices apart. Just join, you idiot. I'm a new person. You fucking can't keep track of anything.
Anyone here?
Hey, John.
John, I'm dying. John, I'm dying.
Solid is still going. Solid's still going the back. He's still going. Yeah.
Hey,
I'm dying, John. I'm dying.
Put yourself on mute then if you're done. Hey, that lady from Ohio just called me. And she wanted to get online. The lady that had a lot to say about the migrants, right? So I told her I was going to call her back in like 10 minutes. I'm going to run to the store real quick. And then we get back on them and we're going to call her and we have a conversation. So you guys get your questions.
Excellent.
You guys get your questions up. She may end up joining before I can even get back.
That's amazing. All right. Thanks, John.
You just call. Shit. Give me 10 minutes or so. I'm running to the store real quick and I'll be right back.
John, you run to that bodega? Get some good.
Yeah.
Run to that bodega.
All right, I'll be back.
I'm glad John got a call.
Solid's still going. Solid's still going.
Hold on.
What are you doing, Solid?
I think he's adjusting something.
Unmute himself? I don't know.
Wait, you guys want to wait? Hold
This
up.
is camera angle too.
Hey, Francis, all you got to do is tell him you're white and he'll be quiet.
He doesn't like to seem black voting for Kamala.
I don't think he figured out how to unmute himself now.
Oh no, he figured it out.
Oh, he figured it out.
Now we got it. There he is.
Okay, you guys want to fight one-on-one?
Hey,
Is that
Snake,
the
you
game?
might have to repeat that for
Solid.
So doing a bit of white guy on Kamala.
Stanley got a leg to stand on. Stanley know he's standing on hot air. That's all he's standing on. 3.5 years.
Wait, Solid. Let me get this right. Solid. So you're telling me you're gonna vote for an insurrectionist? Why would you do that?
Yeah, because that's what an insurrection needs to happen. I believe in
Francis, you're an evil man, dude.
You're not gonna be able to deal with this, man.
You're an evil man, dude.
I'm gonna let him go off.
Every now and again on the blood.
As quoted, you want an insurrection in America. Okay, cool. I think democracy is the way to go, but I think you probably want to be king and like rule under a democracy. That sounds like it'd be cool for you.
Constitutional republic, not a democracy.
It's a fucking term, dude. No one knows what that fucking means. People know what democracy means.
This is a constitutional republic.
Democracy is mob rule. I know exactly what it is.
Solid. 12-man. Hold on.
Sounds like you don't care about voting at all. So why are you talking about either
hold
or?
on one sec. Kraft, Mickle, or however you pronounce his name, is in the back.
Man, you know you're a Marxist.
No, he keeps coming in and out. I think his connection's bad.
Why would he say I'm a Marxist? God, propaganda. You're the liar here. Just coming out with bold assumptions.
Tell me a lie. Tell me what I lied about.
I think communism is fucking dumb. You don't know anything about me. I think communism is fucking dumb. Why would I be Marxist?
You just prostituted a man with no fucking evidence.
Hey, Frances, he gets his politics from that beer can.
I'm not. Doesn't surprise me. I mean, I think it's politics from Facebook, if anything. Yeah, it does seem very well informed.
Dude, I don't even use Facebook, nigga. I use Rumble.
Oh, even better. Even more accurate. Yes, Rumble is known for having the most accurate information. That's what's known for. Yeah. It's not biased or it's not where the people crawl to when they get banned off all the platforms. I wonder why that is.
Dude, I don't give a damn what you do with your shit. Leave me the fuck alone about it.
Well, no, but you're prattling all this idiocracy on here. I'm not gonna let that keep happening.
Idiocracy.
Yeah, you're not saying that intelligent thing one time. I've not heard one intelligent thing leave your mouth.
How many kids you got?
0.
How many baby mamas you got? That's what I'm gonna say. How many baby mamas
0.
you got?
Nick, he's white. He's white.
Yeah, I'm a white guy.
Yeah, he's pretty fucked up in the head.
Why do I feel better when Charles makes black on whites, bro?
Watch you calm down.
25 and 35, and you ain't got no kids yet. You're a fucking loser.
I'm not 35, so there's that.
Well, you between the ages of 25 and 35.
Why are you just keeping assumption after assumption? Assuming I'm a Marxist, I had a baby mama, and you're assuming I'm 35. Why don't you ask me a fucking question instead of making an assumption? You don't ask a question at all in your life. You just taking basic information and then fucking prattle off with this fucking bullshit. You're the least credible person I've ever talked to on this platform. I talked to a lot of fucking idiots. You can't ask one fucking question. You gotta come in with all these assumptions. You didn't even know it was white until someone fucking told you.
You don't know because somebody fucking told you.
Yeah, you don't know anything.
Was that like George of the Jungle or something? What the hell was that?
How many of those
Solid, you're a legend. Solid.
Kamala, a hell of a lot better than that, because if you defend our country the way you defending Kamala right now, you might well go on, bend over and shit on your damn self. Don't let them vote anyway. Fuck you in the ass and make the shit.
Yeah,
go ahead and shit on yourself and say, I don't need you to help me to do it. I can do it on my own. Stand up on your own 2 feet. To be a man and go and shit on yourself.
I'm sure you need some help to wipe your own ass. I'm sure you have a helper that does that do for you. You can't do that yourself. I totally understand. You're watching yourself. You need help with that. I get it.
In my life, seen such pussy shit amongst the invasion we got going on because of these
You're fucking.
What you think? What in the Venezuela?
You're so triggered right now. You are a triggered ass snowflake, dude. You're talking about being a fucking pussy. You're about to cry right now. Are you tearing up right now? No one needs his glasses on.
That's what you waiting on, eh?
Hey, wait a minute.
Triggered.
Triggered. This is normal. Solid snake.
That's not a good sign. He's triggered all the time. Awesome, great.
I'm already gonna just go destroy him. Because he don't even need to be on this damn panel talking this old.
So what this guy's saying, you're just perpetually triggered all the time? That's not very manly, or that sounds pretty feminine, actually. It sounds like you're pretty in your emotion all the time. Yeah, you sound very feminine.
You talking like that? I'm missing my 2 front teeth. I got an excuse. Why you sound like a bitch?
Your teeth are fucked up? Are you bragging about that? Congratulations.
Are you
I don't
fucking
know.
blind? Not only are you retarded, you blind too.
Right now, I'm looking at a picture of Kanye right now.
You sound like a fucking
it's the MAGA waltz that Stanley alluded to. You're dancing right now, buddy.
You want attention. You won't shut the fuck up. You don't want attention, clearly.
Go to Instagram, man. Ain't nobody here for your goddamn on attention.
Grow my Instagram? Would you have a huge following or something like that? That sounds pretty feminine. Grow my Instagram? I'm start pushing my body? Is that what you do?
Instagram.
Why would I care about how many Instagram followers I have? That sounds very feminine, dude.
What you do? Climb mountains to prove you're a man?
I like rock climbing. It's a hobby of mine.
Tall dicks are made out of earth. So you can
unlike you, I've never touched a dick in my life. Besides my own, I mean.
That's what you do. I bet you do. You sound like you do. You sound like you do, boy.
Does anyone understand what this guy's fucking saying? I can't even keep track of it.
I know you do. I bet you ain't got a woman on your. I bet you ain't got no woman on your instant call list where you can call and just have a conversation.
Hey, solid. Hold up. So, hey, Process, can you get King TL over here? I want King TL to meet Solid Snake. I think they're perfect for each other.
I'll see if I can get him on here.
Yeah, that'll be cool. Thank you.
Yeah, put them snakes on in here. Man, Anaconda, let's go.
Solid Snake put you through the meat grinder. That's how.
Is that what just happened?
I already know this dude on here.
That was a fucking pillow fight, dude.
Dude, I am not American man. I am not Stanley. I am not.
Yeah, you're very un-American. I can tell. Yeah.
You damn Skippy. You're not me.
You fucking right. I'm not. I'm not no homosexual. I'm not no motherfucking intellectual.
You're just talking about touching dick for the 5 minutes earlier. You're all sick.
You're all sick.
You're not closeted. You're only at that R. Kelly song in the closet. You know that one?
Oh my God! You like that R. Kelly song? The gaslighting
Yo,
is
can
amazing.
we respect Kamala?
He sounds like he want to suck a
point
dick.
out how much more beautiful
he want to enjoy
I
the bulbous bulb
I
right
don't
now. He
really
just want a
want
bulbous
communist.
bulb in his mouth. He just gotta have it.
The only good communist is a dead one.
I ain't gonna go and say all that. I
Can we
want to
respect Kamala?
In a video game.
Like I say, decimation is the key. That's the only way.
Welcome to pick your school.
Dominated Donald Trump.
You can either have Solid Snake or 12th Man.
Hey, Stanley. Listen,
Yes, sir.
Stanley, don't serve
Yes,
me.
sir.
I'm old. You older than me. Dude, it was a dude that won $100 on the lottery one day because a lottery ticket I picked out for him. Stanley, that dude looked just like you. I thought that was you spying on me.
Well, was he like me and gave you like $20? I'd have given you $20. Did he give you $20?
No.
Did he keep the whole 100?
No, he gave it to me like.
He gave you all $100?
He gave me $20 out of what he won.
Yeah, that was me.
What?
Okay. Yeah, I told you, man. Stanley works for the Navy. That's a Navy SEAL. He know what he doing.
Oh my Lord, my Lord.
Hey, didn't I just say I'd have given you $20? I just said I'd have given you $20. It was me, Solid Snake.
You let him in your country, you let him in your house. Shut the fuck up, Stanley. You ain't got a leg to stand on. You let him in your country, you let him in your house. You 22 Pentagon against a whole bunch of sawed out motherfuckers. Man, get the fuck out of my face. You don't even know what the fuck going on. And you how about you vote for Kamala. Man, sit your dumb ass down. I'm so upset that black men like you. I'm sad for my history of people.
He's not even
just
black.
Going YouTube, just sitting up here on this panel, and then just sitting in the back, just watching y'all. I'm sorry. American history should be ashamed. Black American history should be ashamed of y'all niggas. Ashamed. Because you sat there on the blood of Americans as soldiers and allowed this bullshit to happen for a black woman.
I'm going to tell you right now, Black American history is proud of you, bro.
Go to sleep. Relax.
Black American history salutes you, Solid Snake.
Yeah, relax. Because y'all niggas suck.
Solid Snake should have been a founding father, Stanley.
And you know what? You should have been a slave, 12 man.
You should have been a slave, Jesus.
Listen to him, y'all. He just said the quiet part out loud. Pay attention. That's his insult to me. Because I don't do what he say do.
The quiet part of your
But hey, Solid Snake, you gotta say that one was pretty good though. It was pretty funny.
Hey, Solid
I don't
Snake,
get
you
mad when you don't
remind
do
me.
what I say do when motherfuckers coming in my goddamn house.
Oh my lord, what are you talking about now?
Solid, who's coming in your house?
He's talking about a slave rebellion.
No, nigga, I'm talking about smart niggas.
Do I look like you, Solid?
You sound like Massa when you start saying the niggas. You sound just like a Massa.
Are you talking about me? Do I look black to you?
He doesn't know process. He's just spouting.
Right now. They ain't got no damn
He'll fizzle out at some point.
My connection's pretty fair, dude.
Without slavery. They can import enough Ukrainians to make up the white vote. They can't import enough Africans.
Ukrainians are going to vote in the next election? Is that what you're saying?
You know what, Solid Snake? You are a Faulkner novel.
Say it again.
Solid would be a fascinating client for a psychiatrist and doctors.
Hold on. Let's stand and say what he said. Say it again.
Just stream of consciousness. It's beautiful, really.
It's beautiful. But why you want to stream 24 hours a day ain't saying shit? Ain't saying shit.
Oh, me? No, I'm not saying shit. No. I'm letting you do all the talking.
Late damn word.
The N-word
you done?
you. Only a hit dog holler. Only a hit dog holler. If you let the N-word bother you, that's probably because it's true.
The hell are you talking about?
What I just said.
You know what? You weren't talking to me.
Hurt your feelings coming from a black man.
Do you?
It must be true.
Snake, you know? Do you really think you could? Do you really think you could hurt my feelings? I mean, look at you. How could you hurt my feelings?
Look at all the insults from all the liberals. Let's just Solid Snake side by side with Princess. Hey, let's put your pick beside a vagina and see which one a nigga will fuck first.
Okay. Are you ready to fight?
That's what you do.
Process 1-on-1. Let's just do it.
Yeah, do it.
All right, here we go. Now, so yeah, you were calling me black earlier. I don't know if you look at my face. Not particularly.
Hold on, motherfucker. Let me talk.
Well, no, we can both talk. It's a one-on-one. You can't fucking do it. We can't. You got to go. I can talk. I can
know what the problem was.
It's hilarious. Oh my god. No, I don't know.
Motherfucker was being funny. So I want to take this motherfucking ass. Don't play with me, man. What you got?
You got no talking point. So yeah, you should not vote for Trump because one instruction is you shouldn't do that. Electorate scam. He's trying to defraud the government. He's guilty of everything that you hear his side is saying. He's guilty of all of that.
Mind? You worse than the motherfuckers that wanted to make. You worse than Donald Trump. You want to talk about the Central Park 5, motherfucker? You have pure evidence of failure, and you failed to count for it.
You feel
so what the hell point do you have to make?
And that he would sue people. You should not do that as a president. You say that you should sue individual citizens. That's kind of like a gross misjustice of your power. If you do that, you really shouldn't do that.
You motherfuckers want to get out here and pay black ignorant ass motherfuckers that ain't got no intelligence.
All right. I'm letting you talk. Make one good point. Go. I'm letting you talk. I'm letting you go. Make one good point. Go.
A black person alive should be pro-abortion. Shut the fuck up.
I can't even hear what you're saying. What's your point?
It don't matter. You got them expensive.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Nothing you say matters. You have not made one good point yet. It's just even a debate. Just chat. Let's keep going. Jesus Christ.
Elaborate what the fuck I just said.
I don't know what you're saying because you're not making any sense. I'm giving you your time. Okay, here, I'm going to not talk for 30 seconds. Go. What's your point? Make a point.
I'm gonna wait.
Let me show you how it's. Let me show you how it's done. All right, you want to go now?
Go. Oh, because I was going to wait till the end of 30 seconds, but I was going to wait 25 and going to get your ass.
Well, I'm sure you
go ahead.
Nothing because you have 0 points.
No,
even
give me 30 seconds.
When I gave him the platform, that's going to overtalk me after I didn't interrupt him. Wow, how good faith. I gave him 30 seconds to talk with no interruptions. The second I go to make my talk, he fucking interrupts me. Wow, what a good faith discussion we're going to have, Solid Snake. It's not bad faith at all. You're not a complete moron. All right, well, now that drinking beer, I can get a fucking word in. You're just gonna rephrase my insults. Great comeback, dude. Just rephrasing the exact thing I say and just saying it back to me. What a fucking even like in 5th grade. Like, oh, you're dumb. No, you're dumb. Wow, dude. What a fucking.
Because obviously you don't understand what the hell you seeing in front of your eyes.
Yeah, my mind is blown. I don't know what the fuck is in front of me.
Values. You don't have none. You've been a rebel. You want to run away from your mama house. And you use the same mentality.
I'm pretty close to my family, you know.
Supported. You don't want to be responsible. You don't want to be accountable.
Why do you assume that? Based on what? Because all the policies Kamal supports say the opposite of that. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Not a damn thing to you.
Why don't you fucking keep yelling in your wood paneled basement? Are there any windows down there? I doubt it. Maybe some really small ones where you can barely get some sunlight in there.
Hey, I got a question. Why we don't free the black prisoners since we allowing foreign prisoners? Why we don't free the black prisoners? Why don't we already just go ahead and say, well, since we're gonna accept everybody else, release prisoners, why don't we share that same?
Wow, what a great talking point. It's almost like Kamala Harris wants to get people out of prison that are in there for nonviolent crimes, but you don't know that policy because that doesn't really align with their narrative. So you're trying to steal. I completely agree. It's not that black people are overly in prison for nonviolent crimes. The liberal side are those issues, policies. Trump has 0 problems with any of that. There's not to be anything done.
Go free the prisoners then.
What are you saying? What's the presidency?
Why you ain't got that mentality? Well, hell, if they do it to me, I'm gonna do it to them.
Wait, what are they doing to us? All right. No, you're saying. You have to calm down for 1 second. I know you're really triggered. Just calm down for 1 second. Just take the trigger from here to here. Come on, calm down. I know you're angry. Calm down. Because I can't. No, I can't understand. I cannot. I'm very intelligent, but I don't know what you're saying. You're so emotional. I have no idea what you're saying.
You not free all the prisoners in the United States right now
for nonviolent crimes? Yeah, we should do that.
I mean, hell, you already a lot of people that ain't even American citizens.
If you're in crime for marijuana, hell yeah, get out of there.
What's wrong there?
I agree. Stop. But wait, what you're saying? Solid. He's not gonna make a point. But Solid, I agree with you. But the thing is, the right would never do that. That's the thing. The right wants to imprison more people. They would make it harsher and easier to go to jail. I would make it actually easier to get out.
Oh wow, a homosexual want to tell somebody that he already done told God a lie.
You're the one that talked about dick way more than me, so you talk about dick 7 times right now. It's coming out of your mouth a lot more than that's out of mine. I don't know who's gay here.
I don't care.
Sounds like a lot of projection. I know you don't.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're projecting? Yeah, you even agree with me. He even agrees, chat. He's saying he agrees with me. He's saying he's projecting. At least he admits it. Hey, you can't call me that. I'm well, I mean, it doesn't really work for me, so.
Nah, you too stupid to be a white man. Only thing saving you is your color. But you get around a bunch of real ones, they'll fucking murk your ass.
Like you? Like you murk me in this conversation? It's been obviously a really intense debate.
We got to get to more entertaining business here. You know, I don't even like to see Process argue. You're just not good for your brain, Process. It don't look good.
I enjoyed it.
Leave that to people like me.
He wanted to practice. It's like jousting. It's like jousting back in them days. The white boys be jousting.
If I were you, If I were you, I would call Solid Snake a nigga.
I'm gonna have to put some of these motherfuckers behind back because we're gonna have to get into talking to this lady. I know y'all.
Oh, everybody's got to go back.
I know they ain't gonna behave, but for the people that think they can behave, they want to be able to on the panel to ask her.
No, I don't need to be here.
You cracked on. He don't have any questions. He just got trade. You want to trade people? You
Hey, I set this up for you. I got you 48 views, John. I was trying to crack 50 right now.
You want to trade some chickens? You can see what the chicken market looking like.
Cockfight.
I gotta run.
Does anyone want to be up?
Oh, all right. See ya, Princess. But remember,
John, what is the call actually about? I mean, can you give us an overview?
Oh, you too many words and periods. All you had to do is say, "What's the call about?"
Maybe I'll stick around. Let me hear.
All right,
Jesus, John. I'm white. I talk a lot. We're verbose, okay? White people are verbose.
More fucking words, I tell you. We got to get concise, guys. We talked to a lady today worked at a salon in Springfield, Ohio. And she was like, hell yeah, this Haitian migrant crisis is real. I saw somebody I know was witness to one of these Haitians killing ducks and so on and so forth. And she said she couldn't get talk freely while she was at work. But she called me about 30 minutes ago when I got on the call. And she wants to talk, and hopefully she'll take our call again.
Oh, interesting, John. Nice. Oh, very cool.
We're gonna goddamn rebuke.
John, we're better journalists than the son of a bitches on TV.
I am very persuasive. I get the people on here. Let's go ahead and call this lady before she thinks I'm not going to call her back. Let me know if you can hear this, guys. Can you hear the phone ring?
No.
No.
All right, damn. Let me make sure. Shit, I may have to call it. I don't know what the fuck did she. Voice. What would I call her? I called her from this number. Is this number? Okay. Is that it? I called her back. Oh, this may be her. Hello?
Hi, sorry, Mr. Call.
Oh, yes. You're the lady from Springfield, correct?
I am.
Yes. All right, this is John Galt back with you. Sorry, it took me a few more minutes than expected to give you a call back. Yes, you're on my channel, The Urban Landlord here on YouTube, and we were just kind of trying to debunk
Urban Landlord?
Yes, The Urban Landlord.
I just want to make sure I know what I'm on.
Yeah.
Am I being recorded right now? Or?
Yeah, it's just a YouTube channel. Yes. Yeah, no one knows who you are, who's calling, anything like that.
That's all right.
Yeah. So, you want to give us kind of a brief primer? How long have you been living in Springfield?
I've grown up in Springfield. I was born and raised in Springfield. I moved away from Springfield after I graduated in high school in 1998, probably 99. I just recently moved back. I lived in Columbus for the last 20-some years. I just recently moved back about 3 years ago.
Okay, so 3 years ago, were the migrants there at that point?
No, it wasn't. Not even a fraction as bad as it is now.
So were there? So this is a kind of a new phenomenon. When would you say this started? Or when did you notice it? I should say.
I would say probably at least a year ago, and it's getting worse by the month.
Okay, and so when you saw it the first time, tell me your first thoughts when you noticed that they're bringing these Haitian migrants into your town. What did you notice initially?
You can't even go to the grocery store. They congregate in the parking lot. They harass you. I've noticed multiple of them. You go into Walmart or a grocery store and they're eating stuff off of the shelves and then putting it back on the shelf.
Really? Wow.
They congregate in the parking lot. They harass you. It's awful.
Now, where are they living? If you don't mind me asking, if you have any idea, where are they living? They came to Springfield. Where do they live?
Okay, well, first of all, they're living in hotels. There's multiple hotels. The Econo Lodge is one of them. I don't know who is putting them up. It's the government, clearly.
Mm-hmm.
They're living in hotels, and they get green cards. They get all kinds of stuff. I went to the BMV the other day, and they were wrapped up around the sidewalk trying to get their driver's license. They are killing people on the streets because they don't know how to drive. And one of them is a Northwestern school bus that they killed.
You talking about the kid Aiden? Alden, is that his name?
Yeah.
Aiden. And
I
so,
believe so. Yeah, from Northwestern.
did you hear his father?
Multiple accidents.
Yeah, did you hear Aiden's father's response to the accident that killed his son?
Yeah, he said he would rather have been a white person.
What did you think? Are you white, by the way? If you don't mind me asking.
I am white.
I'm black.
I'm not prejudiced at all.
No,
I'm
I understand.
Racist. I'm not.
Yeah, I understand. You don't sound that way. I'm black, by the way. How did you feel when you heard him say that he had rather a white man kill his son than a Haitian?
First of all, you have to take that. He's probably very angry because that person probably shouldn't have been here, first of all. And that person probably should never have had a driver's license. You cannot disagree with me that person should not have had a driver's license.
No, I'm not disagreeing at all. No,
because I've been at the DMV and I saw exactly what they have to do to get their driver's license, and it's not that much. They were wrapped up around the sidewalk.
Well, how are they getting driver's license if they don't even speak English?
Exactly, they don't have to speak English. They get on a computer and they take this standardized test on a computer. They don't have to drive nothing. They do a standardized test on a computer and they get a driver's license.
Is the standardized test in English?
Excuse me?
Is the test in English?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Now, for you to get your driver's license, do you take a standardized test or do you have to take a road test or something like that?
Okay, well, I'm 44 years old, and yes, I most definitely took a road test when I was 16.
And
so did my children.
Now, you mentioned something
I
about
2 children.
Okay, I want to get to your children in a second. And are your children school age?
One's a sophomore in college, and one is a senior in high school.
Okay, are the migrants going?
And they're 4.2 GPA students. And yes, they did take a driver's test.
Are the migrants?
And all of these people that are coming into the Clark County need to take a driver's test. There's no way that you should just be able to go in and take a computerized test, tell you what the driving signals are, and they're killing people.
How did they? I forget what I was going to go with. It's just so amazing. What about insurance? Are they getting insurance on their cars?
I'm sure they are because we're all paying for it.
And so, what about?
Who else do you think is paying for it? Who else do you think is paying for it? They don't have jobs. They are here in our county, and they're taking over our county. Who else do you think is paying for it?
How many Haitian migrants do you think are in your town?
At least 20,000, and it's getting worse.
And so, when you go downtown or something like that, do you see them everywhere? Or are they just milling about? Like, what is They're
milling about. They are in parking lots. I see them in parks. For people that wanted to say that Donald Trump last night was being ridiculous, that's bullshit. Because if either one of those, I don't care what side you're on, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, go down to Snyder Park.
Snyder Park. That's in.
It's awful.
Snyder Park. How do you spell it? SNY or SNI?
SNYDER.
Snyder Park, and that's in Springfield.
And they're also yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go to the Clarence J. Brown Reservoir. They're all over.
The Clarence. Spell that one for me. Clarence what? Clarence J. Brown.
CLARENCE.
Okay, I got
J.
that.
Brown.
Okay, Brown. All right. And you said that's a reservoir. Okay. I'm gonna look these places up. Okay. And you said they're all over.
Yes, they go there. They take the geese, the ducks from Snyder Park, and they go over there, and it's like Camp Haiti at the reservoir. I can't even go and walk my dogs there anymore because they're all over. They're intimidating. It's awful. I am not a racist person at all.
Why do you think this is being allowed to happen to your small town?
I don't know. Ask our governor. Ask the city manager that lied last night on TV, lied to Kamala Harris. Ask him.
Yeah, when you saw Kamala Harris shaking her head saying those things weren't true, when you've seen those with your own eyes, what did you think?
I think every single person in Springfield cannot stand her now because it's a bold-faced lie, and everybody that lives in this city knows exactly that that's a huge lie.
You know what's interesting, ma'am? We called a few.
And our city manager lied to her. Because of course he doesn't want the rap on national news.
Well,
my sister-in-law is one of the most successful real estate agents in Springfield. She can barely sell a house now because nobody wants to live here. Wittenberg University, they've laid off at least 45 employee professors from Wittenberg University because their student population is down so bad because nobody wants to send their kids to Wittenberg anymore.
Have you spelled it Littenberg?
Wittenberg.
Oh, Wittenberg.
Wittenberg.
Okay,
Wittenberg University.
And that's there in Springfield. So you're saying that the migrants are
I know personally 2 professors that have just gotten laid off because they don't have the student population that they used to have because nobody wants to send their kids to Springfield.
And is the school like surrounded by migrants, or are there a lot of migrants in the vicinity of the school?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
It's right downtown.
You say your sister is a real estate agent, is that right? Your sister's okay. And I am a landlord, and so these things are very interesting to me. What are the property values? How are the property values being affected by an increase of 20,000 people?
I'm not a real estate agent.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a real estate agent, so I don't know.
Well, how do you think it's affecting your property values?
But I do know she's extremely frustrated by this whole thing because nobody wants to buy a house in Springfield or Clark County. Nobody.
So where are the people moving? Are they moving to the next county over?
Hell if I know.
Have you considered moving?
I will, here soon after my daughter graduates, absolutely.
Are the migrants in the schools now?
Yes. There's 70%, I'm a nurse, 70% of the maternity ward at Mercy Hospital, 70% of the maternity ward is Haitians having babies. Do you know what that means? They're all going to be citizens.
So they're already having babies. Wow, that is.
Yeah. And you know why? They're having babies because they get all the benefits. Once you have a baby, you're here, you get all the benefits.
And you say you work at this Mercy Hospital? You're a nurse?
I do not work there.
Oh, I'm sorry. But you say you're a nurse.
But I am a nurse, and I will not tell you where I'm at.
No, I don't want to know where you work. I just want to make sure. Okay, and so you've seen the migrants streaming into the healthcare centers as well?
Excuse me?
So have you seen the migrants like streaming into the hospitals and things like that as well?
Oh, yes. All the birth rates at Mercy Hospital, they're requiring C-sections because the HIV rate is up. There's all kinds a lot of diseases are up because of them, bringing them over. They have to have C-sections because of the HIV rate.
Can you explain that? Yeah, I'm not very familiar with that. So you're saying that they can't have vaginal births because of the risk of
higher risk transferring it to your child.
Are they testing these people to do they know that they have HIV, or are they just not taking any chance?
Call the CDC. I don't know. Call the Springfield Health Department. I don't know.
Wow, that is really amazing. Wow, that is something. And does that apply for everyone or only for the Haitians?
I'm telling you that the rates are up, and it's because of the inflation of how many they are here. Yes.
We have a question.
And who is paying for these people? Who's paying for them?
Well, I think we all know that someone's paying for it, and if they're not paying for it,
and it's not them.
Yeah, that's very true. And so you're saying that they are having C-sections. Now, is that only for the Haitians, or is that for everyone that comes into the hospital having a baby?
I'm not saying it's definitely increased because of the HIV, but yes.
Oh, that's something. We had someone ask in the audience, what about your car insurance rates? Have your car insurance rates gone up due to all these car crashes?
Most definitely gone up. Absolutely. 100%.
Wow. Yeah, wow, that is amazing. Let's see if we have some other questions in the audience. How do you see this playing out, ma'am?
Not well.
Do you think?
DeWine doesn't do anything about it. Our city manager is a complete asshole, clearly, because he's going to lie on national TV and to tell everybody it's not a problem when it is a problem.
We have a question.
And everybody in Springfield knows it's a problem.
Oh, that reminds me.
Everybody in Springfield. Go ahead.
That reminds me, we called a few other people in Springfield and not many were very responsive. And to be quite honest with you, it seemed like a lot of people did not want to talk about it, as if they had been given a script as to what they should not say about this issue. You were one of the few people that spoke out and were willing to speak out about this. I'll let you know that in case you didn't know that about your fellow residents.
Yeah, because Springfield doesn't want to be on the rap on the national news of being a shithole. It used to be a great freaking county, and now it's going in the dumps. The mayor, the city manager hasn't done anything about it. And then they're going to sit there and lie on national news. Because I'm sure they don't want the rap. Nobody wants to move to Springfield anymore. The housing market has gone to shit.
Someone wants to know, are they using your town as a jumping point to other cities, or are they settling in?
Are they what?
Are the migrants settling there, or are they using your city as like a springboard to another city?
I can't answer that question. I don't know. I'm
Okay.
not a migrant. I don't know. But I can tell you one thing. They tore down a high school, and they're getting ready to build housing and development for them.
Wow.
So guess who's paying for that?
So they tore
Not
down.
them.
So was this school, was it like an abandoned school, or was it in play?
No. They tore down the school. They built a bigger high school, but now they tore that school down, and now instead, in replacement of that school, they're building housing for the Haitians.
Wow. And the people, are they going for this, or are you just being ramrodded by your government and they're just doing it?
Look up the city. It's online. You can probably find it if you want. The city commissioner is terrible. He allowed 30 seconds for anybody to talk. Is absolute disgrace. Nobody had a word in Edgewise. Nobody.
We have someone saying Springfield has been sold out. Locals need to get out or start living a third world life. That seems to be how you feel here. They've sold your hometown out.
Yep.
And how does this make you feel for your children? You say you have a child there and singer in high school. I bet you're probably telling her to get the hell out of there.
Thank God. My children go to Gehanna schools in Columbus, and I will not say where.
Oh, they don't go to school in Springfield.
Thank God they don't go here. Yes. Thank God.
Wow. So you're paying for the public schools in Springfield, but you don't send your children to school there.
Nope.
What about the dogs and the ducks and all these allegations that they are killing animals and things like that?
I cannot. I think I spoke to you earlier about
You
it.
did,
I
yeah.
can speak freely.
Mm-hmm.
I've never witnessed any dogs or cats being eaten. I
Mm-hmm.
haven't.
What about the geese?
Firsthand seen them. I have firsthand seen them from Snyder Park. Yes. They take the geese and the ducks. And then they're, like I already told you, at the reservoir. They go out there. It was a whole sea of them.
Isn't it illegal?
I also know. Yes, there were four people actually arrested. And you can look that up and find that if you're on YouTube. I'm sure you access.
Four Haitians arrested. 4 Haitians arrested for
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
They stole a pig.
And goats. Yes.
They do love goat. Wow, that is amazing.
They did.
You know, we call some of the parishes. In your area. I think it was Saint Raphael. Have you ever heard of Saint Raphael?
Yeah, it's a school. It's a church or.
And supposedly they on some social media sites we saw that they provide housing for migrants. I'm not sure if you were aware of that. But when we called them, they clammed up and they said, they don't provide housing for migrants. It's as if there's a group of people in your town that are making a killing housing these migrants, and they're trying their best to keep it secret from people like you. Have you noticed the secrecy?
And you know why?
Why do you think?
Money.
So you think they're getting money and selling out your
Well, absolutely. Why else would you do it?
Yeah, that is a question I keep asking myself, and I keep coming back to nothing else makes sense but money. How is this hurt or harm the relations in the town? I imagine we've seen in other towns like Sylacauga, Alabama, where the Black people tend to side with the Haitian migrants, I guess because they're Black. Has that happened in your town? Did the Blacks tend to side with the migrants?
No,
I'm sorry.
I can't answer that because I'm not going to answer anything that I have not actually seen firsthand.
No, that's fair.
So
that's
I
fair.
can't answer that. I can't.
Have you talked to anyone else about this migrant issue in your town?
Well, absolutely.
And what are they saying?
I have everything I've just told you.
Would you be willing to introduce some of your people to this channel, and maybe they would be willing to give some of their testimonials as well? Because a lot of people.
I will 100% give your number to my sister-in-law, who's the real estate agent, who has taken a huge hit.
Yeah, we would love to talk to her.
One of the biggest, most successful real estate agents in this town. And I'm not saying that just because it's my sister. She legit is.
Someone that has a question, and this may be an uncomfortable question because you're a woman. Have there been any incidences with sexual assault that you've heard of?
I've heard of it, not to me, not directly to me, no. But I have heard of it in this town, yes.
And I imagine that.
Like I said, I will answer only thing that I've witnessed and experienced myself.
Right, fair enough.
So I can't answer that. But I have heard of it. But like you know how it is on social media, not everything is the truth. I can only tell you what I've seen with my own 2 eyes.
Now
everything I've told you, I have seen.
Now we watched a video of an older white gentleman, and he was talking about how they live, how they're moving into houses in Springfield. Is that true or not? Because it seemed to be real, but with social media, you can fake anything.
They are moving into houses, and I just told you the lot that they just tore the high school down, not for that purpose, but I'm sure it's the government that's bought that land, and they're building housing developments for them. And they're cramming all of these people, I'm talking 20 people, into a 2-bedroom household. The sewage system can't even hold that because people are shitting and pissing outside because the sewage system can't handle 20 people living in a 2-bedroom house.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. Literally, they're shitting and pissing, and it's disgusting. It's awful. The neighbors of these people live in filth now because of that, because they're cramming so many people in these houses. They can't accommodate. There's no way.
So you've seen 10 or 15, have you seen that personally, like 10 or 15 people in a house, one house?
Absolutely, I see it all the time when I drive to work.
Wow.
They congregate outside because there's no way 20 people can fit in a 2-bedroom place. There's no possible way.
Yeah, that's very true. You know, I'm a landlord and I get calls like this, but wow, we've been covering this for a very long time now. And wow, that is amazing. Do you have any pictures or videos that you would like to share, or are you willing to share some videos whenever if you ever see something?
Share them, but I do have. I will not share them, but I do have pictures.
What type of pictures do you have?
Myself personally taking them of them carrying the geese by the feet and putting them in coolers in Snyder Park.
Wait, say that one more time.
Them taking the geese by the feet and putting them in coolers.
I wish you could share that with us.
I will not.
Yeah, what is your reason for not sharing, just out of curiosity? Do you think that...
I don't want my name to be out there.
Oh, so
I've got kids and I want to protect their privacy. I don't want people looking me up.
Well, we can guarantee you your privacy. We would love to see those pictures.
Well, I don't know that. I don't know you from Adam. So I honestly don't know how legit you are.
And that's very true.
I'm willing to have this conversation because I'm passionate about it.
That's very true. I'm very passionate about it as well. Even though I benefit from it, you know, I am a landlord, so more demand helps me. But, you know, I don't like to see these terms.
How did you get the number? Why were you calling businesses? Is my question to you. I mean, you asked me questions. It's fair to ask me questions.
Yeah, sure. It's fine. It's back and forth. You know, the thing is, I figured who would be honest, and I think I called you at a salon. Was that right? Were you at a salon?
Yes.
Right. And so I figured who would be honest, and I figured maybe the barbershops, barbers, salons, they would have time on their hand to answer the phone during the day, and then they would likely.
We don't.
Oh yeah, fair enough. But then I figured you might be willing to be a little bit more honest because, you know, typically you may be somewhat apolitical. But one of the guys that we called, he turned political on us almost immediately and said, you know, basically Donald Trump is making this shit up and, you know, blah, 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 blah. And so we finally hit on you, but you were the only one that was willing to really talk, you know, to be quite honest with you. Yeah.
So how many people did you call?
Well, we called a lot. I would say most people did not answer the phone. You know, just maybe the phone's busy or it just rang out. But of the ones that answered, maybe 10 people, give or take. And you were the only one that was willing to talk. And everyone else kind of clammed up when it came time to talk about the migrants, if they've seen any Haitians. You know, you'd be amazed at what some of the people said. But the lady at St. Raphael, she said that a lot of people have been calling her since the debate last night. And so I guess she was kind of on guard here. We have another question for you. Why do you think, ask her why she thinks her representative think these migrants are better people than you?
I don't think they're better than me. That's not what this is about, and that's what people don't understand.
No, the question is.
The
question is, why do you think your representatives think these migrants are better than you?
Why does who's my representative?
You know, like your city council and the people that seemingly are willing to help these migrants more than they're willing to help. I'm sure there's some poor people. We've seen some people that.
Because that's a stupid question, honestly. Whoever asked that. Because there's an underlying motive, and we all know what that is. It's money. It's money. Somebody's getting a kickback somewhere.
Do you think the people on your...
What is the purpose of bringing all these people in that do nothing for our... They do nothing for our economy. They do nothing for our city. What is the purpose?
Well, let me ask you this question.
That's my question.
Well, let me ask you a question since we have a little back and forth here.
Why? Why? We have veterans. We have veterans. We have veterans, and we have homeless people on our streets. And instead of taking care of them, we're going to bring all these Haitians in. I don't care if they're Haitians or where you're from. I don't give a shit. But we have veterans and homeless people on our streets that are not getting taken care of. But we're taking better care of these migrants from Haiti than we are our own people. That is a problem. That's a problem.
Yeah, it's definitely a problem for sure. I think, you know, last night you would have thought that it would have been covered thoroughly in the debate. Did you watch the debate last night?
I did, and I had to turn it off because it was such a shit show.
What did you want to hear in the debate?
I wanted to hear answers to the questions. Nobody answered a question. Nobody. Neither one.
What are you? I'm guessing you probably side a little bit with Trump, I would guess, but you maybe turned off by all of them. What's your thoughts on the politics of the day?
I am 100% Trump because do I like all the things he says? No. Kamala Harris, she hasn't done shit in 3.5 years. Nothing. She can do a lot of things right now that she hasn't done, and now she's going to claim that she's going to do them? That's a lie. That is a lie.
What do you want to see?
She could have done a lot of things. She could have done a lot of things in 3.5 years. She's covered up Joe Biden's dementia, which, you know what? I feel bad for the guy. He does have dementia. He does. That's clear. I'm a nurse. That's clear. But she's covered it up the entire time. And now she wants to flip-flop on everything. And go ahead.
Do you think your town can ever, recover from this? All these Haitians, big.
Probably not at this rate.
Because they're probably not going anywhere.
Because now they're all stuck here.
Right. Right.
Once the women have babies, automatic citizenship. They're here.
Do you have family, like your parents still live in Springfield?
Yes.
I imagine they want to leave. They probably distraught with what they see happening here, huh?
Yeah, it's terrible.
And are they living around have the migrants started coming into their neighborhoods or no?
We live in the more of a rural area.
Oh, okay.
In the country, so we're not yes.
This has been a very good call with you. I hear your dogs in the back. I think it's your dogs in the background. And
he's chewing on a ball.
Let's see if we have any more questions, and I won't hold you to.
And actually, my dog will definitely not be eaten by a Haitian. My dog will eat anybody if they take my house. So. He's a pretty good sized German Shepherd, so I'm not worried about that.
Okay, we have one more question. I'm going to see if this guy can get it right this time. If you think it's about money, that they emphasize her and her citizens, I can't really understand that question there. Do you mind if we get you back? I'm sure your town will be in the news as we go along. I saw a smaller woman that was at one of those city council meetings, and I think it was in the news today that she's moving from Springfield. She's like a small woman. I think she said she's 95 pounds, and her father, her husband, that they're moving from Springfield because of the migrant situation. They're just throwing the towel in. Have any of your friends or relatives just thrown the towel in yet and given up on Springfield?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. I didn't understand.
Any of your relatives or friends, have they given up on Springfield and moved yet?
Not yet, but it's very soon.
Hmm.
Like I said, my sister's one of the top real estate agents in this county, and it's awful. Nobody wants to buy a house here. You can't buy or sell a house here. Nobody wants to buy, and you can't sell.
Let's see. Any more questions? I think those are all the questions. We really appreciate you coming up. What was your name again? I'll save your number just to make sure. We'll probably reach back out to you because I'm sure your town will be in the news as the migrants keep crashing.
I know. I don't know if I want to give you my real name.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah. You can give us a fake name. Matter of fact, someone wanted to know.
Can I use an alias?
Yeah, because we'll probably refer to you in the show.
Not that I care. Not that I care. I just want to respect.
Hey, I have an alias. I'm not even telling you my real name, so that's fine.
Privacy?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, give us what would you like us to refer to you as? Hopefully,
you can refer to me as Shelly.
Shelly, I like Shelly. Shelly, it is. All right, Shelly. And I'll also text you and see if we can get your sister's information, and she could talk to us because again, this is a business blog, and we plan.
So what is it? So it's what urban what?
The Urban Landlord, and I'm John Galt. We stream 24 hours a day, a variety
Urban
of content.
Landlord.
Yep, on YouTube at The Urban Landlord on YouTube. I'll send you the link and everything, and there will be a timestamp where you can see or hear yourself talking, and you'll be able to see me as well.
Oh, dear Lord.
But anyway, to be private, no one will find you. Otherwise, they won't. Your face is not being shown, so they, you have plausible deniability there in case someone were to hear your voice. You can see it's not you. But anyway, yes.
So what's your opinion on this?
Oh, my opinion.
Landlord. I mean, if you ask me these questions, I get to ask.
Oh, it's great. I'm going to bring up some of the people on the panel. Well, we only have one other person on the panel, and he's very, very strident about this immigration, so I better hold him off for a second. I think it's the most, it's the most challenging time that we probably face in America, and that we're bringing in people totally incompatible with our culture. The money be damned. I don't give a damn how much money they can make this economy, to be quite honest with you. They can't fit in. They destroy the schools. They're going to destroy the neighborhoods. They're going to destroy, a lot of what I've talked about here on my channel is the trust of the Americans, where you can kind of trust that your fellow man, is not going to stab you in the back, literally or figuratively. I think those days are gone. And by bringing these people into our neighborhoods, the cohesion that we had has probably been forever broken. And I think that's the sad part about it, We have a couple people.
Well,
Go ahead, sure.
It's not, and this is what makes me so angry. It's not about race. And then I think the left wants to make it about race all the like anything. It's not about race. It's about our economy. And like I said, there's veterans and homeless people, us Americans. No, buddy. That's maybe a Haitian out back.
You better look out. They have farm killings in places like South Africa.
They're not getting my dog. I can get that.
You got to get a pit bull.
It's not about that. I got a German Shepherd. He's good.
To be quite honest
German
with
Shepherd's good.
and this is where I will kind of differ with you. And I think that it is race. I think it is race.
Your differences. So yeah, please. Yeah, I appreciate it.
All right, we called a barber in one of these towns, either Sylacauga, Alabama. I think it was in Springfield. And he says, no problem here, man. What are you talking about, man? Everybody good. He said, it's Donald Trump talking that bullshit. He immediately jumped to politics. He's a black man, so he's going to be Democrat 9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
And if you're a black man and you're a Democrat, then under that big tent is racism claims against white people. And so I think that it ultimately becomes, in a sense, and I'm from a town a little bit smaller than yours, but probably has a similar demographics.
Where are you from? Where are you out of?
I'm from Anniston, Alabama originally, but I live in Washington, D.C. in New York City right now. So right now I'm in Washington, D.C. But I think that, if your town is anything like mine, where the blacks have like a underlying tension against whites, and here come these blacks, Haitians into your town, it almost...
It's not that, though. That's what everybody keeps turning it towards. And it's so frustrating because it's not that.
Well,
I don't give a shit if they were fucking purple Martians walking in.
I mean, you don't. I agree with you. You probably don't. You really don't. But there are some people that are playing.
I don't care what they are, but they're taking the money away from, they're taking everything away from our town.
I can understand that. You see that. But, I do believe that there are, a lot of black people that would rather see your whole town come down to harm the white people, even if it harms themselves.
And that's sad.
Yeah, that's very sad.
That's the problem with the country these days.
Yeah, it's very sad.
People keep making race an issue, and it shouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean, these people are overlooking that we're all Americans. We all have more in common with each other than any Haitian. Right? We can't even speak to them. And yet they seemingly are turning a blind eye and feeding and housing them at the expense of white and blacks.
They're like, and like I said, you know what? Times are bad enough as it is. Like, we can't, it's hard to afford groceries, gas. The normal person, it's hard. But now all of our tax dollars are going to all of these Haitians that are coming into our county that we are paying for.
Do you think they're getting food stamps? When you see them in the grocery store, you think
they are? 100% they are. I've been behind several of them on a daily basis. Whenever I go to the grocery, I swear to God, at least 3 times a month when I go to the grocery, I am behind a Haitian that has a food stamp.
And now, how do you know they have food stamp? You see a card? Is it do y'all have a particular card? Okay, so you see the card being flashed. Okay.
Card. Yes. And then they're trying to buy alcohol with it. And then the cashier has to argue with them that, you're sorry, your food stamp doesn't cover alcohol. It's called a food stamp for a reason. Yeah, they have food stamp cards.
So they want to buy alcohol with it, and they don't understand.
Yes.
Yeah. I bet you they're causing some kind of argument there because they don't even do most of them speak English? The ones that you've seen, do they speak English?
Trust me, I don't encounter them, so I don't talk to them. So they're just like, oh, very broken English. They were pissed off at the cashier at Groceryland on South Limestone because they would not pay for the beer.
Wow.
And finally, the guy said it's called food stamps for a reason because it's for food, not alcohol.
Wow. Wow, that is amazing. That is amazing. And so these cars that they're driving, how do you think they are getting the cars?
I don't know. Ask the governor. Ask the mayor. I don't know. I'm just an average citizen.
So you see
that goes to work and pay my bills.
So you see Haitians driving around in cars.
Do what?
So you see Haitians driving around in cars, like these poor Haitians.
Yes, all the time. Yes. They caused multiple accidents in Springfield. Multiple. Fatality. And like I said, I went into the DMV the other day just to get my plate renewed. And the line was out the door. And I walked in and I said, what in the hell is this? And they said, well, they're waiting in line to take a test on the computer to get a driver's license. That's all it takes.
Now, can anyone get their license like that now?
It's sad and it's scary. It's honestly scary. And I have 2 teenage daughters driving around that actually did driver's ed, actually did everything they're supposed to do, and they have to worry about these people. They don't know how to drive. And I'm not like insulting them at all, but there has to be some kind of standard. They can't just come here and take a computerized test and then just wham, bam, you get a driver's license, and now you get to vote. That's what they do.
Yeah. Do you think they're going to be voting in the elections?
Probably. Absolutely.
How did they get the IDs?
Because why do you not? Of course they're going to vote because the government is giving them a free ride that we are paying for. And like I said, and I will say it again, our veterans have way worse. These Haitians, these immigrants that come in here have way better benefits than our veterans have. And you know that.
Yeah.
You know that.
Have you seen the migrant situations in other cities?
In other what?
In other cities? Have you seen the migrant situations in other cities across the country?
Oh, well, I haven't really traveled lately.
I mean, like in the news or anything.
I mean, I hear about Aurora, Colorado, whatever, but I mean, that's all in the news still. But
are you married? If you don't mind me, are you married? if you have okay, I was going to ask you, what does your husband think about these things?
I'm not married.
Okay. Someone is asking a question, but I have to go back up in the chat to see. Someone says they're getting food stamps, they're driving cars, getting a check every month. Why are they eating cats and the geese from the park?
Do what?
If someone said they're getting food stamps and free housing and all these things, why are they eating the geese from the park?
Because there's an overfluctuation of everybody. There's an overfluctuation. Okay, you can only get food stamps for so much stuff. Okay. I can't make this up. I would not make this up. I have seen it with my own two eyes. I'm not blind.
Mm-hmm. No, I believe you. I think the people agree with you, or believe you. People are saying that you seem very credible. I think for a lot of people that don't live in the inner cities and stuff like that, or even in small towns where the migration is affecting them, it's almost unbelievable. Someone wants to know, have you heard about any practices of voodoo by the Haitian migrants?
Yes, I've heard that too. I've heard that. I've seen that on social media.
Now that's real. You do know that's real. That is real.
Yes, I do. It is real.
Yeah,
I 100% believe it's real.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, we never had that problem 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're probably going to have a Haitian.
We never had that problem 3 years ago.
You think your town will likely be Haitian before you know it? Likely be largely Haitian. Yeah. You'd be living in a Haitian town, serving mostly. Are most of the people at the hospital that you guys are servicing now, are they mostly Haitian?
Do what?
Are they flooding the hospital that you work?
I work outside of Springfield.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So I don't want to say exactly where I work because
no, that's fine. Yeah, don't do that. That's fine. No. But in terms of the hospitals in Springfield,
I do work outside of Springfield, but they are flooding the hospitals in Springfield. And like I said, I know firsthand of a person who is a nurse, and 70% of the births that they give in the maternity ward are Haitian. 70%. That's huge.
Yeah, that's pretty much all of them. Considering, wow, that's amazing. That is amazing. And
so you know what that means.
Yeah.
I already told you. You know what that means.
That is the great replacement in practice, right here, in full swing, right there. that is something there.
There's been 2 hotels downtown that have gone out of business that the government has purchased, and they are filling them full of the Haitian.
You know, that's a big city strategy.
Econo Lodge is one of them.
You know, they do that in the big cities as well. If you come downtown New York City or Midtown, many of the hotels are filled up with migrants. I mean, these were $400 or $500 a night hotels, and now they're filled with migrants. So apparently they're doing the same thing in your town too.
This is a dumping ground for them.
Yeah, that is.
And like I said, I'm all for equal opportunity, but you know what? There comes a point where enough's enough.
Any outbreak of diseases? Any outbreak of diseases, measles, mumps, rubella, any outbreaks, because these people have not been vaccinated, right? If vaccination is supposedly protects you from.
They have not. I haven't looked at our current CDC report, but I have heard that there's an influxation of diseases. Yeah. But like I said, I haven't looked at it, so I can't speak.
I'm gonna bring a couple guys up here. Surely they'll be respectful. Oh hell no, not him. We have 2 more guys that's joined the panel. We have 63 people in the audience. 1 minute and 53 seconds. 1 hour 53 minutes. Imperious, all-seeing guy. Would you like to ask Shelly some questions about Springfield and the migrant invasion? Can I call it invasion, Shelly? Would that offend you if I call it an invasion?
Offend me?
Yeah, that would offend you if I call it an invasion, would it?
It takes a lot to offend me. That's what I'm saying. I'm a very open book, and it takes a lot to offend me. So the point that I'm like so frustrated with this situation is a problem. Like, yes. No, but no, you can't offend me.
I was being a little tongue in cheek. Imperious, do you have any questions you would like to ask Shelly here about the migrant situation in Springfield, Ohio?
Yeah. Good evening, Shelly. Thank you for sharing your story. This is very enlightening, I think, and for a lot of people. I mean, I myself grew up in Southern California when I was younger, so I can empathize with you. I've been seeing this for 20 years. So I want to say that I believe you. I've been seeing these extreme things for a long, long time. So I just want to thank you for coming out and, speaking out, because I'm sure you're getting a lot of pressure around to be quiet. Everyone wants to circle the wagons and stuff. And I think it's really great that you're standing.
Quiet me, because I am who I am, and I will speak the truth. And there you go.
Okay, well, I just had a quick couple of questions, if that would be okay with you.
Yeah. Sure.
Great. Okay, I think the first thing I would like to I'm just maybe into your mindset if you agree with me. Do you think that, you mentioned earlier the actions of your city council and how they were kind of silencing everybody and, covering everything up. And, in addition to all the things that are kind of as a result of the people that are in charge of all this, do you sense a hint maybe of just straight maybe contempt by your own government to the people again that elect them there?
Make it concise, Imperious. Just say,
Do you think your own government hates you because they're doing this, and when they come in, they say that these immigrants commit less crimes than citizens?
Yeah, that's the question.
I think the government is in it for the money. There's only one reason why they're bringing all these people in.
I get the money aspect, but these people are all already exceedingly wealthy and are would you agree that I'm just trying to say, like, who does the buck stop with? Because if the government's doing it for...
See if I can ask the question for Imperious a little better here. He's saying that there seems to be some contempt against you by not you in particular, but in general, by your government to allow this to happen. It's not just money. It's more than money. There's like a hatred for the American citizens. That's what he's asking. Do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, where's the money with letting cats and dogs get eaten? You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying, but I think and honestly, I will answer you honestly. I cannot give.
Am I the only one that doesn't hear anything, or?
Yeah, I don't hear anything either.
I don't hear a dang thing, so.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had you on mute. I'm really sorry about that. Basically, she said she thinks... Shelly, repeat that last part again. You think that there's something more to it than money, right? That's what you were saying.
Yeah, and I can't give you the answer to that, because I think the government is crooked. There is an ulterior motive for them bringing these people over here.
Do you think
why? We can't take care of our own people.
Do you think that ulterior motive is a contempt for the Americans?
I can't tell you what the ulterior motive is.
Okay, yeah, I understand. I think that answers Imperious.
Thank you very much, Shelly. I didn't mean to put... I'm just trying to get in. I think the only way people can act like this is that they hate people. You can't hurt people and want to do the damage that you're doing to people for just money.
What is your name?
His name is Imperious. His name is Imperious.
Okay. Well, if you want to come here and live, why don't you do that, and then you tell me how you like it.
Well, I think he's agreeing
for people to cast stones at glass houses.
No, I think he's agreeing with you. He's saying that, and he feels that the government has contempt for the citizens, and that's the only way they would allow this to happen. It's more than money. So you focus.
I'm sure it is. Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I was asking, ma'am. Thank you so much. No, and again, I just want to thank you for coming up.
Yeah. So I think he's you guys are agreeing with each other, but it's just probably the way he asked the question.
Someone was trying to be nice. I was just trying to be nice. So thank you very much. I was just trying to pat her around. I didn't want to ask it as direct as you, John. So thank you very much, ma'am. I appreciate your story. Thank you very much.
Someone wants to know, are you a God-fearing woman? Are you Christian at all?
My what?
Are you religious? Are you God-fearing woman at all? Are you Christian?
I'm a Christian. I just believe in God and I believe in Jesus.
Okay. All right. That's that answers.
But I do believe I am a Christian.
All right. Austin guy, do you have a question? You're up. You want to ask Shelly a question?
Yes. Hi, Shelly. Thanks for giving your testimony. This is valuable for the whole country needs to hear what's happening. I was wondering, I don't know if this is possible legally, but have you heard of anyone considering or finding out if it would be possible for the citizens of Springfield to bring a class action lawsuit against their government officials for allowing this to happen, or for putting them in danger, essentially, in all sorts of ways, and all kinds of other inconveniences, just making their life miserable and ruining their livelihoods through ruining the schematics of who will buy where and so forth. And I don't know. And Pires is a lawyer, by the way, and maybe he could answer that, and maybe Juan Pacheco could also, but I don't know if Juan's here at the moment. But have you heard any talk about that though, Shelly, or what was?
No, I haven't, and that's the problem. Our mayor is not doing anything, nothing. And I'm glad J.D. Vance actually brought this to life because he knows it's bad.
J.D. Vance is out of Ohio, by the way. Hillbilly Elegy. Are you a big supporter of J.D. Vance? Did you like J.D. Vance?
I do love him. I read his book way back when. He came up from. I do like him. Yeah.
We did a couple streams on JD Vance here. I guess it wasn't as complimentary. Oh, we have a American man. I'm sure he has a question for you. Hopefully, it'll be very concise. We don't want to waste your time. American man, you have a question for Shelly. Shelly's a Springfield, Ohio resident experiencing the migrant invasion from the Haitians. Any questions, American man?
Yes, hi, John Galt, the urban landlord. Thanks for having me up. And Shelly, thank you for coming here and taking questions. The only question I have is, what was your stance on immigration before it came to a town near you? Were you always anti this, or is this a new phenomenon because it has finally came to your doorstep, and when it wasn't on your doorstep, you were okay with it?
I have always been against illegal immigration. Always. You have seen the crime. You've seen the crime rate go up. You know that. The facts are the facts.
Okay, that's good. I'm just asking the questions. That's good.
And
that's good.
Okay, bring the Haitians here, but you can't dump them all in one fucking city. Shit, disperse them.
You want the Haitians dispersed? Don't bring them here.
Well, let me disagree with you.
Hold on, one person at a time. Go ahead, Shelly.
But you can't just dump them all in one fucking county and city, and it's awful.
You rather dump them in many little cities.
It's like literally we're the dumping ground.
Yeah.
You want to be the dumping ground?
No, hell no.
You come here, or you have them dump in your city, and then you tell me how you feel.
No, I
want like they're just bringing 500. Here you go. I'm a nurse. I'm a passionate person. But you can't dump 20,000 people in a city that can't handle that.
Yeah, I
don't know who in the right mind can even rationalize that. That's okay.
Well, Shelly, here's where I disagree with you. We shouldn't dump even one in your city.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Should be dumped is back in Haiti.
No.
I'm trying to be passionate.
Yeah, I like 0.
Yeah, 0. 0 is an amazing number when we're talking about illegals.
And these are the legal ones.
You know, Shelly, if the government made them all legal, would you be happy with 20,000 legal Haitian migrants in your town?
No. They're all legal.
Oh, wait a minute. Yours are legal. So you're immigrants.
No, they are legal.
Wow.
The Haitians are legal.
How the hell do they get to be legal?
They claim asylum.
Asylum lets you be here legally? Is that what it is?
And
Damn.
they're lined up at the DMV. Trust me. See it every day.
Oh, you know it. The new America here.
And they can just lie. When they claim asylum, they can say anything. I mean, I don't know how it can be checked out and verified.
Well, this, listen, right? We've heard the Democrats talk about white replacement for years now. And, unfortunately, a lot of people voted for this. And so now it's come to our doorstep. And, listen, I personally don't want them here. Not one of them. I'll even venture to say some of the legal ones got to get up out and got to get sent back. If we're really being honest.
If we have Latino for Trump up here. Latino, do you have a question? Go ahead, Shelly.
Oh, I don't have a question.
No, we just had someone just join here, and I'm sure he has a question for you. His name is Latino for Trump. Latino for Trump, you have a question for Shelly. She is a resident of Springfield, Ohio. We talked to her earlier.
You called me a redneck?
No, I said a resident. I'm sorry, a resident. No, not redneck. A resident, not a redneck. A resident. My southern accent.
Never.
Sometimes I'm from Alabama, Shelly. Sometimes this southern accent comes out. Well, I drag the words sometimes, Shelly. No, a resident of Springfield, Ohio, and she's discussing the Haitian immigration invasion. So go right ahead, Latino for Trump. Yeah.
How you doing, guys? And how you doing, Shelly? Thank you for doing this. My question is, aside from Haitians, did you see any other particular race of people there, or was it just Haitians?
I would say, okay, like I said, I am not racist at all. When I see people, I don't see color. I see people. So the way they are behaving in Springfield, I don't care if you're black, white, green, purple. I'm not that person.
No, I don't mean it by that way. It's also because this is also Venezuelan, so I also wondered if it's just Haitians or Venezuelans too, or etc.
Yes, it is. It is the Haitians. Yeah.
So you don't have many Venezuelans. So you don't have many Venezuelans in your town.
No.
Okay.
I have a Venezuelan client, and I love her. She's great.
Is she like a new arrival?
No.
Oh,
she's been here for a while.
Okay. All right. All right. We have a Haitian about to join the panel, but she's not a new arrival Haitian. And she likes to say that there are like waves of Haitians, the first wave, second wave, whatever. And these Haitians that are coming here now are different. They're not like, let's say, her parents that came here. So I'm sure she'll have a question or two, or maybe a comment. So welcome, Virgo, our resident Haitian, to the panel here. Half Haitian, by the way. Hey, Virgo, how's it going?
Sac passe, sac passe.
You probably heard that, Shelly. Virgo, we have Shelly here from Springfield, Ohio. She's a resident, and she's telling us about the migrant situation in Springfield. And I know that Virgo, you're Haitian or
Hi,
half
Shelly.
Haitian. Yeah. So,
Yeah,
Virgo,
my mom is not even full-blooded Haitian, but half Haitian. Yeah, so yeah.
We got an octoroon here, a quadroon. We have a Haitian quadroon here. So go ahead, Virgo.
Yeah. Hey, Shelly. Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm awesome. I'm awesome. Yeah, but it's been a great day. Awesome day.
Good.
So I just jumped on here because I was in between doing a lot of things. So I would like to hear a little bit more of what you're talking about, and then maybe I can jump in and have an opinion. But I didn't hear anything, so
Okay.
yeah.
All right. We'll get you up to speed. Snake, you got a question? Oh no, yeah, I'll give a recap in a second. Snake, you got a question while we got you here?
I got a question to the main panelists tonight.
You don't have a question for Shelly, Snake? Shelly, Snake, you don't have a question for Shelly?
Yeah,
Snake,
I do.
Shelly,
I do.
okay.
Are you originally from that community, or were you moved from another state? It's not a loaded question. It's just a question.
I think she's already answered that. She's originally. You're originally from Springfield, right?
I am born and raised here. I did leave for 18, 20 years, and lived in Columbus, Ohio. And I recently moved back 3 years ago. So yes, I was born and raised here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you got another question?
Anywhere else in the United States over the past? How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
Snake, she already answered the question. Come on now, you got to get you up to speed.
44.
We don't want to waste our time now. You got any questions, Snake?
Oh God, John. Okay. I have a question. Okay, do you think America will make it to election day?
Do I think America would what? I'm sorry.
He said, "Do you think America will make it to election day with all this turmoil?"
Well, I think it'll make it to election day. I think it'll be a disaster, but I think it'll make it.
All right. Virgo, to give you a recap here, Virgo, this is a Springfield, Ohio resident. We talked to her earlier today. She promised to call us back, and she did. And so now we have her on the panel, and she's.
I fulfill my promises.
You did. You did. I need to tell you that. I'll fulfill my promises. You made us a couple more promises, and we're going to hold you to those. Yeah. We definitely want to talk to your sister for sure.
Welcome to
the
the
real estate agent. That kind of interests me. Universal Jones, I see you join the panel. Do you have any questions for Shelly before we let Shelly go here? And then we're going to have a little recap and discuss this right here. Anyway, Virgo, you kind of up to speed now? You have any questions? People are giving you a lot of comments in the audience.
I can't see the comments at this moment, so I don't know.
Yeah, but I was just saying, Shelly, people are giving Shelly a lot of comments here.
Shelly. Okay, sorry.
Saying, you're awesome, Shelly. What a great woman.
Yes, welcome to the family. Shelly, I got another question. Are you going to lead a panel right now? Because we do go 24 hours.
Am I what?
Don't worry about that. Snake. We're trying to ask about it. He wants you to stay a little bit longer. So he's asking if you're going to leave. We don't want to talk about her leaving.
You want me to. Hey, I have to work tomorrow.
Oh, you look at that. We got you for
I got to go to work at 9.
We should get you a GoPro and let you ride around the Haitian area.
Oh no!
Would you be willing to do that? Can you get us some pictures of the Haitian stuff?
We should let him rescue the cats.
Would you be
willing?
We're
gonna let Solid rescue the cats.
Would you be?
Are you serious? Are you serious, Virgo?
Put y'all ass down. Y'all over here having a private conversation. Anyway, would you be willing to ride around and get like some pictures for us, like a GoPro or something? If we were to get you a camera where you could send it, yeah, yeah, we would love it. Or if you can send us a picture.
I will I will send you a picture, but I'm not freaking giving you a GoPro.
No, we'll give you a GoPro. We'll give you the
Okay,
GoPro.
well, you send me a GoPro.
And
Okay, you send me a GoPro.
if we send you a GoPro, would you go and get some footage of those migrants down there at their reservoir?
Yeah.
Mm.
But it's scary. It's scary because they do it at night.
Like a damn voodoo ritual going on down there.
Ma'am, John, what about a What about a drone?
A drone. That's what I was going to say. Do a drone.
You know how to work a drone?
It's Snyder Park. It's Snyder Park. It's bad. It's bad.
No, we were saying, do you know anyone that someone that you know would help you do a drone for us, like with a camera on there, and then you just fly it away, send us the video?
Yeah.
So you don't have to get anywhere near there. You don't have to risk yourself. You know, maybe one of your kids' friends know how to do it.
One at a time. Let it answer the question. Come on.
Sorry, I
You know
apologize.
how politics are, and you know how things can get connected. I don't even know any of you guys from Adam, and I'm not comfortable doing that.
I understand. Yeah.
No, completely understandable. Completely understandable.
Because I have children, and I have a family. Like, I'm not comfortable because I don't know you from, like I said, from Adam.
Well, we're going to get to know you over the next couple of weeks. We're going to get to know you
I
over
will
the
tell
next.
you everything you want to know from Springfield.
We're going to get to know you over the next couple of weeks, and then hopefully we'll get to know you over the next couple of weeks. You get a little bit more comfortable with us, and because I have a lot of people send me information behind the scenes, so maybe you can do that as well.
Shelly,
get more comfortable. Yeah.
Shelly, quick question. Well, just a quick couple questions. This is more up my alley, just for my own interest.
Yeah.
How is law enforcement reacting to this? Are they hesitant to go down there? Are they like, are they afraid of have you noticed any kind of like hesitancy on behalf of the police, not just for politics reasons, but actual maybe fear or hesitancy for them to deal with this amount of people? Or do they feel understaffed? You know, those kind of things.
All right. You got it. Go.
Well, first of all, I'm a nurse. I work like 12-hour shifts, 18-hour shifts. Like, so I'm not here all the time. I don't go downtown all the time. I do know it's a very, very, very bad problem. I have not, and I told you, I will be very transparent. Have I seen, like, yes, I've seen them fucking carrying hate, like, fuck geese. But yes, I've seen that. But downtown, I just know what I hear and I see.
I guess what I'm saying is, what do the cops do?
Yeah.
My question, maybe what I'm saying, Shelly, is what do the cops do? Do they just go whatever, who cares, and walk away? What do they do? What do the cops do?
Well, I don't know. I'm not a cop.
Well, when they're driving around and they're having, when they're driving around, when the Haitians are driving around.
Like, seriously, honestly, I don't even know why you're asking me that question. I'm not a cop. Why the fuck would you ask me that question?
Well,
I'm not a cop.
Well, I think
ask the cops that question.
Well, I think what he's asking you is, does there seem to be
He's asking me what are the cops doing? I don't know what they're doing. They're doing nothing.
Right, and I think that's what he's
that's an answer. Yeah, I don't know what the aggression. I'm just asking a genuine question. Like, if I was in my neighborhood and I saw a bunch of crime and I was calling them,
you know what?
You're right. Come out. I was aggressive. I'm sorry. I apologize for that.
Thank you. No, it's okay. I get your frustration. It's completely understandable.
All right, and Pierce, God damn, you don't have to read a book to say, "Oh, I accept your apology." Go ahead.
They're not. The problem is, to your answer, is they're not doing anything.
That's perfect. Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. I assumed that. That's what the fear I had was. So thank you very much. Yeah, no, and my last question would be: has anyone gone to like the district attorneys locally or anything?
They have a town meeting the other night, and they literally shut down. Nobody could talk more than 30 seconds. That's how bad it was.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate. Yeah, I saw that. that's a good thing. Also, you guys maybe should get together and sue for a First Amendment violation for Open Records and Everything Act, because you guys are allowed to speak at town halls. So
it was awful.
Do you attend those meetings? Do you attend those meetings, or do you plan on attending more?
I've been to one.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been to one.
Do you plan on going back after the way they treated you?
It was a complete shit. It was the last one. Like I said, I moved here 3 years ago, back here. And this is the first time that I actually had to do this. And it was an absolute shit show.
Did we watch some of the video? I think we watched the video of her city council.
we did, John. That's what I was saying. I saw that, and that's why you can have a very serious class action.
We watched some of your video. Well, not your video, but we watched some video from your city council meeting. And I don't remember that one.
It was awful.
I don't remember that one as much as I remember the one. Well, I do. That was the one. I'm trying to think. Which one was it? We watched so many. The Sylacauga one is the one that really sticks in my mind. It's another small town similar to yours where they bring in Haitian migrants in. And the city council was just absolutely flippant toward the people. They even shut the meeting down after 3 questions. They said, you know what? I'm not talking anymore. And this is done. That was Sylacauga, yeah, I think, right?
Hey, Shelly, are the Haitian kids in school with the local kids? Yeah, in high school or elementary school?
Are they what?
Are they in school with the local citizens? Kids?
They're putting like 19, 20-year-old people in high school in our kids' schools.
Now, why are they putting 19-year-olds in high school?
My niece is in school. She's 10 years old. 10. And she's in school with a 16-year-old Haitian.
Lord have mercy.
In the same classroom or just in general?
Same classroom. Yeah.
Lord have mercy.
What the hell?
Lord have mercy.
That's going to cause problems.
Shirley, let me ask you this question. Have there been any problems in the schools with these Haitians?
Do what?
Have there been any problems in the schools with the Haitians? And before you answer, the reason why I ask you this question is, we've been talking about how they are very low IQ, the Haitians, some of them, right? And that may be the reason why they had a 16-year-old in your 10-year-old's class. And so I'm wondering, like, have you experienced any problems in the schools with the Haitians?
Those are not my children. They're my nieces. So I cannot answer 100% on that. But I will say, you cannot have 16-year-olds in a 10-year-old class. That's just absolutely ridiculous. And you're talking about crime, and it just sickens me. It literally sickens me.
Shelly, on a personal level, just as a human being, have you personally felt the need to like increase your security, with cameras, maybe a dog, other things you could buy to protect yourself because of this?
Can I ask a question?
We just had a question. Let her answer one question at a time. Go ahead, Shelly.
It didn't need to come to that. I already had it for this.
Oh, okay. I just thought, like the personal, because do you feel every day like you're in danger personally, like at your house or when you go to the store?
No. Okay, yeah, absolutely. When I go to the store, yes, I check my car. I make sure. I never locked my car before. Never.
Are the Haitians hanging around at the grocery store that you go to?
Yes, they do. Yes. Grocery Land on South Limestone. Check it out.
Grocery Land on South Limestone.
Grocery Land on South Limestone. Yeah.
Shelly, quick question. Would you say there are more men or women migrants that have been moved in? And what would you say their ages are?
Both. How am I supposed to know what they are? Black don't crack.
Ask you a question. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, please?
That's funny, Shelly.
That's a good one there, Shelly.
Good job, Shelly. That's a good one.
Hey, Shelly, you know we have an autistic man that comes up here. He say nigger all day long. Yeah, that's his spiel. So you can say whatever. You can say whatever you like of it, Shelly. You come back and that's gonna be your. We might. Someone clip that shit.
Yeah, you gotta. That Shelly, you're famous now. That's gonna be great.
You know, that was funny.
That was great. Great.
That was good. Parent participation is at PTA meetings.
Okay.
What would you say the parent teacher? What do you say the ratio is as far as communication amongst this immigrant invasion?
Are they civically minded?
Do you think the parent?
Hold on, Snake. Now I got it. You run on.
Understand any of that.
Are they civically minded? Is what you want to do? Are they, do they help out in the community? Do they go to parent-teacher conferences? Those type of things. You have a daughter in high school. Have you seen Haitians showing up at the parent-teacher conferences? That type of thing.
I don't go to parent-teacher conferences because my daughter only takes one class. She's a senior.
Okay.
She takes online college classes. I don't need to go to parent-teacher conferences.
Gotcha.
My daughter is a 4.2 student. I don't need to go to parent-teacher conferences.
Wait. Your child is a 4.2 student, and you don't think you need to involve yourself in parent-teacher conferences?
Well, Snake, she just said her child only has. No, that don't worry about that. She only her child only takes one class. She's basically about to graduate.
She takes online college classes.
Yeah, online.
And congratulations on your daughter, by the way, or your child. That's great, man. Great success on, and I hope they go to a great university.
Yeah, where's she going to college, by the way?
She is.
Where's she going to college, by the way? We talk about something more positive.
I will not tell you.
Yeah, that's fair.
No. We're just saying thank you, congratulations. No, we're saying congratulations. That's all.
Yeah. Did she get?
I will tell you.
Mm-hmm. Tell
she's
us.
a D1. She's a D1 softball player.
Yeah, that's a. Oh, there you go. Okay, all right. Did she get a scholarship or no?
Both my daughters have D1 scholarships.
Look at that.
Wow,
okay.
you're gonna have a Olympians someday.
No, they don't have Olympians in softball. But I wish they did, but they don't.
All right. There you go. Any other questions for Shelly? She has been gracious. Go ahead.
Shelly, being a nurse, I was wondering if you've, since this has begun to happen, this influx of Haitians, have you noticed an uptick in like unusual kind of tropical pathogens coming into the hospital? Different kinds of diseases that aren't typically found with American citizens?
Okay, you have to ask that again because it was broken up. I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay. Since you're a nurse, I wondered if you've noticed an increase in tropical type pathogens, types of unusual diseases and things that aren't found typically in American citizens that have come through your hospital system.
I still can't understand everything.
Okay, let me see if I can give it to you, Shelly. Any unusual diseases that you haven't seen typically that you might attribute to this migrant invasion? Since you work in the hospital.
Hepatitis and HIV is definitely getting positive way more than ever in the CDC. But I don't check the CDC all the time because, you know what? Are you there?
Yeah, we're here. Live in effect. 24 hours a day.
Are you up 24 hours a day?
Yeah, you can log on anytime. Talk to someone live.
But when do you sleep?
We have a host of people. But most of those people don't sleep anyway. We have Get Crack up here. He doesn't sleep much.
I slept all right last night. Let Stanley take over.
We have Stanley, the liberal, who wants to flood your neighborhood with migrants, and he doesn't sleep very much. He's probably over here clacking like a seal. I'm sorry.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah, sure.
What's your stance? What do you believe? What do you think?
All right, we're going to go around the panel here. We'll start with the all-seeing guy.
I'm all Trump. I believe this is we're heading towards third world status since we're bringing in the third world, unless we at least put a slowdown on this. I think Trump's the only way we slow it down even. And that's all I can think of as a start. I mean, we have to get him out of here and prioritize him towards worst to least worst, but whatever. I don't really care how it's done. I think we just got to start getting him out of here. I don't care how politically unpopular it is. It's a matter of our country remaining like at all like it ever was. And that's how I feel.
You want to get Trump out?
No.
You want to get the Haitians out.
I want Trump in because I think he's our chance to get them out. Yes.
He want to get all the migrants. Would you say all the migrants are just the Haitians?
No, all the illegals.
All the
First
illegals.
of all. And even some of the legal ones that are lying about their asylum cases, because you have criminals just lying about, giving a sob story.
All right, 12th man, give us a very concise answer to her questionnaire, 12th man.
Well, I agree with the last gentleman that we got to get them out one way or the other, John Gall.
Imperious, your thoughts?
Yes, good evening. Thank you. Yeah, Kelly, I'm a religious conservative. So to me, I would say I don't want any legal or illegal immigration, and I would like to deport every illegal immigrant and legal immigrant that has come in the last 15 years, along with all of their children.
American man.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yes. Good evening.
He doesn't agree with what?
I agree. No, I was saying I agree with you, but I would go much further. Being a religious conservative, I would like to deport. I would like no legal or illegal immigration, and I personally would like to deport every legal and illegal immigrant that's come in the last 15 years and their children.
Can I answer to that, please?
Okay, we got Virgo coming up next. You want to answer her question, Shelley's question? What are your thoughts about?
No, I want to answer.
But that's not the question. We'll get to him next, but you got to answer Shelley's question. Shelley wants to know what are your thoughts
about what? About illegal immigrants?
Shelley, can you repeat your question one more time?
I just want you guys' opinion, because you guys are the one that called me. You are the one that called me about my opinion about this.
Virgo, what are your thoughts about the Haitian?
Virgo, what my opinion is.
Virgo, what are your thoughts?
What is your opinion?
Virgo, what are your thoughts about the Haitian immigrants being flooded into this town of 60,000 people, 20,000 Haitians?
Well, why is it a talk about the Haitian immigrants that's been flooded in? How about any immigrant that's been flooded in?
Exactly.
It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. You are getting the worst of 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 people coming in right now. And it's not the people that came here to do something and to make their lives better and to contribute to this country. It's not. And if I may, I want to address Imperious with getting rid of the legal immigrants.
Well, we get to Imperious. We get to Imperious. Imperious is he's a little eccentric here. I just want to make sure she gets to hear everyone on the panel. American man, your thoughts, your response to her thoughts. She wants to know, what are your thoughts on this immigration? We're asking her. We're putting her in the hot seat.
Well, Shelley, let me say this right. 70% of the people on this panel agree with your stance. Now, as far as my stance on this, they all need to go, and we need to stop letting legal and illegals in for at least 10 to 15 years until we sort out America and we get to a place where we can then allow more illegals in the right way, or legals as some would like to say it. But yeah, I think they all have to go. This is not going to work. It's not healthy for a country. It's not healthy for the illegals. And I also believe that our government are using illegals to enact tyranny against us. That's what I believe.
I think that's everyone. Unless Crack wants to chime in, I doubt he wants to chime in.
Well, I think Americans, man's suggestion's interesting.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit,
I like
no,
that one.
Hold on, hell no. Snake, I told you about talking on people. Go ahead. Sorry, Shelley. Go ahead. What do you say, Shelley?
I can have my fiance chime in if you want.
Oh, you got your fiance. Oh, see, I asked you if you were married, but I didn't ask about a fiance.
Whoa.
You want to put your fiance up here, Shelley? Go ahead, put your fiance. We would love it. We would love to hear a man's point of view on this, right?
Go.
Hello.
What's up, Shelley's paramour or bro? What should we call you? You want a nickname here?
You just call me Matt.
All right, full disclosure here, Matt. I'm John Galt. You on with the urban landlord here. We have Get Crack up here. Get Crack is one of my hosts. It's just his name. He doesn't smoke crack or anything like that. And we've been talking about immigration on this channel for weeks on end now. And so we reached out to your significant other there to talk about immigration. She's one of the few people to even answer our calls and take questions honestly. So since you're on the line, why not get your feel of this whole immigration situation? What do you think about what's going on in Ferguson?
Springfield.
I think that it's
Springfield shit.
Disgraceful. The border is an absolute disgrace. This is an invasion. This is not incompetence. This is planned. And what's really going to be bad is when they cut off the benefits to them. What's going to happen then? Because now they're here. We don't even have any idea who these people are, where they're coming from. You know, you see the pictures at the border. It's a bunch of military-age men. It's not families or anything. It's an invasion, and it's absolute treason. There shouldn't be military tribunals. People executed over this.
Matt, you're sounding right up my alley, my friend. This is the question I asked your significant other. Do you believe, Matt, that this is more of a contempt by your government, that they just want to do this to you?
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Like I said, this is non-incompetence. This is all orchestrated. This is planned, and it is absolute treason.
I see it the same way, man.
Matt, you need to join our channel. This is the Urban Landlord on YouTube. I am John Galt. We stream 24 hours a day. We talk about these things on a regular basis. And I live in DC and New York, so I often go to the migrant shelters in New York and DC and get footage that most people don't get. And it kind of refutes the narrative that the government is putting out. And so we've heard a lot about your mayor. He said that there are no Haitians down there eating the geese and the cats and the dogs. What have you seen of the behavior? How would you describe the behavior of the migrant Haitians in your town?
You know,
Illegals. Let's use the correct term.
Exactly. Well, they just found a decapitated pig.
Thank you, American man.
God damn it. I'm gonna put all y'all ass back. Hold on, Matt. I'm gonna have to do some house cleaning because these motherfuckers will talk over you. Excuse my language, man. One more time, I'll put all y'all ass backstage. We good on that?
Okay.
Not you, Matt, but I'm talking We don't want to talk over him. He's giving us some inside information here. We've been bullshitting in the news, and this guy's giving it to us. Let's let him talk and respect him now. Go right ahead, Matt. You found what again?
That they found a lady found a decapitated pig's head in Snyder Park in Springfield today. They're taking geese and ducks, pets. It's just unbelievable. These people are savages. They're not even. I don't even consider them human to behave this way, to invade this place. And Springfield is a mess right now because of it. They have nowhere to live, rent through the roof. Nobody wants to move here. It's terrible.
Wait a minute. I am the urban landlord, and you just said something that piqued my interest here. You said no one wants to live there, but the rents are through the roof. Can you explain why that would be?
Yeah, supply and demand. It's just the places that these migrants are occupying. You've got illegals. You've got people who actually like college students or people who are in apartments. There's no supply because all of these illegals are here, and so of course they're going to jack the rent up. It's terrible.
Gotta get the rent up. That's true.
Oh, hey, hello, Matt. I have a quick question for you. Has there been any talk? I mean, we're all anonymous here and everything. I just want. Has there been any talk about with the men in the community that things may need to be done?
I've talked to a couple of people that take it into your own hands, No,
I'm not suggesting. I'm just saying, has there been talk that things may happen in the future?
Oh yeah, it's a powder keg. It's 100% gonna happen. The crime will be out of control. You're gonna have to go healed because these people have no respect for life, and there's gonna be some serious problems.
How have you been preparing for these? How have you been preparing for these serious problems here, sir? You don't have to tell us the inner details, but have you been preparing for these serious problems? Have you been looking to move? What?
No, because where we are, what's that? Where we are is we're not in the downtown part of the city, so we're kind of off the beaten path a little bit. But I'm ready to rock and roll. I keep my head on a swivel, and you see these when I go to gas stations, they're everywhere, and you gotta be very vigilant, very very aware of your surroundings because these people don't care about anything.
What type of work do you do in Springfield?
I'm in sales, outside sales.
Has it affected your business at all with the migrants being there?
I don't do a lot of sales in Springfield. It's more Central Ohio. So, but no, I mean, I wouldn't say it's affected my business, but I know a lot of businesses are affected over. I know realtors. I know that just restaurants, people working in public. It's a mess. It's an absolute mess.
Are you willing? Do you have any pictures of some of this migrant stuff that you'd be willing to share with us?
Pictures?
Yeah, a video. Video would be better.
I don't have any pictures. No.
Yeah, all right.
I don't have it.
Hey, John.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe they should set up a Cash App if they don't have one, and we can send them money to get the pictures.
Yeah. You guys have a Cash App? We can put your Cash App up on the banner right now, and we would.
Cash App?
Or Venmo or something. Or Venmo. Yeah, Venmo. We'll put your Venmo.
Money?
No. We're not asking for money. We're offering to send you money.
Can I ask a quick question?
Hold on. We can't really hear you, Shelly. Sorry about that. You may be away from the phone. But we do have another question. Is this for Matt? Go ahead, Rashu.
Go ahead.
First of all, good evening, everybody. But yeah, I just wanted to ask the new panelist here. So when did you because I think is it Mike
Matt, but make it concise, Rashid.
Matt.
Come on now.
Yeah.
4-hour question.
All right,
Come on.
Matt. All right, my bad. Cool. Matt, when did you start seeing the influx of people coming out to the sticks where you are?
Influx to where we are, or are you talking about downtown?
I think they're only downtown, Rashid.
You said every time you
at
went
the
to the
stores.
stores.
Downtown Columbus or downtown Springfield?
Yeah, Columbus or Springfield.
Okay, all right, I got you. All right, whatever.
So basically, they're downtown. They're not where they live. They live outside of Springfield, and so when they go shopping to like the grocery store, what's the name of the grocery store? Grocery Land. They see the migrants there.
Oh yeah. When I'm at the store, you got to really, like I said, be vigilant. I'm always looking around. They're everywhere, and it is a huge influx. And they're just standing out there. Your gas stations just standing and hanging out in the parking lot. I don't even know if they have homes or what they're doing, but it's a major problem. There's going to be it's a powder keg, and it's only a matter of time before.
Matt,
Go ahead. One question at a time. Who's
Matt, really quick.
That was me.
Have you noticed any other increase in other crimes like vandalism, burglary, assault at all? Has there been other increases?
Yeah, absolutely. And car thefts are out of control, completely out of control. It's in fact, I know multiple people that have had their cars stolen just in the last few months. It's just mind.
Did the Haitians steal the cars?
Oh yeah, yep, absolutely. It's
is that why there's so many accidents going? People driving into buildings and having car accidents.
Yeah, they have no idea how to drive. They have no clue about traffic signals. They've killed multiple people because they can't drive, and nothing's being done about it. Nothing. It's like if you bring it up, you're a bad person for bringing it up. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I just heard about the car accident thing being a problem literally today, and I literally had to go to Brave because Brave is the only browser that when you actually type in something, it's unscripted.
How are you just now hearing about that?
Hearing about what incident are you referring to?
When the Haitian hit the school bus and killed a kid.
Oh yeah. It just now really got disseminated around the country. Maybe the last day or so. At least that's when I heard of it. And we're kind of actively looking. Other people aren't really paying attention to this type of news. I want to bring your attention to something, Shelly and Matt. We discussed the news, business news, things like that here in America and around the world, actually. And so here's one thing out of your hometown that may pique your interest, Shelly, Matt. 2 Haitian Creole driver education classes planned for Springfield, Ohio. So the roads are getting safer. Slowly but surely, the roads are getting safer. 2 Haitian Creole language driving education classes will be held early next month as part of an effort to aid more Haitian immigrants in obtaining valid licenses.
Yeah.
The classes will be held December 1st and December 13th from 9 a.m. to noon
Can we have like a protest against that?
I'm sorry?
Can we have a protest against that?
Well, as sooner or later, people like your husband might show up to protest or burn the building down before the event starts. The event will be held from 9 to noon at Career Connect ED. We may call and register for that at 700 South Limestone Street. Shelly, do you know what that is? Matt, you know what that is? 700 South Limestone.
I'm like 5 miles from that.
To attend classes, you'd have to register in advance at the Springfield St. Vincent de Paul. You ever heard of that, Shelly, Matt? The Springfield St. Vincent DePaul. According to Peggy Johnson, the Haitian Services, facilitator for the nonprofit. Peggy Johnson said the classes will cover essential rules of the road to know, signage, and more. She said Johnson Solomon, a patient advocate at Rocking Horse Community Health Center, you guys know what that is, filmed a video of the Ohio Department of Transportation in Haitian Creole.
Okay.
Can they read American road signs?
I have a question. I have a question.
Give me 1 second. It might be easier for them to pass their driving test if they take this. Since a Haitian driver was involved in a school bus accident that killed an 11-year-old and injured dozens of other Northwestern students. Yep, I'm reading an article. Reading from an article. Dozens of Springfielders have expressed concerns at city commission meetings regarding the influx of Haitians. Thousands of Haitians have come to Springfield in recent years. Estimates range from 5 to 10,000. You say it's 20. Other numbers have said it's 20. According to the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, immigrants with a permanent residence card, known as a green card, go through the same process as non-immigrant driver's license applicants. They must present their green card and social security card if one was issued, and a proof of Ohio residency before they can take the computer test. You said it's a computer test, right, Shelley?
Yep.
So at least they're going to be teaching them how to drive and having classes. Driving is much different in Haiti than in the U.S., according to John Hopkins. In Haiti, there are few road or traffic signs or working lights. Traffic is often congested and road conditions are poor. Traffic rules are often ignored and unenforced. You know, Shelley, Portia, I think our resident host here, was showing the bus that was overturned by the migrant, Shelley, and it looks like he drove across the grass to hit the bus. Is that right? He drove Go ahead.
I'm not a police officer, so I'm not going to speak on that, but he did cause the accident.
Wow, that is really amazing. Someone had a question here.
I was going to ask if when you see them out in town shopping and you pass by them, do any of them attempt to be friendly, like smile, nod hello, or do they appear hostile, or do they intentionally try to, you know what I mean, on an average basis?
Yeah, they do not try to assimilate or be friendly at all.
Okay.
Are they speaking English? Are they speaking English?
No.
Are they speaking French?
It's very rare that I hear English.
I saw a video earlier. I was watching Anthony Brian Logan. It was a guy who went up to Springfield and he was walking through the town asking people questions, and he was talking to a guy, and the guy was, in the words of Black, excoriating all the Haitians that were in his neighborhood. And one Haitian did come outside and they turned the camera around and he waved, and the guy, you know, pretty much called him a hick and get the fuck out of here. I don't want to talk to you. But I mean, that's one guy, but you know, he was, you know.
It is one guy. You know, it's one guy, and you know what? It's sad because I'm sure there are good people. There are good people up in there. Like, they're good Haitians. I'm sure they are. There's a lot of bad ones. And the mayor is absolutely fucking shit now.
Well, I would say that they're bad because they're not trying to assimilate to what's going on in our country. They're trying to treat it like it's their country. In their country, they can go and just grab wild animals and kill them. In our country, you have to get permits. You have to go to certain areas. yeah, you have invasive species, right? And I don't think that it's illegal to kill invasive species, but that's a different story, right? These people are just grabbing free game. But I'll shut up.
Right. Correct.
Bad.
Well, we really thank you. If there are there any more questions, otherwise we probably
Yeah,
should.
yeah. I wanted to ask a couple questions if that was okay, John.
Sure.
Sure. Thank you. Matt and Kelly, thank you again for your guys' honesty and taking the time to, enlighten us kind of on what's going on there. We really appreciate your courage. My question.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Oh, thank you. No, you guys are really good. I know how it is in suburban world in a small town, how things get around and how, Oh, anyways, I apologize, John.
Well, the problem is like the big time media wants to like project everything they think they know. They don't know shit until they've been here.
Yeah.
They're actively suppressing it.
Yeah, they're actively manipulating and creating their own reality that everyone thinks it is.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, guys, just a quick couple questions. Now, how full are a lot of people being involved in the town and city halls, like when they go there, when we're watching that, are they full or is it just like half the town?
Yes. They went to the city town hall and they, you know what? They gave them 30 seconds a piece. 30 seconds. This is why I hate Springfield right now. They gave them 30 seconds to actually talk anything, to speak. They shut them up because Springfield knows that they're on a big, on a caliber.
And I guess the last question would be: now, do you feel that the officials or the elected officials are even afraid of being, booted out of office? Like not reelected? Do you feel the town wants is there a friction in the town that half want this, half don't, or is this a uniform?
For them right now, I vote them out.
I guess then the last question would be: is there any split between the town? Is this a political divide in your town? Do more left people say?
Town,
wow.
No,
Okay.
It's not. The whole town hates right now what's going on. The whole town.
Thank you, Shelley. Thank you.
So are you saying that you're?
I have a comment. I have a comment as well.
Go ahead. What's your comment, Virgo?
For our city manager to say that it's not a problem, it's embarrassing and bullshit.
Yeah.
And every single person in Springfield knows it. And they will not vote for Harris. Absolutely will not vote for her. Just because, honestly, if they were on the fence, that just sold it.
Well, my comment is,
you can't tell me this
just
isn't an issue.
Okay.
You cannot tell me this isn't an issue when it is.
Virgo, you had a comment there?
Yeah. Well, my comment is, why is it allowed, especially if you live in Florida, probably Texas as well, or any other bordering states? Why is it allowed that you can't get a job if you don't speak Spanish? What's the difference? Because I want to know. What's the difference?
Relevance of this question? I don't even know what the hell that has no relevance at all to this conversation.
Yes, it does, because everybody's saying that. Everybody's saying that. Oh, Haitians this, Haitians that. What's the difference? What's the difference between having to speak Creole? Why not make this a Creole country? Why don't we speak Creole here?
She doesn't have to answer that.
Well, hold on, John.
No,
let's not let it go down this road.
That was a rhetorical question.
Virgo.
What I'm trying to say.
No, hold on.
Please let me finish. What I'm trying to say is that we're cuckolded, to speaking Spanish, and thank God I know it. But there are so many opportunities for us Americans that if you don't speak Spanish, you will not get a job. I am telling you, here in Florida.
Spanish or English. I'm talking about these people that are coming into my county that are fucking everything up.
Master Kim, you have a question here?
Well, this is the first time I got to respond to something that was happening before. So I'm sorry, Shelly. I'm sorry that if you think that I was responding to you.
No, that's okay. Hold on. Shelly, Matt, I have my co-host here, HB2N. We do an overnight trucking show, Shelly, Matt. It's a pretty entertaining and informative show, usually starting most mornings, I should say. And so we have my co-host, HB2N, and we have our resident Korean business expert here. And we have a pilot has joined the building. He's landed here. So we have some, fairly intelligent people that want to ask you some questions here. We're going to start off with HB2N, our resident host here. HB, you got questions? We have Shelly and Matt from Springfield, Ohio, by the way. Go ahead.
Shelly and Matt, thank you for calling in today. I really do appreciate it. Now, one thing I know about Americans that go to Haiti, a lot of times they get sacrificed, and sometimes the women get raped. Has there been any raping?
Lies.
In Springfield?
I know you all can hear me. Here's what I'm telling you. We have veterans and homeless people on the street. We are bringing millions of people in this country. What? And they're getting more benefits than our fucking veterans do. And how you guys can actually fucking defend that? Please tell me. Please tell me.
Well, I don't think anyone is defending it. Maybe one or two people may be a bit sympathetic, but I think most people, I think HB2N, my co-host, he's wondering, have the crimes...
My grandfathers are veterans and buried at Arlington.
Yeah. We can hear the passion in your voice. And again, we cover this every day almost, at least we devote.
Sit here and say, I'm sorry the Haitians have a shitty fucking life. I'm sorry. Not my problem. My problem is my veterans.
I don't have a shitty life. I have a wonderful life. Because my parents came here. My mom came here. No. Let me finish. Let me address this, please. My mom came here. She came here on a student visa. And she worked her ass off. She worked her ass off and became a nurse. Okay? That is more than people.
I'm going to put it backstage for 1 second because I'm not disagreeing. Blacks, you can join. I'm not disagreeing. I don't think anyone's criticizing, Haitians that are coming here. But look, we got Master Kim and we have our resident pilot. He just landed. So Master, he just landed in the building here. Master Kim, do you have a question for Shelly and or Matt?
Oh yeah,
let
Bob and Blacks go first, please.
Bob, you're up next. You have a question for Shelly, the Springfield resident here. Shelly and Matt.
Okay, go for it.
I just got in. I just want to make a quick statement.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't see the Democrats winning. I know there's a lot of him and haw and fear, but I just don't see it. If for nothing else, Pennsylvania would tip the scales. But we are always underpolled as Republicans. Democrats are always overpolled. There's a massive entrenchment of people who were Democrats coming to the Republican Party. Black men are coming over to the Republican Party left and right. I don't see the Democrats winning. So to Shelly and to everybody, I think election night is going to be a very good night. I don't see them taking it, man.
I want everybody to have a great night.
Hope you're right.
What I'm saying is I am not racist. I am not anything at all. I love everybody. But Springfield is fucked up right now. It's bad.
Oh, Shelly, you don't have to do that whole disclaimer about racism here. If you were, we probably welcome you with open arms even more.
Yeah, Shelly, we have open races here. It's okay.
There are open races here. So you're more than fit in here. Any other questions for Shelly?
Yep, I do.
Go ahead, yeah, Master Kim.
Yep. So, Shelly, thank you and Matt big time for providing the best content out of thousands and thousands of channels on the internet right now. John Galt, the urban landlord, everyone subscribe. Shelly, if you don't mind, had the rumors or facts that you've heard, how did this big, massive population of Haitians end up where you folks are? Did they take a boat to get off the island? What are some of the rumors that you've heard that how they were able to leave the islands?
What are you talking about the island? Because you broke up.
Let me repeat. I'll repeat it for you, Shelly. Shelly, let me repeat his question for you. He's just wondering, how did they cross the water and then end up in your town? Are there any rumors, any like anything floating around as to how they?
Well, I've been asked. That's why I've been asking everybody. It's the government. They do that. How are they allowed to do it? Do you think they just did it on their own?
Hey, John, can you ask Shelly if she plans on learning Creole?
I don't think Shelly wants to learn Creole. Now, I don't think Shelly plans. Shelly's a nurse and she lives outside of Springfield, so she's not in and around or doing business with the migrants. And her significant other is in sales, so I don't think they have much social or business interaction with the migrants. Is that fair to say, Shelly? You don't have much interaction with the migrants.
In the hospital, yeah.
Oh, you do. That's right.
Outside sales.
You know,
he does, yeah.
You know, my I see one of our other co-hosts is.
The thing is, how did they get here? Is the question. I would love the answer to that question.
Hey, Portia, I see that one of our other hosts is joined, and our wonderful editor, Portia J. And she's a woman, and we do have other women in the chat. You mentioned something earlier about C-sections. Can you go back into that again?
The HIV rate from the Haitians coming into this county is exponential.
And you were saying that is what led to more C-sections in the hospitals?
Okay, you know what that means? More C-sections you have, they don't have money. They're not paying for that. So do you know who's paying for that?
The taxpayer.
Us.
Wow, that is amazing. Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, I didn't even think about the added cost of a C-section. Yeah.
They don't have money. They have a green card. They have a card.
Oh,
they don't have money. We are paying for that. Our tax dollars will go up.
Damn, I ain't even think about that. Like that's considered a surgery, right? Where you go?
No, it's considered going to grab gumballs. Of course, it's considered a damn surgery.
Right, that's a surgery.
$30,000 you're looking at.
Wait a minute, you say
you know what?
You say it's 20.
Don't have money.
Wait a minute,
They
you say
don't have money to pay for it.
Wait a minute, you say a C-section is how much? A C-section is how much? 20.
$20,000, $30,000. It doesn't matter. Complications can rise.
Wow.
And that's just there, John.
Hey, Shelly,
everywhere else is more expensive.
Got a question.
Shelly, would you? Hi, Shelly. Hi, Shelly. How are you? Hi, hey, Shelly. Sorry to, I just wanted to ask a quick.
Dollars are paying for it.
Go ahead,
Shelly.
yeah.
Hi, Shelly. Would you be surprised to know that in states like California, this has been happening for about 30 years?
Will I be surprised about what?
To know that, no, I'm just asking, would you be surprised to know that this has been happening in states like California for 30 years?
What's happening?
Bringing in illegals, dumping them in cities and putting them on tax dollars and then making it by law that everybody.
No, I'm not surprised that it's getting worse.
Yeah. No, I'm just wondering because I think I guess what I would wonder is, have you been noticing any pushes by your politicians to make it so that everybody in the state must be covered by law, by Medi-Cal, Medicare?
I don't want that.
By law, by Medi-Cal, Medicare?
Nope.
Okay, I have a question.
And you guys know that.
Again, right? I asked, and I asked this earlier, but I'm gonna ask it again.
What is that? Are you asking about
Have
abortion?
you?
What are you asking?
No, I'm gonna ask at this point. I'm gonna sort of pivot a little bit to your voting patterns, and I'm gonna ask.
Well, I don't know who you are because you're not the person that I was talking to earlier, just a minute ago.
No, yeah.
So who are you?
Oh, this is an American man. Sorry.
I'm American man. I am American, and I am a man, and I am anti-immigration, and I am pro-Trump and pro-America.
Okay, that doesn't mean anything. Who are you?
Well, he's a panelist on the show tonight, and he just has a question for you. He's asked you a
And
question.
I'm pro-Trump and I'm pro-America. I believe in America first. So, but I do have to ask a question, right?
Okay.
Have you always voted anti-immigration, or was it sort of something that you voted for things that they involved immigration, but it didn't affect you, so in that moment it's fine because you only heard about it affecting other people, but it never affected you, so you voted for things that were anti-you, and now it's come home to roost?
No, I voted for Trump in 2016. I will vote for him every single time. I do not believe Hillary Clinton. They're fucked up. The whole Democrats are fucked up.
Okay, thank you.
You're gonna get me right.
I agree.
So this is what that's kind of.
May I ask a question?
I don't like everything Trump says, but you know what? I believe in him and I believe in our country, and he is the only one that will do it. Kamala Harris is a joke.
Hey, blacks. Could I just ask this real quick before you?
Sure, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is what I wanted to ask earlier, but I didn't want to butt in, right? But I wanted to ask, in your count, is it a township or a city or what?
Why do you care?
Goddamn, Rush, does that matter? Just answer the goddamn question. Got this lady on the line. It don't fucking matter.
Let me ask a question real quick. Let me ask her a question.
Why do you
in
care?
your area?
John, may I ask her a
voting
question?
more Republican, or are they voting more on the other side?
What are you asking me?
Is your town, he's asking concisely, is your town Republican or Democrat leaning?
I don't know.
Okay.
I feel like.
No, I mean,
Why
like,
are you guys doing this?
no, we just,
This is the problem.
yeah, well, no, I guess
What
people
do you
just
mean
have.
your town? I don't know. Do you think I go around my town and ask everybody what they're voting? Jesus fucking Christ.
No, I know. I guess he's asking like.
Job. I go to work.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think I go around and ask my neighbors who they're voting for?
Right.
Why are you asking me questions?
Understood.
Well, I have a question. Hi, may I ask you a question?
You need to apologize for asking me that question because that's fucking absurd.
I don't know who that was, but I'm somebody different. My name's Black Suitify. I am a resident racist, and I'm black. Okay, I don't give a shit about any illegal aliens. I'm gonna reiterate. I'm asking you a question. Thank you. I don't give a shit about illegal aliens whatsoever. I can't stand them, and I do hate. Okay, I am a racist. I do believe that there are superior people. So I'm going to ask you this: when is your next election? Do you care about that?
When is the next election?
When is your next election? Where you live? Since we're asking about where you live, when is your next election? Do you know or do you not know?
The 5th.
All right. Are you going to vote against your mayor?
Absolutely. After what?
Okay. Are you going to ask your friends to go register and vote against your mayor?
Why are you asking me what I'm going to ask my friends?
I'm going to reiterate that question because it sounds like you're not getting it. Are you going to ask your friends, your people, the people you know, are they registered to vote so that they can vote against your mayor because your one vote isn't going to do it? So are you going to ask your friends and the people you know, are they going to vote against that mayor?
Hey, Shannon, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question
I
in
don't
a
need to
slightly
ask them
different.
because all my friends will vote the way I vote. So I don't
Right.
need to ask
Okay,
them.
so that's a yes. Thank you. Thank you for answering concisely. Thank
I
you.
don't ask them anything. I don't need to ask them anything because they will vote exactly the way I vote because my friends know exactly and think the way I think.
Hey, John, can you ask Shelly what she thinks about voodoo?
Shelly, I'm not sure if you heard it. Any thoughts on the Haitians and their practice? Any thoughts on the Haitian practice of voodoo? She may not know much about that. She may not have heard me. Shelly, you still there?
I think it may be time to say goodnight and thank you, Shelly.
Yeah, Shelly. Shelly,
I feel like
go ahead, Shelly. Sorry.
shuffle.
Yeah, there's a little background noise. Shelly, we've had you on probably for about an hour or so. We really appreciate you and Matt, and I hope we have 2 new subscribers here. You and Matt, and I'm going to send you the link to join the show as well as my phone number. You can feel free to reach out to me anytime you have some upcoming news about Springfield. Before you go, there's a black guy that's talking a lot about the Haitian migrants in Springfield. Anthony, I don't remember his name. Are you familiar with him at all? Anthony Sullivan, I think.
Okay, if you're asking me, you're asking me if I know a guy named Anthony in Springfield. Okay, well there's
No, he's running for mayor. No, Shelly, he's running for mayor. No, he's running for mayor, and he's one of the people that spread the information about Springfield and the Haitian migrants. And I was just wondering if you heard of him and his social media presence there in Springfield.
Nope.
Yeah, he's definitely on the ground recording and reporting on some of the migrants. And I think he's running for mayor.
Send that to me because I've never seen any
Yeah,
of that.
I'll send it to you. His name is, I think, Anthony Sullivan, but I'll send you, I think he has a Facebook page. I reached out to him earlier today. Hopefully he'll come on this show. But in closing, I'll invite you 2 guys on the show. Again, I hope we have 2 new subscribers here. And I'll send you the link behind the scenes here when we get off the phone here. Anything else you want to say, Shelly, before we let you go? Anthony Harris is the guy's name, Shelly. Anthony Harris. And I'll send you all of that information. But anything you want to say before you go, Shelly? Or Matt?
No, I'm already asleep. Yeah,
Shelly, I just would like to say thank you for your time. We appreciate your input, and we'd love to have you back. You're a welcome guest here, and we appreciate all the knowledge you gave us tonight. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you both.
Yeah, thank you, Shelly. This is a service to the community and all the listeners. This is very important insight you provided tonight, you and Matt. Thank you, Shelly and Matt.
Thank you again, Shelly. Matt.
Get some sleep, Shelly.
I love Springfield, but I don't like the way it is now. It's awful. It needs to change.
Thank you again, Shelly, Matt, and I'll send you a text message when we get off this call.
All right.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah.
Bye.
Shelly's here.
John, can I have a word? Can I say something really quick?
I got one. Yeah, I'm gonna let you say it, then I'll say something.
Guys, we need to be a little bit more professional with people in their first time here. Like we need to be. Hold on, guys. Hold on. She was aggressive with me because she thought I was being too weaselly about it. So I understand. She lives in a small town of 50,000 people. She's probably never left. She doesn't know what YouTube is. When people were saying, "Oh, I heard Anthony Bryan Logan," or "I heard Blacks," or "I heard," she has no idea what any of this is, guys. She may even have 56K in her house still.
And the other thing I want to say, man,
I'm just saying, guys.
All right, and all that commentary before your question, like we have a short time limit typically with people. People have lives, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't weave and whine before you answer the question. If you want to know how the police are responding, Shelly, are the police responding to the migrants in a proactive fashion or not?
John, you do the same shit, man.
I'm not gonna. That's okay. Just I'll take that criticism. That's fine.
No,
All
I'm
right,
not
now
saying
let's
you
move
guys are
on.
bad people. I'm just saying, like,
No, I'm saying that's okay. Let him talk.
This is the next thing I'm going to do. Like, because I'm not pointing anybody. If I do it, then shit, I'm addressing myself as well. It's the general advice.
But it's your show. You can do what you want.
But I work on it myself, honestly. I do. You know what I mean? To try to get
But
it.
John,
and even I fuck it up. And you guys can remind me, and I don't mind, right?
Yeah.
But I will say it to everyone on the panel, the way that we can get more people in. And I think, honestly, if we get our questions in concisely, we may ask questions that the person down the line from you may have asked because it's concise. And we'll be able to move through the panel quicker, and progress through all of the people on the panel because they all have questions. And I think that will cut down on some of the people jumping in because they're waiting, and they say, okay, I'm going to jump in and say, now we got two people talking. And, it's just general, we're just sitting here talking now. There's no guest here.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, but John, the length of the question isn't the problem. John, hold on. No, I get your criticism, but John, you want to have a conversation with people first. Like, you've got to build a rapport with people who are first time on. If you just start pecking at her with, "Are you doing this? Are you doing that? Are you doing this? Are you doing that?" Like, I'm trying to get to her as a person emotionally.
But
okay?
in the case that you're asking about someone else, you can jump right on it. Shelly, how are the police responding to this?
Yeah.
No, but if you notice,
John,
because when I asked
I'll say this, John, you're good.
John,
one at a time.
It's your show, man.
But
John, it's your show, and you can do what you want. All right, well, let me talk. God damn it, because everybody else has been talking. God, what the fuck? God, I want to say that it's your show. I will take criticism from you. That's fine. You can do what you want, John, and that's it. So let's just leave it. You just laid down a rule. You can talk the way you want to talk because it's yours. Everybody else, fuck you. He just told you what he wants. So leave it alone.
And I'm saying it for the benefit of everyone. You know what I'm saying? Not just for the benefit of me or HB or anybody else. I think it would benefit everyone if we can get our questions concise. And then if you join in late, right? Like, you may ask a question that has already been answered. And so then, now we got to going back and forth and asking her the same question again. We'll do a recap of these things. Yeah, okay. The white John God, he's always talking shit.
Can I add something?
Go ahead. Yeah, sure, Rusher. Yeah, go ahead.
I would like to say that, I think that everybody on the panel here was very well reserved, to be honest with you. We let them speak.
Yeah.
We let you conduct the interview for the most part, and where there were gaps, we tried to fill in and ask our questions. But I do think that she took some of the questions the wrong way, maybe because of what Imperius implied. I don't know, but maybe she just, didn't understand the format of, you know, how things work on these live streams, right?
And she may have been
So,
drinking. You know what I'm saying? She may have, you know,
no,
someone.
obviously something was going on, right?
Yeah, some
No,
drunk.
let me. No.
Nah, you
Let
know,
me tell you guys what I believe.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you guys what I believe was happening. Right. We live in a time now where when you're asking white people these questions, most people are in a I'm trying to point to a white person as being a bad person.
Good one,
And
American man.
so she is in defense mode because she's looking at John Galt, she's seeing a black guy. She knows that black people are anti-white people. I mean, we're just gonna keep it real here. Let's stop pretending, right? Oh, you motherfuckers pretending too much. She knows that black people are anti-white people, right, and pro all these aliens coming in and doing whatever they want. And so she's going to be apprehensive because she knows the type of she thinks she knows the people that she's dealing with. And so as soon as she hears something that she perceives as a slight, she gets defensive. And so we have to be careful with our questions.
She's
Now
really
I
on
know the
edge.
reason. Now I know the reason why I asked the questions the way I asked because I listened to her long enough.
I'm just asking. Well, I like a question, John. What's worse, having a verbosity or asking questions that get her pissed? Because I don't. That's the difference, John.
Well, I'm not trying to like say what's worse or what's better. You understand? I'm just trying to make sure that, you know, the information that people want, we can get it out. We got it out today. You understand? So I'm not complaining. Again, I don't like to use the word criticizing because I'm not criticizing anyone. If I were criticizing, I should drop you down. If I had a criticism, I should drop you down. I think you all ask good questions. We all ask pretty good questions. You know, I'm saying, you know, from my own standpoint, the things I work on, what I would suggest, if we can get a little more concise in the questions or in the comments. And you know, with Virgo, for instance, you know, and no one, Virgo start getting what would you say, personal? Was it personal, I guess, with Virgo? You know, and I mean we
She's
can't
talking
do
about
that.
herself and her own
Right,
experience.
you understand, you know, and you know, Virgo has already made a delineation between herself and the people coming here. But still, I think that she started getting her feelings a little bit. And you know, she was talking about something that wasn't relevant to the conversation. You know, I don't think this lady was talking about
No, John, I didn't start getting into my feelings. What it is I hate when people lump people into this whole like monolith, because we're not a monolith, you know. And
But I think the people, Virgo, but I think honestly, the people that are coming to her town are a monolith. They're all Haitian.
yes, and we can say
Right.
that, and I agreed with it as well. I agreed with it. And I myself said, didn't I say that these Haitians that are coming here right now are not the same Haitians as that came
Right.
over when my parents and, you know, great
You're
grandparents came over
agreeing with
here.
her.
Right. I tried to lead off
Yeah.
with that, you know, to let this lady know that you're not like one of the Haitians
Yeah,
in
I'm not
trouble.
saying that, oh no, this is not happening or you're lying, but to say everybody and, you know, that's where I do get into my feelings. And you know what? Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right. You know what?
Well, do you know where you're making a
I can
mistake,
admit
Virgo?
I can bow down when I'm wrong and I'm sorry, you know?
You know, I think this is the thing that we saw in Sylacauga, Alabama at the city council meeting, where, you know, the black woman somewhat identified with the Haitians in Sylacauga.
Mhm.
I can only assume that her identification with them was based solely on skin color.
Yeah.
I grew up in a town. I grew up in a time, I should say, in a town Well, we used to see those ads, adopt an Ethiopian. And I'm like, oh shit, they like black people. Mama, adopt one. Right? Have a little John run around here.
Yeah.
30 years later, I moved to DC. 20 years later, I moved to DC, and I realized I shown you some Ethiopians on the screen. So I showed you
Stop it. Stop it, John.
I showed you a real nice looking one.
John,
John,
but here's the thing that I'm saying too.
A Habesha. Anyone know what a Habesha woman is? We got any Ethiopians? Where is DG when we need it?
But here's the thing I'm saying too, John. It's like everybody wants to come down on this specific ethnicity or that specific
I don't think it's that,
ethnicity.
Virgo.
No, Virgo. I asked.
Well, how about?
Virgo,
How
I
about
specifically
It's
asked.
a news event. It's a huge
Virgo,
news event right now.
I specifically asked her about California and the Latinos coming here. Okay, I specifically asked about that. Virgo. We're not picking on one group. I was. That's why I asked her. I said, "Are you surprised that this has been happening for 20 plus years in California?"
This is happening for more than 20 plus years, to be honest with you. Because why do you think it's so hard to find a job in Florida if you don't speak Spanish?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. We weren't trying to pick on.
So now why are we picking on?
Is something going on with StreamYard? People are getting
No, John, I just wanted to play this this video real quick.
Oh,
It's
sorry
only a
guys,
minute.
we're playing the video here.
Yeah, it's only a minute and 42 seconds. So we're gonna play this video real quick.
This morning, the families of 2 American and 1 Haitian missionary are searching for answers and a way to bring their loved ones home. According to Oklahoma-based charity Missions in Haiti, 23-year-old Davy Lloyd and his wife, 21-year-old Natalie, were ambushed, shot, and killed, as was the group's Haitian director, Jude Montes.
I got a call from Jude again, and they had barricaded Davy and Natalie and Jude in my home. And there the yard was once again full of guys with guns and just shooting at the house.
Davy's father runs Missions in Haiti. He tells us the attack happened as the group left a church with children.
And he just loved Haiti, and he told us as a young kid that he said, someday I'm going to be a missionary here.
Natalie Lloyd's father, Missouri State Representative Ben Baker, posted, "My heart is broken in 1,000 pieces. I've never felt this kind of pain." Violence has surged across Haiti since February, with criminal gangs taking control of the country. President Joe Biden standing alongside Kenyan President William Ruto just hours before the latest ambush, saying the U.S. will lend support to a Kenyan-led security mission in Haiti.
We can build this way with a multinational approach.
Arcelina Wang sat down with Kenya's president and asked him about the 1,000 police officers heading to Haiti.
A group of missionaries, including Americans, were killed in Haiti last night by gangs. Can the Kenyan forces stop that kind of violence?
Yes. We believe we have what it takes. I think we have the best chance to deal with the gangs and to secure Haiti once and for all.
Watch breaking news.
John, I believe him. You know why? Bring in the more violent people than the violence that's there.
Kenyans aren't more violent than them.
Oh, yes, they are. Don't mess with the Africans.
No. Okay, so having been in the Horn of Africa, Kenyans aren't more violent than these guys. But I'll tell you this:
when it comes to the war crimes, they are. Wait till you send them in with the military.
Hey, listen. They may come out there with the gloves off, whatever. But I'm just saying, you saw Barbecue in response to this. He said, "If Kenyans come here, we're going to treat them like enemies of the state."
Wait till they get a couple of Abrams tanks to go drive around there.
You know.
Hey, I hope so.
Does anyone remember the terrorist event in the mall in Kenya? Anyone remember that shit?
You said the terrorist.
I do remember that.
Well, John, I have a story for you when you're done. Let me know.
So anyway, a lady friend of mine was over in Kenya, and they had it was a terrorist event, and she was on one of the a little vacation or whatever from Sudan, and Sudan is right next to Kenya, I think, and there was a terrorist event, and I think the police went in after the terrorists and looted the mall or something like that. You know what I mean? Like you bring it in the next. You know what I mean? So Man.
Walking over dead bodies and shit. No shame.
Good luck. Wish the Kings all the support in the world, but
yeah, John, like, I got a story. My one of my deacons at my parish went to seminary with a deacon that was down there, and he told him that when he was down there, the one of their centers got raided, and the bishop stayed behind, and they later they saw him get like burned alive from a distance. You know, that's pretty brutal.
I can believe it.
Well, I'm not saying that there aren't offshoots, but they're not going in there. They're diplomatically. They're not going in there to try and be at war. And I'm telling you, Kenyans aren't built that way. But whatever. I mean, they can try. If they do it,
I think it is a war because the gangs have literally taken the.
Listen, I agree with you.
You know,
I'm not
I think
disagreeing
the
with
Kenyans, it's a political move. You have to have the blacks kill other blacks. You see American whites going in there; it's a bad racial.
Well, I mean that's obvious. But my point isn't that can't happen. I'm just saying that what we're seeing here, this defies logic. These Kenyans aren't prepared for what these damn Haitians are willing to do. It's what they're willing to do. You see what they're willing to do here in America. Imagine what they're willing to do in Haiti. Remember, they killed a fucking president.
No, I get it. But what I'm saying is, I think what they're telling the Kenyans, kill everything that moves, and I think Kenyans enjoy it.
Not only did they kill the president, but they made a Napoleon retreat as well. So you have to remember.
I mean,
that.
and then they killed.
You have to also remember that we came into Louisiana,
but then they killed their leader. The French killed their leader.
Why are we giving them such a bad representation? To be honest, not all Haitians.
They're giving themselves that.
No, they have control of the country. Gangs have control of the country.
We took over. We took over Louisiana.
Do you guys really think that is all the horrible people that are really coming in?
The country isn't
functioning.
Yes. Sir, there is no infrastructure. There's nothing going on there. There's no farms making food right now. There's no water resource center. There's no plumbing.
Yeah, there's
no
nothing.
electricity. This is a war zone, sir. This is a war zone going on down there.
I don't agree with them coming. I don't agree with them coming over here.
Like the only thing to do is send, like they said, it's a security detail. They are going to go in there and wipe people out.
But what are you saying? Who was just speaking? I wanted to hear what he had to say, please.
Latino for Trump.
Okay.
No, the reason why I say this is because I've been looking at certain things too. You know, aside from the negative. So I try to look at the positive side, and I've been seeing. I'm looking at this video of Tyler Oliveira. And he's in the city interviewing people, and I noticed that all the white people are the ones just talking bad things about these people, while in reality, these people are not really eating cats or any of that stuff is really happening.
What, in Haiti or where? Where in Haiti?
He's talking about in
Ohio.
He's talking about Springfield. He's talking about Springfield.
Dude, yeah.
Listen,
okay, wait. What? There's a 30-minute video on Twitter right now. Okay, there's an audio video of people making calls to the police about this.
Okay, so can we say that Jeffrey Dahmer ate his victims? So can we say all white people are cannibals?
Yeah, great. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. Sure, fine.
And okay, but I don't want to go there. That's not what's being said here.
Like you gotta realize the problem, not the feeling it makes. If there were a bunch of white people going around eating people, I would be blaming white people.
That is what is being said. It's being said
that's not what I'm saying whatsoever.
All Haitians are cannibals. All Haitians are.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that at all, Virgo. Nobody said that at all, Virgo. Nobody said that.
Nobody said that, Virgo.
No, I'm saying nobody up here said that.
Maybe you personally didn't say it, but people
nobody's
are
implying it. We don't believe it because we don't think you're doing it.
Yeah,
that's the proof
what I'm
right
saying.
There. We don't believe you're doing it. We don't believe all.
I like chicken and beef.
So take yourself out of the equation.
Well, yeah. What I'm saying is this: is that just like the Venezuelans? Go ahead. Go ahead. You were saying something.
We all understand the concept of individual people versus averages.
Exactly. And see, my quarrel isn't with the country of Haiti. You know, they can have their third world. But what I'm saying here is, here in America, there are rules and they are being skirted, not only by the Haitians that came here illegally. Okay, so I'm not talking about legal Haitians. Let me juxtapose it with legal Haitians. I'm talking about the ones we're seeing, the 20,000 of them that are here illegally, that the government is forcing upon those people and us as well, because we pay them with our dollars federally, and then also the Venezuelans. So it's not. So again, these people are breaking the law by just being here. So even
You
if
heard how
it's not the
angry he
majority,
is.
yeah,
You heard how
even if it's
angry
not the
he is.
majority of them,
Hold on for 1 second, guys.
Yeah, I
HB,
do
you there?
disagree with the illegals.
HB, you there?
Yeah. I'm here.
Anyway, I don't know how much
I do disagree with the illegals. Absolutely. Yeah.
I don't know. There was a part in that thing that I'm watching where they asked one of the migrants if he's getting any type of benefits, right? Because they already have asked like 5 of them, and out of the 5, one of them said that he is no longer getting benefits for the simple reason that he has a job and he's making money, so they took away the benefits from him. So this
I
is
saw
why I
that.
ask these things, because a lot of lies are being portrayed in.
So let me ask.
Just to do a little
going
house
on, John?
cleaning, HB.
Yeah.
Man, I think it was a good interview. Man, we got to work out how we get these questions in, because everyone had good questions, but you know, with her being on the phone in this instance, we didn't have her up on the panel.
Yeah. I think it's better if it's just you and maybe one other person, and then
Someone say Universal Jones, you know.
Universal Jones, and try to feed questions out of the audience. You know, I know you're very diplomatic though, John. So you like to let everybody on the panel, but a lot of times it just gets out of control. It's too much chaos, honestly, a lot of times. And then we start to kind of miss the purpose. Like, she's a guest, you know. We wanna make her feel welcome. Plus, you never know what we can get out of this. You know, she might do some we could have got her to do some interviews with some Haitians down there or something.
In these live streaming, you know, so we didn't want her to get too combative, you know what I'm saying? She, you know, somebody said she may have been drinking, I don't know. But
I mean,
think
who doesn't drink on this panel though? I mean,
but I think, you know, coming right after the debate where we heard some information that countered what we heard tonight, right? And so I think it was very timely, you know what I mean, to have this at this point in time. You know what I mean? Black said he don't drink, so he's the one that doesn't drink.
Yeah, that he's about the only one
he drinks Kool-Aid or something, tea, water, or something. But anyway, so I think it was good. We get it better next time, and the next time, and the next time. We definitely get it better and better. But
it's still a work in progress though. But you know, just the fact that she wanted to come up here and talk about it, you know, this is something that I'm still not 100% sure what the truth really is, because I could understand her sentiment, you know, but is a lot of it the reality, or is that just how she feels? You know, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Well, clearly she feels that way.
Right. I mean, I would too if I lived in the middle of Ohio and I saw a bunch of Haitians coming over here. I feel a way too.
And I don't think she would do that just to be coming on here. She just texted me and said, "Can you send me a link to the YouTube? See, we got us another subscriber too, maybe."
Hey, dude, you better curate it. We had Solid Snake versus Process. Before. They were screaming at each other.
I saw that shit. I was like, man, what the fuck is they? He got Process.
Hey, I got you 50 views before the interview, man. Now you're hitting 70 still, dude.
Crack playing. Was it a cleanup? Or what they call it? He batting like third, getting the people on base for me to hit.
John, maybe you could send her the StreamYard link too. She sound like she has a lot to talk about, so she might want to come back up.
Yeah, because the other thing too is when it goes through the phone, it's different. The phone quality will vary a lot, right? Because it turns into an analog signal, and then it just like, a lot of people start sounding alike too. Imperius could sound like any other white guy on this panel, and all the blacks. It's like, you know what I mean? It's just like it can confuse people because she was twice going like, "Oh, didn't that guy talk to me already? Didn't that?" It's like, oh my god. Yeah, you can't guarantee the phone call, and it's going through so many systems. We're going through StreamYards, into your road, into your this and that. It's just like, yeah, it's gonna degrade the signal so bad that, because you have to remember, phone was designed to do the lowest quality, minimum quality to get like your actual voice through. So there's no fidelity there. Anybody's voice could probably start sounding the same, and it's just like, and you're all talking over each other. It's like, fuck, man, fuck.
Yeah.
Yep.
Listen, one thing, man, we got to stop that shit.
Mhm.
Let's bring these guys back up. We talk about this
All
later.
right.
All right. American Man, Rush, shoot, all you guys, blacks.
Hey, by the way, Fire the One, salute for that cash up too. I really appreciate
Hey, John, got something to say also about the organization or administrative pass. I think
Man, you haven't said enough.
Quiet, American Man. Hold. John, to be fair, I know you've criticized
still
us, but we've got to
speaking.
say something to
Jesus,
you as well.
close your
Hold on,
mouth.
American Man. Someone has an echo. Please quiet that. Thank you.
It's you. Shut up.
No, American Man, it's you. Thank you.
Fall is here and winter is coming, and you need to shop Lowe's Customs. For the ladies, there's stunning designs and colors. For the men, Lowe can make something manly to keep your insecurities in check. But wait, there's more. For you simps, there's a special simp edition, where Lowe will roll around in it, blow smoke from the finest Southern Eastern American marijuana. She'll even rub her pretty feet all over it just for you. So what are you waiting for? Shop Lowe's Customs now, exclusively on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Let Lowe help you stay cozy and warm this season. Shop Lowe's Customs today.
Thanks, HB. But that's right up there with Angel.
We need Universal Jones doing that shit, but anybody else got a business if you need.
Well, John, I had some. Hold on, administrative John. Tell her what she's coming on to. That she's coming onto a panel. Like you're going to be asked questions with a few people on there. You're on a YouTube. They don't know what that is, John.
All right, fair enough. Anyone want to take up Universal Jones? Man, that was very good. Shit, I got some things I want to talk to you about. Kind of offline, some other stuff. Anyway, so you tell
John,
Universal Jones can do right there. Go right ahead. Yeah, what's up?
John, just one comment I wanted to add to the earlier comment with the Shelley lady. It's almost like a high-level informant and how we need to talk to them because we don't want to spook her. She's giving such fragile information, and we don't need all this information all at once. So I thought that was very smart how gingerly you were approaching it because we don't want to spook her off. I think American Man was spot on about they're timid and whatnot. So I thought it was great, absolutely great. I'm still, in fact, I don't know at that exact moment where else is anyone going to get that kind of inside information? I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, I'll give a shout out to Stanley because I felt the same thing when Stanley said he said it's going a little long here, and I started to try to wrap it up, but people had some interesting questions, so I let it go a little bit longer than I would have liked. I think we're going to be able to get her back by the feedback from her text messages, asking for the link and stuff like that. Hell, she may end up joining tonight. You never know.
I just want to say this.
We gotta get Matt back on.
One at a time. Go ahead, Black.
I'd like to say this to you, John. And to reiterate what I said earlier, you can do whatever you want because it's your show. And when you asked us, even if you were doing it yourself, it doesn't even matter. It's like me coming into your house. I see you drinking and carrying on. I think I can do that. And then you excoriate me and tell me, hey, you're not doing that in my house. And then I say, fine, because it's your house. So everybody trying to point out what you do doesn't matter because it's your house. And that's my point. Criticism is
I do agree with you, Blacks. I do
yeah.
agree with you in theory, but I like to look at it like, man, shit, I can't go 24 hours by myself.
No, but you have a team. You know what I mean? Of course, I know that.
You know what I mean?
But I'm just saying.
It ain't just the other people. It ain't just Stanley and HBs and Porsche. Like, shit, we do benefit from having people like you. You have a lot of experience in, several different realms of, the economy and, just living.
Agreed.
Master Kim, I mean, like Virgo being Haitian. Well, she's a quadroon Haitian, so you're not even a and so, we do benefit from the diversity of the panel. So you've known that you probably picked up kind of on my pattern. Like, I'm not one to really put people down off the panel. That's just.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, man, you do what you want.
Like HB will drop your ass. Me, I let it run off
Yeah, John, I'll take a little response for the passive aggressive nonsense. Who did she say she loved? Who was complimenting her the whole time? Who was
See?
Hey, HB, you're ruthless, man. Just ruthless.
John, did you hear Virgo's interview with that one girl earlier today, this morning?
No, I missed it.
Virgo had an interview with that remember that girl that cammed up that one time from Georgia that was looking for the black man and stuff?
Yo, Hope or Love or whatever her name was.
Yeah. So I guess today Virgo was talking to her and she revealed that she's been a prostitute since 17 and she smokes crack.
I'm not surprised by that.
Oh my God.
Has anyone here smoked crack? Can someone explain what the feeling is like that?
I have about a dozen times.
Sorry, no, I'm just genuine. I mean, I've only drank and maybe smoked weed a couple times, but I've never.
I have about a dozen times. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
have you ever done coke?
Imperious,
Have you done
we
regular
know you've
cocaine?
done crack. We know you've done cocaine and Adderall before, sir.
No. Well, Adderall, yes, in college studying.
You've never done regular cocaine before, though. Is that right?
God, maybe once or twice. Stimulants or I sweat. I sweat. I don't like it.
Well, it's similar because it is a different form.
Is
of the
that a
same
yes
thing.
or a no, sir?
Except crack lasts only not even a third the amount of time as coke does, and it's more intense. Because I smoked it about maybe 30 times. Yeah, it's more like it. 30 times in my life. And so it's a short acting. That's the whole point of it, to make money, because coke was expensive, and in order to make money in small amounts, like $5 or $10 worth, you needed to turn it into crack in order to be able to sell small amounts quickly and all.
Well, I couldn't imagine it because I used to do that. Like I've done it once or twice in college, and I didn't like it because it makes your heart pump and stuff.
Yeah,
and I'm like, and I don't know how you could get more intense than that. Like genuinely, like I would feel like I'd be dying.
I was diagnosed with ADD, ADHD when I was a kid. So over my life, they give me every freaking ADD drug, and they're all stimulants or amphetamine. And I can say honestly, both crack and coke, the come down was less harsh than most of these prescribed ADD medicines. For me personally,
Look at all these damn drug addicts. God, dog.
Thanks, Blacks. You're a better man than me. I mean, like I said, I don't like it because I like being in control of my. I like to feel level, but I mean, I just can't imagine.
I liked it. Yeah, that's why I like the. Well, I don't like other stimulants. I like coke the most out of all the stimulants, but that's why I liked it, because it doesn't mean you are, but it makes you feel more in control. It makes you feel like confident, alert, awake. Just your brain's firing.
I worked with a guy when I was like, 19, 20 years old, and this guy told me, this was when I was like, I was traveling, working, doing certain car things and whatnot. And this guy, he was addicted to cocaine at a point in time, and he was like, bro, never do cocaine. He was like, he said he was stealing stuff from his family and all types of crazy things like that.
Yeah, he allowed an addiction to develop.
Yeah,
But
I
the
couldn't.
thing with
I
me
could.
is I made
Yeah,
sure
dude.
that
That's crazy.
I
Like
made
it, I
sure
felt
I
like
went
my
down.
ears were blasting. Like when I did it back, this was 20 years ago, so maybe it's different. But man, like this, I felt like my ears were hell. I mean, weed even used to get me 20 years ago. So what do I know? But when I did it, dude, I felt like my heart was in my ears, dude. Like, how do people do that? I could not imagine.
Do you do any do you drink in periods or anything like that?
Yeah. I drink once in a while, not too. You know, when I'm home or when I'm on a weekend. Yeah.
So you just tried other stuff, didn't like it except
Well,
alcohol.
no, in
That's fine.
college, I did a couple, like I said, I've taken Adderall to study because I wanted to get good on finals in college. And I did, like I said, once or twice, but man, I just don't like the feeling of all that. Like, I don't like the feeling of weed like I'm fine with a few beers and getting a little buzzed and relaxing, but I don't like all that shit, man. It just doesn't feel good to me.
Well,
Hey,
I'll give you guys an antidote right quick, right? So my mom and everything, she always tried to make sure I had the best education. And the teachers started saying, hey, maybe you had ADHD, whatever. So my mom, she took me to Johns Hopkins, all types of stuff. I became a study child for maybe like a 2 or 3 year period. And yeah, so that consisted of MRIs, it consisted of brain scans, all that type of stuff over time. And I was on certain pharmaceuticals throughout that time. And I believe that they were trying to see how my brain responded with those pharmaceuticals throughout that time, if that makes sense, right? Trying to shorten it up here. John don't want me to talk too much.
I never stayed on any of these ADD drugs long term. It was always like I'd use them for a bit, or when I needed them, and I just stopped using them. I've been told the doctors, as needed. They're like, okay, you mean you take them once a month, once a week? What? It's like either or maybe once every 3 weeks, or And but then there'd be years between where I wouldn't do any throughout my life.
I was on Ritalin.
Stuff like
at
that.
at a young age, and my dad, when I was on the drug,
Hello. Oh, John's silent too. What the hell?
John's muted. You're muted, John. Yeah. Your mic, John. John, your mic, your input,
really
John.
Low.
Oh, that wasn't me. It must be someone else.
My shoes muted too, I think.
Yeah, we know who it was.
Or is it Latina for crack?
Now I wanted to ask Virgo why Virgo started crying earlier when that girl was telling her story. I wanted to know what about her story made her cry, but she left. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel bad. I hope it's her birthday. I hope she's not upset or anything. I kind of makes me feel bad.
Okay. I think Master Kim, you were there when that girl was telling her story about smoking.
Yeah. In 12th, I was trying to shoot bass like all morning. Yes, I was there.
Yeah.
And
pathetic.
Is this what happens when we let Stanley take control of the late night stream?
No, Stanley does it. You know what? And Stanley does a great job. That's coming from me. Remember, I told him to, 2 weeks ago.
I was worried. I
Yeah,
think he's doing a great job trying to be neutral, when he's in charge of it. I was afraid he's gonna go run roughshod and do something like.
That's
I
what I
was like,
wanted
oh
you to do.
shit, it's
Hey, that's what I
Commander
wanted
Stanley
you to
now.
Hey John,
Look at me. Who's the captain?
Hey John,
Hey, what's up, HB? What's up?
when I first saw, I was watching Stanley one night. I was just in the bushes watching him, and I saw him like controlling the panel and stuff. And somebody cammed up, and he put the he put the screen up.
Did a great job.
He put the thumbnail up, and I'm sitting here. A tear almost came to my eye, man.
Salute to Stanley.
Look at Stanley holding the panel
He's
down.
walking. He's walking, HB. You've seen him walk now, you know?
I was so proud. I'm like,
I know, right? John,
Hey,
can I ask the panel a question real quick?
I was hoping people would jump on and argue with Stanley. Yeah, go right ahead. What's up?
Guys, how do you all feel about do you think she was, because, okay, the way I took it was, I think some of what she said is true, but I think she's a little bit just upset with the whole situation and realizing what's going on. And
Yeah,
I
she
don't
was
know if
venting the entire
everything she said is true. What do you guys think? I just thought I'd throw that out there.
I think
I
it's
agree
as
with
true
you.
as she can muster. Yeah, I mean, like she's just frantic, man. Like it's that bad to her. It's that fucking psychologically traumatizing.
You guys saw the
She's just
way
like,
she was reacting to certain questions, man.
I
She
mean,
was all,
did she
she was
react?
all secretive and stuff.
Yeah, she's given
and it
receipts.
probably is.
She's given
We haven't
receipts.
seen
She
it.
said, "Go look at the food line, or go here." My
No,
my
I'm not
sister-
saying
oh,
that
oh,
stuff.
sure.
I'm saying some of the more, you know what I mean? Like I agree there may be some ducks here and there and some, things like, but what I mean is,
Do you really think
is it
it's
as rampant
everywhere?
and crazy that she's so scared? You know what I mean? Or is it
Well,
more,
she didn't talk like she was scared. She talked like she was like aware. Like when she when she lived in the suburbs. It sounded like she lived in a rural area where she may got a little land and she got dogs and shit.
Yeah, she only had to deal with it when she went shopping in town.
Right.
Otherwise,
And she named the store. Nas, I'll step down if you come back up.
Yeah, we need some eyes on the scene.
But yeah, so
because the John, I get the picture thing that they're hesitant, but you can submit a picture anywhere anonymous. I just feel like you might see a little bit more evidence on Facebook, Twitter, X, Instagram. You'd see. I know there is some, but what I mean is, like, I want to see the crimes, those camps and stuff. That's what I want to see, John. I just want to see the camps and everything.
Imperius, you might have to go down there to actually see that stuff.
Well, the bigger question I think a lot of times we need to ask ourselves is, if she's saying this, why don't the media go down there and disprove her?
That's the question, John. We need to ask the system's response.
We've seen the little, citizen journalists going through the neighborhoods. He's pointing out the Africans. I don't know if you've seen, not the Africans, I'm sorry, the Haitians, moving in his neighborhood 10 at a time in some cases. We've seen that, right? So,
the evidence is there. The thing is that why don't these people try to? Why isn't this news being broadcast on mainstream media? Right?
It'll never be broadcast.
Oh, we all know that. We all know
why, Roger.
You should know the reason.
Hold on. Right? Hold on. Rogan just had a guy on today who's been monitoring Google for the past like 2 or 3 years with his own AI algorithm and whatnot. And they have been purposely showing people on the left right propaganda, and they've been purposely showing people on the right left propaganda. And it's Google themselves have slowly been able to skew the information that's being shown on a mass scale. Like you can't even search for example, I did the abortion thing yesterday when Trump on his in the debate when they did the abortion thing. I tried to search it on Google. I couldn't find it. I had to go to Brave to be able to find what the real stats were that showed that past, 36 months, 24 months and above, right? And in Bethesda, Maryland, there was a female that made a call. She recorded it, and she showed she simulated, should I say, 36 months. I'm pregnant. I want to get an abortion. Can I get it done? And she was like, yeah. She was like, basically, do you have this stuff done all the time? Yes. And showed her all the parameters, how they get it done, X, Y, and Z. She recorded it. Boom, it happens. But they laughed at Donald Trump when he mentioned it last night. But you couldn't find it on Google, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. No, someone said they saw that video. 8 states allow abortions.
Yeah.
I can tag the video right now. I can send the video in the back chat. We can watch it.
That is amazing.
John.
John, it's worse than that. You know what the best last night view of bias was? Do you remember when he argued, the male moderator with Trump, about the whole we lost by inches? And the moderator said back to him, well, Trump said, oh, well, that's sarcastic. And the guy said, well, I listened to it and I didn't take it as sarcastic. Do you remember that, John?
I didn't watch all of the debate. I probably watched the first hour and a half.
That was the biggest single moment of bias, because he literally said, I'm going to determine by my feelings if something was biased or not.
I didn't catch that, but that dude's such a weasel, man. That moderator, man.
I fall down on the Denison side of the line. Like, I don't understand why the conservatives even keep going on these interviews.
Yeah, he shouldn't have. He's winning.
I wouldn't even do this shit.
Yeah, I would not even go on unless it's on a non-bias or a conservative station. Because I can guarantee you the next debate, if they have one, will not be on Fox. She won't go on there and she'll say, screw you, I don't care.
He get more votes going on somewhere like, I don't know, some YouTube channel.
Yeah.
But
if he went on like,
Yes.
if he went on, what's a big channel, John? If
Joe
he went
Rogan
on,
won't have him though. Like,
no, but I mean, let's say
Joe
a different,
Rogan's not the only player out there.
Yeah,
He's been
Joe Rogan's
on
not the only.
Raw.
Everyone
using him as an example.
He's using like streamers.
Like, what if he went on like Kill
YouTubers?
Tony or something? You know what I mean? Imagine something like that, or
Would that
some
be
big.
helpful, though?
Well, no, I mean it's a big channel and a lot of people watch. I'm saying like these massive channels with like cultural influence. You have Trump. The reason why people vote for a lot of people is, are they relevant in the pop culture? Are they seen as in? Are they culturally like acceptable?
Yeah, I think Trump has done
that. He might be better served by dropping in on, let's say, someone at 15,000 subscribers.
What about somebody like Tim Pool?
Yeah, like Tim Pool would be a good. Yeah. Well, not with maybe the whole thing that came out now.
Yeah, no. Yeah, not recently.
Not now, but
a lot of people are skeptical of
the
people.
kill stream, that'd be funny.
A lot of people are skeptical of people like Tim Pool. I don't think he moves.
I'm thinking more of a Patrick Bet-David. I think a Patrick Bet-David.
David's a better fit. They say
I think
Tim
that would be a
Pool's
good
better
interview.
fit.
I
David's
think.
definitely good.
Do you guys think that would be good or no?
Make these streamers, man.
They would both do it, you'd think, sort of.
Yeah, someone said Aiden Ross and Theo Von,
was
something like that.
Yeah.
Well, he did Aiden Ross.
No,
didn't
what
he?
about Jesse Lee Peterson?
Yeah, somebody did. Jesse
But
Lee
these
Peterson.
these
Oh
streamers
God,
are
can you
bigger
believe?
than
He would
us,
call him the
so
Great
it's
White
like-
Hope. He'd kiss his feet when he walked in.
Yeah, they shine
That'd be
shoes.
so funny.
North.
Yeah, don't underestimate the streamers. They're bigger than everybody but Joe
Oh
Rogan.
yeah, no, I don't, dude.
And they
These
have the
streamers.
youth. So he's doing exactly what he needs
Streaming
to
is the
do.
new news, man. They're the new mainstream news.
Well, that's what I said, like Patrick Bet-David, because he gets like 10, 20,000 people every day. I bet he could get 100,000 on a stream with
Patrick Bet-David is doing numbers. Like him by himself before the valuetainment, he's already at 900 million. I don't even know how to say it.
value. No, he has his real estate and his company and his valuation. Yeah, his net worth. Yeah, it's like 900
North
million.
2323 says Tim Pool and his beanie. What's up under that beanie is?
It's bald. Have you ever seen it, John? You've never seen the video? John, you've never seen the video where the guy came in a protest one time and ripped it off? He's totally bald, John.
Really?
Oh, he's bald.
No, he's got the bald, but then the back crown, like that people have like that it goes around like by the ears and in the back of the head, and that's it. Tim Pool.
Yeah, apparently he's got that. Mega
Yeah, no, there's an old video of that. I remember someone trolled him with it on his own show. I think.
Is he even that old to have that? That's sad.
Yeah, it's sad. I told him I would say just shave it and own it, dude. Shave it and own it.
Bald at 16.
Yeah, he's got early balding, man.
Like, imagine having to wear a beanie everywhere. Like he goes to like high end like meetings and things, and he wears a beanie in every picture and stuff. Imagine how you had to.
Why is he?
Because he looks young. I thought he was doing. I thought that at first for a long
He's supposed
time.
to have that
some kind of
skater dude
commie
voice,
outfit.
that's why.
And then I realized, oh, it's because he's bald.
No, it's insecurity. He's just insecure. That's why, like, literally, if he wasn't, he wouldn't have been like, "Oh, put it back on." When the guy took it off, he'd be like, "Okay,
Oh, no,
just
I
give
didn't
it back."
see all that.
He has
Yeah, you got to
tomorrow's
see the
news.
video. He was like having a temper tantrum
Why
about it.
doesn't he
has
just
tomorrow's
shave it off
news
and just
under
go
that
full
beanie.
bald? That'd be
Like
better.
no one could guess.
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. Just embrace it. If you're gonna go bald, shave it. Be a man, and you'll own it.
Hey,
Girls
for
don't
real,
care. If
embrace
you own it, they don't care, dude.
Jordan wasn't even bald, and he cut his head bald.
Yeah, Kobe, I mean, shaved it pretty short. He was almost bald. Like a lot of dudes are, dude. Look at LeBron. He was bald at 15.
I mean, they look better bald though.
Yeah, if I had that all the way male pattern head shape.
What are we talking about right now? Men's hairlines? Let's get
yeah.
to a different topic.
No, but he was talking about Tim Pool. Sorry, I'm sorry.
We got
We went way too deep.
His hat.
Little homo.
I don't know where we're going now.
HB, save us.
I don't. I just ate some tacos, man.
Universal Joe's needs to take control of everything now.
Yeah,
Psychoanalyze
I don't got
everything.
the energy tonight, man. I don't got the
Oh,
energy.
you don't have the energy. See?
No.
You gotta need
I don't
Stanley's
have to
energy
tap
at
me out.
100.
Yeah, no, Stanley's been killing it. Shout out to Stanley.
Shout out to Stanley.
Psychoanalyzing hairlines is crazy.
Oh shit! Here comes Solid Snake. What's up?
Ah, there we go.
Speaking
I
of
really
bald,
came up to talk about the soul sister who came back. I missed it. I was trying to.
Who you talking about, Virgo?
No. Well, the lady that Virgo was talking to, the lady from Atlanta with the shrine.
Oh,
the prostitute.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, the prostitute. We got to do it like that. She was on that blade for a while. I wouldn't call her a prostitute.
Yeah, no, she said she's been selling.
Yeah,
selling
she
pussy
claimed
since
herself as one.
Oh, you can.
Yeah, she said she's been selling pussy since she was
Universal using
17.
her words.
Jesus Christ!
I swear I called that, man. When me and John talked to her that first time, she was like, when she said something like, "I'm just out here doing what I got to do to survive."
Yeah,
that is
that's what
code
that
for
means.
I'm out here selling.
Hey, John, you got to give out shirts that say like hashtag John Galt or something for all these people that get interviewed from you. Like all these, the lot lizards that HB meets, just passing it out, Good advertising.
And have a barcode.
Yeah, baby.
John, make some bumper stickers.
John, can I ask a question?
I was looking at something like that today, to be honest with you.
Where are you, John? See, hey, entrepreneurial spirit, John.
Yeah, go to Custom Ink.
Can I ask
John.
a question, John?
What's up?
Can I
guys?
ask you something, John?
I'm gonna be watching from the back. Peace out.
All right.
No. I just want to know.
Two.
Hey, what do you have? What's your policy against advertising any other YouTubers that may stream some of our panelists at any given time?
Shit, we advertise them to anyone that come on, don't we?
Okay, because I'm trying to figure out at what point did we start discussing what O'Shea Duke Jackson talked about the other day with Imperius with CT? When he was talking to a panelist on another
Solid,
channel.
what are you talking about?
What they talking about?
O'Shea Duke Jackson, y'all might not know of him, but he has over 100,000 subscribers.
Yeah, but if it ain't
Imperius
HB,
being
it ain't
featured on that channel is very big for this
But
channel.
solid. What are you trying to tell us? Like we not.
I'm all over, John. I'm viral.
You gotta be more concise. What are you trying to tell me, Solid?
Viral disease.
You just want to talk about it,
His
Solid Snake?
background off. I think I got. Hold on. I think I got the. Well,
Solid
the
Snake,
other
you want to talk about it? Go ahead, talk about
No,
it.
what I'm
Be
saying
concise.
was.
God damn, be concise though. Come on. What are you trying
What
to
do
say?
you mean being concise? I want to get a discussion going about
Yeah.
it.
Okay. Tell me
How
what you
we
want to
gonna
talk
get it? How we gonna have a discussion if we haven't seen it or we don't care?
Tell us what you're talking about.
That's what I'm saying. You don't care.
Tell us what we should or should not be caring about. Let us make a decision.
No, it's not about what you should or shouldn't be caring about.
God damn it.
What
Well,
I'm
tell us
saying
about
is
it.
we're
Will you
trying
tell
to
us
go
about it?
viral. We're trying to bring in subscribers. We're trying to bring in viewers. Imperius goes on a rant on so many channels in one day. He on the panel right now.
Well, I have the luxury of doing that. I don't I make my hours. Like not people can't
Imperious, do
do
you
that.
think you
You
can
know?
Imperious? Do you think you can
I'm not
promote
saying it
John's
should be
channel on other
Imperius's
panels?
channel. That's not the
Yeah,
point.
I mean, I don't mind doing it, but I mean, don't be. You guys are dicks to me here. No, I'm just playing. But yeah, I'll
That's
mention it.
exactly my point. Why y'all dicks to this guy? This guy really come in and y'all trying to make him look like he made the woman. He literally just held a woman hostage at knife point. Oh, you scared her away?
Ain't nobody say that.
And Imperius started a civil war on the Black channels last 2 days.
Yeah, dude, I have the black. I am. I am the.
Oh, that technology.
Imperius went crazy on the Black channels.
To be fair, Black channels are always fighting. So,
but Imperius went crazy.
The simple fact that Imperius stepped on that channel or Shay Do Jack, we should be riffing on them, roasting on them, or talking about
Now
the
O'Shea's a
conversation.
clown, man.
But
Come
the
on,
simple
stop it.
fact is, we sit up here
Why
on
is that
John's
relevant to this
channel all
channel?
day.
O'Shea's a
We can't do
clown.
that on
Stop it.
this
Stop it.
channel, man.
Advertise our
Why is that
characters.
relevant to
Like
this
me,
channel?
I'm not
I think
afraid
Solid
to go
wants
to
to
another
use
channel.
Imperius.
I think what he's saying, he's frustrated people aren't going out there and advertising for the channel to get more people
Solid,
here.
why don't you do it, man?
I have a question for Snake.
I do. I went to Prime
Jesus
Elite.
Christ.
I've been on a multitude of channels. My ugly ass. I've been there. And I'm ugly.
All right, we're moving on, I guess.
My ugly ass. I'm an ugly ass nigga, man.
What
I'm telling you, I'm 45 years old and I'm single for a reason.
You're 45? No way.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to play a clip.
65.
Yeah, he's about my age, man.
Guys, can I
Look at
play-
me, you probably think like, what the fuck? What's happened? What
I
happened?
got a face made for radio. Maybe comic
Let
books.
John play the video, please.
play a quick clip.
Okay, John.
Only about 3 or 4 seconds. I heard this at a Sylacauga County Commission hearing, city council or whatever, on the Haitian migrants. And one of the residents got up and they had a question.
So you're gonna go ahead, so we're just gonna skip you until we get to you again. All right, Mr. Patterson, sounds good. Okay, so Crystal Pruitt, am I saying it right? Y'all forgive me, I can't see. I'm the only person. Pat. All right, and it says Lake Terrace, and it says, who is John Galt? That's right. Okay, I don't know. Does anybody know who John Galt is?
Does anyone know who John Galt is? We should call in one day to that city council. People
John, can you roll that back?
Hey, John, cut the volume up a little
Does
bit.
anyone know who John Galt is?
Turn up the volume.
Does anyone even know the reference to that here? I would like. Does anyone know that reference?
No, we do. Hold on.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Atlas Shrugged.
Okay, she said again.
Let me see if I give me here it goes again. I'm not sure if I can turn the volume up. You guys may have to strain to hear it.
No, the volume's fine. The volume's fine.
All right.
All right, Mr. Patterson, sounds good. Okay, so Crystal Pruitt, am I saying it right? Y'all forgive me, I can't see. I'm the only person. Pat. All right, and it says Lake Terrace, and it says, who is John Galt? That's right. Okay, I don't know. Does anybody know who John Galt is?
That would be a great intro to your show, John.
Exactly. Who is John?
That's a great clip to cut and then put like a song after. Does anyone know who John Galt is? Does anyone know? You know what I mean?
John, if you drop that link in the back chat, I might be able to put something together with that.
I think that'd be great, John. I think that'd be a great intro right there.
You know, Universal Jones, I got an even better one too. You know, maybe you could put them all together for me. Let me see if I can find it for you.
Yeah, you got my email. Just throw them in the email, and I'll put some stuff together and send you.
Oh,
a
shit,
couple
we got
options.
a new editor.
Between
No, I'm not trying to take Portia's job. I'm not trying to. I'm just assisting.
Portia's busy, man.
Help Portia.
Hey, Portia need help too. Let's all work on teamwork. Teamwork make the dream work.
Let me see if I can find another clip,
John,
that I heard the other day. Give me 1 second. I think I found it. It was a clip I heard the other day a while back, and I've played it here before.
Latino, the first nigga on the channel to raise his hand.
I mean, I've been trying to talk, and everybody always talks over me.
Hey, go ahead, dude. Sorry, dude.
Adults of the world just kind of want to go live together, right?
Where
I live just seems great right now.
You guys are gonna be fucking
Meteorological
every time they're talking over it. I'll play it again.
Where the idea is, the John Galts of the world just kind of want to go live together.
Yo, PBD's my cousin, right?
That would be good. Put them both. That he says that, John, and then she goes, John Galt. Has anyone heard of John Galt? And then do it. Yeah, who is John Galt? Yeah, that's what he says. That he's like, the guys like, John Galt. They just want to live. And she goes, who's John Galt? Does anyone know who John Galt is? And then
So
the
you
show
guys
starts.
just want a montage of John Galt clips and then play some music or something?
Yeah, like something like that. That'd be great.
That'd be awesome.
Wait, Latino for Trump. What were you trying to say?
No, I put a little 30-second clip of a migrant being asked questions by an interviewer in Ohio.
Let me put it up.
It's in the back chat. I put it. It's like a 30-second clip.
And Gary, and I know you've been seeing what's going on in the chat. Do you want to address that or just ignore it? Like I've been.
I kind of want to know what he's talking about. I don't know what he's referring
Yeah,
to.
I see. Like we need to address the Garian problem. I mean, it's funny that sentence, but what does that mean? I don't know what that means. What did I do? I don't think you did anything. I don't know.
You're just his new target for today. That's all.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's he talking about? Did I
You
do
need to
something?
address the Garian problem. That's
He said
funny
I'm a
though,
porn-
dude.
he
You have to
also said I'm
admit
a
that's
porn
funny.
bomber. Did I ever porn bomb?
He's gotten off of you and gotten on me, Garen. I guess that's good for you. You got the
Whatever.
follow.
I need the struggle.
If he's attacking you, he loves you. Don't worry.
This is the video Latino you talking about here.
No, it's the first one that says.
Oh, that's a
Asian
bad
migrant.
one too, John. I just saw that one earlier. Oh,
It's the first one on the top. That's not mine.
How much
Yeah, that one.
long have you lived here?
This
How much money does the government give you per month?
Non. Avant, oui. Maintenant, non. Non, avant, j'étais comme bon. Pour le moment, non, ma travail.
Ah, is it true that the Haitians are eating the neighbor's cats?
Oh.
No. Information falso?
Ouais, on va pas connaître ça.
Okay. Do they not collect the trash?
So,
Yeah,
chacun.
they prison inmates.
Okay. Why did you leave Haiti?
Non, m'a cherché la vie. M'a pas venir ici à direct. Chercher la vie pour ça, venir ici.
Ah, okay. Merci beaucoup. All right, bye-bye. You got a cat right?
Look at the belly on that big old Haitian. Oh, that's a big belly to be coming from a country of war.
John, that was a very
Come on,
very
John.
disingenuous interview, John. Don't you think?
Yeah, that was kind of bull.
Little disingenuous.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, come on. It's obvious there's multiple cuts and clips in it. Okay. So we don't know what we don't like. The guy is obvious a pro-migrant. He's making it in a light of, oh, come on, guys, this doesn't happen.
I can give
This
you
is
the
not-
full video. It's a 30-minute video, and you can watch it. He interviews actually
Now, I don't think
everybody
he's
in that
pro-migrant. Well, I'm not gonna say he's not pro-migrant because a lot of these liberals would be like, okay, we just need to help these people more, and so he may be of that ilk, but he is showing you some things that the media ain't showing. Like, again, he showed a white guy with a house that had a white guy living where they moved in 24 migrants in 3 houses. No one else is showing that.
I get that. I think the irresponsive of all that. Why is anybody that's not a citizen getting any money before the citizen should get the money first?
Well, he showed you that the citizens getting money. Someone put a nose up. Oh man, I don't know if he's a nose.
Nose, that's
I don't think
funny.
he is. Yeah, I don't think he's
Just the nose.
Actually, I think he's making fun of the black guy for having a big nose. It's either that.
No, I don't think so, Gary. I don't think that's what he said.
It's another ethnic group. It's
Imperious.
another.
I know what he's talking about. I know what he's talking about.
Imperious. I put the whole video up there for you.
All right,
in the
I'll
back
check
chat
it out,
if you
brother.
want to
Thank
watch
you.
it.
Yeah, I'll check it out for sure. No, I'm not saying he's that bad. What I mean is this: migrants are coached by NGOs and by people and by the cartels on the way of what to say, what when you interview, what they are not. Number one, a lot of the bad ones aren't coming outside and going to talk to someone or interview. They're going to be like, "Don't talk to me, get out." Like you heard from the lady. a lot of them are not these friendly walk up to and be able to just start conversing with. And I've seen that too with a lot of migrants, not necessarily the Mexicans. I mean, I think, Latinos have a little different, they come across a lot, but a lot of these different ones, like even Eastern European ones, African, Middle Eastern, especially, they are not cohesive. They don't want anything to do with you.
Or how can they have a conversation with you if they
What do you mean? I
speak
came here
English?
illegally, man.
I mean, you could walk up to an African migrant and get an interview. John did it.
Yeah, but how can you have a conversation with them if they can't speak English?
No, you can't. No one can. No,
Yeah, you can't. Unless you got a translator, of course.
Yeah, I didn't speak one word of English when I came here, man. In '92, I didn't speak one word of English.
Wasn't he translating? Didn't he have someone translating? App or
Yeah,
something?
he did. That's how he got his job title.
Yeah, he was using a translator. Yeah.
John, have you ever known any criminals that want to show their face on camera and interview and talk about their?
Yeah, niggas do it all the time.
Do they really, John? Are they that dumb, John?
Hey, wait,
bro.
Wait.
No, I'm asking genuinely. I mean, is it? Could he be dumb enough to just like not even know what he's saying? I don't know, John.
I think
What do you
so.
think?
Yeah, it's possible. Quite possible. Be curious.
No, even
They're
if you
all over the place, actually.
yeah, maybe they're just so
Nas,
dumb that it's I don't encounter these people, so I don't know.
Wait,
but
Nas, how long did it take you to learn English when you came
Question,
over?
the Imperious Rex. When you ask that question, how dumb does a criminal have to be to cam up? Do you say that to the illegal immigrant?
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Hold on, my bad, y'all. I wanted to ask Nas. Hey, Nas,
Yeah.
how
Well,
long did it take you
HB,
to
I
learn?
I was like 11 years old. It took me like 3 years, 3 years.
Okay. And what country did you come from?
I was born I'm Armenian, but I was born in Azerbaijan. I ended with surf, so.
Okay. So it took you about three years to learn English.
As a kid, yeah. Like the adults, it took them like 7-8 years for adults, but we had to. I went to school, but I was the only like I spoke Russian and Armenian. I didn't speak a word of English. It took me like I had to hang out with black kids and Mexican kids and Asian kids, and I had to learn English right away to fit in.
Hey, Nas, I don't mean to interrupt, HB, but Russian is probably a much harder language to learn than English, right?
Russian is one of the hardest.
Russian is difficult,
Armenian is
man.
even harder. Yeah, English is the easiest. Spanish is the easiest. So Spanish, I learned Spanish and English at the same time. Yeah.
If you know Chinese is the hardest. No damn consonants in Chinese. It's like
Spanish.
Doesn't
If you know
Chinese have
Spanish,
like
it's
3
easier to
different ways
speak
to
Portuguese
write?
and
Portuguese and Spanish
and
is
Italian.
easy. Portuguese and Spanish is very easy.
Because if you know Spanish, it's kind of
Yeah,
similar.
Portuguese. Like when I was learning Spanish, then Portuguese. I was working in a Brazilian restaurant.
Yeah, a lot of Spanish-speaking languages sound the same because they use the same pronunciations.
But Slavics, like if I spoke Russian, so like I catch Polish, I could do Serbian, Croatian, like I catch those like languages. But like Armenian is different. Armenian is like in a world of his own.
So what do you think about these migrants coming in? Do you think
It's insane. So I'll tell you how we got in here. It took us 3.5 years, right? We applied for refugee status. Like a year and a half later, we got an interview at the U.S. citizenship, the U.S. Embassy in Moscow. Then another year and a half, they told us we can be, and that's lottery system. So my uncle made it to Brooklyn. My other uncles made it to Philly. We had no idea. Like, well, it was just a lottery system. Well, we got here, and there was a community, and then like 6-7 months later, I was 12. I was already working, man. Like we had to grind it out. Some welfare. My sister was 4 years older than me, so we grinded it out. We came out all right. But this shit is insane. This is just a different level of craziness.
Would this ever happen in Russia?
Well, Russia. So it did have. So it's crazy. Like Russians right now are moving to Armenia, hiding from the war. Like when I was in, like when we went to Russia after the war, yeah, it was. They take refugees from different places, but Russians are more racist than anybody else in the world, man. So it's like it's pretty hard. They're nationalists on a different level. Ukrainians and Russians, yeah.
Can you
I've seen
tell
a
us about
video.
Russian women? I've never been to Russia personally.
Russian
Can
woman?
you
Oh, they
expand
turn
upon
me. We
them a
got some
little
Yeah,
bit?
I can tell you about Russian
Yeah,
Ukrainian women.
can you go? I'd like to hear a little seminar about that if you
So
can
I
Yeah,
can
tell
I
tell
me.
you
want to hear
about
that
Russian
shit.
women. Russian
Hold on,
women
Is
are
hold
that
on.
okay, John? I'm sorry, I don't mean to take over your show, but is
Nah,
that
I want to
okay?
hear that shit. That's a good
Okay,
question.
okay, go ahead, go ahead, go
Everybody
ahead.
want
So
to hear about
Russian women are pretty straightforward, right? They like you. They're gonna tell you they're gonna fuck you or not. If you if
That'd be
they
sexy too.
they don't really play that. They play games with Americans because they know they're simps, and they play games with like international. That's why you get like a mail order bride, and then she'll come and
Oh, so they're
fucking
like
destroys
Brazilians.
your life. She'll come and destroy your life. But with Russians and from people from that part of the world, they know there's no games. Either she likes you, she knows you're gonna have. She knows you're gonna have a girlfriend. She'll meet your girlfriend. And she'd be cool with that. But then, like you gotta buy her stuff. Like you can buy Russian women very easily. But they're very straightforward. They're not gonna like play games. They don't really play games too much. Either they're gonna fuck you or they're gonna marry you, and that's it. That's the thing. Where Russian and Ukrainian bitches are the same.
Some good
Are
odds.
mail order brides prevalent there?
They used to be like back in the day. It used to be a lot. There's like all the first passport bros they used to go to Russia all the time. The passport bros started in Russia, and like that's the first original passport bro movement. Yeah.
Anyone familiar with Miami and the Russians in Miami? Just the
Yeah, so Russians like when they came to Brooklyn, there was a Brighton Beach, all the mafia stuff. They were doing that shit. They used to do some crazy stuff in Brighton Beach, man. They used to kidnap all the players from here, their families back Russia, like Pavel Bure and all they kidnapped all their families, like all the hot NHL players used to pay them over here. So back in the day, Miami Russians are not like. I mean, they do a lot of like crazy, like electronical. They do credit card frauds. They do anything else. They
Yeah,
don't
their
do any
cybercrime
crazy.
is insane.
They do
man.
cybercrime. They do a crazy, insane cyber crimes. They don't do anything like they're not gonna rob.
Well, they don't want to push onto the cartels, right?
They don't mess with that stuff. Yeah,
That's
I
right.
used to know Russian dudes that mess with cartels in Arizona. They used to deal with Mike Tyson back in the day. Like it was like, but they don't really deal with drugs or any of this stuff. It's all cyber crimes. Yeah.
You know what? I've mentioned this book many times. Back to Blood, and then Back to Blood, there was a element of he talked about the Russians, and we've talked about the art business here like briefly. I remember one day we talking about like art or something, and in the Back to Blood book, he talked about the Russians engage in a lot of like fraud as it relates to art. There's a lot of I shouldn't say Russians, but there's a lot of fraud as it relates to art.
No, John, look up what Armenians did in LA. It was $1 billion insurance fraud. And so
yeah,
like
the Russians are in on all the property scams,
all the
and
property.
like they're in on property scams. They're in on like transnational like wiring scams and like phishing scams. They're in all these big like technical things because they can't. It's hard to trace back to the Russians because they can go to a country where we can't track them. So
Can we do a show about this?
So John, Citibank just got fined $25 million because they don't open credit cards for Armenians. Came here and did like $200,000-$300,000 loans and went back to Armenia. So they just got fined recently $25 million. So it's like that's
go ahead. No,
go ahead, John. Go ahead.
In North 23 say art is used to move money, and then Trope says Hunter Biden was selling paintings
to Ukraine and Russia. Yeah,
money laundering. Yeah, that's true, and that is a very good example of how you launder money through art. And
remember, why did they choose art, John? Because value in art can be subjective. You can put it at $100 million, and
yeah, that's why Dookie stain paintings are worth 23
Remember, John, there's no subjective value or market value for art. It's whatever someone's willing to pay.
There's no objective value.
All the
objective,
scams they do through ATMs on the gas stations where they steal your PIN number and you can do that. That's all done by Eastern Europeans. That's all done by Eastern.
Naz, are you willing to come up one day and do a long stream about this?
I can do this 24/7, bro.
Heck yeah. I've always been interested in cybercrime specifically.
Yeah, man. Hold on. Someone wants to see this damn. Naz, we're gonna come right back to you, man. Because
go ahead, brother. Go.
I got this Willie Brown video. And when I saw that shit, I thought about you. I was like, man, I wonder what the hell.
Yeah, I told you about Willie, man. I don't know Willie for a year. He's here to give a speech, right?
HB, you seen that video, man?
Is this the one with Kamala?
Yeah, the dancing video.
Yeah,
Is this the Kamala one,
John. So he took her for his 60th birthday. He took her as a date, and he left his wife at home. And she was
having fun.
Well, did you see at his honoring as a key to the city that he had Kamala sitting next to him and his wife down on the same row about 3 seats down?
Fellas, don't give up hope, man. You young guys here, you know, you can get that at 60-something years old.
Kamala was fine as
life
crap
is
when
not
she was
over,
younger, man.
bro. Let me show that video of Kamala. Man, that little motherfucker was hot, man.
She was fine, man. She was fine. Trust me, I know, man.
HB, what you think, HB? HB, was Kamala hot back in those days?
Bro, she was so bad back then. I would still hit her today, man. Like, honestly.
John, you gotta see Tulsi Gabbard young then, dude.
Hey,
when she was in the military and stuff, John.
When she
When
get
Tulsi-
that skin though, man.
You know what Obama said about Kamala, HB?
What'd he say?
Anybody know what
John, just say
Obama
it.
said about her? He said she's the finest AG in the country. You know what? No one remembers that shit.
Yeah,
No.
I believe
it though.
I believe it. Never heard it, but I believe
that shit made Michelle probably mad as a motherfucker, right? Because she don't know nothing like Michelle.
Is that a magazine article or something? Finest AG in the country.
Yeah,
Magazine
Google
article.
it, so you know I ain't bullshitting. Google it. And this one's you about 45 years old.
John,
John,
it's
can I
just like a
ask
black guy thing though that she's attractive because I don't know many white guys who find her really that attractive.
Yeah, I think he probably is black guy.
Because it's like John, she's like to me, she looks like nothing. She looks like a weird mixed mutt thing. You know what I mean? Like a mud person. You know?
Nah, she look like the above average black lady to me.
No,
John,
dude, I've dated above that. No, black. She's not black.
Average.
Nigga, that's what drives them black men
Black
crazy.
enough. She got that.
Like
that
she
rump
looks
in the back.
Indian right there. She
Nah,
looks like
nah,
a
the
Pakistani or
thing is
Indian
that
right there.
Nigga, I used to work. Nigga, I used to work with this
Don't look
goddamn
like
Indian.
actual black women.
Man, I used to work with
The
this
men.
Indian man. Like,
So to me, they look black.
I used to work with an Indian at Consolidated Edison's. It's the power company for New York City. They had an Indian in there, man. You know, it's crack is gone. But in software, they had things called stand-up. So every day you had to go, like, hey, this one I'm working on, this one I have a problem with, blah, blah, blah. And there was a fucking Indian in there, had a body like, oh my God. I mean, nice, he was nice all the way around. But that body, man, oh my God.
I had an Indian girlfriend for a while.
Indian women are fine, man.
Hey, John, Willie Brown is 91 years old. He's
It
dating
depends
a
what
45-year-old
region they're from, like the Punjabi ones or the
Yeah,
you know.
those people are from Bangladesh. They busted.
Yeah,
They ugly.
yeah. It depends
Mine
on the
was
region.
Bengali. Yeah.
Black men
I
ain't
don't
thinking
know
that
about
far.
that.
Yeah, exactly.
none of that
HB, you know what's up.
Well,
Yeah, I don't care
I
about
met
none
a
of that
lot of them
shit.
in college, and some of them are real. I'm telling you, like you guys, like some of the Indian women look almost white sometimes, dude. It's interesting.
Those are the northern Indians, man. They're
Nigga,
mixed.
this picture right here, driving nigga crazy. You know what I'm saying by niggas.
But is it about the light skin? Is that what drives it
Man,
crazy? Is it
man,
like a fetish thing? Is that why? Or
No, it's not just the light skin.
Nigga,
That's
I'm
a
gonna tell you what
factor.
drives
Every
nigga
woman
crazy. Right?
holistically.
If she was
Nigga,
dark,
Let's
I
see it,
still
John.
drive nigga crazy. We late night.
Nah,
We're late night with Jungle and HB, right?
It's the body. It's the body and the hair. That's what it is.
it's the
Nigga,
body? I mean, she has good tits. I mean, I get that.
nigga,
But
no, not her tits, man.
nigga, in the fucking
It's her
titties. Nigga, they walk around Africa with no shirt on. Nigga ain't looking at no titties. Nigga, it's this right here. What is that? Damn, I can't get that picture of that hair. Man, like, let me show you.
it's her hair. Is it? See, that's
Nigga,
the thing.
that's real.
Is black people? Is it hair
Nigga,
that
that
much
shit
to
real.
you guys,
It's
John?
That shit
hairy and
real
body
like a
type.
motherfucker.
Yeah.
Look at that shit
Hair
right
and
there.
curves, man.
Sean,
Nigga,
that
look
looks
at
like
that.
every Mexican girl I've ever dated.
Nigga, well,
You don't
nigga,
understand.
you flocking for Mexico.
Yeah, he
You
don't
know
get
what?
it. He don't
You know
get
what's
it.
Only shit that had that like mongoloid.
It's interesting that you mentioned the
Good to go.
It's interesting that you mentioned the Mexicans in Piers. I read this guy named Jack Cashill. You guys should read Jack Cashill, Cashill. That nigga tough guy. He's from Kansas City. And Cashill, I think, is from Kansas City as well. And he talks a lot about, he says, the Mexican women are fine enough to where they will like bridge the tensions between, the races. And, the white men will go along with Mexican women and so on and so forth. But that hair right there, Imperious, man, look at that shit.
It's like every hair of every Mexican girl I've ever dated, or
that's that good Ethiopian hair, bro.
I mean, dude, if you think that hair is crazy, date a Middle Eastern girl, dude.
Hey, woke in
But most middle,
Like, I was engaged to a Persian woman, so I mean, I was used to hair like that all the time, dude. Like her hair was down to like below her ass.
Imperious, a nigga would kill you over there, right there. You see that hair right there?
Why?
Motherfuckers go in stores. Master Kim sell a head full of shit that make their hair look like this.
John, that is sad. That's sad, John. I guess I never thought of that. Jesus.
Yeah, I understand. Well, now you know, right? See, you learn something new on this show every day.
So John, like all you have to have is like a lot of hair, or really is that why? Like, what about why don't they like Asians then?
He still don't get it.
Hair is big.
Yeah, he don't get it. He don't get it.
Nigga, you see how fine this shit is?
Well, John, I just don't get it. I mean, I shave my hair to a 5 just because I don't like it long.
No, that's not it.
Man, sell it. Your hair to other people.
We don't give a fuck about your hair.
Man, what the fuck? I don't give a fuck about how you. We talking about this woman's hair.
Yeah, we talk about females up here, bro. What the fuck?
And that right there would drive a nigga.
No, but I don't know about hair. I don't like it long hair. I don't care. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying you don't like long hair.
See the movie Good Hair. Chris Rock narrates. It's a documentary about the whole hair industry, black weaves and all.
Oh yeah. I'll see.
Yeah, that's a good reference.
That's a great documentary.
Do you remember when Chris Rock walked in that beauty supply store with that bag full of nappy ass African hair?
They didn't want
it. Shit, right?
They didn't want it.
That shit won't worth 50 cents.
John, isn't that kind of like a white woman's hair right there, or a Mexican's hair?
No, it's not.
Black women take their hair any time of day, man. They're like, I'll take this.
Nigga, Imperious. If somebody would have chopped Kamala's hair off and just throw it down in the ground where I live, if people would pick that shit up, man, try to make hay out of it. I guarantee you.
Jesus, John.
Yeah,
but John, like, see, the black girls I dated, they kept their hair natural or they straightened it.
That's what white dudes like that.
Right, mine too, but we ain't talking about them.
Yeah, we're not talking about that. That's a whole different.
No, but what I'm saying is, I just not used to that being like what the natural. I've never seen a black girl like dries her hair all the time like that.
Nigga, the black women you would want that shit right there, boy. That shit straight the motherfucker.
The only type of girl.
I guess, John. I guess you're right. I mean, you're the expert. It's hard for me to fathom, John.
No,
That's why I don't have these little fucking manospheres and all that bullshit.
They have that hair naturally.
Imperious, it's motherfuckers like this is her natural hair.
Don't know Keisha.
Yeah.
This is her natural hair, bro.
Yeah.
To get her looking like we see her today, she got to do something to that shit.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah, I know. The black girls, when I dated them, it took like 3 hours to straighten their hair. I get it. Yeah, I know.
I'm talking about this is her natural shit.
It ain't gonna take her 3 hours.
Fuck up.
It's taking those 3 hours.
And that nigga wanna fuck that motherfucker, and that hair look like that. That drive nigga straight crazy.
Yeah.
John's going crazy right now. He's looking at an old photo.
That's right. It drives
John, I just don't get it. Like, I mean, I see maybe tits and ass, and I'm like, yeah, let's do it, but not hair. You know?
You don't get it because you chose to be a motherfucking something. But the men up here that's telling you,
John.
Yeah,
like that shit would drive a nigga crazy, man.
Yeah, nah.
You
John,
see
that's
me
why.
running through these bitches' heads, huh?
Hey, John, that's why that interview you did with that one girl,
the Ethiopian.
Oh man, I felt your pain, man, because
which one?
The one that was
the
working
Ethiopian at the bar.
The one that was working at the bar.
White dudes.
That's the Ethiopian chick.
The Ethiopian girl.
That chick was fine, man.
Yes.
But
John, did you see the?
What made her
John, did you
so
see the
fine, though,
CNN?
it was the hair, though, man.
She was beautiful.
John, did you see the CNN interview where the black dude, though, their post debate, and the black dude was sitting there and go, I genuinely didn't know she was black. You see that one, John?
What are you talking
Fuck you
about?
talking about?
You changed the topic.
They had a no, because when you're thinking black, I just can't see her as black, John. I just like what I'm saying is like even like the black dudes, like I don't think people see her as black,
Yeah,
really, John.
That's
I
fair.
can
That
keep it
doesn't
real,
matter.
because I know
You
actual
talking
black
about
women who look like her.
yeah.
To me, that just doesn't seem like black woman hair or a black woman. I don't know, John. I don't know.
Let's
Dude,
yeah.
you
You're
never
talking
seen
about
an
fucking man.
Imperius,
Yeah,
you ever seen an
he's missing
Ethiopian
the point.
woman before? They got hair just like that.
Yes,
Yeah,
they
but,
do.
but then they're
Eritrean
darker
women are
too, and they
beautiful.
actually have like black features. Like she has like that's like
They come
yeah.
in all
And
colors.
no, she
There
don't.
she go. There she
Hey,
go.
how you put? Oh, John,
Who the hell is that?
Oh
John.
man, oh man, oh man.
John's
Boy,
operating
one
like me.
day, boy, one
Who
day,
is
one day.
that's
Goddamn,
That's
what
her.
this?
That is definitely her.
Jesus.
Woo, man,
She
hey,
got
man,
that
Lord,
one child body
Lord,
too.
Lord,
That one
Lord,
child body.
Lord have mercy. See,
John,
I don't
scroll
know
down a
fucking
bit.
money
Can
for
someone
shit. I
scroll down a
can't.
little bit?
Yeah,
Oh,
scroll down a little bit,
Yeah,
John.
that's a good question, John. Is Meghan Markle black?
We ain't talking about her.
That's like a dude tits.
Yeah, we're
and
talking about her.
what the fucking shit.
Dude, Meghan Markle was hot back in the day, dude.
Listen, yeah, she's hot.
but
But yeah,
bitch got
y'all
a
gotta
mouth.
understand. Y'all gotta understand. These African women.
These
It's a whole
African
different
women,
ball
though.
game.
Who is
See,
this?
this is why I
She
got
Fucking
to
ratchet as hell.
transvestite person, Sean.
That's a
Who is this
ratchet queen
person?
right there.
This is the chick from the bar. Y'all can't tell.
Nah,
Chick
nah,
from
nah,
where?
nah, nah,
Chick?
nah. That ain't no
Like
chick
where?
from the
What?
bar.
I need to chill.
Nah, we know her.
I need to chill. I gotta go.
That's John
That
Sennett.
ain't no motherfucking chick from the bar. Let me see.
John will save her. John will save her.
She lived in John's house.
I know John will save
Don't
her.
save her.
He'll give her a
She
free
don't wanna
a
be
free
saved.
room. You just got to pay rent every other day. You know,
Hey,
we'll just
listen.
cut it out.
Yeah, she can pay that.
They
rent.
all
She can
need
pay that
something.
rent
They
all
all
day.
need
You
something.
let that motherfucking hair down. Lord have mercy.
They all need
John,
something.
Lord have mercy, John.
This is what I was talking about with lasagna. Y'all gotta learn how to put a
Stop it.
worm
Just
on the
stop
hook.
it.
Nah,
Get it over with.
don't get
Somebody
it.
said her
Lasagna
face
don't
is a
get it,
little
man.
weird because that
She has
bitch.
like a mouse face, John. She has like it's like a weird kind of like
That
ratatouille
Damn,
mouse
damn.
She got
face. I
that
don't know.
raccoon look.
Hey,
Y'all
hey,
wildin'.
hey. Let me see if I can show y'all. This is what she had on when I threw her motherfucking ass out.
Oh man, this thing was in your domicile. Holy
And she's
shit.
smiling, John. She's happy you threw her out. Look at her.
I made,
Not
I
your
made
domicile, but the one you rent, man.
That's
I
what
made
caught
it
John's
easier.
attention.
This is a
You
big
know
You know,
Flipping puppy
John.
in the
You know,
mouth.
John. You know, you have her when you can throw her out, and she still wants to come back. So
She's a Habesha woman. A Habesha. You guys, nobody Ethiopian know about the Habesha.
Yes, sir.
The
I know
Habesha.
about that.
Habesha.
Sir.
You know, I be trying to tell you niggas all the time. And, you know, this is what, you know, I guess I'm veering over into Imperious' territory right now. Because if I told you motherfuckers what I did to her,
John, did you fish hook her?
I threw her motherfucking. I just showed you what she had on, right?
Oh,
You-
I thought you meant sexually, John. Sorry.
well, yeah, I can tweet.
Yeah.
Nah, he gotta be.
Sorry, John. We're a bunch of men here, like you said. You're a bunch of niggas. Bunch of niggas. What do you think niggas are thinking about, John?
Watch this shit. So, anyway, that was a tenant of mine, and she went outside and smoked a cigarette one day, and I locked her motherfucking ass out.
Jesus, John.
What she had on her back was what she took with her. No lie. And so you see her right there with that grin on her face
Oh, that was the picture.
as I was talking to her through the window. From
She ain't
my
had no
bed.
bra on, man.
Well, I think she didn't have time to know. She should have had on before she went outside and smoked a
I
cigarette.
saw her nippy, bro. Her nipple.
Me too. Anyway, let me see if I can show you some other shit.
Hey, John, before you go,
What's up?
I was to tell you, Willie Brown right now is dating a chick from my high school, Russian chick. She was class of 97. I was class of 98.
How he bag a Russian
Wow.
chick?
He banged everybody, man. Willie Brown had a different Asian
Willie
chick,
Brown got
Russian
game,
chick.
I guess.
Dude,
Yeah.
Willie Brown was like the biggest like pimp in San Francisco for like 20
When
years.
you mess with Willie Brown,
I was going to say
go to
Willie Brown. I
Pound
don't know. Yeah,
Town.
but like, it's rare for a black man to get a Russian woman. Really?
But he
when
he
you got
got
money
in.
and nothing to
You got
spot.
money, right?
Yeah.
The
And-
Bay Bridges
Women
named
are
after
just that's the
him.
thing what people forget. If you were a guy and you could go back in time now and tell yourself something, it would be focus on only money. Women will come after.
Probably bought her, for all I know.
The Bay Bridge is named after Willie Brown, man. He could.
Really? They changed the name of it now?
I mean, it's always after him, right?
Is that San Francisco?
Golden
And
Gate
you know
Bridge
what's
is
sad,
after
John, is
Robert
the most
Williams.
evil people live the longest. Look, he's like 94 or whatever.
He's 91 right now. He's 91.
Where's that bridge named after, Matt?
Which one?
San Francisco. You said
So Bay
Liberty-
Bridge, he's under him. Golden Gate is the Robert Williams. Yeah, the tunnel.
I'm surprised they wouldn't name a children's center, like a children's hospital, after the Willie Brown Children's. He probably, made half of them. So.
He a black Genghis
See if
Khan.
I
I
can
swear
share
to
it. Yeah, he's a black guy. Anyway, I got a funny video for you guys. Fuck it, I share it. I don't give a shit, right? Man, let me get a beer first, guys.
Look at John, man. John just go. That's a lot of beers, a lot of blunts, John. How are you still awake here?
That's how he's still awake. That's the fuel.
It's like, it reminds me of that scene in Lebowski where it's like, a couple beers, couple burgers, it's all good, dude. And it's like with John's, couple blunts, couple burgers, couple beers.
Man, I wish Seven Steel was in the audience. He would really, he benefit from this story. I'm a landlord. I am John Galt, by the way, landlord. So that girl, the girl that I showed you, she had parked the car in the back of my house. You saw her early in the picture. I'll show you the picture. This is her in the back of my house. You can see that, right? You guys can see that, right? It's the back of my
Yeah, I
house.
see it. I see a lot of things, John.
Yeah. And you can see now in this picture, you see again, this is the back of the house, right? And I told her ass, look, you're out. I locked her ass out.
Who them two niggas in the back?
I'll tell you later. And so she parked the motherfucking car in the back of my house. And I tell you, I don't play those fucking games with these people, right? And so you asked about these two niggas in the back. One of them got a mask on clearly. Let's play the video.
They're with the
These motherfuckers
transvestite.
got masks on and shit. You know what I mean? Wait a minute, what they doing?
Now, John, is that a stereotype that's true in the black community? I've
Crazy,
seen
huh?
a lot of those jokes where black men go with black
What about
trannies.
it? No, she's not training. No, by
The
no means.
fucking hell's it's like a performative looking fucking.
That's her in the back. You can see her in the pink shorts.
Wait,
again.
that-
Look at her
that's
walking
it.
up. Look at that walking up.
That
to
does
my
look like a
room
man,
in the
though,
back.
John. That has a man stature.
Nah, she ain't no
Look,
man. by
zoom
no
back to
means.
his
she
face.
She no man by no means.
If she Pierce don't like her, she ain't built like a twig.
I was born.
Oh, they're towing her car. Let me see. That's not it.
Like twin.
They basically they're
Twin
towing her
tranny
car.
toys. What the hell are you supposed to call that?
They're towing her car up off of my property there.
Are they doing the whole like taking the rims and tires off, John, and everything?
No, they had a hard time towing a car because somehow the car didn't work anymore.
Oh, they didn't start or something?
I don't know what the fuck was wrong with
Maybe
it.
they needed some blinker fluid, John.
Maybe. You never know. But that's the car.
It'd be real goofy if they just forgot to
Head
fill
up
it
out
with
this
gas.
motherfucker, right? Head up out of here. Right? Head the fuck up out of here, right?
Oh man.
Gotta get them up out of here.
Maybe a single car
Very
accident.
good, right?
You know,
Look at that.
kill the whole family. Either or.
And she parked the car behind my house, right? And I'd already put her
Wait,
ass
that
out
was in front of your house.
in the back of my house.
Oh,
And I'd already put her motherfucking ass out. And it looked like
oh the tranny wrecked her car immediately after she got
That's a good job, John. Don't mercy. Get it out of there. You don't want liability. You don't want that stuff staying on your property.
But it looked like the tires are flat. There she is. It looked like the tires are flat, though. What is she saying? Let's see what she's saying. It looked like the tires are flat.
She probably stabbed her own tires so she couldn't go away. She probably stabbed her own tires, John.
It's like some government
definitely did it.
like
We're definitely
psychological
gonna.
operation or some
She
shit.
definitely did that.
Shut up, Pope.
Sure. She definitely did.
She
it.
did, right? Yeah.
She definitely.
She probably stabbed her own. I've heard of it all the time. Yep.
Whoa, they stabbed somebody who what? With there? What
Her tires
in
are
this?
flat. That's why they had to tow the
Oh,
car.
yeah. Flat.
You got to get them up out of there sometimes.
Was she pissed, John? Did she try to beat you up at all, or no?
You know, we later, Ian Pierce, if I can be honest with you, Ian Pierce, for a while, we became very good friends. It was almost like she respected me more.
Exactly, John. When you're strong with a woman, I'd rather be seen as an asshole than a simp. Then that's the thing.
Yeah,
You
I'll
always
leave it
side
at
with
that.
being the dick because they'll respect a dick. They'll hate a weak man.
That's where, what's interesting that you mentioned that in Pierce is that right next door was a guy who was a weak man. And he could have easily gone and lived with her. And I remember her talking shit about that man, and he had a place to live. And she didn't. But she was talking about he was talking shit about him, even though he was in a better position than her. She called him all kind of weak motherfucker, just weak. She didn't respect him.
African women do that to you.
But she respected me, and I tell you, we got along very well. A couple years after that, after I put her ass out on her ass.
Women respect a man who'll actually draw lines with them. They're so used to every guy being like, "Oh, you're a woman. I'll do this. You can hit me. You can smack me. You can talk shit to me in public. You can go out with other men. You can go on women's trips. You can." Come on, dude.
I mean, literally, I put her out on her ass. Like, not.
Oh yeah, I say like nothing here is going to change. If you don't like it, kick rocks. There's the door.
You see what she had on, man, bro?
The door.
Did anyone see what she had on? Like,
yeah, she had her booty shorts on and a freaking spaghetti top or whatever.
She went outside, smoked a cigarette right there on the back porch. And I said, "You outside?" I locked the door. She never got back in.
That's how you have to do it, John. Exactly. And you avoid the violence because she can't hit you from outside.
Can't hit me from outside. She can't prove that she live here either.
He's not on the lease. He can't prove anything. Officers, there's a woman banging on my door. She seems psychotic. You may want to come rush you. I don't know if she has a gun.
Remember when I told you that someone kicked my door in? Did I ever tell you guys that story?
Yeah, you did. It's been a while though.
She convinced a nigga to kick my door in.
I believe it, John. A simp a simp that she never banged afterwards, right?
Nah, she probably banged her.
Nigga, I do the banging.
Exactly. She told a simp to risk his life and to go to jail because she said she might do something that she'd never do with him.
She probably talked a motherfucker into doing this shit, and he did it. Bro, I heard a motherfucker bang. I mean, he's a big motherfucker too, man. Cause he had to bang my door in, man, and he was banging and banging. And I be damn shit convinced this stupid motherfucker walking down the street to kick my door in. Could have gotten himself killed, And yeah, he kicked it right off the hinges. I mean, it took him a bit, but he kicked it off the hinges. You know what I mean? And but again, we became good friends for years after that.
John, they wouldn't do that around here, man. If there's someone beat, they wouldn't do that around here.
They walked in the door. They would have been dead soon. They made the first.
John, that door even opens. There's you got a 90, 100 pound, American bully. You got a pit bull coming, and then you come through that. You get a Benelli M4. So
yeah, the dude was drunk. Like old homeless kind of black guy. He was drunk, big guy. He see a pretty woman, woman, big ass titties out. And he doing anything stupid. And he did something real.
Well, our sheriffs down here say we ask that you do take care of it yourselves. So
anyway, very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, interesting. Different the cultures, John. I mean, so yeah, I don't know, Joe. It's John. I don't know. People just don't walk in people's houses around here like that.
He didn't walk in. He kicked his way in.
Well, that's what I mean. Let alone kicking it in, John. I couldn't imagine, John, if people in the neighborhood heard that, they'd come running out armed.
I can believe it. I can believe it.
Like, that's just crazy, John.
Yeah.
And what's crazy, John, is that men don't even think about that. They just do it. It's like this impulse to save. Well, John, we know what it is, right? It's the only mating strategy. They're not able to get a woman and be a man and get a woman. So their only hope is to somehow be a friend and slip in at a weak time when they've broken up with some dude and they're sad.
Let me ask you this question. Someone said you were over on the black chats raising hell. What happened this evening?
No, I was just on a couple. Well, dude, number one, I went after the dude Fatty before first.
Went after him because he went after CT and went after all, and then not just that, but I was in his server and he was talking all this madness about how he's like tough and hard, and then he tried to debate me and he got crying and he banned me from his Discord. So I had to rail on him about that on some dude's channel. You know what I mean? So that happened. I don't even know what other channel was I on? Hold on. I don't know. I'm sure someone clipped it. I think people are
You were on Venus's show.
Oh, Venus. Yeah. Dude, she's a cool girl, dude. Like, I feel bad. Like, they're these dudes are like, it's like crab in a bucket mentality, John. He's starting to think outside the box of like, Trump might not be that bad. He's not like the worst person. He's not after black people. He's not. And then all these dudes and all these women are calling in going, how dare you? You're not one of our race. You're not. And I'm like thinking, I'm coming in, I'm defending her. I'm saying like, how dare you guys tell her that? Don't listen to these weak fools. Like these crabs that are if you don't want to consider yourself just a blob of because you're part of a nebulous blob, like you should be happy. And she told me afterwards, she's like, I appreciate because dude, people need to wake up and stop being constrained by what other people think of them. Like it's I'm proud of her.
Now, what channel was this?
Venus's channel.
Oh, Venus. I never heard of Venus before. Okay.
Yeah, no, she's a cool dude. She's, I don't agree with her on everything. She don't agree with me on everything, but I respect her because she has independent thought and she'll say what she wants to say against pressure from other people.
It appears you're all over the black channels, huh?
I don't think I'm all over. I'm on a couple, I'm sure.
Wrecking havoc.
It's just like, no, dude. I mean, no, it just frustrates me that like, John, like I have more faith in black people waking up than they do in themselves. Like, I'm going to drag them into the light of their own freaking awakening if they like it or not. Like, I have more faith in them than they have in themselves, John.
Why do you think that is?
Because I know God doesn't think about race.
Okay, fair enough. Orlando Jones, I've been getting my clips ready. Damn, I see a spider in here. Give me 1 second. I like spiders. Damn, where the fuck did it go? Anyway, I lost track of this fucking spider. Orlando Jones, I've been getting my clips ready. And I've been thinking, do I really want to pick on Caleb Williams? Do I really want to do that?
Isn't that an athlete? I'm trying to think. Oh, he's the USC guy. He's my ex-court. Yeah, he's one of our ex-Heisman guys, another Heisman winner.
Yeah. And so there's
one. He's horrible. He's gonna get killed in the NFL, John.
I could have predicted that long.
And I predicted that his freshman or his first year playing, his redshirt junior year. He's just a runaround guy who has a strong arm that can throw it. But in NFL, you can't do that.
I didn't see him as a runaround guy. What do you see, Orlando?
Well, he's not a run. What I mean is he scrambles to like get outside the pocket to throw a ball.
No, I think he's more of a pocket quarterback, especially compared to other black quarterbacks. I think he's on the Bears, which is a tough dynamic for him. His offensive line ain't the greatest. But the Bears are going to struggle. They don't got the best offensive coordinator. I think he might have a decent career, but that game was bad. He looked awful. But he did have a decent preseason, though. If you watch some of the preseason, he played pretty decently. He's got better mechanics than Fields does, and I would say Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, I saw a couple of video plays from him, and when you add in him jumping in his mama's bosom, crying, heaving.
Literally, yeah.
In the NFL, you have to really manage alphas, particularly out on the perimeter. And him jumping in his mama's bosom shows me like he's probably not an alpha.
No.
Well, are you going to see him go up to a 6'5", 350-pounder, grab his helmet and get in his face and tell him to fucking block someone?
But he also paints his nails.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Are you going to see him do that, John? Do you think he's going to that kind of guy? He's not, John. In college, that's what the big thing at John. He's hesitant in his throwing too, in his decision making. That was the biggest thing about him. He's hesitant in his throwing.
In some of his big games, he didn't step up.
Yeah, he doesn't. He second guesses. He can't make those decisions instinctively.
But there's something else that I saw, and I'm hesitant to beat up on him because he's still a rookie, and people say, well, he's still a rookie, and that will give him a free year, a gap year, as they like to say. But Orlando, take a look at this video right here. I think this is queued up.
Pass DJ Moore. Good job in space. That is
It's the next play here.
not an easy play for the excellent veteran safety. Do that with the rookie QB. They'll pass it. Titans bring some pressure. Williams out of the pocket. Looking downfield, floats it for more.
It's actually not that play. Damn, maybe I don't have it.
See, John, how indecisive he was with that, though? He didn't know where to go with it. He couldn't make a decision in the pocket. He didn't know where he's going to go and bounce out to. He had no direction on the wide receiver.
He may figure that out.
His pocket collapsed pretty quick too, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but even when you roll out, you know where you're going. He held that ball a long time running out, dude.
This is the play right here.
Okay.
This is the play right here. I want you to watch this play. And again, he's a rookie, so I'm hesitant to criticize him this early on, but take a look.
A flag. There was maybe a little bit of contact with the new corner, L'Jarius Sneed. Four-man rush on 3rd and short. Williams slinging it, looking for Keenan Allen.
John, that's a wide open ball.
Yeah, his footwork was really bad. Like he didn't take the appropriate drop, and then he threw a bad duck. Like that was a bad pass. I mean, that was a touchdown to Keenan Allen, who won't drop that. He's a pretty good receiver, so
you got to make that throw, bro. You got to.
That was a wide open window between the corner and safety. You have to make that throw.
He messed up his time. If he replayed, he messed up his timing. It looked almost like he kind of semi-pump faked, but it was a 3-step drop and then launch it. He missed it, and then he tried to make up for lost time and threw a bad floater.
But that's what I'm saying. He's indecisive when he needs to throw the ball. What I've been saying, like this is okay. Look, he's a good player. Like he has a lot of raw talent, but they've said this since his scouting out of SC. And he's a Heisman winner for us. I love him, but he has indecisiveness. He can't make that split second. I'm going. This is what we're doing. This is boom, boom, boom. Like he second guesses. He wants more time. He wants to create more time for him to think what he's going to do.
Did you see the interception that Will Levis threw to end the game?
No, I didn't see the play. I heard about it, but I didn't see the play.
After the interception, I mean, he just threw his hands on his head, like he was exasperated. Like, I can't believe I did this.
Yeah.
And I think like that shows kind of like the psyche that, these young players, a lot of them don't have. And that, he was devastated by it. It's the first game of the year, bro. Get over it. Even though you lost the game, get over it. But I think, they're so young and they're not sure of themselves. They haven't really been groomed to be quarterbacks.
Right.
And you can see how he reacted. Like he just broke down on the field. Didn't even get up to try to make an attempt to tackle him, man.
Hey, John, at Universal, I have a question. Who's the best college quarterback you ever seen?
Vince Young. Vince Young, his senior year.
Ever? That's
college, not like whoever you saw the first two games.
Vince Young's senior year.
I remember Vince Young when he beat USC. Yeah,
when he literally beat the best college team of all time by himself.
But I'm saying who you saw first 2-3 games, so you thought he's going to be a big superstar.
He threw 5 touchdowns the first game and 6 the second.
Yeah, I remember Vince Young. But Vince Young he didn't have no IQ though. He just
that's my point. He was like he literally looked like they call Keith
that was the greatest game of all time.
Yeah, that was the greatest. Yeah, Keith Jackson when Keith Jackson called him Superman. Keith Jackson seen every big game. He called every big game. That's the best college football player of all time.
Like, the Reggie Bush. So, yeah.
Like, he single-handedly beat the most talented college football team of all time.
John,
2 Heisman winners on the same team.
College football
2 Heisman winners on the same team, John, a quarterback and a running back. 9 first-round draft picks that year, John.
That's a good team, no doubt. No doubt.
John?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear
Who's
me?
the who do you say is the best college quarterback you've seen? Played in college, not pro.
That's a good question. Man, that's a good question.
For me, it's Peyton Manning and Andrew Luck.
Oh man, Luck was good. He was so stiff for me though.
Like no, but in Stanford he was so good. So it's
Yeah,
like the
he was
first
good.
first 4 games I watched him, I'm like he's gonna be a Pro Bowler.
You know, Steve Spurrier worked magic with bullshit quarterbacks.
Yeah, I remember all of them. Yeah,
And he only worked in college. But that shit he did down there with Danny Werfel
Danny Werfel. Yeah, I remember.
was magical, bro. You
But
gotta,
what? No, how about Urban with Alex Smith?
Yeah,
Alex Smith was number 1 pick.
He was good. Yeah, he was good. But I don't think he played with the level of receivers and the talent that was down there in Florida against the talent in the SEC.
Yeah, what's his name? The coach. What was his name, John? That
Spurrier.
coach, Steve Spurrier. Yeah, that was the only title he won. 95, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he had a lot. It was an exciting team to watch.
Oh yeah, the full spread. Yeah, he was the first real spread guy, man.
Mm-hmm. But that shit didn't work in the NFL partly because he was lazy. And the other part is he didn't understand quarterbacks at the NFL level. So he can never come up with a quarterback to make it work.
What about you, Universal?
I think Peyton Manning would be up there, but another player who stood out to me was Michael Vick. If you go back and watch some Michael Vick,
I remember
Virginia
that
Tech highlights,
VTech,
you'd be like, what the fuck? Like he just was on a whole different level.
He was, yeah.
He was
I don't
doing
know.
shit
The way I
don't
say
think I've
Vince
seen.
Young, it's just it was like that team was. It was literally. I remember when we won the title, the national championship the year before. He won the Rose Bowl, and he said, "I'll be back." And we had our eyes on that team the whole year. We knew we were going to see him at the end of the year. He was so good. He stood out the year before when he beat who was it, Michigan that year before in the Rose Bowl by himself. And that whole year, he was a freak of nature in
That was
college.
magic. That was magic.
He was literally a Superman. Like remember, we had, what was that safety's name? Gosh, I'm trying to remember that freak looking safety. And he even couldn't tackle him. Yeah, Taylor May. Yeah, he couldn't even tackle him. Nobody could do anything against him. It was literally every time he got the ball, it was just like, okay, he's going to score. It doesn't matter.
But a good comparative to Vince Young in that season is RG3, Robert Griffin. He had a magical season like that too. So if we're talking like now, the question was,
but I mean, a guy to beat the best team of all time, go undefeated, score an average of 68 points for
I'm
the
not
year.
arguing your point.
I'm just saying, like, I never thought someone could beat that team, dude, that we had.
No, nobody did. That team was.
USC had so many crazy players, but Palomalo was like the only good one, like actually a great one in NFL.
Reggie was pretty good. I thought Reggie.
Well, no, we had a ton of good offensive linemen.
Reggie was like solid. He was okay.
Offensive and defensive linemen and stuff, and strong and safeties and like tackles.
Reggie was like solid. He had a good
Reggie
like
Bush?
5-6 years.
Reggie was okay.
Reggie
I mean,
he won a Heisman.
No, I'm talking about
yeah,
NFL
but
career.
he won the Heisman that year because
yeah,
they should have given it to Vince Young that year. They won the Heisman because of that game in Notre Dame, and I remember watching that. I mean, we got so lucky that game that the Bush push.
Reggie Bush and Alex Smith went to the same high school in San Diego.
Yeah, I know. God, what is it? Mission High School, I think.
Yeah. Who do y'all like? Are you watching college football days? Like, who do y'all like in today's college football landscape, quarterback wise?
I stopped watching college last couple years, man.
Yeah, I haven't seen enough this year yet to really like give you, because it's just been 1 or 2 weeks and they're both playing, like a lot of the good quarterbacks are playing almost 1 AA teams right now. So yeah, to really like give you, because it's you need to go to like week
October.
4 or 5. I'd say week 5. You can start saying like who's kind of standing out, like because like for us, you got to wait till we go to like the Big House next weekend. You know, if we win that game, we'll be in the top 5 probably. So it depends. College football jumps around so much.
Gotcha. Yeah.
But I mean, you got to look at like Ohio State. They're probably, if you look at raw talent, them and Georgia are separate from everyone. They're like the of our year. They're like the SC and Texas of that year. They're so far beyond 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's those two, and then like everyone else. Like those two should play because, dude, it's freakishly crazy. Ohio State has $31 million worth of NIL players on their team.
Yep, big take, little bank. That is
Like,
the name of
and
the
you
college
know
game
Ohio
now.
State was going to do it because they're freakish obsessive with football.
Wait, how did they decide how much somebody gets paid?
There's a lot of licensing deal. They pay like the way they do it, if I remember, is the schools pay the licensings and stuff, and then those companies pay for the likeness and imaging to the player.
To a player,
Yeah,
so they
yeah. The players get paid directly. Yeah.
I think
For their image and likeness.
LeVar Ball and something for that, man. 'Cause if he didn't take his kids to Lithuania, none of them will get paid for now.
Well, it's really O'Bannon, the guy from UCLA,
Ed
the
O'Bannon?
basketball player. Ed
The Charles
O'Bannon. Yeah.
O'Bannon?
Yeah, he's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, O'Bannon's are the ones they sued for their image and likeness. They're the ones that really
Damn, I remember
started
when
the whole thing.
UCLA beat Arkansas, man. The
Yeah, the
Scotty Thurman
95.
year. I
Yeah,
remember
the
this.
95
90,
national
90,
championship.
95 year, man.
Yeah. They had a
O'Bannon
couple other
Brothers
shots
versus Scotty
with
Thurman.
they had a shot or two with Love in them, but they ran into those Florida teams.
Florida, yeah, with Noah.
Remember, they won back to back with Donovan. You know what I mean? Because they had those 5 starters. Remember, they were a whole team that had been together since freshman year. That's in college basketball. That means a lot. If you have a team that's together 4 years all together, the unity, UCLA. Remember that year had Westbrook and Love on the same team. They couldn't beat them.
Kevin Love.
Yeah, but the Florida team was good.
Well, but that's what I'm
Horford-
saying, because they had 5 guys who played
Horford,
together
Noah,
since they were.
Yeah, they were loaded. Bill.
You'd still think even if those guys in Florida, they were decent NBA players, but they weren't potential Hall of Famers like Love and Westbrook. You know what I mean? You think you take the team with 2 Hall of Famers, if anything. You know
Who
what
was
I mean?
the best college basketball player you ever saw?
I never saw him, but it's probably Kareem.
No, I'm talking about like who you watched.
If I've ever saw. Oh man,
for me, it would have been Vince
Rose.
Carter.
Derrick Rose.
In college,
Derrick-
for me, it's a Big Dog Robinson.
Big Dog Glenn
when I
Robinson.
saw Derrick
Yeah,
Rose
he's a
play in
freak.
Memphis with that team,
That
he
was
was with,
that
man.
was a team, man. That was a crazy team.
Yeah, but when he was on, but he stood out so you could tell he was going to be. He had some freakish athleticism, like his frame and what he was doing. He reminded me of those And One mixtapes with how he could jump and just be freakish like that. He was really good, man. You know,
Him. Also, Heinrich made the 3, man. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
Yeah.
There's so many though. That's the thing. There's so many that like college basketball is hard because you'll get guys who played great in basketball who sometimes get drafted in the NBA, never even see him in the game, dude. So it's
I
it's a
remember
different
Daniel
world.
Marshall, man. Daniel Marshall was
Yeah.
drafted.
Well, look at what happened with that point guard from Duke, Williams. He had that motorcycle.
He got in
accident.
the
You know what
bike
I mean?
accident.
Yeah, I'm just
Bike
saying, like, there's freak accidents sometimes, you know, like these kids, like there was that one kid who like broke something or tore something like the summer before his freshman year. He's like a 1st-round draft pick, I remember a few years ago, and he cost the team because he never like really got into anything. Like he never became anything.
There was a kid. His name was Nicholas Tikashvili. He was drafted number 5 overall by Denver Nuggets. Man, he used to stay in my house, man. He's from Georgia, so it's like close to Armenia.
Oh shit! What happened?
His Wi-Fi probably cut off.
Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Now we
We can
can.
hear you
Now we
now.
can.
Yeah, I said there's this kid named Nicholas Tikashvili. He was drafted 5th overall by Denver Nuggets.
Dragon's
Man,
Philly. Yeah, I
he was-
remember that guy. Yeah. I remember that.
Remember him? So he used to stay in my house, man, when he played for the Warriors for a year. Fucking, well, you go to a gym with him. He's 7 feet. He'll hit you. But if you put a little pressure on him, he has no idea what to do, man. He was just scared. He was scared to play basketball. And he told me the only player that actually cared about him was Steve Nash for a little bit. Man,
Yeah, you went out again.
my bad, man. I don't know what's going on, man. Fucking.
It's all good, bro. All right, I gotta hop off though. I gotta pass out. Like it's past midnight here.
Be good.
All right, later, guys.
Take care, man. Yeah, I'm be cutting out here soon, but I don't want to leave John
I don't
on
want
the
to.
stream with nobody here.
Yeah, I'll wait for John. It's like
Yeah.
I don't want to. It's
So
24 hours. We don't want to mess this stuff up.
right. So you
How's
got
the
a question
Vikings
or
looking
anything?
in?
Oh, trash, man. We'll be lucky if we win 6 games this year.
6? Yeah.
Yeah. We got a rookie quarterback who's hurt, an all-star wide receiver, and
Is
we got
Moss your
Sam
favorite
Darnold.
player?
Yeah, I would say Moss. Moss is probably my favorite wide receiver. My favorite player of all time. That's hard, man. I was a big Adrian Peterson fan even before he
You
came to
got
the
to be
Vikings.
AP's.
Yeah, like he probably would be my favorite. He's an asshole. I met him. He's a jerk, but on the field, man, he was the truth.
I'm a Young and Patrick Willis for Niners.
Oh yeah, Patrick Willis was the truth, man. That's one hell of a linebacker.
And Frank Gore, man. I love Frank Gore too. Man.
People love Frank Gore. I played fantasy football.
You know he couldn't even read. He didn't know how to read.
Yeah, I think John. Somebody said that on the stream.
He was dyslexic. He couldn't read. He was
That's
like,
wild.
but he was like on the field, man. He's like fucking good dude. Yeah.
Yeah, his son's playing now on college ball. He's pretty good.
What happened to Randy Moss' son? He was like supposed to be like best
he
tight
got
end. Did he get drafted?
Yeah, he got drafted to the Redskins. He didn't really turn out that well though. He was a tight.
He was at LSU, right? He was with what's his name? The Cincinnati quarterback.
He was with Bauer.
Yeah.
And all that. Yeah, but yeah, he didn't pan out. I think he was too heavy. I think he was too heavy at tight end.
Tight end?
Yeah. I think he was just too heavy for the NFL's tight ends. You know, NFL tight ends, a lot of them dudes are vertical, right? Vertical tight ends, they're not the blocking and the passing tight ends.
Yeah, not anymore. Yeah, those days are over now. They're all like
you pretty much
they're
have to be,
basically receivers now. Yeah.
exactly. You pretty much have to be just a little.
You got to be a
thicker
receiver.
wide
That's why, like
receiver.
Gonzalez, so they were asking for receiver money back then. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So yeah, man. But yeah, the Vikings, man, the Vikings. Being a Minnesota sports fan is like you damn near schizophrenic, man. Like, we have our moments.
Here's the crazy thing about Bay Area sports fan, man. When I moved here, Niners were fucking killing 92. I went to the parade in 94. Then nothing for a long time. Then 2010, Giants start winning. We won 3 out of 5 years. And then Warriors start winning 4 out of 6 years, man. Pretty crazy.
So you guys always had something. Yeah, the only teams that have won championships in the last years here, like the last 20 years, the fucking Lynx, man, the WNBA team. And nobody cares.
Seriously? Oh shit. Okay.
They won like 4 championships. Nobody
man
gives a
with
shit.
the Minnesota team with when Garnett's like Sam Cassell. That was like they choked on one. They could have beat Lakers. They should have beat Lakers.
Yep. Yeah, that was the last time we had some good basketball. And then last year we
You
turned
have
it
it
up.
now. You still have it.
Yeah,
But it's like
we got it now.
You got it
And
now.
Edwards,
It's like,
man.
I don't know. They might need like a point guard that actually like Chris
Yeah,
Paul
we
would have
need-
been good for them. I think.
Oh, I hate Chris Paul, man.
I hate him with a
I hate
passion. He played for the Warriors, but I think I hate him with a passion. But they need like somebody. I think Anthony is like he's a great player, but it's like
Yeah, he
needs
can't be
somebody.
bringing the ball up. Yeah, he
They
needs help.
need somebody. Yeah.
And we got a good. We did draft. I forgot his name. I think it's like Dill something. But
You
from
go to games at all?
UConn, he's good. Oh yeah, absolutely. I probably go to about 10 basketball games. I try to go at least 2 Vikings games every year.
What do you pay for basketball games?
Depends on who I'm going with and where I'm trying to sit. But usually I'll pay anywhere between 100 to like 185.
That's like upper deck.
But no, that's lower deck. Like that's usually like the 100 level.
You can't get anything. The crazy thing. Remember when the Warriors beat Dallas? The We Believe year.
Yeah.
So that was the
Those
first time. That was the first
Yeah.
time Warriors made a playoffs in 17 years, right? I had $400 to my name. I bought a ticket for $300, and I was sitting 2 rows behind Mark Cuban. Now
You're gonna
that
spend like
ticket is
$6,000.
like $1,400, man.
Damn. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy, man. I don't think I'll ever. I mean, I make decent money, but I don't think I'll ever get to that level where I'm like dropping thousands just to go to one game.
I
I know
would
some
never,
people were.
man. I would never. Upper deck
Yeah.
is $350, man, to San Francisco.
Sheesh. Yeah,
It's
no, man, that's
insane.
crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
The last time I sat that close, I think I paid like $250, but we were playing like the Chicago Bulls. Like nobody was at the game. It was a good game though, but it was one of those they were just trying to fill the arena as much as possible type things.
Yeah, man, it's crazy, man. Yeah, you guys need a championship for sure, man.
And something, man.
What was the last
Shit,
one? Kirby Puckett was the last championship, right?
Yeah, that was 93.
That was the last one, right?
Was that 93 or 94?
No,
Yeah,
I
it
think
was either
92. 92. I think 93 was in Toronto. Yeah.
I was in like the third grade when that shit happened.
Yeah, that was in 92. I think Kirby Puckett was the last championship for you.
Yeah, I think Mahomes' dad was on that team too. Patrick Mahomes' dad. Yeah. Yeah, that was back in the day, man. That was back in the day.
Yeah, man.
We've gone through a lot of stadiums and changes and shit since then, so we ain't won nothing. But
it's all about the ownership, man.
Oh, absolutely. We almost sold our team to Alex Rodriguez and some of his partners.
I thought he did
but-
own Minnesota, right?
No. They were in like some negotiations over the last few
Oh,
years.
he never
and
took the
our
partnership
owner-
with Minnesota? No.
The owner pulled out like right before the Western Conference Finals, and it was like a big deal. They might still try to sell it to him, because I know he's still involved, but they pulled out of the deal late. But apparently, they're trying to move the Timberwolves to either Vegas or back to Seattle. So I don't know if
That's
you've heard of any of the
crazy,
talk.
man.
Yeah, I don't know
That's
if you've heard of
pretty
any of the talk of creating teams back there, but Timberwolves are one of the teams they're thinking about moving.
The thing? No.
Yeah, because
Vegas
the NBA
is
is not
like-
ready to expand apparently.
But man, Oakland lost 3 teams in 5 years, man.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy.
That's pretty insane. So man, that city's gonna be a parking lot soon, man.
Mhm.
Ace is just like a couple more games left for the Ace. And that's it. They're moving there to Vegas too.
Yep. Damn. They lost all their shit. That's crazy.
All 3 teams, man. They're like Warriors and Raiders. Like, yeah, pretty insane. What are we gonna do? We're gonna just stop this?
I don't know. Did John fall asleep? He said he was gonna be
What's
back.
cracking at? Crack, where you at, brother?
Yeah, we need. Ain't nobody really in the chat either. Let's see. Tyrone's there. What's up, Tyrone?
Tyrone, come up, though. How can he come up?
Holy heck, the cost of my sister thinks U.S. is insane with college costs. You guys hold. You got. What time is it?
Yalla,
Dwale, what
Habibi.
time is it? Yeah, Dwale, you come up, man. You always. get
Yalla,
something.
Habibi.
Yeah, everybody's gone. I think people are tapping out, man.
I don't know. I don't want to be the one that ends the streak of this fucking. I'd be like,
Neither. I wasn't even supposed to be on this line. I was just hopping on to make a few comments. I was gonna hop off, and then I just was listening, so I just stayed on.
I'll hold it down,
take
but
my-
I can't be by myself. Somebody gotta talk.
Yeah, I ain't gonna abandon you. If somebody comes up, I'll dip out. Like, come on, Gary, man, come on. Somebody. What do you think of this channel so far? I'll throw a question up there. Like
This
what
channel?
like what value do you get out of?
So I'll
listening
tell
or
you, this
participating?
channel is like, it could be like one of the best channels, but there's like things to it, right? And I told John before, like quarterbacking, but
Yeah.
today he's quarterbacking. You cannot fucking drop plays for fucking solid and fucking 12 minutes to ask questions, man. Come on, it's just like you know about stuff like that, right? So
Yeah, absolutely.
So like I know when crack HB they're talking about stocks being out here, man. I'm just taking notes. So it's like you can't put like Angel 12 man on the fucking spots when they're talking about business or stuff like that. Let's just have people
You just went out. You're
Okay,
going out
can
a
you
little bit.
can you hear me now? I don't know. My phone
Yeah,
is like yeah, but I'm saying when they talk about businessmen, let's have business people here. Let's not have people that interrupting shit, right? When you have interview, man, like I wouldn't mind it. I wanted you there, Stanley, like whatever, 3 people, 4 people, like actually might have asking solid questions. The shit got
Sure.
out of the fucking head. It went insane. First 40 minutes was perfect, And then it was just like, and then I don't. John should have felt that she was drinking in the end. You can see she was.
yeah.
I don't know. She got hammered, and then fucking. You can see while talking, she was drinking, and then you can
Yeah.
see how irritated she was getting. Then you gotta cut
Right.
her off with that. You gotta understand. You gotta feel that. Cut her off, so it doesn't get any worse and worse, right?
Yeah. No, I agree.
No, the channel, man, this channel is like it could be like one of the best channels, fucking thing. But it's like you gotta figure it out when you do like a couple hours. You gotta talk about therapy stuff like that.
Sure.
Like I have no business. I to question or something, but like let's not have like 12 men interrupting like we, we can have 18 hours of degeneracy, but like when you have normal conversations, let's not
Yeah.
have people interrupting stuff, right? It's like you got to figure out the timing with that stuff.
Yeah, I agree. I put out a suggestion in the chat a few times. Like, I think the 24-hour stream is good, but they should do like 3 hour or 4 hour topic blocks. So like what's coming up next. So like at 12 o'clock we're gonna be talking stocks, and then at 4 o'clock we're gonna be talking politics or whatever. But there's always like a ticker. You can run a ticker at the bottom, like what's coming up, so people can kind of know when to hop on, when not to hop on.
That's the thing. But another thing is like people should know. Like if we talk sports, I'll hop on and talk 24/7. If we talk about
Right.
anything like political stuff, I have no idea about it. There's no business for me to be on the panel. But people don't have that like awareness, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So
Yeah. But no, I agree with you, man. I think that this is something
look
special
at
about
12
this
said
channel.
keep my name
Sure.
keep my name out of my mouth. 12
No, man, you get with me. But sometimes you do be getting a little crazy. You do be getting a little crazy with the questions. Or he adds his comments in, and I don't think he always hears himself.
12 man, I can't keep your name out of my mouth. Yeah, but it gets like I not watch it. Like there's some stuff gets out of control. I'll just turn off. Like I don't need to watch it no more. Like
Yeah.
as
Yeah,
hours get. It was like the people, but there's like it's something for everybody, right? It's 24 hours.
absolutely.
Like you don't need to watch it. But I'm saying like, well, it is what it is. It's all good. Like anybody can get some. But I'm saying there's a lot of stuff we can do, like a comedy. Like how do channels review comedy or hip hop videos? Like you can do that too, right?
Yeah, I don't know how all that copyright stuff works.
Well, that's
I
what
need
I'm
to
saying.
figure it out though.
How do all this reaction channels react to comedy
Yeah.
channels or to hip hop videos?
Honestly, I think it'd be better if we didn't like review the actual videos, but if we reviewed like clips from like Instagram or
No
TikTok, like
clips
actual
or
people.
something.
Because all the stuff we talk about, there's examples out there of people talking about them. I think it'd be better to review that stuff because it's not copyright material. It's content, but it's not like a paid music video from an artist or whatnot.
So if we watch a reactors channel, we don't get copyright.
I mean, I've seen people do it. I don't know if you get copyrighted or not. I know you gotta be careful when they have like music in the background and stuff, but like if we were just like if John or whoever, Get Crack or somebody was just on TikTok and they were like, oh, we're talking about the migrants eating cats, and we just ran through a series of videos and just responded to them. I don't think that we'll get copyright for that.
Yeah.
So, White John Galt's back.
Yeah, White John's he's the goat. He said earlier, I caught a felony when I came to America. I still pay more taxes than all your white trash family, motherfucker. all your trailer trash ancestors. I combined them all, motherfucker. all you cocksuckers.
Yeah. Nah, but yeah, man. There's something special about this. I think you're right. There is something for everybody.
There's something for everybody. You just gotta find the and it's such a good mix of people, like different ones, like John's interviews are priceless and everything else.
Yes, absolutely.
Crack laugh. HB is just fucking man. I know HB from day one for the CT channel, right?
Yeah.
So it's like Gary is like everybody's like has a good fucking part to do with it. It's just like You gotta like, mix it around, see what works or not.
Yeah, absolutely.
About the subscribers, it's about the viewers, right? Because I know guys that have 20,000 subscribers, they don't get 30 views, man.
That's crazy, man. I don't know, man. I don't know how
Because
that
I don't know
works.
if they bought them or just like they did it a long time ago. They did it different, like kind of like a whatever channel. It used to be prank channel. They made 5 million on a prank channel, and then they converted to this, right? Yeah, it was all pranks. So
Wow.
so sometimes it's like the fans don't follow you.
Wow.
So it's like it is what it is.
Yeah, I have a channel that I haven't shared in this channel
Yeah,
yet.
you were
I
gonna
got like
show the clip
5.
of it.
Yeah, I showed a
I
clip
told
of an old
Joey
podcast.
Linwood was here today earlier.
Really? I miss Linwood too.
Did you see
Damn.
my comment that said to translate all the terms he was using?
Oh nah, I didn't see your comment, man.
I
Damn.
said Universal. I was looking for you, man. We needed
Oh
to
man.
translate my attempted parents and.
Oh yeah. Oh man, I wish I was here. I caught him one time on CT, but we really couldn't get into it. I was trying to.
Dude, he went crazy out here, and then he went to CT. Man, that kid, he's
Oh, man.
something else, bro.
Something's wrong
I
with him
think
though.
he's a lost cause now. He's just,
Yeah, at first-
the fucked up things. I think he's not a bad person. He's just so misguided, man.
Right.
I think he
Yeah,
has a good
he's
heart
angry
in
too.
life, man, but she's just misguided.
He's too fucking angry though. Like every time, the last few
He's
times I
angry
seen
and
him, he just
everything.
be snapping. I'm like, dude, you need to calm the fuck down, man.
Though you know how many women he told he's gonna rape on the CT channel.
Oh my god! See, when you get online saying shit like that, you really need to like get your stuff together, man. Like that's crazy.
He's bagging groceries and he's just talking about he's reading like anti-American books all day. So it's like
Yeah.
it's a bad combination.
You know what? One thing about that community too, I forgot to mention it when I was talking about it, is they are very suspicious of reading books by non-black authors, and that always threw me off. And I was just like, what the, like, there's so much information and knowledge out here, and you want to filter it by just having black authors? I'm like, you guys are fucking crazy.
And what's crazy? Somebody says like, most of them like don't make that much money. And what's crazy is like, Andy Schultz, the comedian.
Yep.
And the crazy thing when he said one time, he's like, man, I remember stressing about all the small stuff or whatever till I got paid. And I was like, on the weekends, shit's bad. I'm leaving town. I'm going to Aspen. I'm going there. And Joe Rogan said the same thing. It was like, man, like all the small stuff, I was worried about politics and everything. Money fixes all.
Man, God bless America, man. It's the one place where you can go from absolutely nothing to having something. And
that's what I'm
that's
saying.
we
But it's
can't-
like,
we
but I
can't
don't.
lose sight of that.
But I think like you give some money to somebody like Linwood, he might use that shit to like fucking
destroy himself,
to build like a militia to kill, like just like some insane shit. Yeah.
Linwood reminds me of a dude who just needs a decent woman. Like he just seems lonely. He needs some.
Yeah, here he's like a water boy. He's like a mama's boy.
That is a weird guy.
The woman, he said the woman are the devil. Then he's like white people are the devil. Like he's a water boy.
Everybody's the devil. He's just looking in the mirror at himself, weirdo.
Yeah, he's like he said the woman are the devil.
Oh shit!
Like, white people are the devil.
People are backstage. We can't let y'all up, man. We don't got. Neither one of us have hosting powers. You're just stuck backstage. We're asking people to come up with no authority. Yeah, we can't help you. Unfortunately.
Who's up there?
So Gary's back here, and
Gary don't have keys.
No. Stanley's the only person who's been knighted. So of the trio, everybody else has. But that's probably good.
Where's Crack at?
Crack's probably snoring somewhere, knocked out.
I thought he's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, only mods. Yep. And now it looks like they updated Streamer. You can see who the mods are in the back under people. So, yeah, sorry y'all, can't help you, Dewala.
Gary, you need the keys, man.
Yeah, John. I think John done fell asleep on us. Man, you got to come back. I gotta log off. I'm tired. I gotta get up tomorrow. Shit. But I'm gonna try to hop on throughout the day tomorrow, though. Apparently, I'm missing all the good shit during the daytime.
Yes, what we should do? Should we just let it go?
We might have to. I'm out of topics, man. I'm like, I'm hoping I don't fall asleep and start snoring on, on stream. I don't want to wake up with Portia having me on a clip. No, thank you.
It's 1 o'clock at your place. Huh? Almost.
Yeah, well, it's 12:33. Yeah, we're almost at 1. Gotta get up at 6. So if I can get 5 hours, I'll be all right.
DG wants to know about secret tunnels in San Francisco. Gee, I tell you that. Well, you got to come out here, man. I'm not going to talk about myself.
We might as well both pop off at the same time.
Yeah, DG.
Listen, folks, for those who are listening, if we end the stream and it's just me and my man Nas, we apologize. We tried, but it ain't our fault. So we're the streak enders. It is what it is.
Yeah, man. Fuck, put a fork in us. He said stay a little bit.
No. Just go have a sandwich, use the bathroom, take a power nap, come back.
Gary, does Gary have anybody's number to text?
I mean, I can send Portia an email. That's I can send John an email too.
Yeah, can you send us? Tell him just to get him up, and I'll stay up. I don't care. I don't mind staying out, but
yeah, I'll send John.
I'm on my Somali pirate wants to know some secrets. He wants to know some.
Who else? I don't have HB's email. Portia, and then John. What was it? Urban landlord. Urban.
Gary said he called John.
I tell you, man, John fell asleep. I bet he fell asleep, man.
Man, I don't know how he stays up with smoking so much weed and drinking beer, man. That's crazy.
He's been tripping all day. John. How
about crack? Nobody got Crack's number?
Nah.
Man, Crack is local too, man. I better get his fucking contact.
Yeah, he'll probably meet up with you. He's willing to meet up with crazy ass Ava.
Yeah, Crack is like the coolest fucking dude ever.
What the fuck is John's email? I just emailed him like a week ago.
John said he called him. Gary said he called him. He didn't answer.
Landlord. Oh man. That's low. Oh, here he is. John Gall. There we go. Oh, John Gall presents. Okay. I'm gonna say Nas and I are on the stream.
Hey, Dwally, I know you hate Bayern Munich and Borussia.
We are both about to hop off. So the stream.
Stanley got so depressed about the Haitian immigrants, he went to
hiding.
Drink rat poison. And he was so upset about Haitian immigrants, man. He's calling Kamala to change.
All right. Well, I sent the bat signal. Hopefully somebody can catch it. But I'm about to hop off, man. It was good talking to you, man.
I'm not gonna talk to myself, man. All right, brother. Have a good night, man.
All right, chat. We about to hop off, man. Come back in an hour.
And if somebody comes up, I'll come on,
cycle
man.
back on.
Yeah. Be good,
Yeah.
Universal. Have a good one, brother.
Yeah, take care, man.
Hello, 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 hello. Audio is bad.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hi, Virgo. First of all, happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
And let me say that in German, herzlich Glückwunsch zum Geburtstag. Herzlich Glückwunsch zum Geburtstag. Herzlich Glückwunsch zum Geburtstag. Your husband is German, right?
Danke, danke. Thank you.
Wow. So,
Thank you so
John
much.
is
I appreciate it.
John is sleeping. I think somebody put us. We were on the backstage, and now the live stream will go on, guys. This
Okay,
is
is this your show?
no, it's not my show. I'm just holding the stream until somebody comes up.
Okay, so
You know,
we're still gonna be on the same stream.
yeah, we are in the same stream.
Okay.
I think John is sleeping. Portia, of course, she's sleeping. She's going to work. HBA, I don't know. He's having some lots of lizard somewhere. And Crank is snoring somewhere. So somebody will come up and take the stream forward. But in the meantime, since we are 24 hours stream, you know, we gotta help the guys, you know.
DG,
Since we
where
are
in
all
Germany are you? Where in Germany are you?
okay. I am in Rheinland-Pfalz. That is the state that I am in. I am a small town close to the capital of the state, Mainz. You know, I'm close to Frankfurt. Mainz and Frankfurt, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. That is
I am
great.
an
How's the weather? How's the weather there right now?
oh, the weather was crazy, you know. Just 3 days ago, it was so hot. And just before yesterday, the whole thing changed. Now we are in the herbs. What do you call it? Herbs fall. We are in the fall now. It is
Okay,
foggy. It is windy. The sun is not shining. Typical the German weather, you know.
Germany is beautiful.
It's beautiful, but the weather is unpredictable. It can just the forecast can tell you tomorrow it's raining, but it is the sun is shining.
How
They
far
will
are
say,
you? How far are you from Romania? How far are you from Romania?
no. We are so far from Romania. We are close to France and Belgium and Luxembourg. We are completely West Germany. Romania will be in the east. Romania will be southeast Germany.
Okay, because I have family in Romania.
Really? Yeah,
Yeah,
Romania.
I have a cousin living there.
Yeah, but do we have a border with Romania, Germany and Romania? No, I don't think we have borders with Romania.
No, you don't.
Romania,
But
Romania
I know
has
you can
border with.
take the train because when I went to the UK, I took the train. I visited France. I visited what's the other country called? Oh my God. This was such a long time ago. But yeah,
Yeah.
we took the train and we went around and that was it. It was cheap and we were young.
Yeah,
We were teenagers, yeah.
Romania people from Germany go holidays, just visit Romania, yes, because it is cheap and it is a very beautiful country, very beautiful people. Yeah, the Romanian
Belgium,
woman.
Belgium, France, France, and Belgium. Yes.
France and Belgium, yeah. They are our neighbors. In the weekends, we drive to Belgium, and because we have a lot of inflation here in Germany, we go Belgium and buy our groceries from there. 3 hours to drive.
Yeah, we backpacked and did a little trip, and my God, we ended up. Well, I don't even want to say where we ended up
So you
because
backpack in
if I say
Europe,
if I say where we ended up, then you would know what we were doing.
all right. You packed up. You
All
packed
right.
up in. Oh, I packed up in Asia.
I've never, you know
Yeah.
what? I've never been to Asia. Never been to Asia. And I would love
Ooh,
to visit Asia. I would
especially
love to
Southeast
visit.
Asia.
I
Especially
would love
Southeast
to visit
Asia.
the Philippines and China and
No. Forget about China.
Korea.
China. Don't go to China. China is just like America. But come
What?
to Southeast Asia, like Philippines, you mentioned. Then come
Mhm.
to Thailand,
Oh,
Myanmar,
Thailand, yes.
Vietnam, Cambodia, until Indonesia. Yeah. Then you saw the world. When you see, you will definitely saw the world because it's completely different.
Have you ever been to America?
No, not yet, but I am about to
Oh
come.
my God. America is so beautiful, especially if you go to like the Appalachian Mountains. Oh my God, it is so beautiful. So beautiful. We've been to Tennessee a couple of times. We went
Mhm.
camping, and
All right.
we also went outside of America. We went to Canada. I visited
All right.
Quebec quite a few times, and Toronto,
Mhm.
of course. And then we did Utah once, and then we did Arizona, which is very beautiful. Beautiful.
Arizona. I thought it's a desert.
It is
In the
hot.
movie,
Yes,
they.
it is a desert. It is very
Yeah.
hot. And you know what? There's
Mhm.
scorpion. Have you ever seen scorpions?
Oh, of course, I'm from Africa. Scorpions are like our neighbors.
Yeah, scorpions.
And the
Oh my God,
rattlesnake.
you will find them in your shoe if
Oh
you
my
don't be
God.
careful. Yeah, if you
Yeah.
put your feet in your shoes and then you don't be careful, you'll find the scorpions in your shoe. So it is
An
crazy.
angel. An
Uh-huh.
angel, of course. I also lives in
Yeah.
Arizona. Scorpions are angel. You know?
And right now, I'm living in Florida. Florida's beautiful
Ooh,
too.
yeah. One of my dreams is to go to Miami Beach.
Ah, let me tell you something. Don't go.
Mm.
Don't go to Miami Beach. It's not worth it. It's not as
Yeah.
beautiful as the beaches where I'm at. The beaches where I'm at,
Mm.
um, you can go to Clearwater Beach, uh,
Mm.
around Clearwater. I don't live in Clearwater, but I live in that kind of like that area. So you can
Mm.
go to this beach called Treasure Island, or you can go to
Mm.
Indian Rocks. Oh my God,
Mm.
those beaches are so beautiful. You can go to Anna Maria Island. Oh my God, so
Mm.
beautiful. You don't need ugh. Miami Beach is really not all that great, to be honest with you.
Right. Yeah, I get you. I get you. I only see what the videos from you at the movies and the way they portray is like exotic, man. It's like, oh, what the heck? This is completely different world. So yeah.
So do
You,
you speak?
you,
So you speak German, correct?
yeah, yeah, spreche
Uh-huh. And
Deutsch, yeah.
do you also speak French?
Oui, je parlais français aussi.
Oh oui,
Yeah.
oui, je parle français. Oui.
Oh, that's nice.
Ah, ah, ça va.
Look, très bien, même, très bien.
Ah,
Maintenant, j'ai mangé mon petit déjeuner. It is early morning. Sometimes I mix German, French, English.
I know it gets so hard sometimes when you speak different languages. It gets so hard
language.
sometimes because sometimes when I'm yelling at my husband, I'll scream at him in 3, 4 different languages, and he's like, "You know what? You're possessed."
Yeah.
And then I'll stop and then I'll laugh because
the
I'll say,
demon.
"You know what? You're right. I am possessed." Oh my God, he is
You know,
so funny. He is so funny sometimes.
yeah.
He goes, "You're
Even
possessed."
what is also very difficult for me is when I am in a YouTube channel and I am chatting. Most of the time, I am in the chat. I don't come to the panels. And then the writings and the timings, it's like I'm writing and A-N-D, and then I write U-N-D, which is German. So it's like, oh my God, what is wrong with you? It's the
Oh,
timing
okay.
is more
Some
difficult.
people wait. Ata. Mama. Some
And
people are talking in the chat and they're saying that most peeps in Europe speak 4 languages, and that is correct. Europeans, and that's why I want to visit Europe more often, because Europeans, they speak more than 1 language. It is unheard of in
now
America. We only speak
it's,
English here. We don't speak
and it's
anything else unless you're a foreigner. Americans, we really only speak 1 language. Yeah,
well,
that is
if you
correct.
are an African, if your background is an African, you are expected to speak at least 1 European language, English or French or both.
Yes,
So
English, French, or even Chinese now, even
and
a
now it's
Mandarin.
true.
Yeah.
Mandarin, yeah, now Mandarin, yes. And also some Portuguese when you go to South Africa, like Angola, Mozambique.
Yes, Portuguese as well. Yeah.
And so it's not, I speak fluent 6 different languages. 3 of them are European, 4 of them are Africans. No, 3 are Africans, and I speak also Bahasa Melayu, which is the Malaysian and Indonesian and some Thailand language, because I studied there and I lived there like 7 years. So
You speak
yeah,
Arabic as well?
Oh yes, Arabic is of course.
Okay.
أحكي عربي أنا Mr. American Man and I are the Arabic speakers on this channel. And Black Hoodie Vice and me are the German speakers on this channel. And you, but you are the only French speakers on this channel so far. MAGA people only speak. Hey, Dualib man, my man, how are you, brother?
Pretty good. Just
DG, Malaka Nubia.
Malaka Nubia. كيف حالك؟
Yes.
كويس.
That's what I am.
Nubia, the Malaka Nubia, the Nubian queen.
If you know,
The
you
Nubian.
know. We don't need to tell anybody else.
No. My Nubian
That is our
queen.
that is our secret.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
It is.
So yes, it is very interesting to find people that speak different languages as well. it is so beautiful, and to be able to communicate with other people, especially coming from New York, where there are a lot of people that uh, are from other countries, and it is surprising when they look at me. They think I'm just some plain old American, and I start speaking, and then they're like, "Oh my God," you know. It is wonderful. Yeah, so I appreciate you.
It is wonderful. You know, it is you appreciate life more and you appreciate differences more, and you will be tolerate more when, of course, because you know the other people how they think, how they talk, what they eat. You are not in a closed island, and you only think for yourself or your close people that surround you. But when you learn other language, of course, you learn other people's culture, other people, and you might not like them, but you appreciate it because people like you, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So now, and the most important thing, you will be safe when you speak with their language, and they will say, "Okay, this guy understands us." They will not, they know you, they know you. They won't do anything behind your back because you know them. Yeah. Oh, John is sleeping, and I think 12 man and Virgo and I can have a good chat. Previously, it was very depressing, but let us have a good
No,
chat.
I'm all right, Diwali. I'm just chilling.
We are all chilling, 12 man. So, Virgo, when is exactly your birthday?
You said, what is our best day?
No, your I'm sorry, your birthday. When is exactly?
Oh,
I,
Moffat. We. Um,
mm,
I had a good time. Oh my God, I had a
you
very
had
good
already.
time. I
You
went to
had
the
already.
movies. Yes,
Okay.
I went to the movies yesterday. I saw
Mm-hmm.
Beetlejuice,
Did you
and
get popcorn, Virgo?
yes, I did get popcorn. I have to get popcorn when I go to the movies.
With all the
Oh my
good
God, that
buttery
is.
stuff?
Oh my God, I
That's
made them put extra butter on it.
Oh, Lord.
I was very bad yesterday. Yesterday was
with
not a workout day for me. I
with
really was very bad.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got extra butter on my popcorn, and it was very good. And but we did get a small popcorn, so I mean we weren't that bad, you know.
You didn't
Alright.
get
And we
the great. You
the
didn't
only
get
thing I
the
was
great.
upset about was we got a water because I didn't want any soda, right? So we got a water. The water cost us $5 and something cent, almost $6
What?
for a water.
What?
For a bottle of water, Virgo, for real?
Yeah, and it was like it was literally like 20 ounces.
It's like you were in the desert, man. The
And then
desert
we had to
water.
share it like paupers, you know. We had to share the water like paupers because who could afford
Mm-hmm.
$10 for two? I mean, it was ridiculous. The water was like almost $6. Oh God,
Yeah,
it was ridiculous.
So,
but
But
what
there.
anyway, we
movie?
had fun.
What movie did you see, Virgo?
Beetlejuice.
Oh,
Little.
Beetlejuice came out again.
Yeah, they have a part two.
Mm-hmm. All right, I've never watched Beetlejuice. Is it some kind of a music movie?
No, you know who Tim Burton is?
Sorry, I'm not.
Okay, so you're not familiar with American films. You can look it up in the internet. Beetlejuice, spelled the exact same way, Beetlejuice.
All right, let me see it. Beetlejuice.
You never heard of Beetlejuice in Germany, Dwally?
Beetlejuice film. The ghosts of Barbara and Adam, a married couple, continue to live in their home when Barbara's sister sells the house to new. Oh, this is a horror movie.
No, not a horror movie. Kind of like a do you know what goth means?
American dark fantasy comedy horror.
Tu comprends goth?
Oh, yeah, no, okay. The
Yeah.
spirits of couple are harassed by unbearable family that has moved into their home. It's like haunted house movie, yeah?
Yeah, like almost horror, but not not too much, kind of funny, a
Hey,
comedy.
Virgo, I'd like to see a movie between Edward Scissorhands and Beetlejuice. Remember Edward Scissorhands?
Oh, I loved Edward Scissorhands. Yeah, I love that movie.
Tim Burton with Michael Keaton, Winona Ryder, all right. Now I get the picture. It is a comedy, but also somehow horror.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Not
Mm.
not too scary, but yeah, comedy, a horror comedy, if you want to say,
Yeah, it's kind of tongue in cheek, Diwali. Like, you watch those kind of movies with your tongue in your cheek. Like, okay.
It's not in Germany yet. 12 September. Today?
Oh, it's not in
They are going.
Germany yet. Okay.
Not today. Today. They're starting today. 12 September. In the Kino. Yeah, I mean theater. Kino is a theater,
Did you take the kids to school today?
Yes, they are already to school, yeah.
How many kids do you have?
We have 4 kids, 3 are ours.
Ah.
We have one adopted child, so we have 4 kids.
Oh, that's nice. How old are they?
They are from 10 to 2.
Oh, so
children.
you have little ones. My kids are big.
Yeah, I know they are teenagers, 17 and.
Yeah, I have my boys are about to be 22 in March. They're twins. Twin boys, 22. And then my daughter is about to be 18 in January. And then my husband's son is about to be 18 in March as well. And then his daughter is about to be 16 in next June. Yeah.
So you have only 2 years to be a parent, then you'll be free.
Yeah, I got 3 kids on my own, but I have 5 altogether. 5.
Yeah, with your husband's
Yeah,
kids.
with my husband, so we have 5. But I have 3 on my own, and then he has 2, so we have 5. Oh,
That's
I
nice.
love it. I wish I could have 10, to be honest with you.
I can imagine your Christmas dinner or your Thanksgiving dinner.
Oh my God, Christmas is crazy over here. Everything is so expensive.
Yes. Well, mine are. They're still young. Yeah.
Oh,
I have 2 boys.
wait till they turn into teenagers.
Take care, Diwali and Virgo. I'm gonna bounce.
All
right, 12 man. Have a good
Thank
one.
you
Come back when you can.
Yeah, will do.
Yeah.
You guys
I'll
take care.
All right, 12 man.
Au revoir.
All right.
You speak also Spanish, Virgo, I suppose.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow. Wow. Should be working for the the State Department.
Well, when I was in New York, I used to work for I used to interpret for the courts.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was an interpreter.
Yeah, well, that is also one of my side works.
Yeah, you make
I
good money. And the thing that I liked about it, because I was in school, so it was something that was like how do you say it? Kind of like on call.
on call. I am on call too. I am
Yeah.
also translator. Yeah. So
Yeah.
anytime they will
So
give
yeah.
me or text, they will tell me, "Can you come on next week at that time?" Then I go. They will pay the
Exactly. And if
gas.
I can't, yeah,
It's like
exactly. And if I couldn't, yeah, I would say no, I can't. Or they would say, when are you available? Okay, I have testing this week, I have finals, blah, blah, blah. I can't do it this week. And they would say, okay, when can you be available? I would say, okay, between this week and that week, I'm available. If you need me, call me. It was good money, and I'm not even gonna complain. It was very good money for being a young person.
Well, last week, no, 10 days ago, I was in a police station and I was translating as a translator. They pay the miles, we say here kilometers, how many kilometers that I drove and the hours that I did it. That was great. That is like a fun
But you know
for.
what? You know what's the funny thing? I don't like to translate at work unless they know that I can speak a different language. And if they know, then I want at least $15,000 more than they're offering for me to translate. I
Exactly.
don't
That
play
is
that.
exactly
I
what
do
I
not
do.
play that.
I work in a big hospital as a nurse, right? And of course, sometimes people need translators, and they know I speak the language of that patient. Maybe I will
Exactly.
be kind. I will be kind, but I will tell them
Yeah,
no.
and
I am
that's
here.
how I am too. Like I have a big heart. I have a big heart, so it's like I understand and I want to help, but you're
I
not
will.
paying
I
me.
will. I will do this time. But if you want me as a translator, you should call my company that I work for as a translator, have an appointment with them, and they're gonna pay me, and you're gonna pay to them. I don't joke with money and time or talent,
Yeah.
but sometimes
Yeah, exactly. Because that's an extra bonus. Not only I'm coming here to your company and I know everything that you do, plus more, and then now I know an extra language or extra couple of languages. So you need to pay me. You need to pay me to answer these calls because they would always say, "Oh, Natasha, answer the phone, answer the
it's
phone."
time.
No, I don't
That's
want
what
to answer the phone.
they say. Call
Don't.
Duale. Then we have an Arabic patient here, and he doesn't speak German or English. Duale speaks Arabic. I said, "What the hell, man? You want me to speak to
Yeah,
translate?
pay me.
Call them."
And when I say you're worth at
Unless
least
the emergency.
$15,000. So if the job is offering 50, you better ask for 65. I'm telling you.
Yeah, yeah. Unless it is an emergency, like a woman is giving birth or somebody is
Oh
in
yeah,
the
yeah,
ER.
yeah.
You do that. I'm a human being. Come on, no problem. But like the next month surgery or next 3 months later, whatever that the patient needs, no, you gotta call the company, man.
And I
You
had to
gotta.
learn. I had to learn too not to speak different languages with other people So let's say I met a person that spoke French at the job. I learned to not speak French at all and act like I don't understand because, you know, like I said, you want me to speak a language, you want me to be the person that answers the phone and translate, then you need to pay me.
Yes,
You need
that's
to
what
pay
we
me.
do exactly. And one of my colleagues is a Nigerian guy. He speaks Russian because he studied Russia, Ukrainian language, English, of course. He's a Nigerian, and German. When we are together with our colleagues, all of us speak the German language. But when we are alone together, they found us speaking, each other English. Just like, hey, what's wrong with you guys? You were speaking. Hey, this is a private, and
Exactly. Like right now, I'm working for the government, and they asked me, do I speak any other languages? And I said, yes, I do. And they tried to lowball me and offer me something. I said, well, this is what I want.
Yeah,
I
as
didn't care
promotion.
because I was already working when I got the job. So I was already working, and this is what I want. If you want me to translate and stuff like that, this is what you need to pay me.
Yeah,
And they
you gotta
agreed.
milk that, and you gotta
Yeah.
milk that talent. Because, yeah, it is. It's an advantage.
And this is for everybody who's listening out there.
Yeah.
Don't ever let anybody lowball you. Use your
No way.
talents, no matter what it is.
Ma-
Use your talents to get more money
Yeah,
at your
when the
job.
opportunity comes, don't be nice.
Because when I first started doing accounting, I was just a biller. I started off as a biller. But you know what? My boss threw so many things at me. Oh, you need to do this, help me do that. Okay, I'll help you do this. I asked for more pay. She said no. All right. I still learned it. I did it. And then I moved on to someplace else. It is what it is.
Yeah.
So never leave a job because your boss asks you to do something else. I think the best advice I can give anybody that's listening is learn all that you can learn on your job. Learn everything. And then if your boss doesn't want to pay you more because you learned that, you move on and you put that on your resume, and you move on. You make more money.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it is rough out here in Florida. Florida used to be so easy. I used to, man, I don't know if I told you this before, but when I first moved to Florida, I was only making $13 an hour.
Well, that's very
Yeah,
low.
I was straight out of my divorce, and it was the first time I was going back to work because I was a stay-at-home mom, and I really didn't work in my field, and I was only making $13. But guess what? I paid my rent, I paid my water, my gas, my light, and everything, and still was able to take my kids to Disney, but everything all of a sudden got so expensive. So, I had to ask for more money. I had to ask for more money.
Yeah. Well, the same inflation that you guys are facing in America also is in Europe. It's actually double.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. Yeah. The groceries.
Yeah. I
The
can't
norm.
even I don't even know how people live off of I don't even know how people live off of $25 an hour right now. It is crazy out here. It's crazy.
Crazy, man. It's crazy. the wages are not increasing, but the prices of the groceries for us, and also we have a problem with electricity. They and
Oh
the
my God,
electricity
the
bill.
electricity goes up and up and up and up. I can't
Uh,
believe how much we're paying for electricity.
yeah, the
It just
wages are
goes
not
up
going
and up
up.
and up. We pay like almost $200 a month for electricity.
The same thing. It's like 200 and something.
Mm-hmm.
Just but because my wife and I both work in the healthcare system, Germany and Europe mostly are what you guys don't like is a socialist country, so they in every quarter of of the year they will give you something extra to cover that thing. If you are a working parent and you have children,
Oh, okay, like
just
a subsidy.
that's the word that I was looking for. Yes, yeah,
Okay,
it's like
yeah.
the
Yeah,
last
we don't get
quarter.
that. We don't get that here in America unless you're very
No,
poor.
we got last 4 months they were like giving us each like 21,000 euros just to cover up all the expenses that um because the taxes are very high, the tax that we pay, but
Yeah.
they give, they give back. It's like
And that's why
we know.
I have yeah, and
Yeah.
that's why I have only two chickens. So I have two
Mm.
chickens, so they give us eggs. And I have a mango tree.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. Oh, beautiful,
Oh,
beautiful mangoes.
you live in a house, not in an apartment
Yes.
building.
Oh no, 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 no.
Okay.
We bought our house here in Florida, and
Wow.
we
So
have
you have
the house came with a mango tree already in the
so you
yard.
have your garden,
So
your garden in Florida, close to the sea. It's like you are in heaven compared to me. It's just
yeah,
like
I know.
you just
And my cousin is always telling me she's suffering out there in Romania. It is hard in
Mm.
Romania, she tells me. Yeah.
Ooh, what is your cousin doing? Is she American?
No, she's Romanian. She's
Oh
Romanian.
my God.
Yeah,
Oh my God, Romania.
she's the daughter of my uncle. So my uncle married
Oh,
a Romanian woman, yeah. And yeah, they still live in Romania.
Romania.
My uncle's living in Romania for a while.
Mm.
He
Romania is
studied
a very poor country. The prices of everything is just the same in Western Europe, but the wages are like quarter of what we earn here. So it's crazy. Romania, Croatia, Bosnia, Serbia, all these Eastern European countries, they are suffering the same inflation that we in Western Europe suffer, but we don't
Yeah, I
have
told
that
her
strong
I
GDP or Germany or France has. So I can understand.
yeah,
Yeah.
I told her to move to America, but she likes Miami, and I don't live in Miami. I live about 3 hours away from Miami. I'm 3 hours north from Miami. So I told her to move to America, she can make it happen because her husband's an engineer.
All right.
So I think
They
that
should
they,
move.
they would do good here. They would do good here, but they don't want to
Yeah,
move,
yeah, they would. And they have children, small children.
No, they don't have children at all.
Well, they can move freely then. They could,
Yeah.
whatever that they. Everybody's coming to America now, so why not?
I
The
told
thing
them to
that
put in for their visa, for
Mm.
especially for his work visa, and he can do engineering here, but they like it in Romania.
Yeah, maybe it's the culture thing. But when they do have children, as like we do, definitely the reason that why I want to move to America is not for me, is to give a little bit more opportunities for the
For the
children,
kids.
because
Yes.
for the kids, because in America today you have nothing, and maybe if you work hard, tomorrow you could be someone. In Europe, it's
Yeah.
already fixed. It's already fixed. You will only be someone if you are born to a big millionaire family. Otherwise, you have to be check to check, salary to salary.
Oh
It
yes,
doesn't
I think
matter how. Yeah,
everybody here in America is living check to check. Yeah, that's how it is.
even if you
That's
have
how it
an
is.
ideas on innovations, I think America is much more better than to live in Europe.
We're only one or two paychecks from being homeless, to be honest with you. One or two paychecks. If me, let's just say me and my husband didn't have a paycheck next week, and then we didn't have a paycheck the other week. Yes, it is gonna be a panic. Yeah,
There will be no
it is gonna be
movie.
a panic.
There will be no birthday. But hey, Mr. Cross is here. Hey, Stanley,
Yeah.
you are muted.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning,
Stanley.
Stanley. How are you?
Pretty good. I meant to come up earlier but fell asleep.
Yeah, we knew that.
Yeah, these old men in vampire hours.
Yeah, somebody put in the chat you were pissed off of all those people who were bashing the Haitian immigrants, and you were just like, I'm not having it. I'm going to sleep.
No,
That was funny.
I have no reason to be pissed off.
Yeah, we know you're not pissed off, but you know people what they say.
No, my opinion is, I think John was doing a pretty
Alice,
good
where do
job.
you live? I'm sorry, Stanley.
No,
Alice
that's
said
all right.
something in the chat.
I wish there was a Discord. That's an interesting thing. I have mixed feelings about having a Discord, to be honest.
Stanley,
Czech Republic. Oh, okay.
Oh, Czech Republic. Oh, Czech. She
Yeah.
said. Oh.
Yeah, well, that's
we have
cool because my
husband.
husband is German, so I don't think we would be displaced in Europe at all. I think we would fit in just fine. Yeah, I think we would fit in just fine.
Virgo, is your husband American, German, or German-born German?
He's American German.
All right. He's so his parents were
Just
German.
yeah, just like me, first generation born here.
Just like Donald Trump father, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But
He's
his
a German.
his family is German, and they're very, very, very good people. I cannot even imagine my life
And
without them. Very good
and
people.
do you know where their family came from Germany? Which state?
Oh, that I don't know.
You gotta ask him. You gotta ask him.
He
Which Bundesland?
he says it in German, but I can't
You gotta
I don't
ask
know
him
how to say
which
it.
did your family come from? Bavaria, Rheinland-Pfalz, whatever, Hamburg, Berlin, because
Yeah.
Germany It's just like America. You guys have 53 or 54 states. They have here like 16 states. It's like a federal, yeah. So, Mr. Stanley, yeah, you were not there, and there were two people on the with John, and John, I don't know, fell asleep, and these two guys were talking about sports, and nobody was there from the admin to to bring us me and Virgo up, and they left. We waited for a while, and people were like, late tonight, it is Stanley's job to to hold the stream up, but he's sleeping because people were so rude against the Asian and
Yeah,
refugees.
you know what? It's funny because I think it was around 11 or so. I was listening and I figured, you know what? I'll fall asleep and be up in an hour or two. I guess I'm going to have to start using an alarm when usually if I like in the morning, I kind of automatically wake up at like, well, as a matter of fact, I automatically wake up about now. So probably should have
Right.
set an alarm.
Oh, yeah, okay.
There
Somebody
was
also wrote in the chat that it was Stanley's fault. The stream like 3 minutes or 3 minutes, 30 minutes was like there was nobody there, and
well,
only the
what?
chat.
What?
No problem.
You about to say something, Virgo? No, it's funny, Garion. I kind of knew that Germany has a very interesting history, which I don't know that well, but it's kind of funny that Germany didn't become what we would call Germany until like the 19th century or something. States like Bavaria and Westphalia and all that. I didn't realize they were that independent and kind of came together. So Germany has a federal system. Is that right, Dwali? Germany has a federal system somewhat like America's, where the states are kind of independent.
It is called Bundesland, Deutschland. Bundes means federal, and we have 16 states, which has the same political structure in America. Every state has their governor. We call them first minister, and their parliaments, their police, their legislations, and the federal government is just like United States. It's a federal structure. It's not a central government. It's a federal.
Yeah, you know what? I wish. Well, it's funny. I've always been good at American history. I'm not that good at world history. If I had it to do all over again, I probably would have kind of paid more attention. But anyway, it's just fascinating that Germany is so similar structurally to the United States.
Yeah. Federal. The only thing that they don't have is like the national guards. Every state, I think, in America, you guys have a national guard in each state. I'm not sure.
Well, yeah,
But the
each state has a national guard, and I'm not going to get into the mechanics of it, but the national guard for each state actually is controlled by the governor of that state. Unless they get federalized, which makes them more like a.
That is the only difference when it comes to the federal American and the federal German. The military is the federal. The states cannot have federal. The states cannot have militaries, but they have their own police. They have their own courts. They have all other things differently from the federal. The government, but They are independent to extent. At the end of the day, the Germany's federal government can, of course, supersede any state, but we have 16 different states. We have borders here, man, and different laws, different the smallest thing, different school days, different holidays, different even public holidays. Maybe today my children are they went to school in other state. Maybe it's a holiday. We don't know. It is it's different,
right?
But also similar. Yeah, the federalization of Germany is quite similar to America, but it's also a little bit different. Yeah.
Well, fascinating.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if it'll happen soon, but I've always wanted to to go to the Alps in one of the countries. Germany, France, Switzerland. Uh, I have a thing for mountains, and maybe one of these days I'll wind up there, up in the Alps.
Well, when you come to Europe, especially Western Europe, I will tell you 199% you will not find so that different from what you see in America. It's just the same, man. Maybe the language. But as long as you speak English, nobody cares. Everybody speaks English here, man. They speak English better than the Americans or the British. You go to Scandinavian countries, and you at the airport or taxi, they speak English like anyone. Like, hey, you American? Oh yeah, he will just change and speak to you to your language. I mean, that's the advantage of the English language because it's a universal language. And I would say, if you go to China and you speak English, you expect the Chinese person to speak with you in English. And yes, maybe they will, but it is not only advantage for you, but it is advantage for him too, because he knows your language, but you don't know his language. So you are the weak person. He is the one who speaks two different languages. So yeah, in
Hey,
Western Europe,
No, go
it's just
ahead. I have a question. When you're done, I need to want to address a couple comments Alice made in the chat.
All right.
Hey, Alice, your question about the state police, feds, and city police. Law enforcement is kind of weird in the United States. It tends to be local. Like, you'll have just like in a city, which is in a county, you'll have two types of policing. There's like policing at all levels, but kind of like the education system, we tend to want to keep police as local as we can. Like, there's certain things, certain jurisdictions, there's certain things that local police are responsible for, like the FBI. The FBI doesn't get involved in a lot of local law enforcement unless there's a good reason for it. So it's not that confusing, but in some things, education and policing specifically, we want to keep as local as possible. And then the other comment you made about Svalbard, if I'm pronouncing that right, there's a YouTube show. There's a lady, and I cannot think of her name because it's been a while, but she does a whole show about Svalbard, which is pretty interesting. And I wish I could remember the name of the show, but yeah, wanting to move there. I don't know if I could live in a place like that. It's mighty cold, and you know, above the Arctic Circle and all that. So anyway, that's all I have to say about that.
You know, that's very interesting because I think this
Oh, I'm
gentleman is
sorry, Alice.
from.
For some reason, I thought you were. I'm sorry. So you did know?
No, Alice is. I think he's from Republic of. What did he say? Yeah, he's not from America. We people who are not in America always confused when it comes to the law enforcement standing. Police, let us say, you have a sheriff department. Let us say a city of Los Angeles, you have LAPD, the Los Angeles Police Department, and then you have the sheriff police. I mean, what are the differences? Um, what is the who has more authority, the police department or the sheriff? What do the sheriffs do? I can understand a small town, but a big town like New York. Do New York have New York City? Do they have a sheriff department?
Well, I know
I
in the
know Los
South,
Angeles they do.
like here in Georgia, the sheriffs kind of deal with. They tend to be more rural, like county, but they also, like in Georgia, sheriffs run the jail, like the local jails. So to be honest, I don't know. I know in Georgia they tend to run jails, but they also tend to do like law enforcement out in the counties. And honestly, I'd have to ask. I might have known that what sheriffs do, you know, how they're different from regular like municipal police, but I honestly don't remember. Somebody in the audience might know. I'd have to. If I think about it, I'll ask my father. He would know.
The state
Well,
police.
out here we have Bradenton Police, which is our local police, and then we have our Manatee County Sheriffs. So we have both, and both can pull you over, both can give you a ticket.
Yeah,
And then you have,
Alice makes a good point. They do things like evictions, that sort of thing. That's a good point.
yes, exactly. Yeah. The sheriffs
But
do evictions. They will come in and, you know, tell you to get out the house or whatever. And that's Manatee County Police. That's Manatee County sheriffs. They'll tell you to get out the house and stuff like that, and you know, watch you
Yeah,
while you
but
get your stuff out.
also you have state police, and you have also
State
highway
police are
patrol.
more like troopers. Are more like troopers here. But
Yeah,
here in
same
America,
here in Georgia.
yeah, we have city police, and then we have county. But New York is different. New York City is very different. No matter what borough you live in New York, it's NYPD.
Hey,
Because I'm from
Yeah.
New York.
Hey, Red
Yeah,
It's
Wine.
NYPD.
It's
Looks like
NYPD.
one thing to note. Like I grew up and in Georgia. Oddly enough, I grew up in Savannah, Georgia. And Savannah is in Chatham County. We had a sheriff's department, but we also had county police. We had county police, we had city police, and then we had a third sheriff. And the sheriffs pretty much handled things like evictions. And I think what it was is they handled like court business, you know, jails, that sort of thing. Like they were bailiffs. So honestly, that's about as much as I know about the differences. And I know it varies from state to state. So I'm sorry I cut
Like
you
Yeah,
off.
because
yeah, like where I
Hey,
work,
Mike, what's up, by the way?
it's Sarasota County Sheriff's Department. Because I work in a court system,
Mm-hmm.
so it's Sarasota County
Mm-hmm.
court, sheriffs and stuff like that. But you do have your Sarasota police. You have your Venice police department. That's also part of Sarasota County. We don't have a Lakewood, and that's kind of like a new town, so we don't have a Lakewood police. But we have Bradenton police, and I live in Bradenton.
There was something else. There was another message down in the chat. Solid Snake, you asked if anyone knew what happened. What happened? I have no clue what that meant, what you were asking. So clarify if you're still in the chat. Hey, Mike, what are you doing?
I'm driving through the hurricane.
Why?
Because I was in Louisiana for a case, and I had to get home. And as I was driving home, this hurricane Hurricane Francine or whatever.
Yeah.
I've been going through. I'm going 30 miles an hour right now on the freeway. That's how
Oh.
bad the visibility is really bad. And earlier, I legit was like driving through it was tornadoes. I actually had to stop driving for about 3 hours and sit in my car and not move because there was tornadoes everywhere. Like there was like trees knocked down. And
Oh
shit.
my God.
Yeah, it was actually pretty kind of scary because I was like, damn, I don't know what I can do with a tornado. Like I got
Well,
no
the first
power, and
thing the first thing you do is get out of the car and find a ditch.
Find a what?
A ditch, a low spot.
I don't know. But some people advised me they were just like go, just get off the freeway and go to a gas station or something, or like go somewhere. But everywhere was closed because of this shit. So I just went. I ended up at a gas station and I just parked my car and went and didn't drive because the wind was so heavy that like you could feel it when you were driving. It was like push your car like over. You feel yourself like getting pushed over to the right side by the wind. The shit was
Oh
loud.
man.
Shit was loud too. That was what was fucked up about it too. It was so loud. I was like, oh my god, I'm about to get like in the movie, like TV, like you see a tornado just completely destroy shit. I was like, damn, I'm about to go in the air or something. But I guess that's not what tornadoes actually do.
Well, I'm praying for you, brother, for real, man.
No, I'm past the bad, like the that part of it at least. Now it's just the rain and like the water. It's the tornado part that was scary, really.
Right.
The rain's fine. I just got to drive slow. But but that shit is doing some damage. That hurricane is doing some serious damage down in New Orleans and down there South Mississippi. Like. There's going to be people. I mean, people are going to die. I guarantee you that a number of people probably already lost their lives from this shit.
Yeah, because it missed Florida. We had some bad rain out here. A couple of days ago, we had some bad rain out here.
Must have just missed you guys.
Yeah. Oh man. So man, just drive safe, man. Serious.
Yeah, no, I'm literally like I can't see well enough to drive more. Like I feel like if I go over 30, it's dangerous because I really can. Like it's hard to even really see like that. Like right now, it's actually gotten a little bit better, but like when the water was just coming down straight, I couldn't see the lines on the road. Like so, I really couldn't tell if I was even in the right lane. Like I had to just go real slow.
Is there an exit? Is there an exit near you?
I mean, well, I already sat. Like I got off earlier tonight. When I was still in when I was leaving Louisiana, I actually called my in-laws. I called my wife, and I was like, "What?" Because I was like, "What do you do in a tornado?" Like, and she was like, "I don't know." Like, so she called her parents, put me on three-way, and they were like, "Yeah, just get off," because they're from Mississippi, you know. And I was like, they just said, "Yeah, just get off. Like, you just don't, you know, you don't want to be on the freeway. You get
Right,
swept up."
exactly.
So I mean, I already sat on on a random exit for like 3 hours. So at a certain point, I just was like, all right, I got to try this again.
Have you had any phone? Has your
No,
phone service?
I've actually been listening to this show pretty much all night. I haven't had any issues.
Oh wow.
That's pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey.
That's nice.
I'm sorry about that. You know what? I fell asleep, and at least it was only an hour. I'm
No,
gonna have to.
and don't worry about it. We have covered it.
Well,
In
no,
the
I'm
chats.
glad because you know it's funny when you get older. You know, I've been pulling like all nighters and then sleeping during the day, and felt pretty
Dude, you
good
are not old.
throughout the day. And I laid
You
down, and I was
are,
gone. But
you are not old, man.
I'll
You
get
run
there
every
soon.
day, man. With those smarter people. You are not old, man.
Oh,
I think we need to get a schedule going.
yeah, you know what?
Okay.
Like when I was in the Navy, you know, you learn to sleep almost whenever you can get it. And I've always retained that ability. I can do odd hours and it doesn't bother me, but eventually it'll catch up.
Stanley,
But
do you usually go to sleep at certain times?
you know what? I used to, and when my son was in school, you know, I just, you know, getting up for school every morning, you get up around 6 or 6:30, and for years, you know, I have like automatically, I'll be up by 5:30, and since he's been gone, and really since he graduated from high school, my days are formless. Like, you know, I'm almost. I used to ask. I asked my father once, "Well, when do deer sleep?" And his response was, "Whenever they want to." So that's pretty much how I've been living my life, like a damn deer. You know, I just sleep when I want
Exactly.
to,
That's what it
like a
means to have
wild
kids,
animal.
man.
But
Yeah, a lot of days. A lot of days, if I have a really early case, like if I have to be on site at like 5 a.m. Sometimes I'll just stay up. I'll just stay up all the whole night, and then when I'm done with that case, I'll sleep for like 12 hours or something like that.
let's see, Solid Snake. It is eerily calm because that thing's still down south. Yeah, well, you know, I'm from Savannah. I've been through a hurricane or two, but I think the Gulf, Louisiana gets it worse than just about. Florida probably has it as bad or maybe a little worse.
Yeah.
But that Gulf Coast in Florida, man, y'all get the shit beat out of you.
That's where you hear about all like the worst damage, like from that. What was it? Hurricane Katrina, I think, did some
Yeah.
the worst damage out of any. I think that was the worst damage I remember ever hearing about from a hurricane, like in New Orleans. That pretty much destroyed that city.
Louisiana. Solid, the survivor of Katrina, man. Shout out to Solid Snake. He survived Katrina.
Snake, shouldn't you be asleep? You got to get up.
Where's Solid Snake? Does he live down south or no?
He lives in Louisiana. He lives, I think he said, in northern Louisiana.
Oh, okay.
So y'all are practically neighbors. And you will be one of us when you learn to say y'all automatically.
Y'all talk about y'all.
Yeah.
You know, my wife's accent is like came right back. When I first met her, she had a really thick Southern accent,
Yeah.
And then when we lived in California and in Massachusetts, she pretty much completely lost it. But as soon as we moved back here, she got it all. It's like just as the same as it was when I first met her again. Like really, really thick Southern drawl.
Well, you know what? I'm kind of the same way. It is kind of, especially like if I've been drinking,
Right.
it just comes back. But
Yeah, I think if you're around people that are also talking like that, you're probably more likely to do it too.
yeah, exactly. It'll happen to you. Don't worry. Just give it time.
I don't know if I could develop a Southern accent. Just because I just spent so many years. I think it's something you develop kind of in childhood. I've never really seen like someone develop an accent as an adult. I think it's something you kind of like you adopt it from your parents, kind of like or whoever raises you, like however they talk. You kind of because that's how you learn. When you learn to talk, you're basically just listening to other people, and you kind of just repeat what you hear. So if you think certain words are pronounced a certain way, like that's how people from Boston especially talk all fucked up.
Right. Oh man, you know what? Rhode Island is worse than anywhere.
Yeah, Rhode Island. Their accents are very. It's almost the same as the Boston accent. It's just a little tiny bit. It's almost impossible to tell the difference, but you can, like I can tell the difference between, if I hear someone talk from Massachusetts, I can tell you if they're from the North Shore, the South Shore, or what part. Just like every area has its own version of the accent. It's crazy.
I mean, as an adult, I developed my country accent between the
You did?
ages of 16 to 18, so I think you can develop.
Oh, okay. So, yeah.
Well, 16 and 18 is still pretty young, believe it or not.
Yeah, so you still kind of were. You're still in high school, I guess, right?
I know, but I didn't have that same development.
So did you just develop it like naturally, or was it just? So you weren't even paying attention. You just developed it.
Yeah, whenever I was coming down from the city and I started going to high school down here, I was hanging around a lot of country boys, and all of a sudden I started picking up their accent.
Yeah, everyone down here has a real thick accent. Like it's very rare to find anyone who doesn't speak like that down here. This is the real Bible Belt deep South.
Not gonna lie, DJ. I expected you to have a somewhat of country accent when you said you were from Mississippi. I'm not definitely not from here. I'd never even been to the South at all. Before I met my wife, I've been to Florida, but I'd never been to Texas or any of these Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. But now I've kind of been everywhere. We took a road trip and we stopped pretty much everywhere down south, Tennessee, Birmingham, Atlanta. Hey DJ MFB, are you on a case?
I just finished a case.
Oh, was it the one you were
Yeah,
talking about?
hey, was that the one? That's the cop, the cop dude, right?
Yeah.
How did that? Tell us about that. I am totally curious.
I can't get into too much specifics about it, but I actually got someone recently advised me. They said that I shouldn't really be talking about active cases that I'm working because it's possible. Most likely no one would hear. If it was something where people really wanted me to talk about it, I would do it. But I'm not. It's not worth it. To risk a client possibly hearing about it. We're just shooting the shit.
Well,
but I'll just say
let me
this.
ask you a question though. Was it interesting or kind of run of the mill?
It wasn't as interesting in my case the weekend before where I caught. I was able to. I'll say this. I wasn't able to get a money shot type situation where I got him. I basically got the guy at the same location as one of the females that so it's pretty much he's not going to be able to explain that, so it's even though there's no there's no direct evidence, like as far as like there's no, so like I have pictures of them making out or whatever, but it's like it's gonna be hard for him to explain why he was in the same location, the same parking lot. It's say like he left work, like he has to say at a second job, and both him and the girl, they both left their work, like they both work at different places, both left work and met up at this spot, and it's gonna be very hard for him to explain to his wife why he did that.
Wait, I thought it was two separate girls.
Yeah, there were, but he only saw one of the girls. Well, at least that I was able to document. Well, over this weekend, he only saw one of them. But yeah, I mean, I think it was I think it was a miracle that I was even be able, like get what I got. I mean, I don't think any other PI would even have taken this case for less than like $5,000 because the level of difficulty and like the level of danger involved in it. I could have got myself get my ass kicked, arrested, or shot or something by that cop.
Yeah, we're glad you're safe, man.
Yeah, I mean, and to be honest with you, going into this, I knew that like it was limited what we were gonna be able to get. Like there's no way I was just gonna follow this guy, and he was gonna lead me right to some some chick. Like it was just no way. The guy was way too cautious. I mean, even if we had like a team of 10 investigators, he still would have noticed us follow. Like even if we switched off, he would this guy was way too careful. Like he was like, anytime I was actually behind him, I could tell he was looking in his mirrors every single time he took a turn. He was looking in his mirrors. So like, without those GPS trackers, I would have been, no way could I have done this.
Do you think he had any idea that his wife had a PI?
I don't. I mean, he's gonna know soon. But I mean, I think there was a time today when I was following him. He left his work and he was headed. I knew he was headed to meet one of the women. I thought he was at least, and I was driving behind him. I wasn't really trying to follow him, but I just was behind him enough to where he could see me. And at one point, he took off and like drove really fast. Like, and I was like, that doesn't really. Why would he do that? Like, why did he just burn? So like, I think he doesn't know. I think anytime he's going to see one of those women, he makes sure that there's no one following him. Like, no matter what, no cars. Like, if any cars are behind him, he speeds up and makes sure that no one sees where he goes. So I don't think he thought I was following him. He just was making sure that no one saw which direction he was going in, like, or where he went. But he didn't, obviously didn't know that, someone had put GPS on his girlfriend's vehicle.
Oh, okay. Someone in the chat asked whether or not certain PIs are under companies or are they independent.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of people who work under the, there's nationwide companies who they cover every state in the, in the whole country, and they just hire. Like, for example, if I wanted to make my business really big, I could hire investigators in other states, and I could start covering those states. But the investigators that do that are usually the not usually the weaker, or like the investigators that aren't good enough really to make it on their own. They will work for a big company because these companies will always have work for you, but they pay you very lousy. Like, if you're good with making like $30 an hour, for the rest of your life, like, but I mean, if you get your own license, you make 3-4 times that, so there's really no reason to be working for a big company unless you're just getting your experience. You need to get your 3 years experience. Like that's what I did. I worked for a big company first until I was able to get my own license. But like as soon as I hit that 3-year mark, I was out of there. Started my own shit.
Okay. How long did it take you to become independent?
I could have done it because I had a master's degree. Like, if you have a college degree and a master's degree, you can get it in 2 years. But I think I still did 3 full years under a big company. And then once I did that, I mean, like, once you go out on your own, you realize how badly you were getting fucked by that company that you used to work for, because you see how much you realize how much money they were really making off the work you were doing. Like you were doing all this work for them, and they were taking 75-80% of it and giving you a little tiny, little like nothing. So you were out there risking your ass, on the road, following people all around, getting video, doing all this shit, and they were taking the credit for it, and just giving you nothing, like giving you a little, $25, $30 an hour.
Oh, okay. Are you willing to talk about a previous case or a past
Yeah,
case that you
I
had?
can talk about old. Yeah, as long as it's not an active case. Yeah. Which case do you want me to talk about?
What do you think the case that you think was the most interesting? Like, what was your most interesting past case?
I mean, God damn, I mean, there's so many. I mean, like, depend. Like, I mean, it depends on what I mean, like, are we talking like a high profile case or like a?
No, let's say okay, let me be more specific. How about domestic cases, like between couples?
I mean, yeah. I mean, those are always interesting. I mean, like, I mean, those are usually also. I mean, those are usually a lot harder. Those are some of the harder ones to work because the people that you're following are way more cautious, and you have to be way more careful when you follow them. Like, 'cause they're looking. Most of them, if they're smart, they're on the lookout for someone who's following them. So, but one of the good things about those cases is that you can use the GPS trackers on those cases legally, like without having to worry about it. So
Oh, really? Dang.
you can do a lot. Yeah, I mean, in the state of Mississippi, you can use GPS trackers as long as you're not using it as part of like as long as you're not stalking the person. They just can't be used for the purposes of stalking. So like it's like if you're like a licensed investigator, I mean that's not stalking. Like we have every right to do what we do. So
How would you prove that though? Do you need like some sort
I
of
mean, like I mean, I have
like
a, I
a
mean,
case receipt or something?
I'm licensed by the state. I have I mean, yeah, I can show them. I can be like, look, this is who hired me. This is why. Here's the information. You can confirm. I mean, like, if it ever came down to it, I don't think it ever would, because in order to get charged with stalking, you'd have to really be following someone aggressively for a long time, like to the point where they went to the police about it and said this person is like, making me in fear for my life. But that can happen. Like if someone hires you and you don't do your homework. Let's say a guy has a restraining order against him by a female, and then he hires you to go do surveillance. That's considered stalking, because you're violating the restraining order by doing it. Like you're acting on like as a extension of him, so you'd be violating that shit too. That's why you got to be careful and make sure you vet all your clients.
Okay. So can you go into details when
Okay.
it comes to your most
Okay, Gary and Mike from Boston. Thank you very much. I gotta go.
Okay.
See you, Dwala.
Okay, good night. See ya. Have a good day.
All right, man. So my most interesting. I mean, it's hard for me to say. I've worked so many cases. To me, they're all kind of like. To me, they're not that interesting, really. Like they're just. I mean,
You really don't think? Wait, you don't think domestic cases are all that interesting?
I mean, like it's the same thing over and over again. Really, it's really at the end of the day, it's the same story. Like this person is having an affair, and it's just the details are different. Like you catch them in different situations, and like they're it's interesting when you're working on it. Like when it's brand new and you're actually out there doing the work. It's fun, but afterwards, it's kind of like it kind of just falls into place. Like with all your other cases, you're just like, yeah, this is just another case. Like of the other 100,000 cases that I've worked. I mean, the one last week actually was pretty. That one, since I got the guy on video getting a blowjob in his car. That was pretty funny. I'd never gotten graphic video like that before, but yeah, and that was and showing and having his wife watch that. I mean, that was pretty. Yeah, I mean that was kind of uncomfortable. I just sent her a link to the video so she could watch it. And she watched it.
Have you ever had to do any PI work for a politician?
I was hired one time to follow. This was back when I was in Los Angeles. I followed a guy who was running for president of Mexico.
What?
Yeah, he didn't win or anything like that. We just it was one weekend we followed this guy around Los Angeles, and we don't even know why.
Yeah, I was
Like,
gonna say, what's he doing? What was he doing in Los Angeles?
I don't know. Like, I mean, for whatever reason, because it was a case that we got through another, or I got through another company. They had one of their investigators in Mexico, and they got on the investigator got on the same plane as him, and then when they landed in Los Angeles, I met the investigator at the airport. We got in my car and we followed the guy to his hotel. And he went to like a rally. I mean, he really didn't do anything. Like, I don't know why they were having him followed. I think it was just opposition research, probably. Like, they want to, like, if anything had happened, that we could have pointed to, like, they're just looking for dirt. Like, a lot in politics, they look for dirt on you is the main thing. Like, that's the biggest weapon that they have in politics is, and you find out something you can use to make the person look bad.
So it's mainly just dirt findings or blackmail.
Yeah, I mean, like they spend thousands and thousands of dollars doing this opposition research on people. So anytime you get involved in politics, usually, like, before you even get involved, someone will sit down with you and they'll go over all of the dirt that they've been able to find on you, and be like, they'll usually tell you, you need to be ready to explain this, like, because, like, we found it, so that means everyone else is going to find it. So, like, you're going to have to go public about all this stuff because it's going to come out. So, like, you need, and a lot of times the people don't even know some of the dirt. Like, they'll find out shit about family members. Like, oh yeah, your son had an abortion. His girlfriend had an abortion last year, or like just like I've seen it happen before, where people had no idea all this shit was going on in their life. Like their spouse was like a drug addict or something like that, and like they're running for a DA or whatever, so like they have to explain all that shit. It's really
Mike,
it's a dirty ass game in politics, what the politicians do.
Yeah, I bet. Have you ever had to do PI work against an immigrant?
Yeah, in Los Angeles all the time. Almost all of my cases were Mexican immigrants. I mean, like, or they were recent migrants. I don't know if they were if they were illegal or legal. Like, I mean, LA is just filled with people coming over. I mean, people come over every day illegally, and it's like, I mean, I'd say like 80% of the people I followed were Mexican. Like first generation Mexican. Like,
Were any of them ever for serious crimes?
I mean, no, I wouldn't be involved in any like criminal investigation where I was gathering evidence to have someone locked up. I mean, the only time would be if I was doing, if it was a civil case and it was a case of fraud, and the fraud was so egregious that the district attorney decided to prosecute the person. So that did happen before, like, where I had a couple of people who were defrauding someone so badly that the state actually picked up the case and charged them criminally with it, and they ended up going to have to do some time in jail. But I mean, there's really no situation where I'd be working on a case to get someone locked up, because, like, that's not my job. Like, the police do that. Like, I don't even have the authority to like arrest anybody or anything like that. Like, there would be benefit for that. Like, I mean, the shit that I do, it's just like, it's other stuff that the police don't handle. It's all the extra stuff that's involved in civil cases that the police just won't get involved with. There's a lot of stuff that police won't deal with. Like, John will tell you, a lot of times we're dealing with evicting people. And like there's a dispute, the police will just say, listen, we're not getting involved. You guys figure it out. Go to civil court. So a lot of times, like, landlords will end up on their own. Like, they might hire you, or I mean, all kinds of things. Like, there's a lot of different, like, areas of the law that the police just say, this is too much of a pain in the ass. We're not dealing with it. You guys figure it out. Go to civil court.
Okay, another question was, on the chat. Have you ever blown your cover mid investigation?
Yeah, I mean, you mean get burned by the person? Yeah, like
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, if anyone who tells you that that's never happened to them is either lying or they don't do surveillance. Because if you do surveillance enough, you're gonna get burned at some point. Like, I mean, someone's gonna be looking out and they're gonna see you. Like, I mean, there's no way to avoid it. But the idea is you want to keep the number of times it happens to a minimum. Like maybe once or twice a year, it'll happen. Like when I say burned, I mean like the person like they flipped me off or did something to let me know that they knew, or they tried to confront me about it. There's been other times where I feel like the people were suspicious, but the idea is like if someone's suspicious, you just want to stop following them so they don't like a lot of times they'll try to bait you. Like if they start noticing that you're following them, they'll make a weird turn or make a U-turn or something just to see if you'll follow them. And the idea is you don't take the bait. Like if anyone ever does anything out of the ordinary, you stop and you let them go, because like once a case is you can't work it again. Like you want to keep the case alive. Even if you have to lose the person in traffic, at least you can come back the next day and work it again. Once you burn a case, it's that case is over and you're not going to make any more money on it, pretty much.
Hey, I think you answered this question once before, like a while ago. But Tropes wants to know if you've ever had to investigate other PIs.
I personally haven't, but I worked when I was working for a big company. They would have like they would be they would regularly have investigators go out and do surveillance on their own investigators to make sure they were doing the job. Like, because there's a lot of PIs that will go out and just won't do the job. Like they won't show up. Like, and then they'll say that they were somewhere and they say, oh yeah, I followed this guy. I was at this location for 8 hours and person never came out of their house. So sometimes they would just to keep you honest, they would send someone out to make sure you were actually there, doing your job. I never did it myself, but I knew investigators that would do that, and like a lot of times they'd catch people like in lies, all kinds of lies, like like they would follow the investigator all day and make sure that the person, like, their story added up. Like at the end of the day, what they said happened really happened. But like there's a lot of things that like little details that it's tempting to want to like say to want to change it a little bit and say, oh, yeah, the person went right home, instead of saying you lost them at the end of the day or something like that. But yeah, that you kind of learn that it's just better just to not ever have to explain yourself later on. You don't ever want to have to explain a lie. Once you lose, like once you get exposed for having a lack of integrity, you can't really get it back. It's like your reputation will kind of be fucked if you get caught, like doing anything like like PIs that do that shit, that will go and bill a client for 16 hours when they didn't actually do anything. Like those
Right.
PIs, if they get found out, no one will ever hire them again.
Alice McGee asks, what about surveillance for insurance companies to follow someone they think is committing insurance fraud, say
Yeah,
for an injury?
that's like 75% of what I do.
Yeah, I
I'd
was gonna say, ain't that the most common?
Yeah, that's one of my, like, those cases are some of the most fun cases to work, because like you get to see how full of shit people are, and like I mean, I don't know, there's something about those cases, they always lead you into something more interesting than you thought. Like, because when you follow somebody, you learn more than just whether they're injured or not. Like, you learn everything about their, like, you learn all this extra shit about their lives. You find out people doing drugs on the side. You catch them meeting up with their drug dealer or meeting up with a prostitute or something like that. There are always secrets people keep. That they when they think no one's watching, they do all kinds of weird shit. And when I was in LA, that was when I think that was the most fun I ever had doing the job, was there, because like the weather was always good, so there was no, like, wasn't like there was a winter, like when people, like people were doing shit all year round. Didn't rain ever. And those Mexicans, man, I swear to God, they had no, for the most part, they had no idea anyone was following them. They just were not suspicious at all. Like a lot of the white people I follow and the black people around here, I mean, they're way more on guard. Like, they notice shit way better than those Mexicans did.
What do you think was the most entertaining PI job that you had when it came to insurance fraud?
I mean, I've gotten to do a lot of cool shit through, this job. I mean, I've gotten to go on, like, I've gotten to go, like, if someone goes on like a boating trip or something like that, or gets on a cruise or something like that. I mean, I have to go too, So I've gone on all kinds of like excursions through my job, like, if a person goes out to eat at a really nice restaurant, I gotta go in there too, get video of them, so I get to, and it's always on the client too. They pay for it, so I've stayed in really nice hotels. I've been to really nice like golf resorts. All kinds of stuff, like, just random stuff people do in the city, like, gone to concerts. I've gone like music concerts. I mean, there's so many things I've done over the year. It's hard for me to remember. Like,
Have you ever got distracted during a case?
Yeah, I mean, it's very easy to get distracted. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, there's times when you're, cause when you're doing the job, a lot of the time you're doing two things at once. Like, you're trying to, like, cause at the end of the day, you're gonna have to write a report about everything that you're getting, and like, if you don't do any of it beforehand and you just try to write the report at the end of the day, when like when you're done with surveillance, it's gonna take you a really long time. So you try to write it, as the day goes along, but when you do that, you end up missing some shit. Like, you'll look down for a second to write something, and then you look up and the person's gone. That shit's happened to me before. That shit sucks. You hate that. There's nothing worse than that. Or if you have to, let's say you have to go to the bathroom, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. The person hasn't done shit all day. They've been at their house all day. You've sat there for 7 hours.
Do you gotta wear
You go
a
to the
diaper
bathroom for
or a
5
pee
minutes.
bag?
No. You go to the bathroom, and 5 minutes later you come back and they're gone. Like, you're just like, that shit is fucking annoying. But that's the way it works out. Like, someone will be home all day except for that 5 minutes when you go to the bathroom.
I have a question that I'm going to paraphrase maybe or expand on that Alice McGee wrote. She writes, damn, so basically I could not afford a PI. You'd be put up in a Motel 8. But basically, I'm going to ask the question, I mean, how affordable are you or a really good PI? Can a normal, like, middle-class person afford you?
I mean, yeah, I mean, like, it depends on, like, I mean, not for very long. I mean, like, I won't go out if it's a surveillance case. You're gonna have to have a little bit of money. I mean, like, at least, you're gonna end up paying at least $1,000, even if it's just for, like, I mean, I think the lowest I would do a day of surveillance for be maybe $800 or $900. I'm not gonna do it. I mean, like, it's usually like, usually the retainer I start with is usually at least $1,500. But I mean, I've done jobs for less than that. I mean, if it doesn't involve surveillance hours, I mean, if it's just if it's research related, or they need me to get like, they need me to, let's say it's a criminal defense case, and they want me to interview a witness, or they want me to find out if, like, let's say they're being accused of, of like date rape or something like that, or sexual assault or something like that, and they're innocent, and they say that the person is lying, and they want me to get, they want me to get a statement from this person. They say, this person saw us together that night, and they'll confirm that, like, it was consensual because he saw us together. So I'll go out and I'll interview the person, and then I'll get like record an interview with them, and then depending on how good it is, we can use it at trial. And that like I'll charge an hourly rate, like 90 bucks an hour, and I could probably do that in 3 hours.
Right. Have you related to that? Do you ever do pro bono?
I mean, it would have to be only for family. Like I've done some shit for family members.
Gotcha.
And like I've given people I've done some shit even for HP2N. I've done a couple of little things for him, just like usually it's just like at a deep discount, just for just I have him throw me a tiny bit of money and I'll find out if he wants to have some information on someone for whatever reason. I'll get it.
Tracking lot lizards.
Yeah, stuff like that. But
You want to find a new coke dealer.
It's like research related stuff, like stuff that,
Right.
cause I can get all kinds of records. I know how to fill out the, FOIA requests, which is basically Freedom of Information Act. Pretty much gives us.
Yeah.
We basically have the right to any government documents. So anything that's any legal documents, like that shit's all available to the public. You just have to know how to ask for it. Like
Right.
if you know that someone got arrested or something happened to them, you can contact that police department and say, I want the police report and all of the records that you have involving that situation, and they have to give it to you. Under that law, you're entitled to know. So you just have to ask them in the right way, and they'll it may take them a couple months, but they'll give it to you'll get whatever it is that you need.
Hey, I have. This is going to be kind of like a series of questions because I have to stitch together about 3 of them. But Tropes asks about advanced tech, and I know you've covered this once before. A while ago. But advanced tech or just normal smartphone binoculars.
I use a lot of different types of cameras. Like I'm really like a tech. I'm really into the different gadgets. Like I've spent the extra money and gotten the best, the best cameras. I'm gonna show you one right now. Actually, I had this really sick night vision.
Hey Stanley, I'm gonna hop off. I'll talk to you.
Okay.
In a couple hours.
Take it easy, Gary.
Yeah, I have this binocular. It's like a binoculars, but just for one eye, and it's for night vision. It records video. I can actually show you. I can actually put it up to the phone, and you can actually see what it looks like. But it's you can see in pretty much pitch black. Even when it's just so dark outside, this thing makes it possible to see. Here, I'll actually get it out right now.
Hey, do you ever use the parabolic hearing devices, that sort of thing?
What, listening devices?
Yeah.
Not really, because recording audio is kind of tricky, because of the way the laws are. Depending on which state you're in, a lot of states are 2-party consent states. So, for example, California and Massachusetts, where I lived before, were both 2-party consent. So you can't record any conversations unless both people give their consent. But
even if you're out in the open, you
can't. Even if you're out in the open, if you're involved in a conversation with someone, it's not admissible in court. You can record it, but it won't be admissible in court if you.
Gotcha.
But the thing is, Mississippi, it's a 1-party consent. So as long as only one party to the conversation has to consent, so I just don't know what you would use an audio recording for, really. That evidence is not gonna. What someone says isn't really evidence. It's kind of more like hearsay.
Mm-hmm.
So it's even if someone admits or says that they did something, they can always later say that they didn't mean it. So it's not that evidence isn't all that great. Even if you have someone saying that they killed someone on recording, If there's no evidence that they did it, like that's not really going to do a whole lot. Just because they can always say, "Oh, I was just fucking around" or whatever.
Right. So basically, you not being law enforcement don't have the force of the law behind you to take a confession or something like that.
No, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, it would be like, I mean, I can take a recorded statement for someone and bring it into court as long as they agree to be recorded. I mean, we do that all the time. So I mean, yeah, in a way, like in civil cases, it can be helpful, but I mean, I've never secretly audio recorded anybody. Like I've never recorded a conversation and anytime I've recorded someone, I've just used a regular I have a regular audio recorder that I tape all my witness interviews with. They always know about it. It's a video. The ones that it's always a video that I have like all the gadgets for. Like, I'll show this thing right here. I've shown this before. This thing right here, this keychain. This is a full This is a full high definition camera right here with Bluetooth and Wi-Fi and everything. This thing right here is one of the best. Like it's like a $300 camera. Some of the best money I ever spent. Like I've gotten some of the best.
It's a little hard to see in the dark, though.
Yeah.
I'll need that camera to look at that camera.
Get that binocular.
But that's okay.
No, I want to show it because it's one of my coolest things I think that I actually have that I use, which is
And then I have a kind of an odd question. I mean, when you go on a quote mission or you're out on a case, do you like pre-pack the equipment you think you'll need, or do you just take everything?
Yeah, I bring everything. I always have everything with me. I mean, anytime I go out on a case, I'm prepared to be gone for a couple of days. So I always have like a couple changes of clothes. Because when you start on someone, you never know where they're going to go. Like I've had people drive from LA to San Francisco in one day, before, and they stay up there for a couple of days. So you never know what you might find. So this is the binocular right here. I'll show you what it looks like through it in a second, but. I mean this road is kind of like, I mean, yeah, it's pretty dark over there. Like if you look over in that section where you can't really see, right? Like over there.
Yeah, is that a house? Oh no, it's not. Okay.
It's the freeway, but when I show you through this binocular, you'll be able to see exactly what it is. I can get this thing right.
Oh wow.
See that?
Yeah.
I mean, you can see. I mean, you really can see in the dark. Like it's. And this records too, like, so if I, like, this is, now it's recording, and I can actually zoom in too with it. It's even,
I mean, it literally looks like a lit street.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, and you know what? I have a infrared flashlight. So like, I have this flashlight that goes along with this thing. Let me see if I can get it to work. It basically is like if we were in the woods and there was no light whatsoever, because the way this thing works is this camera is basically it's taking light from other sources, any light that's available at all. So like just like if there's a tiny bit of light, like just and it just uses that light. But if there's no light at all, I have this flashlight that's like it's infrared light, so it lights up like a strobe light, but the human eye can't see it. So like people wouldn't know that I was putting a flashlight on them, but through the camera, it's like yeah. Let me try to show you. It's kind of it's like that shit is crazy. I actually haven't gotten to use that thing on a case yet. I haven't had someone who's in like that dark conditions, but yeah, this is one of my coolest things. I love using this thing because this thing is like. When it's that dark, no one can see what you're doing. So like, if you're in your car like I am now, no one can. I mean, my windows are tinted already, but in the dark, like, forget it. No one can see shit. But I can see everything when I have with something like this. I mean, like, it's like clear as day. I don't know how they were able to do something like this with the camera, make be able to see this well in the dark. Because like my eyes are not even close to as good as this. Like, I have no idea how they were able to pull that off. But yeah, I mean, I've spent the camera that I use the most, like day to day on every case, it's like a $1,200 camera. A lot of PIs have lower level equipment, but that's why I've been able to do so well in the industries, because most PIs just don't care enough to get the shit that you need. They try to they have the half-ass shit, old cameras that they paid $200 for 5 years ago. I look at them like you use this for your cases, it doesn't even shoot in high definition, so I think that's why my clients will choose me, because I give them 4K video and shit video night vision that actually works, so they don't have to guess what they're looking at, and that's how I kind of separated myself. I invested in the shit, so it would kind of pay for itself later on.
Well, let me. Speaking of that advertising, do you have websites, cards?
Yeah, I have all that stuff. I actually have a video on YouTube. I actually have a YouTube video that I made. I think I showed it on this channel before. I think I did. Yeah. I have a YouTube channel that I made. It only has I think 1 or 2 videos on it. But I use that for on my company website. You can on the blog page you can watch a couple of videos on there. I've shown it on here before. I have a highlight clip of some videos that it's a 4-minute video, and it's got 5 different cases and some of the the highlights of shit that I've caught people doing. It's all injury cases, and it just shows people doing the most outlandish stuff, and it says what their injuries were supposed to be and how injured they were supposed to be. I showed this one guy who supposedly was had a really bad back injury, and in one day I caught him going to the gym, lifting all these heavy weights, and in the afternoon he went to some marine training where he was running an obstacle course, and he had to carry another guy on his back and run a race. It was absurd. I couldn't believe. I was like, Jesus Christ! This guy picked the wrong day to do that shit, because I got it all on video. This case is fucked. And I had another case where this hockey. I've told this story before. But there was a hockey player. He played for the Washington Capitals, I think it is. Whoever their professional hockey team.
Yeah, it's the Capitals. Caps.
Yeah, so they had a former player who was claiming all kinds of millions of dollars worth of payments. He said he was owed because he had CTE. He said he claimed he had brain damage from all those years, getting hit. And he said that he pretty much was, couldn't take care of himself. But when I went out and did surveillance on him, I found him living in a multi-million-dollar home in San Diego, across the street from the beach, and he was going surfing every morning at 6 o'clock in the morning. So I got all this video of him going surfing. He was driving a Tesla. His wife had a Tesla. I mean, he was just living it up off this team, and it was all fraudulent. He shouldn't have been getting any of that money. He was faking the whole thing. I actually had to go to DC to testify about that one.
Wow.
So yeah, I mean, it's you kind of have to have the right personality to do this job. I mean, I'm the type of person where I never liked working in an office. Anytime I've ever had to go to an office and sit in the office all day doing something, I just never enjoyed that. There was never a time where I had a job in an office where I liked it. I'd much rather be in my vehicle. Even if I'm doing surveillance and it means I'm just sitting, at least I can watch. I can listen to I'll listen to a YouTube show or a podcast or something, better than just typing away in the office, writing emails and all that bullshit.
Right.
And if like the worst part of the day is that I have to wait for someone to come out of their house so I can film them, like that's way better than just waiting for the hours to go by at the office until the day's over and I can clock out. Like, doing this, it feels like it almost doesn't feel like a job. Like because it actually like I do enjoy it, so it's not like it's not like I wish I didn't have to work today. Like it's kind of like I kind of don't like it when I don't have work. When I like if I have a couple of number of days off in a row, I'm kind of ready to go back to work. But I mean, I know other people might enjoy an office job more than this, but just not me. Like
How,
I need to have a change of scenery. Like in this job, I go somewhere new every day.
interesting. How do you, how does your, how does your wife and, I mean, I guess let's organize this. What's the longest time you've ever been away from home?
Um, Not more than a couple of nights. Usually, like
Mhm.
a lot of times I've gone, on cases. A lot of times my wife and my daughter will come with me, and
Oh, really?
yeah,
Okay.
we'll turn it into like a vacation because the client's already paying for a hotel room for me, and a lot of times like especially in the summertime, um, like we'll turn it into a vacation and we'll stay 2 or 3 extra days. Um, and like while I'm working the case, they'll just stay at the hotel or wherever it is that we're at, and just chill out until I get home, and then once the case is over, we'll stay for a couple days. So like I'd say the most I've been gone is maybe like 5 nights. I think I've been gone is the most I've ever been gone, like with
Uh-huh.
away from my wife and daughter. Yeah, I mean I don't like being away from them really too much. So like I don't take. I mean, I've been offered times where people are like, "Hey, do you want to go to Indiana for 3 weeks and work this case?" And I usually will turn that shit down because
Right.
I don't want to be gone for that long.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. What did you used to do, Stanley, before you retired?
Well, my last job was in IT, and every now and again I'd have to travel for work, but it's kind of rare. But when I had to do it, it was pretty miserable. But
Yeah.
speaking of being in a cubicle, I actually did, kind of work in a cubicle, but it was really cool. I worked for Ticketmaster, so
Oh,
oddly enough, it was kind of exciting because even in your cubicle, I had like my internet radio, so I could, pretty much, I'm a radio head. So, as long as I have news radio or something entertaining, I'm pretty good. But
yeah, yeah,
one of the things I really liked was like we worked with like all the football teams. Like, we did season ticketing for all the football teams.
yeah,
So,
of course, yeah,
every now and again I'd have to go out to FedEx Field or, actually like we work with the teams sometimes, face to face. You get to go to like Caps games. You mentioned the Capitals. I've been to several Caps games, which oddly enough, a black dude from Georgia, I actually like hockey.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. I never really was too big a fan of hockey, but I mean, when I did watch it, it is a fun sport to watch just because it's like the guys fighting shit. That was always entertaining.
well, you know what I really liked about it? Say compared to football or basketball games, it was really family friendly. Because they would have like matinee type games, where, they have games like right after school, so school kids would be there. It was actually really family friendly. I remember taking my son, he might have been 2 at the time. He loved it. We had like ringside seats, literally, like,
Yeah, yeah. I bet you can get those seats, and they're not that expensive compared to like a
well, no, they were, every now and again a team would give you tickets, like if you did something special for them. So these were like, tickets that I got for doing something or another.
Oh yeah,
Um,
it's a gift from the
so
client or whatever.
I actually really enjoyed that. Didn't have to travel too much. I could have, but I really hated being away from home. because I'm kind of a homebody.
Yeah, me too.
Let's see. We got another question. What were you trained? Well, you did kind of cover it, but if you wouldn't mind, kind of cover it again.
Was he trained?
Tropes is asking.
Yeah. What I did was when my first job with doing surveillance was with a big company in California, and they covered all of California, all of Arizona, Nevada. And when you first went in, like your first 2 weeks, you were actually in a classroom doing training, and that's when you would learn all the legal stuff and like the rules and shit like that. So like before you ever
hold
went,
on. When you say now, when the training you did was with the company, or was it actually like a course?
I mean, it was a course, but it was through the company. The company teaches you how to do it the way that they want you to do it. Like they teach you their rules. You know, they have certain policies and shit like that you have to do. So they make sure they drill it into your head. Like you learn all of the laws, like the things you can and you can't do legally, and then you learn like what you have to do in order to to maintain the company standards. Like there's just a million policies you have to follow. So like you spend 2 weeks learning that shit, and then there really is no way to train you to do the surveillance. Like you kind of it's really you learn through doing it. Like you kind of have to go out there and just try it and figure it out. Like, I mean, I could give people advice on how to do it, but I mean, really, like when someone leaves their house and you're in your car and you're gonna follow them. There's really nothing I could tell them about how to do it. You just have to kind of do it. Like, and obviously the idea is to, to follow them without letting them know, but also, without losing them. So you kind of have to find your, like a balance between the two. You kind of have to like, you can't be too aggressive, but you can't be too lax either. Like, so it takes a while, but if you do it enough, you'll get to a point where it gets to be like, I mean, I can follow anybody at this point. Like I followed a guy from Orange County, California to San Francisco in one day, 8 hours on the road, and I followed him all the way from his house to his destination. He never had a clue. So I mean, and that was my first year too. That was my rookie year that I did that. So
wow.
you can learn to do it. Just like you use just certain. It gets to be second nature. You kind of like, I can follow people pretty well to the point like, unless like this weekend with this cop, there was just no way. Certain situations, certain people, you're just not going to be able to follow. But for the most part, I can follow pretty much anybody. Like, other than like a law enforcement officer or someone who's trained in that kind of thing. Like, I can make it look like I'm just some random person. Like I can play the part pretty well, make it look like I'm just some other car on the road. And I do little things like to change up my appearance and make my car look different. Like I'll change I have floodlights in my car. I'll turn those on and off. Just little things you can change about the way that you appear that will make you look like you're a different person or a different car. Like anything you can do, like like put your visor up, put your visor down, or wear a hat. Make sure they see you wearing the hat, and then make sure, or just little things like that. Like people won't notice you. They say it takes people that have to see you 3 times before they register. Your face. So like, you just want to keep those times to a minimum. Like make sure that you're not like if you make eye contact with someone, that's 1 time. They're gonna remember you. Like they're gonna remember if you made eye contact. So you try never to make eye contact with anyone like you're following. You try to organize it so you're never looking.
Slightly on this theme. Have you ever had to like switch out a car or rent a car?
Yeah. All the time. I've had to use I've got my wife's car, the windows of her car tinted because I've had to switch out the car. I mean, anytime I feel like that. Anytime I feel like the person I followed, like let's say I have a case and it's like they want 7 or 8 days of surveillance, and on the second day, I feel like the person was driving a little bit strange. I'll switch the car out. Just that, just if I got any like hint that there was any possibility that they knew, like they might know, I'll switch the car out. And I've sometimes rented cars too, just to have a completely different look. But yeah, no, that's pretty standard. Like you have to, like you'll never. I mean, the idea that you're going to follow somebody for a long period of time and they're not going to notice ever in the same car, I mean, that's just not going to happen. Like, at some point you're going to be right behind them at a traffic light. They're going to look in their mirror. They're going to see you. So, like, there's only going to be so many times that you can have that situation happen where you're going to be at a red light right behind them, and so if it happens enough times, like you're going to have to switch the car out. But, then again, I've had people where I followed them for 3 weeks and they never had a fucking idea. Like, because they were that clueless. They just weren't paying attention at all what was going on. Like, I mean, there's sometimes, it's crazy. Sometimes, like, I think, like, damn, I've followed this guy total, like, over the course of a year. Like, I followed people for, like, 20, 30 days. And they never had any idea. Like, I don't understand. Like, cause I'm the type of person that I notice shit like that. Like, but some people don't. Like, some people just aren't paying attention. Like they're thinking about other shit or.
I have an odd question, which may not be so odd. How hard is it to track someone who like does nothing but Ubers?
I mean, I've had to follow those people before. It's actually not that difficult. I mean, people that are doing Uber, they're not really paying attention to who's behind them too often. They're usually talking to the person that they're, anytime someone's in a car with someone else, it's way easier to follow them because they're going to be talking. Usually, they're talking to the person that's in the car with them. Like, so if like a guy's with his wife or like, two people are in the car, it's an Uber driver, and he's got a passenger. They're usually, they get distracted by the person they're talking to, so they're not really registering some of the things they might normally see, like, so like an Uber. I followed Uber drivers for long periods of time, like, a lot of people that file workers' comp claims or whatever. Uber is a popular job for them to get on the side, and, they think no one will ever know about it, so they'll be double dipping. They'll be getting paid from their job through workers' comp, and then they'll be getting paid, through Uber on the side. I mean, I've caught a lot of people. That was a very popular one in California. People, I used to always catch people with those Uber stickers on their car. And another thing was construction and landscaping. Like it was always the Mexican guys that I would follow. Like, so many of them had side jobs of doing landscaping or construction, and they would work for hours. And I'm talking about they'd be out their door at 5 a.m. They'd work until like almost 5 p.m. doing manual labor all fucking day. I tell you something, man. Those guys are hard fucking workers, man. So some of them have 2 jobs doing that shit.
Well, now. I guess I might sound dumb, but who would follow like a Mexican worker? Would the government hire you to track someone down who's due for a court date or something? Who?
That would be. I mean, they wouldn't hire us for that. But the only thing they would hire us for something like they might hire us to serve papers on someone like that. That's a pretty popular thing that people will do, is because anytime you file a lawsuit against someone, the first thing that happens is you have to serve. The person needs to be served with the papers, like letting them know that they're being sued and it's got all the information. And people are notorious for dodging that because they obviously a lot of times they know about it beforehand. They know they're going to be getting served, so they just won't answer their door. They'll make sure that they go a different way. Like, they just do everything they can to avoid it. And the process server only has so much resources, so they're going to give up after a certain amount of trying. Then whoever the lawyer is has to find some way to get this person served, so they'll reach out to a PI. And we'll do anytime I get one, it's usually a difficult one, like one that someone's tried to do a number of times already and hasn't been able to do it. Like that was actually my first year. Before I worked for a surveillance company, I worked for a different PI company, and I spent almost a year doing strictly serving papers, I did that almost every day, all over LA. I served people like all different types of people like that. I think I learned more about shit from doing that. Like, I mean, when you get lied to that much, because like I was lied to so many times throughout the course of a day, I got to the point where I could just tell when someone was lying just by the way that they would say something. You know, because like by the end, I would go to someone's door, I'd knock on the door, someone would answer, and I'd be like, "Oh, is so and so here?" And the person would say, "No, they're not here." And then I'd be like, "Okay, thank you. Now I know by the way you said that, I know that they are here, just because I can tell you're lying. So I'm just gonna wait until they come out." Like, I mean, but I honestly like that. I learned so much from doing that first year. I think that's why I was so good at surveillance right away. Is because that prepared me so well. Like doing the stakeouts and waiting for people, and like I already knew how to run license plates and all that stuff. Like a lot of times in doing surveillance, like you need to find someone first before you can start a case. And a lot of
Right.
times they're hard. Some people are hard to find. But I
Uh,
track people down all over the place.
Troops asks, does the NSA or ISPs, internet service providers, do you ever have to work or cooperate with something like that?
Cooperate? Like in what
With
way?
like the NSA or ISPs, internet
Um,
service providers?
I mean, I've never had any dealings with either of those two agencies. I mean, is he talking about the National Security Agency?
Yeah. Or internet service providers.
Yeah, no, I have never had any dealings with them. I don't know what, I mean, like, they would come in the picture if, like, law enforcement, needs to trace a bank account or like like, I mean, I'm trying to think of something where they would get involved. Like, I guess
Well,
if you,
say for some reason or another you had to access a Facebook account or
yeah.
an email account or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, like, we can't. There would be no, like, we couldn't go to the NSA and like, say, hey, we need you to tell us who this email address belongs to. Like, the only people that can do that are law enforcement, like, involved in a criminal investigation. Like, they have no duty to tell us anything. Like,
Gotcha.
I mean, it would be great if they could, because there's so many things that like I want to, that we could learn about somebody if we could get their bank account information. But that shit just not legal. Like, there's no legitimate reason why. And I talked about this on the show before. There was a number of PIs that got charged, like, and they had to go before Congress because they got caught during like when they were working a case in order to get some phone records. And in order to get the phone records, they called the phone company and they impersonated the people and said that they were, I'm this person, my name is blah, blah, blah. Can I get my phone records? And they got the phone records, but it came out later on that they had lied and impersonated the people, and they got charged with felonies for doing that shit.
Oh, wow.
In California. And they actually, it was like a big scandal. It was with, I think it was I think it was Dell Computers. It was like a big scandal that they had where they were spying on like the board of directors. The board of directors was meeting like about something secret, and they got hired to find out what they were meeting about. And I guess the way that they found out was they got phone records that led them to somewhere, but it eventually came out that the way that they had gotten the phone records was illegal. That they had impersonated people, and like, but they technically hadn't broken any laws, but what they had done was unethical. I guess is what the point is, and that's why that case was so important, because it kind of set a precedent in that state. Like, you can't impersonate someone else like for that to get personal information about them.
Well, have you ever had to work like do like corporate espionage, like a company hires you to spy on another company?
I've done things like where people have said, find out, tell me, like, a lot of times people will have a business merger. Let's say like let's say a bank is about to merge with another bank, and the owner of one bank wants to know, is this other bank that I'm about to go into business with, do they have anything going on the side that I need to know about? Like, can you look into them and make sure that everything is like looks looks like I've done that. And you find out that the one of the owners has a cocaine addiction, or is running some type of scam on the side. They pay a lot of money for that shit, because that's like that can make a difference to their whole career if they get in the business with the wrong person. So those are interesting. You find out. I never found out anything too crazy, but I found people that had drug problems, and or were I found out one place that had a chop shop. They were getting cars, stolen cars, stripping them down, selling them for parts in South LA. I guess that's how I probably answer the first question that the guy asked. What were the most interesting cases? I think probably one of those cases where I found someone doing something that was shady on the side, like the chop shop example. That was pretty cool, because that was that took a lot of work to figure that out, what that person was doing. I had to figure out first of all, I figured out that they had an extra source of income. There's no way that they could be making the type of money they were living on. I saw they had all this extra shit. They had boats, houses, and I was like, they just don't make enough money for this. So I knew that there was something that they had on the side that they I knew it was either gambling or it was something. They had some side hustle that they weren't telling anyone about. And I looked into it enough, and I realized that they owned this property in South LA, and I went there, and it was like a junkyard, and I was like, there's no way they're making any money off of this. So I looked further, and they were running a chop shop out of the fucking place. And I didn't report it to the police or anything, but I just let my client know about it. I was like, here's the proof of what they're doing. And I'm not sure what he did about it, but that's those are some really good. When you do something like that for a client, it pays off, because they'll always remember that you did that for them, that you found out that information, you saved them from making a bad choice, and they'll go those are some of the people that have helped me the most in this industry, help me get clients, or just help my reputation, talk good about me to other people, other law firms. I realize sometimes people they won't forget you if you do certain things for them like that, and you do a good job. They'll always remember that you did that for them, and that you saved them however much money, and they'll kind of always look out for you as much as they can.
Let me ask you a related question. Have you ever done such a good job that they kind of tip you?
Yeah, you get gifts. I get gifts all the time, from clients. I'll get they'll give me tickets to sporting events, or they'll give you a bonus on a case, an extra $1,000 or something like that. And that's when if you do if you a lot of times on a cheating spouse case, if the person really was going through a bad divorce, and getting this evidence about them was going to make a big difference, and you get it, sometimes they're so grateful, they're just oh my God, you have no idea how much trouble you saved me. Or the case with the hockey player guy, that team was so grateful because I saved them millions of dollars by exposing what that guy was doing. I'm sure I could go to any Capitals game I ever wanted to go to for the rest of my life, probably, if I wanted.
Well, Black has a question for you. How do you protect yourself from nefarious actors if you do discover something is afoot that isn't exactly on the up and up?
How do I protect myself? You gotta be a little bit more specific.
Well, he says from nefarious actors. I guess. Well, he'll either clarify. Say you get discovered, and somebody pulls a gun on you or something. Do you ever get that close?
What was it? What was it that you said? If someone did what?
Okay, well let me read you the question. Blacks Who Defy asks, how do you protect yourself from nefarious actors if you do discover something is afoot that isn't exactly on the up and up? And he says, meaning if you find out some info that can get you killed. He's been watching too many Mannix episodes.
I mean, usually, the thing is that the people who you're finding this out about, they never know that you're involved. Like, all they know is like that, like they'll find out that like whatever business deal that they had going on is done, and they find out that the reason for it is because the person found out whatever about them. They never really find out how the person learned about it. At that point, it's not really of any consequence to them how they found out. Like, by her doing something to me is not going to get them their business deal back. I've never been in a situation where the people that I was finding information about were that dangerous. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't. If I wanted to do that shit, I would have become a cop. Like, I'm not trying to risk my life for a case. So like, I wouldn't do any, like, if someone hired me to find out something about someone who was like had connections with the cartel, I'd say absolutely not. I'm not going to risk someone that would kill my whole family like over some shit.
Are there PIs out there? Are there PIs out there who actually would take a case like that?
Yeah, but those are like special types. Those are usually like ex-military, ex-law enforcement guys that are like have a lot of connections in the criminal world. Someone like me, I'm not going to be able to get any type of information from from people involved in the cartel. They have no reason to tell me anything, and they're just too protected. Like there's no documentation of any of this stuff. Like, so I wouldn't be able to be of much use. Like people who've worked those type of cases before, like that know how the cartel operates, like ex FBI agents, they could probably do stuff like that. And like, I guess if you're badass enough and you're not afraid, you could. We've all seen the TV shows like there's TV shows like that where they have guys that are like, they call them like fixers. And they like they go to like they get called every day for like some fucked up situation. They have to go and help like smooth it out. But again, those people are usually have to break the law. At some point, so like they can't really operate as legitimate investigators. They kind of have to be known as like fringe people that do kind of like shady type shit that's not exactly above board. Because like, if you think about it, the only way you're really gonna get information like that is you're gonna have to do some sort of illegal wiretap or something like that that's not gonna be legal. Like, but you still can do it in order to find out the information. Like, so if you think about it, like if you tap someone's phone illegally and you find out, what are they gonna do? Like, like. So it's not like they're gonna go to the cops on you,
right?
So it's like, but again, like you'd have to be be to the point where you weren't afraid of getting killed. Like if if you just thought you had enough security or whatever, I guess you could do it. I'm sure that there are plenty of people that do it, but again, I think they're involved in the criminal world somewhere or another.
Well, Blacks adds a caveat. He means it, like inadvertently. Have you ever been like accidentally in a situation that was kind of?
Yeah, I did. I don't know if you ever saw that first video that I showed. One of the first videos I ever showed on this show. Did you didn't see that, Stanley? Did you? I don't think
I did.
Well, there was a situation where I was actually on that Chop case that I was just talking about. I was in South Central Los Angeles in a Mexican gang neighborhood. I shouldn't have been there, but anyways, I was on Instagram in my car because I had some downtime, and I was actually talking to CT on Instagram. So I was on the phone. It was like I think it was like a video call I was doing. This was before CT was CT. This was before he ever had his channel or anything like that. And I have it on video because it was a video thing. And out of nowhere, I was just sitting there in the car, and you see this other car pull up next to me and block me in my space. Like, and from the video, when you watch it, you see this car just like pull up right alongside of me and blocks me into the parking spot. And this Mexican guy gets out of the car and immediately just tries to open my driver's side door. And I always keep it locked, so he couldn't get in. But I mean, this guy was I don't know. I still to this day don't know why, but that guy was looking to do some harm to me. Like he tried to block me from getting out. And eventually, I had to say, "Listen, move out of the way. I'm going to run you over." And he still wouldn't move, so I just drove, and he jumped out of the way. But if he was able to get that door open, who knows what would have happened that day? I don't know.
Well,
luckily he couldn't.
Well, the next two questions are kind of along that line where DiCapriono. Have you ever had to bust a cap in someone you were doing surveillance on?
No, I mean, but I have had to pepper spray people that I was serving legal papers on before they got aggressive.
Oh wow!
Yeah, that was crazy. I still to this day I still carry this pepper spray that if you get hit with this shit in your face, I mean I feel so bad for you. I mean all I can tell you is when I had to spray people with this, just from getting a like one whiff of what this stuff smelled like, I would damn near couldn't breathe and was coughing and like my nose would start running. I mean, you get hit with this shit in the face, I mean you're fucked. Like I don't care how big or whatever, how tough you are, you're gonna go down from this. You're not for the next 30 minutes. You're incapacitated. You're not gonna be able to do a fucking thing.
Wow.
And every time I had to do it, like all it takes is you spray someone right in the face with it once, and they're in so much distress that they're on the ground crying, pretty much. And that's how painful it is. But I mean, the only times I did that were when, I absolutely had to. Like it was either that because like I mean with that there's no permanent damage, so like they can't ever sue me later and say like, oh you assaulted me or whatever. So if someone was, anytime someone would threaten, like would look like they were going to attack me or would threaten to, I would pull it out and be like, okay, yeah, if you take one more step, I'm going to spray you. Most of the time, that would get them to stop, would get them to back off. But two people didn't, and they learned a lesson because they both got hit with it, and they were not happy campers. I can tell you that.
Kind of along the same lines, Trope asking if saying that he could imagine a spouse that gets busted cheating could flip on an investigator if they identify them somehow. And I guess, like, when somebody goes and says, hey, I hired a PI, here are the pictures.
You mean come back on me? Like,
yeah, like, a husband roughing up a wife, like, tell me who did it, I'm going to get him, that sort of scenario.
I mean, I've never had it happen. Like, I mean, one of the things that we agree on is that they're not to disclose that information, like it's like part of the contract. I mean, obviously it could happen, but like, I keep a pretty low profile. Like, so like even if they looked me up, they wouldn't be able to find out where I lived or anything like that. Like I keep all my, like even for my business, if you look up my business, like I don't keep my address, I don't keep my home address connected to it really. So I mean, it would take a lot of work for them to actually track me down. And I carry a gun, so I mean, when someone wants to come, like I'm ready for them.
Well, here's something else from the TV shows these people seem to be watching. Would you betray a client for a life-changing offer of cash provided by the person you were surveilling?
No, if you do that, then you lose your reputation is fucked. If you turn on if you switch sides on a client, I mean like that would be that would be a foul thing to do. So basically, if someone hired you, like, and then like you went out and you told the other person about what was going on, and you said, give me a counter offer and I'll work for you, and you take the money from both people. I mean, like, that would be the most scumbag thing to do. Like, if you did that, anyone that would do that, I mean, they would be known as such a dirtbag. I mean, they'd be an outcast. Like, no one would ever fuck with them again. Why would you hire someone that might do that to you? I mean, there's no circumstance where I would do that. Like, I mean, like,
I need I need to figure out which shows these people are watching on TV.
I mean, yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely plausible. Like, I mean, guy hires a PI to go to watch his wife, and then the PI ends up like fucking his wife or something like that.
Right.
Or like he like, you know, or like, he starts helping the wife's side in the divorce. Like, I mean, I'm sure there's TV shows where that shit like that goes on, but I mean, in real life, like, you have to live with shit like that. If you do something like that, like, it's not like, once the episode's over, you still have to live as a PI and try to get business. Like, I can't imagine that anyone would ever hire you again if people found out that you did that.
Now I have a scenario. Maybe it's a TV show I've seen once. Have you ever heard of like a PI? And then actually I have another question that's slightly different, but this question is, have you ever heard of a PI, like a wife hires the PI to tail a husband, but decides that, you know what, my husband is cheating, I want the PI. So the PI winds up with the client.
I mean, I've never heard of it happening in real life. I mean, I suppose it could, I mean, like, what was that movie, The Bodyguard? I guess that's kind of like a scenario where something similar to that happened. But I mean,
Right.
I mean, like, you really don't, like, when you're working with a client on a case, like, 99% of the time, I never see these people, my clients. I never see them in person. So, like, we're working.
Really?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, it's all communications are pretty much done over the phone and over the
Gotcha.
computer. Like, we're not. I mean, maybe every once in a while, if it's a big case, I'll meet with them in person to, like, to get the deal done or whatever. But usually, it's just that one time you meet them, like, just to make the deal. I mean, you don't need to meet them. Like, nowadays, everything is done. There's no reason. Like, I don't need to meet someone in person to give them a video. I can just send them a link, and they can watch it. Like, there's really no need. Or, like, maybe in court. Like, a lot of times, if they need me to testify for them in court, I'll see them at the court date. But that's it. Like, I won't. Like,
Right.
maybe back in the day when people, because PIs used to have to do a lot of face-to-face stuff. So, I mean, I'm sure it's happened before.
Right.
It's like, if you think about it, the woman, like, and I already kind of experienced this. Like, all these women that are having this, that are being cheated on, they're very vulnerable, and they tell you a lot of stuff. Because, like, a lot of times you're the only person they can really talk to about it, because it's not something they can really talk about. So, like, it's pretty easy to, like, because you're the guy kind of like exposing their husband, and you end up being the voice of reason, being like, yeah, he's a real piece of shit. Like, a real man wouldn't do that. And you kind of get the feeling that they're like, damn, like, I wish, like, he thought more like you did.
Right.
Like, so I mean, I guess you could play off of that if that was your angle and you wanted to do it. I'm sure it could be done. But I mean, maybe if I were single, maybe something would have. Who knows?
And this is for Alice McGee. It's a joke, but with her in mind. How about women PIs? Are there a lot of them in the business? I wouldn't
Yeah,
imagine.
I was just saying that the other day. So some of the best PIs I've ever met, other than myself, were female PIs. So female PIs have a huge advantage. They can do. No one ever suspects a female of being a surveillance investigator. Like, I've seen female investigators be able to pull shit off that a male never would have been able to do. Like, like, especially, like, especially if the woman is, like, somewhat is like kind of attractive too. Like, no one, they can sit in a neighborhood and no one will ever call the police on them. Whereas me, I get the cops called on me all the time in neighborhoods from nosy neighbors. Like, but meanwhile, I've seen female investigators in the same neighborhood, and someone will come out and offer to give them like water or so, And I've had people do that for me before too. Like when they found out what I was doing, they like it brought me shit. But like I was with this one female investigator, and every time we were in her car, like she just never had any of the problems that I used to get. Like the neighbor would come out, and whenever they came out and talked to me, they never were satisfied with my answer. They always were like, "Oh, well, I'm calling 911. This seems wrong." Never happened to her. Like they always were like, "Oh, okay." Like, well, it's nice talking to you. Like, I mean, and they can get a lot closer to people too. Like, I mean, if I need to film someone in a store, for example, like let's say they're shopping or whatever, a female can go in there and act like she's shopping too, and they'll never think twice about it. But a guy, they're just more suspicious of men. So I've had females do like certain shit that I just wouldn't be able to pull off, like go to a yoga class to get video of somebody. Like obviously I'm not going to be able to pull that off like without standing out. Like, but a female could do it like easily.
Interesting. It's funny. I really didn't think about women PIs until the question popped in my head. And then I kind of I grew up. A lot of people. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that like a couple of the female investigators I've worked with were so good. Like I mean, they just were fantastic investigators.
Wow.
Like really were like solid. Like I would recommend them like to anybody. A couple of them.
Well, it's funny. It's funny that I kind of thought about it like that, because if you go back, and you're not as old as I am, but going back like say late 70s, there were shows like Charlie's Angels, the ones, and they were basically PI. So
right, yeah, there was Magnum PI and some shit
yeah.
like that. Yeah, I kind of
Yeah.
wish I bet you those were interesting shows.
Oh, Magnum PI, it's funny. It wasn't really my type of show. And I actually got into Magnum PI in reruns. I never watched the original. And it's actually a really good show. And actually, they did a remake of Magnum PI, which was pretty good also.
Yeah.
Now the original Charlie's Angels, like CBS, it used to come on, I don't know, during primetime TV. I actually did watch that in the original, and it was pretty good. But I was like 10 years old.
Yeah, I saw the movie that came out like in the 2000s or whatever, but I didn't even know that was a TV show at first. But there's a lot of I've seen a lot of shows where investigators involved. Like I don't know, did you ever watch that show called The Good Wife?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I loved it, and then I watched. There was a sequel to it.
Yeah, The Good Fight or whatever it was called, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I love those two shows.
Yeah, The Good Wife was one of the best shows. I think it was one of the best shows I've ever watched. I thought that was a really, really good. And you remember how that investigator played such a big role? Like without her, like that whole law firm, she's like the one who made it all possible. A lot of that shit that happened in that show.
Right.
She would, like that's how valuable a good investigator can be. To a play. Like she was probably one of the most valuable people in the whole firm.
Right.
So like that's what, like if you're good at this, if you can do this job and you do it well, like there's definitely a place for you. There's always going to be people that are going to need you to do certain shit. Like like there's certain things I can do that I know that, like even though moving to Mississippi, I knew that even though I didn't know anyone here, I knew that there was most likely not going to be anyone here that could do it the way I can do it. And it turned out I was kind of right, because like the other investigators here, like the most well-known investigators here, they all use me for their surveillance cases still. Like they still subcontract them to me because they can't do it. Like they don't know how to do surveillance.
Interesting. Our friend and TV watcher DiCapriono Have you ever declined a case? And I think you kind of covered this, but I'm going to read it anyway. Have you ever declined a case because you thought it could be potentially bad for you, based on what you knew beforehand about the person under surveillance?
Yeah, I've turned down cases for all kinds of reasons. I mean, like conflict. I've had conflict of interest cases before, like where I won't work against one of my. If I have a client who I've been with who's used me for a long time, I won't take a case where they're on the other side of it, or a law firm, let's say, that I've done work for. I won't work for any firm that's going against them for any. I'll turn down any work if I find out that they're the opposing lawyers. I mean, I never work against one of my clients. I've turned down cases like that. I almost turned down this case this past weekend. This case of all this cop because
I remember you telling me that.
I mean, I'll tell you, most PIs would have turned that down, or to do what I did, they would have charged $5,000 to do the work that I did on this case. And I did it for $2,000.
Nice.
But
now,
I mean,
out of curiosity, did this and let me know if you don't want to talk any more about it, but was this lady fairly well off? I mean, dropping that much.
They were kind of like, the guy. I mean, obviously her husband was a cop, and she worked for the sheriff's department as well as doing something else. So they weren't that well off, really. That's why I gave them such a good deal, I think.
Gotcha.
Normally I would charge way more. I mean, I feel like I didn't charge enough for what I did, but honestly, I guarantee you, if she tried that with any other PI, like most PIs wouldn't have thought to do what I did. And the only other way that this could have worked would have been putting GPS on the cop himself, and that would have been, the odds of being able to pull that off and have him not, he would have found it. Like he would have known that they had your GPS on him. And I don't know what could happen to you if you get caught putting GPS on a cop. That might be a big crime. But that's the only way. Almost all PIs are not going to even, if they can't use GPS, they're not going to. You know how hard it would be without any help just to follow someone and think
I can only imagine.
Like, if you think about it, if someone's cheating on their wife, obviously they're only doing it at very specific times. So if you think you're just going to go one random day and follow someone blindly and they're just going to lead you to their lover, it's most likely not going to happen. You have to plan it right, and you have to find out information beforehand. Like, you find out who the people are, so you can set it up. The last weekend, that was an example of a time I just got very lucky. Like, the guy went right from his work. He got off work, and he drove about 5 minutes away and met this woman. And so, I got very lucky. I caught him with it. I wasn't even planning on doing surveillance that day. That day, I was just planning on putting the GPS tracker on his car. But I couldn't do it because at his work where I planned on doing it, his car was parked in a bad position, where it would have been too much chance of me getting exposed. So I thought, okay, well, I'll follow him from his work, and I'll put it on the first chance I get, wherever he stops. And to my luck, he stopped. He went right to a parking lot to meet that woman who serviced him in his car. But that doesn't happen very often. Usually you have to. That's why you have to manage your client's expectations. Let them know that you're not guaranteeing anything. Make it very clear in the contract that you're not. The services are going to cost the same regardless of whether we get what you want. And what we find out may not be what you want. It may not be the information that's going to help you. It may actually be more to hurt you. But we're going to, you're still going to have to pay for it either way. And that's why I collect money before I won't even do a case. Like I won't take a retainer. You know, I mean, I feel like it'd be too easy for someone to be dissatisfied afterwards, depending on what I find out and say,
Yeah.
oh, I'm not paying you. I never want to be in that situation. So I actually have an investigator when I first moved here that I did a bunch of work for, and I did it for him without getting paid up front, and I actually kind of had a hard time collecting the money from him. Like he owed me about $4,000 at one point, and I had to chase him down for it, and I finally got it. But that taught me, like, you know, anytime that person ever asks me to do work for them, I make it very clear that I won't release anything to them, like no video, no report, nothing until they pay the bill in full. You know,
Have
so
you
like,
ever had to refund money?
Yeah, like I've had cases where I've made a mistake. Like, let's say if someone hires me to follow like, you know, a person for a workers' comp claim, and let's say something weird happens in the case. Like, let's say they have a sister or a brother that looks exactly like them and lives in the same house, and like, you know, and like there's been times where I've followed the wrong person, and you know, once I realize that I did that, I'll write off the day and I won't charge them.
Gotcha.
Depending on the circumstances, like, if it's like an egregious thing where like they really should have told me, and like it really wasn't my fault, like why wouldn't I follow someone that looks exactly like the person I have a picture of, leaving
Yeah,
from the
like
same
they
address?
didn't. They forgot to tell you
Yeah,
that. Oh, hey,
yeah,
he's got a twin.
yeah. Like, I mean, like in a case like that just recently that happened to me, and I charged them full because, like, you know, they should. There's no reason why they should have left that out. Like, yeah, that's really. I told them.
Some.
Yeah. I mean, like,
amazing.
you need to, like, clients need to. I'm trying to make them understand that the better information they give me, the better results I'm gonna be able to get. Like, you know, like, so don't leave anything out. Like, you know, don't, like, any little detail is gonna be helpful, because, like, you know, I may run into a situation where I need that, you know, that little piece of information.
Dude, that is
And the
almost
fact,
comedy. That's almost comedy show worthy.
yeah, I mean, but you'd be surprised at how often that type of thing happens. I mean, it's like all these coincidences. There's so many coincidences that happen. Like a lot. Like, I had a case recently where a woman, you know, they said, okay, follow this woman. She works. We know she's working somewhere. We don't know where, but we know that her hours are 8 to 5. This is she weighs this many pounds. This is how tall she is. She has this color hair. So I go to the place, and sure enough, at 7:45, someone fitting the exact description exits the house, gets in a car that doesn't have a license plate, so I can't run the plate and see who it belongs to. I follow them, and they go to the exact type of job that they said that this person had. Like, you know, it was like a waitress job or something. And they said, and then afterwards they said, oh yeah, we forgot to mention her best friend moved with her to Mississippi and took a job doing the exact same thing. And I'm like, oh, well, you know, that might have been good to know before I went and followed the wrong person for the day. And, like, you know, that one, like, you know, the only time I do a refund is like if I just made, there was no if I really just made a bad ID, and it happens. Like, sometimes you think it's the right person, but there's a lot of, like, things that, like, a lot of factors. So let's say they don't have a car registered in their name, so I have nothing that actually proves that it's them, and I'm just going based off of a photograph. Like, you can get it wrong sometimes. Sometimes, you know, if someone looks like that, and, you know, if it's genuinely my fault and I made a mistake, I won't. I'll give them either I'll give them a free day of surveillance, or I just won't charge them for that day. Like, or, you know, I won't ever, like, take someone's money for bad work.
Right. So that's going to naturally mean that you have, like, you know, you have caught mistakes. Like, hey, I spent half a day following the wrong person, but then I righted the ship and found the right person.
Right. Like, yeah, that's what happened in this past case. Like, I sent the client a picture, like, halfway through the day, and was like,
gotcha.
And I was like, I'm having doubts. This person looks a little bit different than in this photo. Like, what do you think? And they were like, I don't know. Let me call if the insurance company, they're like, all right, let me call the insured business that we insure, and the business let them know about that they had a person living there that looked exactly the same. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I had another case recently where someone left their house really early in the morning, and it was dark, and I didn't have that binocular yet. I couldn't really see who was driving, so I spent almost a full day following this car around, and the person I thought was in the car was never in there. Like I thought I could see them through the window in the morning, but it actually turned out to be like a woman instead of a man. I thought it was a guy. And I just have to call the client and be like, hey, I made a mistake here. I'm not going to charge you. We'll try again tomorrow, something like that. And then I just have to eat the money, like it just, I mean, it's just part of the business. Like, it's better than charging them and then having them never hire me again.
I have a question from DiCaprioner, and I think you touched upon it. So you don't. I'm going to read it, and if you think, "Hey, I already answered that," then we'll move on. Because I think you have, but maybe he missed it.
I don't mind. I still got like 20 more minutes before I'm home, so I answered.
Okay. Well, he asks, has a woman ever under surveillance ever found out you were detailing her, then offered you, and I'm quoting here, then offered you some of her box to keep your client caught up in the fine print?
Never happened. That has not happened to me. I mean, that would be like really stupid of her to do that, because I mean, like, that would just make her look even worse. Usually, like, anytime someone is found out, usually it's too late. Like, usually I've already caught them. So, like, it's like, at that point, I don't really care that much. It's like, yeah, I kind of already got the video of you. Like, what are you gonna, like, like, I don't need to follow them anymore. Like, so it's like, all right, well, I don't even care if you know.
So you're saying you got scruples?
Was that
okay? So he's got another question. Do you suspect a client has ever tried to put you in a position to be a patsy? Now he's been watching too many.
I've gotten people that have tried to hire me to follow women who had restraining orders against them.
Oh.
Like, yeah, wow. No, I mean, that's why I stopped taking. I don't take on any boyfriend or girlfriend cases ever. They have to be married. I won't. Gotcha. Every time I take on because really, like, if someone's not married, it's kind of hard to justify doing surveillance on them, because, like, they're not breaking marital vows. Like, they have every right to, like, they have no legal, like, they're not. Like, there's no legal case involved. There's no, like, there's no divorce. There's nothing to divorce. Like, if there's no legal situation going on, I can't just, like, go follow a chick around because, like, someone's curious about her. Like, it just no.
They basically using you as a proxy stalker.
Yeah, exactly. I can't do that. Like, I can't do any type of behavior that's like stalker. Like, that would even be considered stalking. Like, I need to be able to, if I ever get caught following someone, I have to say, well, yeah, I was following them because of this, and this, and I can show that I had no intention of stalking her, and that it wasn't stalking. It was just trying to identify who she was sleeping with or whatever. Like, that she's gonna have a hard time claiming that she was in fear when she was out there cheating, and she was like, and these people know, like, she knows why they're being followed. If they catch on, it's not
wow.
Secret.
Hey, here's one from Black Knight that, man, I never thought of this scenario.
Black Knight is actually a fellow PI.
Oh, you know what? I knew he was a retired police officer. I didn't realize he did your work. Well, let me put this up on the screen. Black Knight says he had a client hire him to find a woman who he later found out the client had raped.
What? What did he say? He later found out?
Yeah, let me read the question verbatim. Black Knight says, I had a client hire me to find a woman who I later found out he had raped.
Jesus Christ, that's yeah, that
Now,
yeah,
see, Black
that's
Knight, now you have to call in because I got questions for you.
yeah. I don't. Yeah, I've talked to him behind the scenes. He has his own PI company. He's retired. Yeah, like you said, I think he was a cop. I think in New York or New Jersey.
Yeah,
I think it was NYPD. I think.
yeah, I think so. Wow,
Yeah.
that is, man, I have questions like, is that even legal? I mean, why would, okay,
The truth of the matter is that the guy was trying to harass a victim of his that he victimized already. And he was trying to re-victimize her.
what, just to warn her, maybe
I mean,
warn her not to
like,
press charges or something?
it sounds like it's just someone who was obsessed with somebody, and they wanted to
Or
stop them and find out what they
to
were doing.
intimidate her?
Or just like he was obsessed with her, like, and he was like infatuated with her, and wanted to know everything what she was doing. Like, even though the woman didn't want him and he raped her. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy people out there that will call. We get calls from crazy people all the time.
Wow.
All the time I get calls from people. Yeah, I have a listening device implanted in my brain. My husband put like a GPS chip in my nose, or like some weird shit. I'm just like, oh, okay, like yeah, you call your psychiatrist.
Black
And
Knight,
they always say, oh, I just got out of the mental hospital because everyone thinks I'm crazy, and I'm like, okay, well that's my first red flag. I mean, why does everyone think you're crazy? Like, is it possible you're crazy? Usually it is. That's usually will explain it.
oh, wow. Well, Black Knight says, he says, but I contacted her once I found her, and she told me the story. Wow. So Black Knight,
So
now I need to know, did you give up the case? How did you handle it once she told you the story?
yeah, and what made him ask her about it? Like, what made him go to her and say, hey, this person hired me to find you, and blah blah blah? Like, what made him suspicious?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you'd have to betray your client to do that. And I mean, you have to have a good reason. Maybe like you find out something about him. Maybe you find out that he had a prior arrest for rape or something like that.
Uh-huh.
And then that would be a good enough reason to then say, hey, wait a minute, who is this chick? And then you find out she's a victim.
Right.
Because most likely that's like grounds for him going to jail.
Wow.
Like, if he raped her in the past and went to prison, like he got convicted of it, I don't think you can go find the person that's stalking.
Wow. It's DiCaprio again. Have you ever decided to give up on a case because you found out your client was a true turd that not even the devil could do business with?
Yeah, I have. I've fired clients before who lied to me about certain things. Like if the client blatantly lies to me about why they want me to find something out, I'll fire them.
Well,
The whole
do
thing.
you keep their money?
Yeah, I'll keep it. Well, I mean, like, I won't charge them for any work I haven't done, but any work I've already done, I'll charge them.
Interesting.
I mean, I'm not gonna. I mean, like, I'm not gonna charge them for work that I didn't do yet. But like, if I went and did 2 days of surveillance and it was bullshit, they're gonna pay for those 2 days still. But I'm not gonna do any more work for them, obviously, because I can't trust. Once I can't trust somebody, I'm not gonna be doing any of this shit for them if I feel like they're not telling me the truth. That could put me in serious danger. Like legally and otherwise. Like, so I'll any type of if I get any real scumbag like that, I mean, I'll just tell them to fuck off.
Right. Hey, Virgo, are you awake?
I don't know if she was still here. Is she still here?
Well, she fell off, then came back in. But maybe we're just like her bedtime radio.
Did she just come in right now?
No, a while ago, about half an hour ago. She
Okay.
dropped out, then came back in. Hey, I was gonna save these towards the end, but I guess you're getting close to home anyway.
Yeah.
I'm curious to know how, and this is more, I don't know if the word is existential, but how has this work affected your outlook on life? Do you find that you're less trusting? You're a little bit,
Yeah. I think that I question things a lot more. I don't take people's word for things as much. Because this thing is, what I do is I expose lies every day. Like I'm exposing some form of something that's not true or something that someone's hiding. So yeah, I'm more likely to be suspicious of certain things, and I know what it looks like. Like I know what it looks like when someone is like I know, like if my wife, for example, ever started displaying behaviors that I say that reminds me of what happens when someone's cheating on someone. Like I would be very quick to to be my antenna would be like right
right.
I just and like I told you, like the doing the process serving thing for as long as I did, I got so good at I can just tell when people are lying to me so easily, like just because I literally got so used to just like the way people, just like the tone of the voice, their voice when they're lying, the facial expressions they make, like certain things are the same, across people. Like people do certain things when they lie. They like little body language things. You just pick up on them small little things, and you can just tell. Like throughout the day, people tell all kinds of white lies throughout the day. Like, and a lot of times it's not something like it's a small thing, and and I may know they're lying, but it's not worth me calling them out for it. But like a lot of times I know that they were lying. Like it's like, oh, what did you do this weekend? And then they'll tell me something, and I know that they're lying. I don't know why, but I figure the reason why is probably because whatever happened that weekend they don't want to tell me about, something they don't want to talk about. So they'll make up some story, and I can just tell that it's not true by the way that they're telling it. Yeah, I'll usually just let it go and be like, yeah, okay, like I'll let you have your privacy for whatever it is you really did.
Right.
It's not my business anyway. It's like, so unless it's like a friend, like, and I know they're lying, like I'll probably be like, dude, knock it off. Like, what are you doing now? Like, why you bullshit me?
Black Knight has a follow up to his story. He responds, so I of course never gave him the client the info, and I told him if I ever heard he tried to contact her, the rape victim, he'd get a visit from me.
Yeah,
So
that sounds about right. Yeah, that's the right thing to do. And I bet you probably told that guy off too.
Right.
Piece of shit. Like, dude was a rapist.
And then he also adds next comment. I did process serving too. Easy money when you work for lawyers and real estate companies.
Yeah. I mean, that's always like. I mean, process serving is actually a pretty dangerous job because, like, you put, especially in a state like Mississippi where everyone's got guns. Like,
right.
You could. I mean, even in California where people didn't have guns, it still was dangerous enough where I had to carry, very powerful pepper spray with me every single time, and I had to pull it out. I had to pull that shit on people all the time. Like, I mean, didn't mean that I would spray them, but a lot of people would get very aggressive, to the point where I was like, listen, I'm like gonna spray you if you don't calm the fuck down.
Right.
the only people that didn't listen were either stupid or crazy. Most people, when you put something like that in their face, they're going to think, actually, I don't really want to deal with that. I'd rather just take them because once they're served either way. So trying to come after me is not going to get them unserved. It'll just probably get them an assault charge, and a nice dose of pepper in the face.
Yono says, I'm not exactly sure I understand this comment. He says, not dangerous when you lawfully carry, I suppose. And I assume he means a sidearm. But
what did he say?
He says, not dangerous when you lawfully carry, I suppose. I think he's talking about.
It's always going to be dangerous. You never know who these people are that you're serving. They can be crazy. They may not care like you're carrying. Believe me, there was people that didn't care that I had. I mean, a lot of times I did have a gun on me when I met these people that I was serving, but I'm not gonna shoot somebody, unless I absolutely have to. Like that would be an absolute I'd have to be. The time the guy tried to come in my car, I didn't even think about shooting him, and that was probably the most danger I've ever been in.
Yeah, DiCapriono did mean process serving, but I think you pretty much answered it. It's dangerous, just period.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, I don't even really do it anymore. I mean, that it's not really worth it. Like, you don't get paid enough for the risk.
Gotcha.
And a lot of times with that, it's never the people that you think that are the ones that are violent. Like, I served a guy one time who was under, and he had a murder charge. He was out on bail, second-degree murder. He was a gang member. I served this guy twice, and both times I served him at his probation office. I talked to his parole officer or whatever. I would go and do it there, so obviously he wouldn't try anything. But that guy never said anything or gave me any bad looks or nothing. It was always the upper middle class people. I had this one female that was crazy that came after me, and this nerdy ass dude in a very rich part of Los Angeles. Those are the two people that I sprayed.
Let's see. I actually just had a question and I have totally forgotten it. Let me ask you a question. It might be odd, it might not be. Can you be a PI and a bounty hunter?
Oh shit! What's going on here? See this?
Yeah, I see.
The fuck?
Accident, maybe?
I guess so. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, there's a bunch of cop cars. Yeah, looks like a traffic accident. I think it might be a DUI too. I can't tell if that's an accident or if that's a serious traffic stop.
Yeah, I can't believe anybody would be drunk driving in this weather.
I mean, the car is stopped in the middle of the freeway and it doesn't look damaged. I mean, I think they may have had the guy out of the car on the ground.
Oh wow!
He was either hurt or he was under arrest. But the thing is, there was no ambulance or fire truck there. That's what made me think it wasn't a crash.
I asked about a bounty hunter and PI. Can they be combined? Because I would think.
Bounty hunters usually bounty hunters have to get licensed. It's a separate license. Bounty hunters, that's a really dangerous job. That I would never do that. That's like, I mean, you might as well be a cop. That's even like, I mean, that's like guaranteed, danger doing that shit. Tracking down people to jump bail. But you gotta be a real badass to do that shit.
Well, now, Black Knight says you can be both in New York State.
Yeah, no, you can. I know a lot of states have you can get a license for both, or sometimes the license will cover you to do both things. But I've never actually I've never had a bounty hunter before in my life.
Huh.
Now, I mean, that's a special. I mean, I don't know like how you get into doing that. Maybe like if you like formerly had a career as a repo man, like it's the same kind of thing, but like. I mean, both of them, you're going to be dealing with some very angry people, and you're going to get a lot of, confrontations.
Right.
Or they very, very easily could try to kill you. If they're on the run, like if they're a fugitive from justice and like they're for like a serious crime, and you're taking them to jail, they very easily may try to kill you.
Black Knight has a story. He said that he served a politician once, and she yelled "bomb." And when she yelled "bomb" when he served her, and then her bodyguards jumped on him.
Oh man. That sucks.
Now, see, he keeps doing this. Now I have questions like, after they jumped him, how
Yeah,
did
I
he
want to
get
know
out
more
of
about
it?
that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, did he go, "Hey
So
guys, I'm
bodyguard
here to process serve"? How did it end?
Yeah, I mean, certain people, you can't get too close to them.
Right. Now, DiCaprio, does the profession require a license? I'm assuming he means being a PI.
Yeah. I mean, in almost every state it does. There's a couple of states.
Right.
Actually, Mississippi is one of the states that does not require a license.
And
But
really?
but I'm
Oh,
licensed
wow.
I'm licensed in other states though.
Okay. And can you lose? Have you ever known anyone to lose their license?
Yeah, I mean, like if you there's certain things you like, depending which state you're in, there's certain things that they'll tell you can't. If you get caught doing this, you're like if you get convicted of a felony, you'll lose your PI license. You can't be a convicted felon and have a PI license. I mean, from what I know, at least. Like if you got arrested doing something like severely like fucked up, like like you robbed somebody or like you burgled, you did something that was just completely immoral. They could they'd probably take your license away.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I know in Boston, a former cop got his license taken away just because they realized they never should have given him a license in the first place because he was such a bad cop. He got fired. Like they looked. What happened was the Boston Police Department found out that he got a PI license, and they wrote a letter to the state police and said, "I can't. Why did you give this guy a PI license? He was a piece of shit cop. We fired him." And then the state police took his PI license and said, "Yeah, and they found out he lied on his application. He said he had never had his license to carry revoked. So that was grounds right there to take the license. But funny enough, that guy has his PI license back now.
Really?
So
Now, how did that happen?
You can definitely it's one of those things where you can get your license back even if some of this stuff happens. You just like you may lose it for a period of time. But I mean, you can always just move to a different state and probably get a license there.
Now, I have is it I mean, in Mississippi, if you don't need a license, how are they going to know you're doing? Do you have to register even if you don't have a license?
No, I mean that's the thing. That's why, like, it's good to have a license from another state, so that way people know you're legitimate and know that you've been vetted. Because if you had no active license in any state, people are gonna wonder, like, why aren't you licensed anywhere else? Like, if maybe it's because you can't get licensed because you're a convicted felon. I mean,
Yeah, because I'm thinking in Mississippi, how do they screen you if you are a felon?
they can't. Like, so anyone could open up a shop here and say they're a PI, like anybody. There's nothing to stop them. So, like,
Hey, Black Knight.
you kind of have to separate yourself from that.
Interesting. Hey, Black Knight, how you doing?
All right. How are you?
Pretty good.
Who's that?
It's Black Knight.
Oh,
Mike.
what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen you on a panel. This is the first
Yeah,
time you ever...
I'm like, we're honored. We have royalty here. So, what happened after the bodyguards jumped on you?
Well, I ran to my car and I got in. It was she was like a assemblyman or something like that for Hempstead, New York, Hempstead, Long Island.
Yeah.
And a lawyer I was working for wanted me to serve her, and I went up to her and I walked up to her like I was a fan and everything, and I handed her an envelope, and she said, "Oh, thank you." I had a gift wrap like it was a gift, and she said, "Oh, thank you," and she goes, "Oh, what is it?" I said, "Oh, it's a service. You've been served." And she throws it on the floor and yells, "Bomb!" And the two guys that were bodyguarding her grabbed me by the arms and everything, and I pulled away from her. I said, "She's been served. She's been served. It's not a bomb." And she left it on the floor. She left it on the floor.
Wow.
She put it in her hand. She had it in her hand for a while, so she was served. Once you actually, in New York at least, once you touch them with it, they're served. Whether if they throw it away, rip it up, whatever, they've been served. So
wow.
Oh, so they have to actually touch it though in New York.
No, they have to be like in the proximity, like as if they had the ability to take it.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know?
In California, I could drop it right at their feet as long as they know that it's there, and like any reasonable person would know, then they can't claim like that they weren't served because I've had people throw it away or rip it up all the time. I'm like, hey, you want to make a mess? Go ahead. You've still been served.
Yep.
I had a guy in LA. This guy was he was a movie director from the 70s, but he I guess like shit had gone bad for him because he owed like over like $3 or $4 million to people in Hollywood, and I tracked this guy. I all through LA. I could not find this guy anywhere. Like I met his brother. His brother was actually an Oscar-winning like he was a musician. He did the score to the movie Alien. Like he won an Oscar for something, but I couldn't find this guy who is he was a producer and director, and I ended up finding out that the guy now he makes these low level like F-list movies, these really stupid like these like they're like porn / horror films. They're just like some of the dumbest shit I've ever fucking seen in my life. But I found out this guy is now living in Texas doing this stupid shit. So I called up a process server in Texas and I was like, hey, I'm going to pay for you to go to this festival where this guy's going to be at signing autographs. So I had him go and pay for an autograph with the guy. And in the photo, I had him have the papers in his hand. So he served him right at, I wish I still had that photo.
Wow.
Man, that was a great photo because the guy had no idea. He was smiling in the picture and the processor was sitting there with the papers in his hands.
Yeah, you got to be sneaky sometimes as a process server.
Yeah, yep.
That other thing I was talking about with the girl who was a
the
rape
rape.
victim.
Yeah.
What it was is it turns out I don't think she made a complaint against him, but she didn't follow through with it, and it was some kind of it wasn't like a stalker because they knew each other. he was like a boyfriend girlfriend. Well, he thought he was a boyfriend. She didn't have anything to do with him, but he eventually cornered her, and they went out sometime or whatever, and he took advantage.
Right.
And she left. She left the state and everything. She moved and everything. But when I found her, I don't remember what it was. He was being a little sketchy about stuff because he was telling me he was a long lost friend type thing, and I'm like, you don't know anybody that that in common that would help you find her, and he's like, no, we hung out, but we weren't that we didn't have the same crowd, some kind of nonsense. And he piqued my hackles. He raised my my something about him raised me. So I contacted her first because it's supposed to be a long lost friend. It wasn't, he didn't make any stipulations that I couldn't tell the person that he was looking for.
Right.
So what I did was I went to where she used to live, and you're supposed to, when you leave and you're trying to keep away from somebody, you still always have somebody that you stay in contact with. So I went to her old neighborhood and I just gave out my card and said, tell her that I'm looking for her, and she contacted me. That's how I found her. And she said, well, what are you looking for me for? What are you looking for me for? And I said, well, this guy's name. I gave her the name. And she goes, oh, no. Please don't tell him where I am. Don't tell him where I am. He raped me and some kind of date rape thing. He raped me. She told me a story. I said, okay. I said, you don't have to say any more. Don't have to tell me any more about yourself. Don't have to tell me where you actually are. Just let me know. Keep my number. And if he ever tries to contact you, you let me know and I'll find him. And then I called him back and I said, look, you pulled a fast one on me and I'm going to let you go with it. I'm going to keep your money. But if I hear that you tried to contact this girl again, you're going to see me. And that was it. Never heard from either one of them again.
Gave him his money back?
No. I kept his money.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. I was gonna say. Yeah. Fuck that. Yeah. Definitely keep the money. Yeah. So the guy was pretty much obsessed with this chick.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I was telling Stanley. Yeah. It's people. That's why. That's why I don't do any relationship stuff. Like if a guy's getting cheated on, or boyfriend girlfriend shit, I don't get involved in that because I've never had any good experiences with that. You got to be married for me to even for me to even take it.
I don't think I've done any more since then either. I do probate type stuff. I'll find somebody inheritance type stuff. I'll look for people like that. But
you mean like finding heirs and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Do you do criminal defense work?
Very little. I don't like stepping on cops' cases. So I mean,
what would you say is your most like what do you do the most of like it's a PI?
Mostly I was doing domestics, and then lately I started missing persons.
Oh, missing persons. I haven't done one of those in a long time. I never really did too many. Those are hard. Those are hard cases to do.
Yeah, they are. And
I mean, you have the law enforcement background, so you probably have. I mean, you probably have a lot better idea of where to start with something like that, because that's. I never had much luck with those things. Like those are.
And
I guess
it
depends on the circumstances.
In New York, if you have the PI license, the fugitive recovery or bounty hunting and security guard are lesser included licenses. So
okay.
If you want, you still have to pay for them separately, but it's lesser included. If you have the New York license, you don't have to do anything more to get the fugitive recovery. You don't have to do anything more. Just pay those licensing fees. So I have all three. Fugitive recovery.
Wow.
You could open up a bail bonds company if you wanted, right?
Huh?
So you could open a bail bonds company if you wanted.
No. The bail bonds and the bounty hunter is two different things. I'd have to get insurance license to get the bail bondsman license.
Oh, okay, yeah. I assumed they were the same thing, but I guess the bounty hunter works for the
Bail, yeah, he works for the bail
yeah,
bondsman. Yeah.
right, yeah. I wonder if that's a profitable business doing bail bonds.
I looked into it because I had a buddy that was a partner of mine when I was a cop. He was a cop also. He opened a bail bonds business, and I did a couple of cases for him.
Yeah.
But they used to make it tough. I think it's got a little less as tough now. Used to have like $1 million in the bank, or $1 million or $2 million in the bank, because as an insurer, you had to have enough money to cover what this guy might have been putting up, a house or whatever else, in case you lose him or you don't get or he skips and you don't get him back. So
Right.
bail bondsman, you had to have a lot of money, so that kind of scared me off.
And you could take a huge hit too, I guess, if you
Yeah.
if you put a bond out on a guy and he skips and you can't find him, you're going to be
Yeah.
responsible. You're not going to get that back. So if you put up 500 grand for somebody, you're going to lose that shit.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's what. Yeah, that would be a business. I don't think.
All right. Hold on a second, guys.
Yeah, good.
Sure thing. Hey, Mike.
Yeah. Yeah. See, this guy's an old school PI, man.
Yeah, I have never talked to him before.
Yeah, I talked to him through email a couple of times. But I bet you he's got some stories, man. I think he was a detective. Yeah, his stories probably would be way more interesting than mine.
I don't know. You kept me.
I love talking to ex-cops because they have some of the crazy stuff. They have some really interesting stuff, especially detectives. They get to investigate some of the, they get to investigate real, murders and robberies, all kinds of stuff that, it makes, I always wanted to do that. That's what I originally wanted to do. I wanted to be a detective, but I just I never wanted to be a street. You got to be on a cop on the street first before you can do that.
Yeah,
So I
right.
never wanted to do that shit. But some people they like to do it. I went to school with a lot of people who were current cops or they were in some law enforcement some way or the other. But there's a lot of politics and red tape involved in that stuff.
You kind of covered it. Let me ask this question for DiCapriono. You pretty much said, are licenses respected across state lines? So you talked about Mississippi and you being licensed, just to say, hey, there's a state who's licensed me. But what if you say go from one state to another working on a case? How does that work?
So there are a couple of states that have reciprocity with their licenses, but for the most part, there is none. Like each state has its own. So technically, like let's say you're licensed in one state and not another. A lot of times, if your case started in one state that you're licensed in and it brings you to another, a lot of times the state will allow you to continue working it in their jurisdiction, but you can't. Only for that case, and if you want to work any more in their state, you need to get a license there.
Gotcha.
You have to show that your case originated in another state where you had a license, and that gave you justification to continue. But like and I think there's a time limit. Like you can only do it for certain reasons. I know there are states that have it. Like I know California has it with a couple of other people. I'm not licensed in California anymore. My shit is expired now.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, how do you maintain it? Do you do continuing education? How do you maintain a license?
Some states require continuing education. All the states I've been licensed in did not, but they all expire after a couple of years, and then they cost money to do it. And if you're not going to be doing it, if you moved, like I moved out of Massachusetts, I didn't renew my Massachusetts license. And my New Hampshire license, when it expires, I'm not going to renew it because I'm not going to be up there. Like it's not, to me, it's not worth it to pay $500 for a license in a state that I can't work in. I'm gonna get licensed around here in a couple of the surrounding states like Tennessee, Alabama,
Gotcha.
Louisiana. So
Gotcha.
like it's around here, so I can be in Louisiana in 30 minutes.
Can you hear me again?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
okay.
can.
I just wanted to know if I took myself off mute. Yeah, New York. I think it's. I just renewed my license, and I let my New Jersey license slip because I moved down to it. I'm in Atlanta now. Well, not
Oh,
Atlanta,
okay.
Conyers. I'm in Conyers, and I'm getting a
No.
license here, but I'm gonna wait till after. I got to get a hip replacement, so after I get that, then I'll continue with getting the license down here.
Oh
Oh shit.
Wow, good luck with that. My father actually had double hip replacements about
Yeah, I need
15,
both of them
20
also.
years ago. And it was really successful, really helped out. In the TSA airport terminals, you'd always set off because the titanium rods and
Yeah,
whatnot,
yeah.
you're going to get searched, further, but you'll be all right.
Hey guys,
Yeah.
I
I haven't heard
had a
anybody had a bad thing to say about getting a hip replaced. Knees are
Yeah,
different.
it
I
was
know
actually
people.
really, the VA did a good job back then.
I had a hip replacement at 32.
Wow, Stanley. And I
Yeah,
thought my
and
dad was young for like 50 back then.
I apparently
Jeez.
have like a genetic thing. And
Oh,
then
wow.
I had to have a hip revision, which is replacing the replacement, but that was done by
Oh,
the
my
VA.
Lord.
Yeah, it was, but it was the VA. I highly, if you got a VA, if you can do it through the VA, I think, is that what you said, Black Knight?
No,
My
I'm not
father
doing mine
did.
through the VA. I have a sports doctor.
Yeah.
Sports doctor doing mine. He's a pretty good guy. He does people over 50. He does hip replacements and stuff like that. He wrote a book on it, and he
Oh
does
wow.
sports figures. He's
Is it at
sports figure.
Emory? Is he at Emory?
No, he's at no, he's in New York. I'm going for New York
Oh,
for mine.
okay. Well, I can
It's in
tell you right now,
hospital for special surgery. Hospital for
um,
special surgery.
the hip replacements these days, shit, you'll be up the next day.
Yeah, yeah. They
So
get people. I hear they get
Yeah,
you up right
back then
away.
you'd have to post up for a few days or more.
no,
Yeah, nowadays they
believe
get
it
you
or
right
not,
up.
it'll be a little painful, but not it'll back when I had mine done, oh my God, it was just,
Brutal.
compared to now,
Woo.
but you'll be good. Is he gonna do them? He's gonna do one then the other, right?
Yeah, that's the way I'm doing.
Yeah,
I'm afraid of having both done at the
yeah,
same
yeah,
time.
yeah.
No, one at a
Right.
time.
No, I recommend that course of action because my left hip was bad too. Here I am 25 years later. I've never had a problem with it. And the best decision I ever made was not having it replaced. So one at a
That's what
time is
I'm
the way
hoping
to
for
do it.
Keep
too.
that in mind. Yeah, don't always go with the first person that says, always get a second opinion. Always follow
Oh
up.
yeah. Oh yeah.
But I don't want to move the conversation too far apart. Hey, San Jose,
Oh
by the
yeah,
way.
sorry you guys. I didn't even
No,
say
that's
hi
all
to
right.
you all. Pardon.
Hi, San Jose.
Hi
Since we have
guys.
Black Knight up here and two PIs, we're lucky. We
Heck
got
yeah,
some stories.
this was an interesting. I just woke up, guys, and I was like, shoot, I'm gonna hop on because I like when MFB gets on here and tells us about his,
Well,
Yeah, I've been trying
his
to catch.
career and whatnot.
Black
I've been
Knight.
trying to catch him.
You were a detective, right, Black Knight?
Yeah, I was a narcotics detective. I was
Yeah, he's got
a narco
real
ranger.
stories. He's got. I
Oh
bet you.
wow.
He's got some real stories. I bet that from doing that. That must have been some crazy times doing that job. He's in New York City, right?
Yeah, NYPD.
Wow.
Nice.
Yep.
Damn, I went to sleep last night at 5 p.m. So I woke up ready to rock and roll right now.
Wow.
What time is it there?
You're
Isn't it
supposed to
like
sleep at 5 p.m. I went to sleep at like 5 something.
so? It's like 1:30 there right now.
It's 2:26. And I had left the
Oh
food
yeah,
on the
yeah.
crock pot and
Central Time.
everything. Passed the hell out for like 9 hours.
So your sleep schedule is gonna be all fucked up.
Yeah, be fucked up today. It's okay.
DiCaprio has one more question. Can non-licensed persons catch and collect the fees? I'm assuming uh, he means like a bounty hunter or PI, but
I don't think so.
yeah, non-licenses. I don't know why anyone would want to
Well,
do it
can collect a fee
non-licensed.
for what does he
No,
mean? Like they
he
can
probably means like a citizen's arrest or something.
collect the fees of those who
That would
flee.
have to be there would have to be like a reward out, and then that would be open to anybody. But what
Right.
happens is a bail bondsman calls you up. He would call me up and say, "Hey, look, I need you to bring this guy in," and he gives me. It's usually 7 or 8% of what the bond is, and I'll go get him and bring him in. So a civilian wouldn't be able to do that. There's no contract. I guess there's no contract between them. I don't know how that would work with a civilian.
And
If it was
they
a
have
reward,
no powers to detain anyone either
right,
anyway.
right, yeah. I mean, they could throw a bag over the guy's head and bring him into a black van, but they probably get him. They
Right.
get them for kidnapping or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and citizens arrests, at least in Georgia, are kind of a nasty business. Black Knight, you heard of the Ahmaud Arbery case down in Brunswick, Georgia?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so citizens arrest is drastically changed, at least in Georgia.
Everywhere. I would really not choose to get involved with anything like that because it can definitely turn around on you. And I've heard horror stories of the criminal turning around and coming out a millionaire and the good Samaritan behind bars.
Yeah. It's nothing is really gonna be worth that 'cause you're not making any money off of it.
Nope.
Like, so why try to put a citizen to arrest on someone? I mean, I can't even imagine a scenario where that would be worth it.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine anything. I mean, I know we had a guy in when I was a cop still. He was an older guy, and they would come into the basement of his house all the time and rob his house, and they'd confront him and everything, and they just push him down because he was like in his 70s or 80s. He was frail, so he booby trapped the window they were coming in, and one of the guys came in, and the booby trap broke the guy's leg, and the guy sued and won money from the guy and everything, and he was a burglar.
That's crazy. That's fucking insane. Well, how did he have reason? How did he have cause to sue him when he was breaking into the house?
Something about cruel and unusual. The trap or whatever he had set was something like, if I remember correctly, it was something about.
That is messed up, man. That is messed up right there.
Yeah, there's tons of horror stories, and especially, and that was back then. That was in the 80s and 90s when I was on. But I can imagine now it's probably even worse. I'd hate to try and arrest an immigrant now.
Forget about it, man. Yeah, they be putting you in jail.
Exactly.
In Massachusetts, they gave driver's licenses to illegal immigrants now. It's like it's free. If you're an illegal immigrant, you can go get a driver's license in Massachusetts.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the DMV in Massachusetts is such a pain in the ass. They make it so hard for everyone else to get their license renewed and everything. But meanwhile, an illegal could go right in there and get a driver's license, no problem.
Yeah, that lady that was on in earlier tonight from Ohio, what was that, Springfield, Ohio? She was saying how easy it was for the immigrants to get the driver's licenses over there now.
Yeah, it's crazy that they're making all these provisions for illegal immigrants, people who didn't even come here the right way. They can go, and the DMV is notorious for being problematic. Like they're always finding reasons not to to make you come back because you didn't have this or that. But meanwhile, they probably have orders to give these illegals whatever they want.
It's great, and And there's still a large part of them are not allowed to report people to ICE. I know we couldn't report them to ICE when I was on.
Oh, you couldn't report them to ICE, really?
No, we couldn't report them to ICE.
Well,
Why?
New York is a sanctuary city, right?
I think
Oh,
so. Yeah.
okay, so that must be why. Yeah.
Yeah. But we get guys and we'd go to report them, and the desk officer would say, "Nope, can't do it." I'm like, "What?
So
We
like,
can't do it."
so if someone even committed a serious crime, they wouldn't get like ICE wouldn't get involved.
Nope. Not at least not at our level. I mean, maybe when he went to a different part of the system, maybe like the DA system or the courts, maybe they did it, but we weren't allowed to.
Yeah, once they start doing their time, maybe they get deported after that or something.
Some of these guys needed to be buried instead of just arrested, but
Yeah, you must have run into a lot of dirt bags when you're doing narcotics. I mean, there's so you drug dealers in New York City probably had a lot of. Would you have? So you must have come across a lot of crack dealers.
yeah, that's what I bought. Most. I was an undercover, so I bought a lot of crack, bought a lot of heroin.
Yeah.
I bought.
Jeez, that's a cool though, but it's messed up. But that's very interesting.
Yeah.
So where did you do your buys in New York City? Like, where would you go to make your buys?
Most of my undercover time was in Queens and some in Brooklyn.
Okay.
When they had that killer heroin, I don't know if you guys have heard of it. They used to have a heroin called Tango and Cash, and it would kill a lot of the heroin addicts because heroin addicts they want that they want that high that gets them closest to God or whatever. So this was strong stuff, and it was called Tango and Cash. It was about the same time that movie came out,
Oh
and
God, Lord be with them all.
and we went. So I did that sometime in the Bronx, going there to get the Tango and Cash, and that was interesting.
Ooh
So
wee.
did it come in like those little baggies with the symbol on them or something like that?
They come in little it's like wax paper folded up into
wax
it looks
paper
like
bag.
it's like wax paper is folded up. It looks like a gum wrap almost, like you remember the dentine gums and stuff, the smaller
Yeah,
yeah, it
seen
was
them
about
before.
that size, and it would have
They usually have a stamp on them or something like
and it
some
has a
sort of.
stamp. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
how they knew which one they wanted, and they
Right.
knew
So they
that you know
back and they'd say I want that one again, that one that got me high last
right.
time. Right.
So
Yeah.
they would look for Tango and Cash. They would movies
Oh
was a big
man,
thing.
that's messed up,
They
man.
called them movies. They gave them movie names, or they gave them gun caliber names, or something like
We gotta
that.
be stronger than these evil demonic ass fucking drugs out here, guys.
Yeah. No, it's the same thing now. They do the
Gotta
same
be
thing with the
mentally stronger
fentanyl.
and above all that.
The fentanyl, they do the same. They sell this fentanyl the same way. They got stamps on them, and they, back when heroin was still around,
There
a
was
lot
some
of times,
girl on last night, all high as shit, off God only knows what. Pobrecita, man.
unaware here on this show.
Yeah, on here talking to me and Virgo. And you
Yeah,
could
last
hear
night.
her striking the fucking lighter. It was just fucked up, man. Oh
She
my
didn't.
goodness.
She didn't say what she was doing. Did she say what she was doing?
Crack.
They assumed crack for some
Well, no,
reason,
this was
but I don't fucking know the difference. I don't know if
yesterday
she was
morning
on some
about this time, right?
fentanyls or whatever they
I
call
think
it,
she said. I
buddies.
think she said it was crack. I was. I was on too. I wasn't on the panel, but I was on, and I think she said it
Yeah,
was crack.
I think she
Wow.
did.
You don't get
She
that
was
too often.
only 30 years old, this young girl, though. Jesus.
How? That's not too often someone will admit to smoking crack.
She was really down on her luck. She started talking about suicide and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I bet yeah, it makes
I
sense.
hope she's okay wherever she is out there.
Well, I know.
God is keeping you with a hedge of protection because, man, that's a rough, tough
That's
life.
a bad spot. Bad spot to be in right there.
Yeah, Virgo like talked to her and gave her a shoulder to cry on, and then after that,
And I really
and then Virgo
respected
started
that,
crying,
man.
and then Virgo started crying and stuff. She had to take a couple of minutes to get herself
Oh,
together.
I heard about. Okay, that's what they were talking about. Okay.
Yeah. That was lightweight scary. Like, fuck. They're to the point where they tap in and call in on panels and whatnot while doing it?
Well, I mean,
Like, what the
Well, no,
fuck?
I saw her in the chat. She made a joke, and I started kind of joking back and forth with her in the chat. And I knew she'd been up once before, so I said, "Hey, come on up. Let's talk." And I didn't
okay.
know.
Well, that might have been a good move because we don't know.
Well, no. You know what? I figured we were going to come up here and just kind of yuck it up. I didn't know she was that.
In
It
that
kind of
predicament,
developed as she
yeah.
started talking. But anyway, I'm glad she did come up now.
I know. Sometimes you need that human connection and whatnot. See, that's why I'm glad for John building this community that's starting to just grow and grow each day. If you're out there, hit the like, join the channel, sub
And you know
up.
what? I always forget to do that. I'm glad you're doing it.
Yeah, Stanley, come on, man. I know you know how to do all this.
Yeah, I know how to do it. I just keep forgetting because I get wrapped up in talking to people, so I'll forget to do it.
I understand. Yeah.
I have to do better.
Oh, you got it. You got it.
So Black Knight, is Georgia a good place to be a PI?
Morning joints.
I got a lot of jobs. Well, not a lot of jobs. I got a lot of offers here, but I haven't really worked here because I didn't get my license down here yet.
I got you.
I'm waiting until I get my. So I have to turn
I
down
figured-
jobs. I did a couple of jobs. I have to, like, if I do get work, I have to do it under somebody else's licenses down here.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Now I figured you'd be tailing Nathan Wade and Fonnie Willis.
Most of the stuff I've been offered is bodyguard stuff, though. Not as many cases, but I did have a missing person case, and me and the father found the guy dead.
Oh wow!
It's weird. I tell you, there's so many connections. He worked at, because I do security also. I do security for one of the McDonald's subsidiary factories and stuff. And the guy actually worked here. I didn't know him or anything until after I found him. But he was a little, I don't know what disturbed him, but he walked right out in front of his house, and his development where he lives had a lake in front of it. So my thing is, whenever somebody's missing, one of the first places I check is water. A lot of people are found in the water.
Really?
A lot of people. Oh yeah, a lot of people. And sure enough, well, I'm looking around the lake, and the lady's upstairs on like the third floor window for above this guy's house, and she goes, "Check out that rock out there. There's something wrong with that rock." And I'm like, "What do you mean something wrong with it?" She says, "Well, I never saw the rock before, and now over the last couple of days, it's been out there." So they go out, and sure enough, it's him. It's his shoulder is breaking the surface, and
Lord.
and it looked like a black rock, and it was him.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, excuse me 1
Man,
minute.
you're so
I think I need to bring Angry Snowman up. Give me one sec. Y'all can keep on talking now.
Oh, I like this picture.
Who's that? The Sopranos? Yeah, that was a good show. That was a good show. I like The Sopranos.
Yeah, it was a good, man. Great show.
It's me.
Hey, Snowman.
Snowman.
It's me.
Hey, is that
Yeah,
okay?
that's
Cool.
him.
All right. Welcome aboard,
What's up,
there, Snowman.
We could tell
What's
right
up?
away.
What's up, Black Knight? I didn't think I'd ever see you on a panel.
Right. Huh.
I've been up a couple of times.
It's nice to see you engaging, though, man. I know you stalk all of us pretty good.
Well, he's an ex-cop, so he could see.
I guess he gets free reign to do that, right?
Yeah,
that's it.
Hey, what's up, MFB? I didn't know you were a private investigator. That's pretty cool.
Oh my goodness.
How'd you not know? You never heard me talk about it before?
He always brings it up.
Yeah.
Nope.
You know,
I haven't been up on one of the late night streams when you guys are all up chatting.
Yeah, probably haven't. Yeah. I thought I would have mentioned it sometime at CT's, but I guess not. But yeah, no, that's what I do.
You've never even mentioned it when you came over to my platform.
Yeah, I've been doing that now for a number of almost 10 years now.
That's what's up, man.
Yeah, I started
Yeah.
in 2005.
Oh, really?
Hey, that
Okay.
was a good year, man. The early Y2K. Shoot, man.
And Black Knight, salute to you too, man. I definitely appreciate and support good cops and stuff out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Amen.
There ain't
Thank you,
enough
thank
of them,
you.
man. So
I know,
I
man.
have a lot of respect for the ones that are actually decent and do their job.
Yeah, man. I know a couple of guys from Massachusetts that are retired cops that are now PIs. They're all great guys. I mean, like they're the kind of guys, all great guys. Like, but they don't remind me of the type of cops I see nowadays. So, the type of cops I see nowadays are not like these old school guys. They don't
No, not at all.
They used to have more respect.
It's a totally different breed, man.
Mr. DiCapriono, I have never talked to you before. What's up?
What's up, Stanley?
Well, man, I am honored to have all these people up here that I've never talked to.
I enjoy listening to your commentary, and I find you quite hilarious.
Yeah, I try.
Stanley has his moments.
He's one of a kind, ain't he?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have to apologize. Sometimes I just get off on my own little on my own little world.
You grow on somebody like HIV sometimes.
Damn.
Wow.
Respectfully, sir. Respectfully.
Oh no. That's all. Hey, dude. You know what? I sometimes I have to get as good as I give. I guess. Hey, MFB. John wants to know what you're looking at.
That's my pool.
Hey, John.
You got a pool?
Yeah.
Good morning.
Oh my goodness, I'm in the wrong profession.
All right, you too.
It's
Wow.
my backyard. I pulled in I'm in my driveway right now. It's my pool in the backyard, and my garage is over here to the right.
Wow.
Well, there went that guy.
No, he's back, I think.
Where'd he go?
I think he accidentally knocked himself out.
Yeah.
Picked himself up.
It's easy to do when you got multiple tabs opened up and you're on a computer.
Right, yeah. Did you guys
Actually, I got two. I got two 50-inch flat screen TVs coming to use as my new computer monitors.
Nice.
Well, I wear bifocals too, man, and my eyeballs are bad. So my
Same
one
here.
TV I had was like a 46-inch, and it croaked out, man. And I'd had that Samsung forever.
Hey, did you guys see the night vision thing I showed earlier on the show?
No.
No, I didn't see it. What?
Let me show you this camera. So I can actually put it up to the. I get it's monocular. It's a night vision monocular, and this thing is pretty amazing. I'll show you in a second. I can actually put it up to the lens here. So let me take this. I'll show you. Okay, so you can't see. You can't see anything right through this. Like it's pretty much pitch black, right? Right now, let me put the monocular up to it, and you can see what's actually there. See that?
That's dope.
Isn't that
that's
crazy?
clear as hell too, man.
Like that's like to the naked
That's
eye.
almost like HD quality.
It is. No, I mean this is like legitimate night vision. Like you can see. I could get the license plate off the car in there. With the naked eye, I can't see shit. It's pitch black.
Yeah, I noticed it ain't green like a lot of the night vision is.
Right. Yeah. Because this is actually color night vision. It's not infrared. This is like I don't know. It's like some other.
Right. I know, like I don't know if anybody, you guys might be aware of it. You MFB and Black Knight, like me, I have flashlights at the house, and I have one specifically for if I'm out and I think someone's on my property. I got a one that's got a bright green bulb in it that blinds the shit out of people.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I
So
know
it's
that.
so like what? Like it hurts their eyes or whatever.
Yeah.
Fucking
It makes
pinpoint
it,
fuck
well.
out of their eyes.
It's like a night vision flashlight to where it hurts other people's eyes to see it, but if you're behind it, you see everything real clear.
Okay, and it's not infrared, is it?
No,
Okay.
it's just a green bulb, man. I'd never seen one like it before. I'd initially ordered it to put on my AR. I liked it so well, I got like 3 more of them.
Hey, you know this camera I
Okay.
have. A lot of people use this for hunting. You can attach this to your and it comes with an infrared flashlight that you can use, and you can attach it to your.
It does a strobe and shit too.
Yeah, like so. I mean, if in this camera picks up infrared light, so if you look through this thing and you put that flashlight on, it looks like a strobe light, but you can't see it with the naked eye. It's crazy.
That sounds like an energy weapon.
No, I haven't got enough money to get my moonbeam yet.
You don't have. You mean you don't have a what do you call it? A lightsaber?
No, I don't, man.
Hey,
I'd love to own one though, man.
Hey, Angry Snowman, Samuel Guru wants to know how expensive the flashlight was.
It only cost me I think it was like $25 or $30 through Amazon.
Hey, Snowman, you just had a kid? Didn't you just have a kid?
Yeah, a year ago on 4th of July.
Was it that long ago? I feel like, but really?
Yeah, she just turned a year old this 4th of July, dude.
That's awesome, man. For some reason, I thought it was recent, but I guess I'm.
Well, it is pretty recent, man.
Yeah, no, but someone else had a kid recently. You know?
Savage just had a kid.
But yeah, dude, Savage did just have a kid. But yeah, man,
Savage
the years go by fast.
Wow. And
I know,
I
Christ,
saw
when I first got on YouTube,
and
with the
is
skin
Angry
guards.
Snowman and Mike the same person?
no,
We're not the same.
Mike's
not
the
at all.
PI.
Two totally different people.
Yeah, completely different people.
Yeah, Mike's respectable. I'm not.
And then you pretty much know everybody up here, right, DiCapriona?
I'm familiar with everyone except for Angry Snowman.
No, Angry
Wow, that's the
Snowman's
first
a
time.
legend.
That is the first time I've been to a panel where nobody knows me. I feel blessed. Well, it's nice to meet you, sir.
I think I've seen everybody else on CT's channel.
Yeah, he's on CT's channel pretty good amount too. You probably have seen him. You probably just don't recognize him.
Yeah, I come up every now and again now, just because the crowd's changed and the topics have changed.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
definitely.
and MFB, when you saw when I first came around, I was a panel whore, dude. And to be quite honest with you, I've gotten really particular about who I'll hop up on a panel with anymore.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people do that when they first start on going on.
Yeah, you
panels.
kind of get addicted to it at first. It's like a drug.
But then you realize that you can't just be going on any panel.
Yeah, because it's stupid. You're just setting yourself up.
And you're wasting your time. You're just talking about nothing. Like a lot of times,
Right.
People
And and after 4 or 5 years now, I have gotten tired of the same circular arguments. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, but we've how many times we had the same fucking argument and talk about the
Dude,
same.
I've only came up on here and here for the tea. That's it.
Well, and you came up on 777's rest in peace.
Yeah, I used to get kicked off at 777 all the time.
I love that food. Shout out to him.
Yeah, rest in peace, 777.
I go to here for the tea every now and again.
I've never been on her show. That's why I've never been on.
I found CT's channel from the African panels. I used to watch a lot of the African panels.
Oh yeah.
He goes on African shows. I didn't know he did that.
It doesn't surprise me. He's fucking and he's Nigerian or some shit.
No, well, don't tell him that. He'll tell you he's fucking American.
I love arguing with the Africans about who's African and who's not African.
I like watching people argue about who's Black American and who ain't.
Oh yeah, that's a great one. Yeah, you're not real Black American.
What kind of results? It's kind of parallel to who's African and who's not, right?
It is, and honestly, you know what? To be honest with you, Stanley, I think that it would serve Black Americans better if they differentiated themselves from the rest of the Black race in the world, anyhow, because you guys really are a lot different.
Well, Snowman, you know, the funny thing is, I've been on panels where, especially like British shows, you know, the Africans in Britain tend to be kind of, I don't want to say jealous, but they
They're
tend to be,
assholish.
yeah, really strange people sometimes.
Like Simon.
Yeah, he's not the strangest.
No, he's
Simon
not
is
the
funny when
strangest.
he gets drunk.
Well, he can be. He can be rather annoying when he's drunk, though, too.
Yeah, he can be. He can. I would say he's more. Oh, excuse me.
He's kind of like a 50-50 mixed bag. You never know what you're going to get with him.
Yeah, he's entertaining at least.
Yeah, I'll give him that much. He doesn't like it when I tell him he can't use the N-word on my channel, though.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, they're just a, you know
Brits
what
are just
really,
weird anyhow in general, man.
yeah, but you know what really pisses them off? When I'll tell them I don't want to hear what your thoughts on America are. You've never been here. You don't know the culture, and I'm not interested in your analysis of American culture.
Well, that and we kicked their ass in the last war we were in with them.
Yeah, and you know the thing, that you want to piss some people off, tell them you're not American and I don't want to hear your opinion about America.
Dude, I've done that so many times.
Oh, dude, you know what? And you would
And the
never
ones over the
think it-
pond, man, they really get salty
Yeah.
about that. Them and Canadians.
Oh yeah. Well, you know, it's funny. You would never think you would hear those words from me, but that's probably one of the more conservative positions I have. You know, if you don't live here, I don't really care what you think.
No, honestly, Stanley, it doesn't surprise me out of you because you are, I would say, not a master level, but an expert level troll.
Well, I don't consider myself.
I mean,
a
you do a
troll.
pretty good, but you do a pretty. No, you troll when it's necessary. I paid attention.
Well, that's a compliment coming from a master.
A master.
I wouldn't say I'm a master.
No,
I'm just.
I mean a master.
Stanley,
like, dude,
been holding down the fort
you
all
are
night?
indeed a legend.
Stanley,
I appreciate
Yes, sir.
that, Stanley. I know I'm well known in these spaces.
What's up, San Jose?
you've been holding down the fort all night, or what?
Since about 1, I fell asleep. I thought I was gonna wake up earlier, but yeah, for most of the night. But I'm kind of a night owl anyway.
Right on. How's the son doing at college?
Pretty good. He came home last weekend and
He's not wasting your money.
Well, you know what? He has a full ride.
Oh, does he?
Oh,
God,
yeah,
I'm
he's
hoping my son can get one of those, dude, for real.
Well, you know, I told him when he was young, like, hey, you know what? You want to go to one of these fancy schools? You know, you're gonna have to earn your way into it. And
That's pretty much what me and Mom have. That's pretty much what me and Mom have told the boy.
Yeah, you know, let's not waste anybody's time, and I'll be damned if he didn't do it. So,
I mean, don't get me wrong. We're going to try and set all the kids up the best we can. You know, like
oh, absolutely.
You know, like what we do have the Gerber Life grow up plans for all of them. That way, they got some money to start out with when they turn 18. You know, and we plan on trying to add them to our credit cards. That way we can get their credit score, you know, up to where it needs to be when they start out, you know, and hopefully give them a little bit of a head start, you know, that a lot of people ain't doing, so that I didn't have done for me.
Yeah, but you know, the thing is, you know, I think it is a valid argument that not everybody needs to go to college. And,
I agree with that.
Right.
Because I'll be honest, I wanted him to go to the Naval Academy. And
well, Well, Mikey's real big into engineering and coding already at his age, and he's only 9.
I gotta
Yeah.
step in. I'll
Well,
be
my
back later.
son was like that too, so he'll be fine.
Yeah, like he gets these little boxes. It's a monthly box, one of those prescription boxes or whatever. But it's all, I forget what the name of it's Crunch Labs. That's what it's called. It's a Crunch Labs box, and the guy that does it, man, it's he's got
I've seen his videos on YouTube.
Yeah, the boy's been he's got 2 more but to get, and he's through year 1 instead, and then in 2 months he'll start year 2.
Are you ever going to send him to the camp?
He hasn't mentioned anything about it yet. If he ever does mention anything about it, I mean, I ain't going to tell him no.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
yeah, that's some big time stuff. That's
dude. I'm gonna tell you what, the things that come inside those boxes, the little the little, I guess, toys that they're making, that he puts together for them to engineer, is actually really neat.
Yeah, like projects.
Like the last one that he got is actually it's a powered car that it's got this little lever on it that goes, it winds around clockwise, and then it's got like 2 little hands on it like a clock. And what you can do is you adjust these 2 hands on it like the clock, and it hits what it does is it'll hit one hand and cause it to bounce back and rotate to where it'll make it go back and forth, this little car. You know, and you can, and by how far you stretch those hands out away from each other is how far it'll travel before it'll hit it and then go back the other way. You know, he likes it. He's interested in it.
Yeah.
Me and his mom do everything we can to try and foster, you know, his curiosity.
Well, I can tell you right now, you know, my son came home, and you know how it is. You know, every phase of school, from like elementary school to middle school, there's like a change, you know, a growth. And I'm actually pretty proud of him. He came home last weekend, didn't do any chores. I had to clean up.
Are you surprised?
But you know what? I knew he wasn't going to stay, so I didn't get too pissed off. But he's doing fine.
That's good. I think the boy, he'll do all right too, man. I know that, like, I've always been curious how anyone can raise a kid full time, you know, be involved full time and not know anything about what their kid wants to be when they grow up, and not try and foster that as they're a child.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? But there's so many parents out here that are clueless.
Yeah, and you know, I've been on that tirade like over the last 3 weeks. And I'm not gonna, you know, darken the mood because we're having a pretty good time. But you know, I'm strong parents are just like, I don't know what we're doing sometimes.
Dude, it isn't that hard to be active. It really and involved. It really isn't. It takes little to no effort.
Right.
You know, I mean, like with the boy, a lot of times they just want you to listen to them.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, but I'll tell you what, like you said, the kid that he was, you know, when he first started going into school, he's in 4th grade now. And the kid he is now, they're two entirely different kids, man, because his personality and who he is, it grows, and it's been like, you know, just morphing and changing as he gets older.
Yeah, and it'll continue, but you know, I'll be honest with you. Probably your favorite part, and San Jose probably knows this, and Mike will know it if he doesn't already. It is just like, I think the biggest thrill I get is when other people come and tell me what a great kid he is.
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely, dude.
like, that is just fucking, you know, that'll make your day.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, man. Like, that's one thing that I will say, that I've never gotten anybody with any of my kids that have ever told me that my kids are bad. I've always been told that, you know, I got well-minded kids, well-mannered kids, you know.
Well-behaved kids, yep.
And I just tell them, you know, well, that's because they fear the wrath of dad.
You know, magnet on the back of my car, all that. I'm that mom that has them from years ago. They're still on there.
Well, my
Probably rocking.
reaction is like, well, you know what? Why isn't he that good for me?
Right. Right, dude. Like I go, like when I go to school for parent teacher conferences, you know, I get this
Yeah.
like glowing report from the teacher every time we go. And then I come home and I look at him and say, why can't you do the same shit at home that you do there? How is it when that you have these great, insightful, wonderful conversations, but when you messed up and I'm trying to figure out why the hell you did what you did, all of a sudden you clam up and ain't got nothing to say? How come you're so helpful at school, but at home you forget to do your chores that you walk past 20 times a day?
Yeah, that'll be that's the mystery of the universe.
I mean, I get it. I remember what it was like to be his age, you know, and I try to keep that in mind. But at the same time, I'm not one of them parents that are like a lot of the other Gen Xers that are trying to, you know, make up for what I didn't have as a kid. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I've seen how that screwed up other kids and screwed up society in general. And that's the last thing kids need is for you to be their friend as when you're their parent.
Yeah,
Amen. I heard that.
Well, Stanley, like with Mikey, I tell him all the time, when you have a kid and he's as dumb as you are, then me and you can be friends.
Well, you know what? I tell this story, and you might have heard it before, where one day, I think my son was in middle school, and he was like, I told him to do something, and, you know, he was like, well, what's up with that, dude? I turned to him and I go, what did you say? It's like, don't you ever, I told him, I'm not your fucking friend. I'm your father. You know, I expect to be treated like it.
I've said that to every one of my kids at some point in their life.
Yeah. It's like, what's up? I'm
Yeah,
don't
so
be
have
asking me
I.
what's up.
So have I.
I'll be honest with you. You know, me and the wife, we're really surprisingly shocked that Mikey's made it this far in life without me knocking him out. Because, and mind you, he's only 9, okay? But because he's so intelligent, he has a vernacular that other kids his age don't have. And he also, he when he has discussions with you, he conversates
right
like an adult. So, and his mind operates like an adult, but he's still a kid.
See, now that is so important. I've never, as a matter of fact, it was a conscious decision because I just don't like doing it. But I've never had to spank my child. You can literally reason with the kid, and you can.
Yeah, I've never had.
Yeah,
I'll be honest with you, Stanley. I've only put my hands on Mikey one time, and I think he was about 3 years old. He reached back and he smacked his mom in the face. And what I did is I was sitting right there on the couch, and I took my hand and I pushed him from his chest down on the floor on his ass.
Yeah.
And he started crying. And I said, "Oh, you didn't like that, huh?" I said, "Well, you bet." I said, "I best not ever see you even attempt to put your hands on your mom again." You know, and that's the only time I've ever had to put my hand on him. And I didn't even put my hand on him. Like I said, I basically just pushed him on the ground on his ass.
You know, don't make the same mistake twice. I mean, that is a sign of intelligence.
Oh, dude, I would love to see what his IQ is because I think he's smarter than I am.
Yeah, well, he'll probably never
I
be
know my
smarter.
son is,
I mean,
so I'm
experience
like-
counts.
Right. You know, but as far as he learns things real quick, like just like I did. Like I was and I'm still one of them guys. There's never been a thing that I put my mind to that I wanted to learn that I wasn't able to learn how to do and learn how to do well. You know what I'm saying? Things always just came to me very easily and naturally.
Hey, DiCapriono, you got kids?
No, I do not.
You do not?
No, I don't.
How old
I
are
got
you?
a few. I'll sell you.
Were you are you in your 20s or what?
I'll keep that undisclosed.
I got one that's almost housebroken.
That means yes, Stanley.
Well, you know what?
That doesn't mean yes. That means I'll keep that undisclosed.
That means it's none of your damn business.
Occasionally, I wish I was back in my 20s, but it's very occasional.
Bro, man, I tell you what, if I could go back and be in my 20s with the life knowledge that I have now, I'd be unstoppable.
Yeah, but there's a lot of stuff you know not to put up with that I think you can only acquire through age.
Right.
Right.
Through experience.
Yeah. But sometimes if you don't, if you're lucky, learning the stuff can be fun. So
Sometimes some of the lessons life teaches you ain't very fun though.
yeah, that's true.
True.
I do have nieces and nephews, so
They're critical though, so sometimes you got to see that side.
Well, look, I'll be honest with you. The biggest lesson that I learned in life, and it was one that I wish I would have learned before I did, but unfortunately, I think most men learn this lesson around the same time, and it was about my, I'd say my early to mid 30s. I think I was about 32, 33, 34, somewhere around there. And basically, it was one of them things where you have that epiphany aha moment, trying to figure out why things are going the way they are, why nothing seems to be going right, why you can't keep a woman, why everything's always falling apart. And I realized that for basically the majority of my life, I'd always been looking outward and trying to change things outward. And really what the issue was inward. And I had to take responsibility for my own part that I played in allowing people that I thought screwed up my life. So it wasn't really them that screwed up my life. It was me by the choices I made. And I tell you, when I accepted that and I came to that acceptance, new doors opened up that I never thought would open up.
Well, I think one of the things that Americans, and this is just my observation, I think we're not self-aware enough sometimes.
Expound on that some.
Well, you mentioned projecting outwards, looking outwards, and versus you got to look inward sometimes. And,
right.
That's what I mean. I mean, that self-discovery, knowing yourself, knowing your limits, knowing what you'll put up with,
knowing what caused the issues and your part in everything. Because look, the truth of the matter is there's a certain age that we all become as humans where almost everything that happens to us or comes at us is a direct result of a decision we made.
Right. Good morning, Juan.
Now, are there some things that are beyond our control? Yes, but even those to a certain degree, we got put in that beyond our control situation because we made a choice that put us there.
Good morning, Stanley. I'm wondering how in the world do you have the energy to
never
do
too
this
late to learn.
Well, no, I took a nap. I took a nap. I don't know, around 10, I think it was, and I woke up at 2.
Good Lord, I'm gonna nickname you Stamina Stanley from now on. I would
Stamina
really
Stanley.
The thing
That sounds like a porn star name.
I wish.
Well, I don't mean it like that, okay? Especially after we're talking about after I listen to this conversation about your son and kids and stuff, that would be weird.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be unusual though. Might be weird, but it would be something we ain't used to hearing. I'm just saying we all came from CTs and we saw some people say some weird shit during some weird topics.
Oh God, don't. Yeah, I remember.
Very weird stuff over there.
Yeah. No,
well,
real quick, when my daughter was a toddler, she pulled the "Daddy, are you my flan?" question. I'm like, no, I'm your daddy. But when she turned 18, I actually said, I'm done coaching you. Even, you're about to graduate high school. You got accepted into college, into a university I wish I went to.
But are you really done coaching her?
Well, no, I'm not really. We're not really done coaching. But my thing was, in that conversation was at that point I was going to extend my hand out in friendship, and that's when she's like, "Daddy, I don't want to be responsible for the for the decisions I make now." And I'm like, "Hey, you're 18. Congratulations. Welcome to life, sweetie."
Well, I plan on sticking to it. When my son comes to me bitching about his son the same way I bitched about him, then we can be friends.
My daughter was actually a good kid. Now I found out that I have one on the way.
Oh, he's a good kid. Don't get me wrong. he's a good kid, but he's still a boy.
Right, that's the thing. I found out that I have one on the way, and this one might actually be my karma because I was a hellion to my parents when I was a kid.
Congratulations, Juan.
Oh, dude, my mom got every. When my mom said that, I hope you have one just
Wow,
like you someday, she got her wish.
Juan.
Thank you, thank you.
Wow, and I felt like I was starting over with the kindergartner, and you guys are all over here with small
Yeah, I'm
children.
45 years old, and I have a 1-year-old.
Well, no, my child right now is not small. My daughter is 18. She's Stanley and I had this conversation because both of our kids went to college. My kid went to Texas A&M this semester, and she's knee deep in homework. Her third week. I'm like, welcome. Now you know how it felt to be me when I was
through it all and get to hang out.
Welcome to responsibility.
Yeah, welcome to life. Not fun, right? But she will. If she needs anything, she knows she's got my phone number. I got her. I'll help her out. That's not a problem. I won't help her cheat on tests or anything like that. But I mean, if she needs, somebody to get down concepts, and if that means I have to watch a YouTube video or possibly Stanley, that means I might end up bugging you, sir. I'll do it.
Sure thing.
See, the good thing about Mikey right now is he's
When
finally
dads unite, let's go.
Mikey for the longest time, man. Well, when he was born, from the time he was born until about 2.5, 3 years old, he was like my partner. Me and he was like attached to my hip. He was like my little buddy. And then he after that he went into this mama's boy phase, and he's finally starting to come out of that now, and starting to talk to me about things and get my advice on shit, which is actually kind of cool. Like we'll go outside, toss the football, sit and talk, go outside. I actually went out and bought new ball gloves and a baseball. That way we go outside and play catch, sit and talk.
Yeah, father-son bonding moments.
Dude, the most important ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I would argue father-daughter as well, because when I found out that my daughter got her, had a boyfriend, of course, the first thing was, when were you going to tell me about it? But number two, it was, okay, I'd like to meet this guy because I need to keep my enemies closer, right?
Right.
And then, of course, I got scared because.
Good job.
And then, of course, I got scared because my daughter has a body on her, and I'm like, oh God, I was a guy once. I know exactly what boys her age are going to be thinking. It's all of the.
It's definitely something weird that messes with your head when your daughter becomes old enough that she's out there doing things that she's out there allowing some other boy defile her the way you defiled her mom.
Well, have you guys listened to Josh Wolf, Stanley, and the gentleman that was
I know who Josh Wolf is.
No, I have not.
He's a comedian that talks about kids growing up, or his kids.
Yeah, his son's a comedian with him.
Yes, well, yeah, but one of the skits that he had was the Just the Tip skit, and at the end of that skit, that's when that punchline comes in. Oh my God, I hope my daughter doesn't fall for that Just the Tip. I hope she doesn't. I did that to her mom. That's how they got here, and I'm like, yeah, that's gonna be our karma.
The biggest thing for me with the boy, honestly, is trying to decide when the right age is to talk to him about certain things, like sex and girls and shit like that.
Right.
I mean, I do ask him things. Like the other day, man, I mentioned, I forget how it came about, but I mentioned something about everybody likes a big set of titties, don't they? And looked over at him and smiled, and he just kind of looked at me all funny, like, where did that come from?
Yeah, but he's 9. Wait, make that same comment when he's 13 and watch his face light up. When that happens, that's your cue to sit him down and talk to him.
Well, I the reason why I'm just more so I'm trying to get ahead of if they try and do any of that gender shit at his school. You know what I'm saying? And I'm trying to get ahead of that. That way he knows that. I want my kids to know that they can be who they want to be, but I don't want them to feel as though they have to be something they're not just because someone says that it's the new thing and because it's the trendy thing at school.
Well, in my case, in the case of this one on the way, school will be a long way off. But once school gets here, that person will have the blessing and the curse of not going to school in the United States for that specific reason. Because outside of the United States, you and I both know they're not doing that gender identity bullshit. They're actually doing gender roles. So
Right.
it's one of those where that's a blessing and a curse. The curse part would be them being in a school where they're speaking a different language, and then when their kids find out that my kid's dad's an American, the fun that person's gonna have.
Right. Well, he's only got one more year, or he's got this year, next year, in the school he's in now, and it's actually one of the most conservative elementary schools in the area where we live. Like, there's a lot of people that question me and the wife about, like, are you sure you want your kid to go there? They're pretty conservative. Conservative? You mean they teach school the way it's supposed to be taught? Yeah, that's exactly where we want him to go.
Is it a public school though? That's the question.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, then even if it's conservative, I'd still run.
It's a public school that is only. It's actually like maybe 5 minutes from the house too.
Oh, nice. But it's still run because they could still receive mandates from the state too.
Well, right. It is ran, and they are still state funded. You know, just like every other school around here. It's just they don't push the whole gender thing there, and in elementary school they shouldn't be.
They shouldn't, but in some places they do. If they did it on a purely scientific level, then I potentially could understand. I still wouldn't right now.
Well,
but
even at a scientific level, I don't see how it would be relevant to underage to elementary school kids that don't even understand gender to begin with.
Right, and that's the point that I'm making. I don't get it, but if they were to explain it to me in a way that I would, then I could potentially.
Ooh, and we rebuke that devil.
Now the problem is,
because
the problem is when they pull you're a boy, but you could be a girl, but you could be both. At that point, no, you know what? I'm having that talk with my kid. You stay the hell out.
Right.
Keep my kid mouth.
Well, my biggest problem with the schools is like, I have friends that have told me that, like, with some of the schools back home, that they're getting to the point now where they don't even send home permission slips for this shit. They're doing it behind parents' backs, and they're not even aware of it.
No, you're absolutely right. They're not. But kids have this funny way of slipping up and telling you.
Right. They do, unless they're really good liars, and most kids are really good liars.
True.
Yes, but we got to remember we were kids once, and we thought that we could get over our parents by lying.
Well, and that's why I make sure I remember my childhood.
Me too, and that's where when my daughter tried it once, my job was to talk her into holes. Okay, I'll talk you into a hole and push you in because I was you once, child of mine.
I do that to my son all the time, dude. All the time, and he gets so mad at me. Oh. But you know, it's like you said, I was a kid once too, and I know how much of a liar I was.
Yeah, it's I was you once. I didn't hear you. Go ahead, Stanley.
Can you guys hear me? Sam, how you doing?
Good. You wind me up.
Everyone, this is Samuel Guru. Am I pronouncing your last name correctly?
Oh, this is Samuel Giroux.
Damn, what's up, my guy?
Is it Giroux or Guru?
Giroux. It's his French last name.
Dude, you know what? It's a luxury if he hops up because he's only hopped on one of my panels ever in life.
I think it's Giroux.
Yeah, we have royalty today.
And you know what? Sam is probably one of the biggest contributors to most of us that have platforms around here, man. He is a consistent contributor all the time, and it's greatly appreciated,
he
sir.
A great sense of humor.
I try.
Right.
Samuel, êtes-vous de la famille de Louis Charles Capet?
Really, dude? You're going to go start speaking a whole other language that we don't understand?
No, dude, I'm not even French. No, I'll be the first to tell you my first language is gibberish.
Is what, gibberish?
Yeah.
I think gibberish was all of our first languages as babies, right?
So,
Stanley wanted me up here, so I'm up here.
yeah, you know what? I figured we're all having a good time. Might as well come on up and have fun with us.
I mean, yeah, I mean, this is a rarity that me and Stanley actually get along for this long. maybe it's just because it's early in the morning.
Yeah, that's got to be it. I haven't had my coffee yet.
Well, that's why I kept saying what I said the other night about the political debate. After we got done talking about the debate, I'm like, dude, we can agree to disagree, or we may have those. Let's just go ahead and talk about food. Everybody can agree on food, right?
No, not everybody can agree on food. Some people's choices in food suck.
Okay, darn, I was wrong.
Yeah, I'm about to say elaborate on that.
Well, I'm just saying, you guys didn't grow up around white people, and white people, unless they're taught otherwise, they really don't know how to use seasoning.
Let me guess. You also ate the potato salad with the raisins in it, didn't you?
No, dude, I've never heard of that until I got on YouTube. That was something that was new to me. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Who puts raisins in potato salad? That just sounds stupid.
You know, it's funny. They all made fun of that like it was like it's only a white thing. And my aunt, may she rest in peace, she actually did that when I was a kid.
Now, I will tell you though, when I went up to when I went to the RNC, but I stopped through what is it, Chicago, to pick up Dirty and take him with me. I thought about picking up at Walmart a thing of potato salad and getting a big box of raisins and dumping in that motherfucker and stirring it all up and giving it to him as a gift.
As a gift.
Disgusting.
It is disgusting. But my aunt, may she rest in peace, she's not white. She was, my aunt on my mom's side, she was black. I mean, I'm like, raisins, potato salad, really? And this was me at 8 years old. It was nasty then. It's nasty now.
I understand, Alice, that Italian food and Spanish food is technically white food. It still doesn't change the fact that a lot of white people in America don't know what salt and pepper are.
Well, I think in the South they do.
It might be a northern thing. I'll give you that. It could quite possibly be a northern white person thing, or it could be like like my wife. She's more Irish than anything, and I swear everybody that I know that leans more towards their Irish heritage, they don't know it. Like everything's bland.
Yeah, I've had I had a girlfriend who was Danish back when I was in my early 30s, and she would make something called frikadella, which is basically like Swedish meatballs, I guess. And yeah, it could be challengingly bland. You'd have to put
See me, I like a lot of flavor and shit, man. I want flavor to pop, explode.
Right.
That's why my wife doesn't cook and I do. Because everybody in the house wants to eat, and she's you remember Jill Taylor from Home Improvement?
Yes.
I do.
You know how everybody dreaded when she cooked because she always made them awful casseroles?
That was your wife, wasn't it?
Yeah, only my wife. I mean, she's up and she's heard me say before, dude, she can't even make macaroni and cheese right, in my opinion.
Is she the type that would burn water?
I bet you only say that on YouTube.
No, I'll say it right to her, man. She'll tell you that she can't cook. I mean, she's up. I can get her if you want, Stanley.
No. I won't be a witness to that.
Yeah.
No, we don't have domesticate crimes here, man. We got kids.
Alice says, if you want to try bland, if you want to hear
dude,
about
haggis is nasty shit. I've had that one time and I regret ever trying it.
Trying what?
Haggis.
Food?
Haggis.
Oh, haggis.
Nasty.
Haggis didn't have a taste. It was almost like eating water. It had no flavor at all.
It's nasty. It's like eating straight raw animal fat.
What exactly is haggis?
I don't know. I think it's animal fat.
It's like sheep and oatmeal and a bunch of stuff in a sheep's stomach.
Like a sausage?
Literally. Well, yeah, that's essentially what it is.
I've had. Have you ever had blood pudding before, man?
Stomach.
That shit's nasty too.
American black people eat blood pudding. I've never eaten it.
That shit's nasty. Blood pudding. I'd never had it until my parents moved me to a small little German town, and it was one of them things that they ate every year around Oktoberfest, and a lot of them ate it on New Year's too. It's nasty. Nasty.
My mother told me as a child I used to eat chitlins, but I don't eat them now.
Bro, when I drove cab, I smelled chitlins once in my entire life. I was driving cab, and I was out one night. I think it was around the holidays, and some dude got in with this big cooker, and as soon as he got in the car, it smelled like someone took a shit in my fucking cab.
Yeah, that's the smell.
And I was like, what the hell? I said, what? Did you just shit? And he's like, nah, man, I got chitlins, man. I was like, what? I was like, why would you want to eat something that tastes like dog shit or that smells like dog shit?
What?
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of. I can't stand the smell of chitlins while they're being cooked. God,
Look, dude, if you got to douse something with so much hot sauce on it that it burns the taste buds off your tongue, so you can't taste this shit, man, then it's not worth eating. Just saying, I'm not into bleaching my food before I eat it.
Now, I knew a lady when years ago, she owned a soul food restaurant, and we got to talking one day, and she's like, you've never had chitlins? I'm like, my mother she would go to war, like probably even if she knew I ever tried them. But this lady made me a very small batch just, so I could try them.
Did you regret it?
No, actually, now she hid it behind a gravy, but it was okay.
So you weren't eating real chitlins then? You was eating some doctor shit. You didn't know you were eating it.
She just like cleaned them to death and made a gravy that kind of like covered up, shit. They taste like shit. They're intestine.
Right.
And you know what? It was good to sample. It's not like I've ever had a craving for them ever again.
I bet you haven't.
No,
I bet you haven't.
No, because you know what? I would trust her to cook them. I'm not cooking them myself because I'd probably screw it up. So
I would, dude. Like I said, the first and only time I was ever anywhere near chitlins, it smelled so foul that I'm sitting here trying to figure out how anybody could convince themselves to stick that shit down their throat because it smelled like shit.
You got to be meticulous when cleaning chitlins.
Yeah, and really, you got to be meticulous when you cook them.
It's almost like you got to be more meticulous than you are when you make chicken gizzards because you got to be pretty meticulous when you clean them too.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
I love chicken gizzards.
I don't think I've ever eaten a chicken gizzard.
Well, there's this. What it is there's this thin layer of skin around it that you got to peel off. And if you don't get that thin layer of skin around it peeled off before you cook it, you can make yourself sick.
Are the gizzards those things that hang under the turkey's neck?
No, the gizzard is a stomach. No. It's the chicken's stomach is what you're eating.
Not for me.
It tastes really good if made right, though.
But the caveat is made right. If you make it wrong, you can actually end up in the emergency room.
That's fact. There's that spot where it almost looks like two stomachs coming together, and then there's that wrinkly spot on the back. That's the spot that's the most important about getting cleaned because it's like a wrinkly, almost green looking spot that's got to come off. Otherwise, it'll make you sick.
Even at Thanksgiving or Christmas dinners, when I bite into the stuffing, if I don't know what I'm chowing down on, I spit it out.
Well, you don't like mystery gruel?
Not at all.
He didn't go to elementary school like we did when we were kids, and where you had the Thursday mystery meat special or what have you.
Oh, and he must not have had a mom that taught him how to make a break before he went to prison.
No, I went to New York City public schools, and they had hamburgers that taste like horse.
That's because it was horse.
Yeah,
probably.
Because our pizza burgers were not pizza nor burger when I was in school.
I remember when I was in elementary school, we had this thing called fiestada. It was supposedly a Mexican pizza.
A Mexican pizza, the one that was in the stop sign shape.
Yeah, it was in an octagon shape. Did not taste like Mexican pizza at all. It tasted, like they. It tasted like they took all the Mexican spices.
Dude, it tasted like cardboard that had Mexican seasoning on it.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going to go. It tasted like cardboard. They threw Mexican spices on it and threw a little bit of cheese on it, and that was it. Let's call it a day, basically.
I think it was cardboard, to be honest with you.
Well, it was definitely not Mexican pizza. I had Mexican pizza when I went to Mexico City, and yeah,
they're worlds apart.
Yeah, night and day.
Although I'll be honest with you, man, every now and again I will go up to Gordon's and buy a big case of them regular school pizzas.
They still sell those.
Yeah, the rectangles. Yeah, you can buy them by the case at Gordon's.
Nice.
And I think it's only like $40 for a case of them, and you get like, I think close to 50 or 60 pizzas in it.
Now we need to go ahead and complete the back to elementary school journey for us. Is the the bowl of apple juice or apple juice, that bowl of sliced apples or applesauce, and the little carton of chocolate milk
with your buddy's missing picture on the back of it.
Yeah. Have you seen me? Please call 1-800 such and such.
Dude, you remember how traumatized that had some of us? Having to sit there and drink milk, looking at all these kids that were missing.
Well, my question is to make it traumatizing, did they threaten to put you on the milk carton if you misbehave?
My mom did a couple times.
Okay, yeah, that's where the trauma comes from. I never had that.
My mom did a couple times. My mom also she showed me what time traveling was too a couple times when I was a kid.
Oh, that happened to me too. I was 12. My mom pulled you want to be a man? And my dumb ass was like, yeah. Oh man.
Did you wake up a week or 2 weeks later?
I think I woke up a month later. I was seeing stars and all of that, man.
All I remember was I called my mom a bitch when I was 16, and I woke up 18 out of school with a kid.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised you're still living. There's this. I don't know if you guys have surfed the internet on YouTube and seen this. They call it the "Shut Up Challenge." Thank God they stopped that bullshit. It was on TikTok last year. It was all the craze, where the kids, the mom would tell the kid or the dad would tell the kid to do something, and the kid would say, "Shut up."
Oh yeah, dude. You know how many kids I saw almost get the shit beat out of them by their dad? Holy fuck!
There was one where I was yelling right along with the dad. The kid was like, "Cállate la boca," and I'm like, "Oye pendejo!" And the moment I said that, the dad yelled the same thing. Oye pendejo, ven pa' acá. I'm like, man, if that were my kid, he wouldn't be around long enough to upload that video. I can guarantee you.
And my wife knows better than to play some prank like that on me because she wouldn't be able to tell me it's a joke quick enough. I'd already have the boy yoked up.
On some of those videos, that's exactly what happened. It's a prank. It's a prank. The kid's half upside down, about to get thrown across the
Too
house.
bad. I'm already activated. Now we just got to see this shit through.
In 8 ways says, I got my ass kicked by my dad on a regular basis, but I was a little shit. Yeah, all of us were.
My father used to put his hands on me like he was beating a boxer.
That's how my stepdad was.
But when I was in my teenage years, one day I said, I'm not taking no more. And I challenged him, and I won.
Is that when you got the 30-day notice, or is that, or did you get the 30-day notice after that, or months after that?
No, I didn't get no 30-day notice. It was over after that. No more beatings.
My
No, I got
stepdad.
Because I had siblings before me that experienced, and I knew it was coming for me after they moved out. I said no more.
Yeah,
no,
my
I got into
stepdad
it.
and his best friend, they used to like to get drunk and come home from the bar and wake me up, make me go outside and fight them at 2,
Are
3
you
o'clock in the
serious?
morning. Yeah, I did that from the time I was 11 years old until I was 16 and had enough.
Yeah, no, that's not punishment or discipline. That's abuse, in my opinion.
Oh, I know that. But still, he was making a man out of me.
I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
I have a sister though, and my father never put his hands on my sister. My mother always whipped my sister's ass.
No, actually through all that, the only thing my stepfather taught me, him and his buddy, was how to go to a different place in my head when I'm, dealing with extreme pain that I can't stop.
No, I remember I got into a heated argument the second time with my mother and my stepfather. It was over. It was over, me contributing because I was paying a certain amount for the rent and the food, which was fine at that moment. I, early on saw that my mom spent that money on food, and I ate the majority of that food. So I'm like, okay, that's a fair trade. But when I got my second job out of high school, I noticed that I was on the hook for more things responsibly, and my younger brother who was working was not. And oh, let the fun begin. And I remember that's when my mom said, well, in my house, you will, and that's when I interrupted. Yeah, I know. When I'm under your house, I will abide by your rules. I've heard that shit since I was a kid. And that's when, I got my 30 days. She said, well, look, I've done all that I can. You are a man. You can either stay here or you can leave. I moved. And it's funny because after that argument, when I was in some bad spots, when I moved to Texas, they always said, you can come back to North Carolina and live with us. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm back.
Look, dude, I couldn't get out the house fast enough when I was 18. Like the day I turned 18, I started packing my shit and went and moved in with one of my buddies that had graduated the year before me on the other side of the little town we lived in. My mom, while I was packing my shit up, literally called the cops on me and tried to have me arrested for it. And the cop looked at her and said, ma'am, what the hell do you want me to do? He's 18 years old, but he's still in high school. I don't care. He's 18. There's nothing I can do. I can't stop him. You can't stop him. The only thing she said, the only thing I advise you to do is obviously he wants to get the fuck out of here for a reason. Maybe you ought to think on that and try and make sure that you guys part ways on good terms.
Which is funny to me because the 18-year-olds now and my daughter's generation,
they didn't want
to. They want to stay home. And I'm like, stay home.
Yeah, my daughter did move out of her mom's house. My oldest, she didn't move out of her mom's house until she was 24 years old.
Well, my child is with her mom right now as well, but the difference on that one is my child's in college, so it's like she's basically weaning off, so to speak, that slowly but surely type thing. But there are other kids that are just like, nope, I'm gonna stay at home with my mom or my mom and my dad, or with my dad. What the hell? They're gonna die, and I'm gonna get the house anyway. And I'm like, man, that's lazy thinking. Like we couldn't wait to get the hell out of there.
Well, we were pretty much already taking care of ourselves from the time we came out of our parents' womb until we became adults anyhow. So getting out of the house wasn't no thing.
Well, we wanted to get out of the house too. I mean, shoot, remember when, I don't know if you guys had this experience where all of the kids would show up with their bikes at your house and they would all knock on your door in unison. Mrs. So-and-so, can Juan come out and play?
Yeah, when that shit started happening at my house, my mom thought I was dealing drugs.
Oh, my mom was glad to get us out of the house, but the moment mom said yes, it was even the term yes didn't come out fully. We were already gone. Pew! We got our bikes and we all went off to the races.
My mom would make the mistake about once or twice a year. We get into a big old knockout, drag out fight, and she would look at me and foster kid that stayed with us. His name was Jeremy. And say, you know what? I'm just tired of you two. Go do whatever the hell you want. And we would disappear for like 2 or 3 days.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, we would.
What's up, Mr. Man?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
I just jumped in real quick because I had a topic about kids moving out. You know, kids moving out at 18 is a uniquely American thing.
Yep.
That's not something that's necessary, right? I think that was more a side effect of capitalism than anything. To just go put your
I
kid
say it
out
was
at
a side
18.
effect of boomerism, American man.
No, but it started before that. I know it's fun to blame the boomers, and they are fuck ups, but some stuff started before that. And I think
For me,
that's one of those things that's because of capitalism,
Hey, I
because
love
they
my
want you to
mom's
be a
boomers.
consumer.
So
I
here
what
and
did you
agree.
say,
there,
San
there was
Jose?
a rare exception.
Go ahead,
Say it
San
again.
Jose.
I'm saying not all boomers were bad. My father, 1957, he passed away earlier this year, was a wonderful father. So here and
Oh, I'm not
there
saying
was
they're all
that one
bad
in a
either.
million that,
I don't
made
think.
the boomers proud, in my opinion. But that's just me.
You won the boomer lottery. It sounds like.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well.
Yeah, he's a veteran and all that, like Stanley. So
Yeah, my
fresh out
dad's a
of high
veteran
school,
too, and he's a piece of shit.
1972, enlisted into the military. So he was responsible from day one.
I was going to say, I don't think moving out is an American thing that was a side effect of capitalism. I know for me, it was this side effect of I didn't like some of my parents' rules. I didn't want to deal with the moment I turned in my case, because I moved out twice. I moved out when I was 18, and then I moved back in. Then I moved out again at 19 and never looked back. That was one of those, look, I don't want to deal with your rules. I don't want to deal with the super Christianoid bullshit. Even if I were to move back into my mom's house right now at 44, half the books that I have, almost all of my damn CDs, they wouldn't be allowed in the house. And I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good.
Damn, your
Oh
mom's that
shit, I'm
radical.
doing the math wrong. I think it was 76. Fuck, I don't know. I have his class of 1970 something in the back of my phone right now that I'm talking to you guys on. In his senior portrait. Hella funny.
Oh well, wow. My father, the Puerto Rican, he was born in 1956.
Okay, right on. The year prior.
Yeah, the year prior, but good Lord. I have a brother, believe it or not, because of him, that's younger than my daughter. When I found that out, I got so mad.
You have a what?
I have a
Oh my
brother that's
goodness.
younger than my daughter. When I found out that, I got pissed. I was like, what?
Nah, you want to hear something really hillbilly? I have
All
an
right.
uncle that I'm older than.
That's not hillbilly. I mean, in South
That is
Texas,
hillbilly as fuck, sir. That is
in
about as
South Texas,
hillbilly as
I
it
have
gets.
friends. In South Texas and in northern Mexico, I have friends that they deal with that all the time.
Again,
They have
all you're doing
PTSD
is validating my point.
but that's not hillbilly. They grew up in an urban area.
No, that's hillbilly as fuck.
Well, my daughter had a aunt her age, and it's funny because her father, her grandfather didn't tell my wife that his wife was pregnant because he didn't want to take the shine off of her having her first child, and so we ended up finding out a little later.
Oh, that's a respectable thing to do. That's nice.
Oh, I'm tripping. I think it's 75.
Yeah, pretty noble.
The cool thing about having an uncle that's a year younger than you, though, is his mom, my step grandma, because she was my step grandma. Is my grandpa's third wife. She basically, I got to go run around and hang out and go to all the things that he got blessed to go do. I got to get to go do with him all the time. You know what I'm saying? So that was the only cool thing about it. Even though he was a
That's
prick
always fun.
well, he was a little prick when we were growing up too. He was a spoiled little brat. Dude, I used to watch his fucking mom chase him around the fucking kitchen table with a paddle trying to beat him.
You guys see Enid Way's comment in the chat? His dad, his real dad, messing with chicks in their 20s, and he's 70. It's hard out here for a pimp.
Bro, I used to watch my dad. My dad's in a wheelchair, missing both his legs. I used to watch, and we used to live on the main street of town, and he used to live with me and the wife until he couldn't take it no more. All right. This dude used to roll outside on the front porch wearing nothing but a t-shirt and his fucking BVDs and sit out there smoking cigarettes, watching all the high school girls run by. And yeah, really fucking weird, dude.
Yeah, that's
and I'd literally sit there and listen. I'd walk outside and be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Well, a few more ice cream seasons and they'll be ripe. I'm like, motherfucker, what is wrong with you?
Wow.
I'm like, that's your granddaughter's age. You sick fuck.
Yeah, I'm Chris Hansen. Have a seat. Well, you already are sitting.
Because I don't know about you, but I'm assuming you're the same way I am. Once you had a daughter, and specifically a daughter that was in high school, you couldn't look at high school girls the same no more.
I couldn't look at college chicks the same because my daughter's half sister is gonna be 30 next year. My ex stepdaughter, she's going to be 28 next year, and so for me, I would walk by University Boulevard and I'm like, oh, those chicks are. Wait a minute, those chicks are in their.
Those are my daughter. Those are my fucking daughter.
I have ex stepkids in that age group, like ew, like nasty. And now that my daughter's 18 and my daughter's got a body on her, it's even worse. It's like, ugh, I can't. It's weird. Ew.
My oldest daughter's married now, but I'm not a grandfather yet. 45 years old and still not a grandpa.
I'm 44, not a grandfather yet, and I would like to keep it that way for a while.
I mean, in this climate, do you want to be a grandfather? I mean, okay. So want to be is the want to be is the wrong question, right? The thing I'm asking is, given this climate with all these weirdos and all this bullshit and the boomers and Gen X's that sold out America and everyone, do you really want to have kids in this day and age, especially grandkids?
No.
Like
the pragmatist in me says no, but the parent in me says, yeah, I look forward to that happening because, for me, I'll be quite honest, it's a chance to have a do-over. If my kid is, real busy, for example, if she's getting her master's and she has a kid, well, send the kid to me. I'll take care of him. It's all good. And the stuff that I messed up with her, I can go ahead and correct.
I'll be honest with you, American.
Over again?
No, American man. I'll be honest with you. Having kids though now, it really makes it easy to be able to keep my mind off of all the bullshit going on. You know what I'm saying? I'm able to go outside, play, carry on with the kids, and it literally keeps my mind off of all the shit we talk about online, all the shit we're seeing that's going on in the world and in America. It actually is kind of nice.
No, I get that. I'm just saying, like
I look. Do I wish that I didn't? Are there times that I wish that I didn't bring kids into this fucked up world? Absolutely, I do, because I know what I know what it looks like. We're going to be leaving them. But at the same time,
go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I was just going to say, at the same time, I love that I have kids because they're the ones that help balance me out from all the bullshit.
Well, you're right, because I look at my daughter now.
Man on the panel, why am I the most optimistic one here?
Well, I'm with you, Stanley. That's what I was saying. I mean, if my kid has kids, I'm able to actually.
Well, wait, I'm technically Gen X myself. Just like
what do you mean technically?
Well, I mean, I'm right on the edge.
He's on the line as well.
Gen X is 64, and I was born in 65.
Yeah, you're right there on the line as well.
So you're a boomer. Suck it up.
No, I'm Gen X.
No, you're a boomer. Suck it up.
The thing though, Stanley, is this. I mean, you and I both have to agree. I mean, that's an effed up thing where we're leaving our kids roughly $300,000 a piece in debt. When we're talking about the national debt, that is wrong. I mean, when I was born, our national debt wasn't even $2 trillion. I mean, For me, it would have been like $40,000. For you, it would have been a little bit less. That is a little depressing, I have to say.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you though. I have I guess my talent is compartmentalizing. I kind of feel when I get home, I was never one to bring work home with me. It's like my home life, once I close that door, it is, us. So, I'm not going to worry too much about, the national debt, when I'm sitting here, playing catch with my son,
Right.
It's
Well, I
not
mean, I'm not
necessarily
either.
the national debt that I'm worried about, though, Stanley. It's the actual state of the country that I'm worried about. Is there going to be one if we keep going down this path?
I tend to be somewhat more optimistic. We'll figure it out.
I was going to say that's where we teach our values to our kids. That I'm sorry, but that's what I was taught to do and what I've learned not to do. It was my job to pass that on to my daughter. It's now my
Right.
job to pass that on to the other child when he or she is born. I mean, I'm sorry. If they didn't grow up with that, then that's a me issue. I failed as a parent.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, don't get me wrong. My goal is I'm raising leaders, not followers. I want my specifically my son to be, that if something were to go wrong, that kid or that young man that people go to find answers. You know what I'm saying?
What path do you think we're going down?
Me personally, I think we're going down a path right now of the destruction of this nation. I really do. I don't see if we keep allowing things to continue going down the path it is, where we're basically sending a bunch of American tax dollars overseas at the rate we are to pay for and fund all these overseas wars, and allowing all these illegal immigrants to come in and basically flood all these cities. It's only a matter of time before this country isn't a country no more.
That may be true, but I'm not going to worry about that while I'm teaching my kid the water cycle.
Right, I get that, and that's why I like having kids, because it gives me an opportunity to take my mind off that shit.
San Jose says, "You're too young to be a boomer, Stanley."
That's right.
You're with
And
us.
you know what? I always go back to the only song I can think of, the only Grateful Dead song I can think of that like got radio play. A touch of gray kind of suits you
Touch of
anyway.
gray.
So
Well,
what?
that's because
I'm a
that's
happy
because
old
Stanley, in
man.
order to understand, in order to understand the dude from fucking Grateful Dead, you had to be tripping.
Which one,
No,
Garcia?
you know what? I
Yeah.
didn't like the Grateful Dead till I was in my 40s.
I still don't like them. The only time I've ever liked them was when I was high on acid.
I had a buddy of mine. The Grateful Dead came to Atlanta when I was in college, and I had a chance to go, and I just didn't like the crowd.
I was
Bunch of dirty, smelly fucking patchouli.
Yeah, I wasn't into
wearing
that.
hippies.
I wasn't into that.
Stanley, I was like that with the group The Fifth Dimension. I couldn't stand them as a kid. Now in my early to mid 40s, there's some of their songs I have on repeat.
Who?
The Fifth Dimension.
I don't even know who that is.
Wasn't that the balloon? What's the name of the song? It had Marilyn McCoo and forget her husband.
Age of Aquarius.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know who that is then.
Yeah, the Age of Aquarius.
Now, my parents were well, my mother especially was into the Fifth Dimension. But yeah, I mean, some things you just don't appreciate till you're older.
Yeah, I mean, and another group like that would be the Doors. My friends, when I was in high school,
I loved the Doors when I was younger.
They were big into the Doors. Now I listen to them, and I as weird as this sounds, I understand Jim Morrison's points of view now in the songs that he wrote. I think it's genius.
But most of the shit that he wrote was all a big fabrication and a lie.
Well, I mean,
Did
let's
you
be
know
honest,
that?
artists don't tell the truth. I mean, Tupac, when he wrote his gangster raps, when he did that interview with Vibe magazine, he even said he doesn't tell the truth in his raps. It's a lot of it's pander to imagination.
Well, Tupac didn't tell the truth about his life.
Yeah, and he said that. That's the point that I'm making. I mean, music is music. I'm not going to equate music their lyrics to this is how they actually lived, or this is, their, 100% their view. It's, it's music.
No, Jim Morrison was a hell of a performer when he finally broke out of his fear of performing. I'll give him that. And the Doors themselves were a very cutting edge band at the time. I mean, they were very, very unique.
Hey, Stanley, I'm happy to see you and Snowman playing nice.
I mentioned that already too, American Man.
Well, I am too.
I mean, at first it almost felt awkward that me and him weren't at each other's throat, but it's actually it's a nice change of pace.
Well,
yeah, we'll do politics again. Don't worry.
Well,
oh Lord,
Stanley,
I don't want to do politics.
You were correct yesterday. Stanley, yesterday morning you were correct. I didn't do anything but fucking manage 5 guys insulating. and my manager said as much. He was like, yeah, he came by. We like walked around this and that. And he was like, yeah, just make sure these guys are getting it done. And, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, I walked around with a broom and dustpan for most of the day yesterday.
If you got temps, I mean, why? I mean, your asset manages the temps. That's how it should work.
Yeah.
Now the only problem is you're probably gonna have to do it again if you got the job done.
Guess what? I'm doing it all week because at this point. Because at this point, we have to get out of this job. And that was a conversation that I had with my manager yesterday. Well, no, day before yesterday. I'm like, look, the way y'all doing this is wrong, and it's just gonna fucking bleed out. Like, we need to just get to it so we can get away from this.
About that time. Yeah, okay. You're gonna be management.
That's how they suck you in, right?
They're grooming you.
Well, it's weird because I don't think his assistant manager is getting it done. Anyway, whatever. But yeah, you were right yesterday, Stanley. I was like, ain't that a motherfucker?
This man, he was right, dude. Man, he's going to start thinking he's right about everything, and then nobody's ever going to be able to have an opinion.
Too late for that.
You didn't need me for that.
Man, I'll be quite honest. Last night, the same thing happened as the night of the debates. I went to scan to see what I could watch. And this is what YouTube did on me. This is the trick that they did on me. They used to have these movies that are free with ads. And so I figured, okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'll go ahead and watch a movie.
They still do, believe it or not.
They did until 9 o'clock Central Daylight Time, my time. So I go in and I'm like, okay, I want to see what's on. Nope, you can rent this movie for $2.99. I'm like, what? Okay, YouTube, you got me. you got me. You guys are starting to act like the cell phone companies. You got like that on peak time and off peak time for movies. Okay, I guess I'll go ahead and deal with what's next on the political agenda tonight.
Man, that debate was trash, dude.
Oh man.
I can't believe that this is who the 2 candidates we got are the 2 candidates we get to choose from to run the country. This is ridiculous.
Well, there's a lot of people have said that's the illusion of choice, right? I mean, so as weird as this sounds for several reasons.
That's a good way of putting it, Juan. The illusion of choice.
Well, I've always heard that there's, I forget who said it, but somebody had said once upon a time that the easiest way to convince an enslaved nation that they're free citizens with choice is to tell them that they can vote and that they actually get to pick and choose who the president and who runs this country is.
Wasn't that Joseph Stalin's press secretary or something like that?
Something like that. And that goes back to the illusion of choice, like you said, basically. That's how you convince slaves that they're actually free, is you give them the illusion of choice.
Well, here's the thing. They don't have to do that now because you have smartphones. Like, I'm talking to you guys on early this morning before I get ready for my day. And, your computer or the damn PlayStation 5 or whatever the heck system they have now, we are so captivated. I mentioned this yesterday, but I didn't mention it in this way. we're so acclimated to all of the niceties of our lives, the amenities of life, is such that it would be like the words of, what was her name, Harriet Tubman. I was able to help some of the slaves escape. Other slaves I wasn't able to help escape because they didn't know that they were slaves. I think that we're slowly but surely falling into that. Klaus Schwab and Yuval Harari, they had this thing that said, you know what, you guys don't know what decisions are best for you, so let's go ahead and allow AI to make the decision for you as to who's going to be president, vice president, and so on and so forth. And I'm thinking, for me, because I like at least having the illusion. You can't tell me who I should vote for or who's good for me. But then I look back now and I'm like, dude, there are so many people that are
They've
stuck
been
on their
telling
damn
us that our whole
tablets.
life, dude.
They have, but there are so many people that are stuck on their damn tablets and their cell phones that are just like, you know what? I don't have the time to worry about who's who. Let the algorithm do it.
Just think about this, Juan. Think of how many people go out and vote for specific candidates, like on a local or state level, or even on a federal level, and have no clue at all.
Yeah, they'll
who they
vote
are,
because Taylor Swift
or what
endorsed
they're
that
running
person.
on, and they only vote for them just because of whatever letters in front of their name.
Or they'll vote because, like the couple of nights ago, Taylor Swift endorses insert person here, and it's like, really, dude?
Yeah, she's a fucking demon.
I think she's being controlled because I went through some of her old ex posts and she was not happy. She was trying to buy her masters, and George Soros and another head of this trilateral commission, they snagged up all of her masters. And so I think what it is this guy, it's the, let me go ahead and promise you the opportunity to get your stuff back, but I'm going to make you dance for me type of thing. And I think that's what's going on, but the people don't see that.
Absolutely. But yeah, as far as the debate went, I thought it was garbage. I don't think either one of them really answered any question, to the degree that we would like to see it answered. And quite honestly, nobody was asked questions that mattered to us. It was all the same shit.
That part, actually, believe it or not, got called out by my daughter's generation. They were like, dude, Trump, you're saying the same shit that you've already said. And then they were like, Kamala, we're sick and tired of your emotions.
In their defense, though, they were asked the same questions they were asking 6 months ago. I mean, there was nothing fresh about the questions they were asking.
That's what I was pretty much getting at, Stanley. It's the same fucking same circular fucking shit. I mean, we literally before the debate started, we went through, me and Red and Cyber, and we went through and we took a guess on what questions they were going to ask, and we were right. I think we got about 80% of the questions right.
Yeah, it's basically that.
That's because the illusion of this benefiting you is over. That's the part that Americans don't realize. Like them with their technology and the illusion of benefiting you, it's over. Everyone knows that it's not to benefit you, but they've got everyone so tribal and stupid that people will still believe there's some benefit for them. There's not. They're not doing or saying anything to benefit you, and it's proven. So that's why there's no questions that was answered to the American people, because it ain't about you.
Well, it's like that adage, same shit, different song.
But they know.
It's, it was the same shit, but it wasn't even a different song. It was just, like American Man says, and I'm paraphrasing it, the mask is off. They don't care. It's one of those where.
Right,
but they're not even hiding this shit anymore. We ain't never seen such a blatant display of, discontent with the American people than we see now.
Yeah, but they know that people are still lizard brained, and so they still gonna vote. Oh, I'm a Democrat. I'm a Republican. I just gotta vote because more democracy. When ultimately you're getting the dick like everybody else, but you think you're getting something, and you think you're a righteous person. And here's the thing, right? What's his name said it yesterday? I'm gonna say this, and I don't know. What's his name said it yesterday? What the hell? Oh, Imperious. It is all about feel good. That's all it is. Kamala's whole campaign is telling the monkeys to feel good. feel hope and love. What the fuck are you talking about? Bread is $10 a loaf. What are you talking about?
Gas is damn near $5 a gallon.
Like, anyway, I'm going to work, guys. I'll be listening in the back.
Stay blessed, man.
Hey, take it easy, American man.
All right.
Hey, American man, don't be abusing your employees.
Hey, and make sure that you don't get under the shit pipe.
And don't threaten ICE on them, man. We don't know their immigration status unless you guys did the I-9 checks already.
Do they speak English?
I forgot to ask him that.
Because that's gotta. If they don't, that's kind of got to suck. Working with a bunch of people you don't understand.
I've actually found that usually temp agencies will have
A translator.
yeah, at least either one of like a temp supervisor or one of the actual temps will be bilingual.
Right.
Hey, San Jose, yeah, stews always taste better. A crock pot stews always taste better the second day or the night, it's left.
Every stew tastes better the second day.
Yeah.
Yes, isn't that the truth? I'll pull a San Jose. Actually, there are times where I'll have stuff in the crock pot and I'll eat it for breakfast, cold.
Dude, there's been times that I make a stew a day in advance just to set it in the fridge and let it sit overnight after it cooked and reheat it the next day for dinner.
Now, see, that is a good cook. I always say I'm going to do that, and I never do it. So you've inspired me. I need to start making some, stews and stuff like that a day ahead.
Trust me, you'll appreciate it afterwards even more.
Yeah.
And so will your family.
Well, it's just me now. I've got an empty nest.
Wait until fall break.
I'm sure if you tell your sons you got food, they ain't gonna waste time.
Exactly.
You know what?
He's gonna come
He is actually. You got to understand. I mean, I was kind of a fairly strict parent, so he's got an expansion factor. When kids leave home, and he's kind of making his own decisions and stuff. So I figure this semester he'll kind of want to, not come home.
Do his own thing.
Yeah, but he'll figure it out. After 6 months, you start missing home again. And I was the same way.
I didn't, man. I'll be honest with you. When I finally left the house, it probably took me about 4 years before I came back. And for about 2.5, almost 3 years of that, my mom didn't even know if I was alive or not.
With my mom and my stepfather, I was able to actually talk to them after I moved out of the house, and that's when I was able to do things for them to show my appreciation when I was out of the house. Like
my absence was me showing my appreciation.
Well, my second year out, my mom and my stepfather were celebrating. I want to say their 20th wedding anniversary or their 15th wedding anniversary. I don't remember which one off the top of my head, but I had just gotten a badass bonus check from my job. And, at that time, let's just be honest. I mean, with the way that inflation was at that time, it was so low that if you made $2,000 a month, you could live off of $700 and the rest, was just money to blow. So
right.
I took them out to dinner to a real nice restaurant, but I wasn't going. And I pulled the prank. Hey, mom, dad, dress up, blah, blah, blah. And so we're about to go into the parking lot and they're like, son, we're dressed up, but why aren't you dressed up? And I'm like, oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm not going. This is your guys' dinner date. By the way, here's $150, to spend on yourselves. Happy anniversary. If I were living with them, we would be bumping heads so much. I'll be quite honest. I wouldn't have even been able to get my law degree because, when I got it, because I would have had a criminal record. It was, the friction was that bad in the house.
Right.
But Stanley, I'm gonna have to get $10 ready because I'm gonna bet you $10 that during fall or winter break, your son's gonna come back home from Georgia Tech and he's going to raid the fridge. By the time he goes back, you're gonna have to restock, buddy.
Winter break for sure, man, because he's going to need them Christmas groceries to take back and fill up his dorm fridge.
Well, it's funny. He came home last weekend and made shrimp scampi. He's actually a pretty good in the kitchen. And so, yeah, He's got season football tickets, so I guess he's going to be home every other weekend. But I have to, again, I'm kind of happy. He literally came home and slept a lot. He's been working hard, I guess.
They are, with my daughter's classes, they are overload. I wouldn't say overloading them in a bad way, but man, like I told my daughter, now you know how it feels to be. It felt to be me. I was taking a 12-hour course load, sometimes an 18-hour course load, sometimes classes at other colleges as a transient student, so that I could bring those credits down to where I was at. Man,
right.
I mean, now she gets it.
Well,
But
the
the thing
thing
is,
I'm heartened. We'll see how long it lasts, but at least he's taking it seriously.
yeah, that's exactly what I was getting at. Them doubling down and studying the way that they are, that takes a shitload of energy out of them. I remember that. There were times, Stanley, where I went to sleep for like a day and a half straight. You probably did too.
Yeah.
It's that tiring.
I still do.
If we are in so much debt, how is McDonald's surviving? McDonald's actually isn't surviving. What they're doing is basically the corporate version of Three Card Monte. It's the illusion that they're
Really?
surviving.
How long do
Yeah.
you think it'll be before they file Chapter 11?
Well, I don't think that they're going to file Chapter 11. I think they're going to go the Trump route. It's going to be the bankruptcy reorganization.
Yeah, I
think
thought
that's
that was Chapter
13.
11.
I could have swore that was Chapter 13, or no, it might be Chapter 11. You might be right. It's early. It's 6 a.m. my time, dude. I'm sorry.
Right,
I haven't had coffee yet.
I'm pretty sure Chapter 11 is the bankruptcy where you're restructuring your assets to be able to cover losses, basically.
I can say right now, if McDonald's fails, I might have to adopt some pessimism there.
I got plenty to go around.
I'll give it about 3 years, and a lot of that depends on the GDP numbers, and a lot of that depends on the unemployment numbers. You and I both know that. That's why I would give it about 3 years.
I'm wondering if people just aren't into fast food anymore.
That might have something to do with it too, because look, truth of the matter is fast food is way too expensive for the quality of food that you're getting.
Yes.
Well, it's not only that, but the McDonald's that's the McDonald's that I showed you that I was walking into after I showed you guys the ORR building. That particular restaurant used to have, those little play places where you would have kids and they'd go up and you sit down, you eat your burger, the kids go and play or what have you. They don't have that now. It's almost like freaking Starbucks. You go in, you get your food, you get the F out. It's almost like an assembly line restaurant, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Well, the other thing, and I probably haven't been to a McDonald's in 4 years. The thing that I hate is the customer service sucks. It's like if I go through a drive-through line, I would say almost 1 out of 5 times, 20% of the time, they get the order wrong. They'll forget something, or just customer service is really going downhill, and I think that is really one of the reasons I don't even go to fast food restaurants. I spend too much money for you to get the order wrong.
And you want
and then
$20
complain
an
when I
hour.
tell
That's
you
the
you
other
got
thing.
the order wrong.
Yeah,
right.
How do you get the order wrong and you're making $40,000 a year? That's the part that befuddles me. It's like, dude, this is literally a minimum job. Like you get order right.
Well, then the worst part about it is then they want to tip too for getting your order
I'm not
wrong.
tipping. Yeah, I'm not tipping. And McDonald's is doing that as well. When you put your credit card on the little thing, it actually asks if you want to tip 15 or 20 or 25%. I'm like, you're making money. Like, I'm not tipping you. You're making $40,000 a year. You're making more money than I did out of my second job in law school. Like, no.
Dude, when I started working, minimum wage was, I think, $4.65 an hour.
It was $5.15 when I got my second job.
What's up, sir?
What's up, guys? Good morning.
Good morning.
Salute.
Salute.
Contributing to society, man. Contributing, even though I don't fucking want to. Fuck this. Fuck this.
This is the part of adulting they lied about.
Yeah. You remember when we all wanted to hurry up and be adult? We were all
Yeah,
them
that was
get
a
to be
big
grown.
fucking waste of time, wasn't it?
Dude, that was fucking retarded of us.
That
If
was the
I could
only
go
thing our
back,
parents probably got right.
yeah, I mean, dude, if I could go back to just all I gotta do is get up and go to school, I would
Dude,
fucking go
I
back.
would do it in a New York minute.
This is
Wouldn't even think twice, especially with the knowledge I have now, dude, because I would run that school.
I would I would have taken class seriously. I would have it'd be so many changes, bro.
Yeah, I would have took class seriously. I probably wouldn't have dropped out. I probably wouldn't have got some girl pregnant while I was in high school.
Yeah, I wouldn't have spent time smoking and fucking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have fucking been smoking and selling weed to high school kids.
But hey, what's going on, guy? I heard y'all talking about McDonald's, man. Y'all know the double cheeseburger's like $6 by itself now.
Yeah, man, I remember when that bitch you get two for $1.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They $6. I mean the
And they
nuggets
gave you
10
2 slices of cheese on that bitch back then too.
packs. And then I mean even the 10-piece nugget now is like $6, guys. Like this is I mean inflation is it's insane. It's out of control. It costs the same money to eat out now that it costs to buy groceries and cook a meal for the day. It's gonna be about the same amount.
Only it takes longer to get it at McDonald's than it does to cook it.
Yeah, you may not get what you want at McDonald's or get what you paid for or ordered. You know, a lot of times I go to McDonald's, I'll get like a frappe, and you know they don't tell me the frappe machine is broke until after I've spent that $5
Every time, dude. It's kind of
every fucking time.
like that infamous ice cream machine.
And then they're like, oh well, we can we can sub it out for a large sweet tea. Your large sweet tea is $3 less. How about giving me 2 of those? No, we can't do that. Well, I just spent $6
Give
and
me
your
my money
machine's
back
broke.
then, bitches. Hey, dude, there was a
Oh
guy
man.
on TikTok. He was in the drive-through and he wanted to order a frosty or a McFlurry or a shake or some shit, and they tried saying that the ice cream machine was down.
And
So
it
he
wasn't.
said never. Yeah, he said never mind, and he went and pulled his car around, parked it, went inside, went behind the fucking counter, grabbed a cup, went up to the ice cream machine, and started putting ice cream in his cup.
McDonald's ice cream is pretty
Wow,
good.
he
I don't
must
know. It
really
might
like
make
ice cream.
or theirs.
No.
Their
The
ice
thing
cream's
is,
pretty good.
the thing is McDonald's always says that their fucking ice cream machine is down.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
That because
If they use it, they have to
urban
clean it.
legend has it that nobody wants to clean the damn thing.
Yeah, I could guess that.
Wow, I never thought of that, Snowman. That might be. It might be the reason. Them shits probably is a bitch to clean. But that's what they got the maintenance guy for, right? The guy that cleans
No,
the
no,
fryers.
dude, no. That's what they got kids in there for, to be able
Oh.
to get on their hands and knees since they're more bendy and flexible and capable of doing that shit and get in there and clean it. You're at the bottom of the totem pole. Start acting like it.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, usually when I go to McDonald's, man, it's normally I would say adults in there. I would say the only time I see what I would call a kid
You
is
must only
probably on
go
a
in the
Saturday
morning.
morning. Well, I don't go often, but if I do go, it'll probably be like a Saturday morning. Like I said, I'll get like a frappe or something. There's normally young kids in there on Saturday mornings and stuff, days where they don't have school. But
I haven't ate McDonald's now for going on, I think 6, maybe 7 years.
damn,
Oh,
shout
you
out to
got
you,
me
man.
beat.
Hell yeah, I love their double cheeseburgers, even though I shouldn't be
Dude,
eating
I
them.
can't eat none of their shit anymore, man. I ended up getting food poisoning from 2
Oh, I
separate
wouldn't do it
McDonald's in
either.
the same town,
Yeah, I wouldn't
and
do it either.
it was 2 weeks apart from each other. After that happened, I swore that I don't eat McDonald's, I don't eat Burger King, I don't eat Wendy's, I don't eat uh, any of that fucking fast food garbage.
Yeah, it's all trash, dude. Like
It really
I've
is. The closest
I've
thing to fast food that we get in our house is we'll go out and get Culver's or Red Robin.
Red Robin. But hey, you ever seen on TikTok where they put like McDonald's food under microscopes and they look at
Yeah,
it?
have you ever taken a McDonald's double cheeseburger and sat it on the fucking dash of your car and seen what happens after a year? I have. You want to know what's crazy? It looks the same as it did the day they gave it to you.
So imagine what it's doing in your stomach. Damn.
That's like, did you know that if you take a Great Value brand ice cream sandwich and sit it outside in the sun, it won't melt?
Are you serious?
I'm fucking serious as a heart
I
attack,
would
dude.
never think to do that. What prompted you to do that?
It isn't. It wasn't nothing that prompted me. I gave one to one of my kids, man, and they didn't eat it all. They set it on the fucking table, and I go out there an hour later and look at it, and I'm like, "How the fuck is this thing still solid?"
Hey, you know,
Man, they got these food laboratory. Go ahead.
I was about to say, Alice McGee in the chat says something about, she'll go like, eat fast food basically if she's been drinking the night before. And that reminded me of like probably the last time I went out drinking. Crystals. You buy like a sack full of crystals. You know what those are, right, sir?
No,
I don't.
Is that right? They don't have crystals in
It's
Charleston. It's like
we don't have one. No,
it's like
we
a
don't.
southern version of White Castle. But
No, we don't have that.
it's
No.
good.
We've
Good
got
drunk
like
food.
Raisin Canes and
dude, White
stuff
Castle
like that,
ain't
but
even affordable anymore.
That's true.
I've been to White Castle like once. It was straight.
I mean, how the fuck does
good drunk
the fucking
food.
suitcase full of fucking heart attack burgers become so fucking expensive that you can't afford it?
Yeah. And honestly,
I mean,
it's just
I don't know about you guys, but I remember when you could get that. It literally was that suitcase of 30 fucking White Castles for like $10.
Yeah, it's probably like 30 now, $30, something
Dude,
like that.
that's probably like a
It's
fucking
about
catering
20.
order now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Snow Man, facts. Even those little burgers that they got at Walmart, the little boxes of like 8, those are expensive now.
Bro, you remember Encore meals? When I was a kid growing up, them Encore meals with the Salisbury steak and chicken parmesan and
the
shit like that.
microwave meals. Yeah, the little box meals. Yeah.
Well, some people would microwave them, but
Like
my mom, we were poor, dude, so we lived off of those as kids growing up. That was poor people food. Now you got to be rich to be able to afford that shit.
Yeah,
Michelinis in my area are like $5 now. They used to be like 99 cents.
Yeah, man, you can go to Walmart now and grab 6-7 items, and it's $100, dude.
Dude, you remember when
off
banquet
the
pot pies? When I first started buying them, they were $1 a piece at the grocery store.
$1, daggum.
Damn.
Now they're fucking $1.25 a piece.
Dollar Tree ain't even $1 no more. It's like $1.40 something now.
It's $1.25.
Yeah, see, Gary, and they've seen life when the double cheeseburger was like $2. You know what I'm saying?
No, I remember when you could get 2 double cheeseburgers for $1.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah, they were.
See,
Yeah,
me and Gary
never.
We were kids.
It was on the dollar menu.
Dude, I remember when you could get a Big Mac value meal and still have $1.25 left over from a $5 bill.
That's nuts, dude.
Now it's like $12.
And that was if you got supersized.
I was telling them earlier, a double cheeseburger is like almost $6 by itself, just the burger.
Yeah, the fries and the drink are
It's
the
not
other.
even a Big Mac.
$6.
It's just a double
Yeah.
cheeseburger? Holy
Look,
fuck.
bro. Stanley, I think a medium fry is like $3 now, bro. It's like $2.72.
Yeah, it's like two. Yeah, I was gonna say in my area.
Yeah, they're acting like they're Culver's or Red Robin, and all they are is trash ass fucking seaweed burgers mixed with a little bit of fucking ground up,
soybeans,
missing baby and fucking horse meat.
And missing baby, yo. It's not funny though.
Have any of y'all dined in recently? Want to get up to date on the dine-in prices, like Olive
Talk
Garden
about
that.
You mean
I don't,
any...
dude. I don't, dude. Even if it's a decent restaurant, I don't dine in. I get it to go.
Well, Gary, to answer your question, I have. If you're just talking about any restaurant though, or
any restaurant.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, everything's pricey now, man. Hell, I just spent $200 at a goddamn bistro last Saturday, and all I did was buy myself some food.
What you ordered?
All I did was buy myself some wings and some fries, and then I did order 2
You went in there and
rounds
asked for a glass of water.
I did drink water, but I also ordered 2 rounds of tequila shots for 6 people, and that's what ran my tab the fuck up.
Oh, I figured the glass of water cost you $200.
That was probably like $10.
Because it's probably that designer fucking, eclectic,
No, it's not. It's that
socialite
straight tap
water.
water. I bet that shit was cloudy. I bet that shit was cloudy.
Cloudy as water. Well,
I
yeah,
bet you
yeah,
can
yeah.
taste the
Eating out.
chlorine in it too.
But Gary, I was telling them eating out to me, to me, we're all different, but eating out to me is nowadays the same cost as going to the grocery store and buying a meal. Even if it's just if you're making like chicken Alfredo, something simple, you're gonna spend about 40
Yeah.
bucks on the ingredients to make that in a store. That's about how much I spend on myself to eat out.
No,
About
I could
40
teach you
bucks.
how to shop and spend less, dude.
Yeah, I was going to say, you
Oh
ever heard
well,
of
yeah.
budget bites? I spent like $10 a meal, man. And that shit
No,
was
no,
Yeah,
like
I've never heard of
4
that.
servings.
because yeah, dude. Look, dude, I go out. We have 5 people living in the house, and I still have to go out, and I'm still buying baby food, a little bit of it, not a whole lot, because the little one's finally starting to transition over to regular people food. She's starting to
Yeah.
eat the stuff that we are, but I still only spend, I think it's like maybe I think $500-$600 a month is our grocery bill
That's pretty damn good.
for
For
5 people.
5 people,
Yeah.
yeah, that's pretty fucking good. How are you budgeting in the store? Like what am I doing wrong, basically?
Well, the first thing I do is I buy. I go to specific stores for specific things.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Like if I'm going for canned goods and shit like that, and that's how I shop. I go out for specific things. Like I'm going to restock up my pantry, so I need canned goods. I need pasta. I need pasta sauce. I go to Aldi's or I'll go to Ruler for that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay. We
Aldi's
have
is fucking
Aldi's.
peak, man.
All right. And then if I can't get it there, then I'll go to Kroger or Kmart or Kroger or Walmart, but I'll make sure I get the Kroger or Walmart brand shit. Because believe it
Okay.
or not, the Kroger and Walmart brand shit is still made by the same company makes the expensive brand shit.
Yeah.
Shit you not. Same company makes it. All
I
right.
think the only real problem with Walmart that I have is their produce, because it's always kind of like half rotten, especially their lettuce.
Dude,
It's really hard
I
trying
won't
to
get
find green lettuce, man.
I won't get produce from a store. Got to go to a farmer's market for that.
We don't have any
Hey, I
farmers
live down the
markets in
street
my
from a
area.
farmer's market.
Y'all are lucky.
I gotta
gotta
start going
drive
there.
halfway out to Hickory just to go to a farmer's market, man.
I'm right down the street from one,
But
literally,
yeah,
like
the
right down the
key
street.
to grocery shopping is you got to go. You got to buy things. You got to go with a specific goal in mind. You know what I'm saying? That's how you
Yeah.
do
Yeah,
it.
you can't just
Like
you can't just be
you
going up
don't
in
just
there
go
running up and
through
down the
and
aisle.
shop willy nilly. Like this week when I go grocery shopping, I got to stock up on vegetables and I got to stock up on canned fruit. I got to stock up on some of the rice and the beans and the noodles and shit that we're out of. So that's that's
Is
all I'm
canned
going for, and I'm not getting
is canned
anything
fruit
other.
cheaper than regular just getting the fruit off the shelf? Because
No,
I've never
canned
had
fruit is
canned
more
fruit.
expensive depending on where you go.
Okay. I'm gonna
It
say I never
used to be
bought canned
cheaper, but
fruit.
it's getting now to where it's more expensive. You know, the only reason why I like canned fruit is because it doesn't spoil. Like because the fresh fruit, man, it's weird. What you said is true. You go out, dude. I can go out and buy a couple bunches of bananas, a bag of oranges, a bag of apples, and some strawberries and grapes, and half of it'll go bad within a week.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I don't buy bananas anymore.
And I don't know if you've noticed this, but like I like red onions. They're my
I
favorite
do
onion to
too.
cook with.
Me too.
But here lately, if you take when you take your onion apart, you go to cut it. What's weird is it has this weird like plastic film in between each onion layer in them. That's weird, real weird that I've noticed. The other night, the wife, she was making grilled cheese sandwiches. All right, at least that's what she says. When I woke up the next morning and went and looked at the griddle that was on top of the stove, it looked like somebody had melted little thin layers of plastic across it.
Yeah, that's that cheese, man.
That's that cheese, yeah. That laboratory cheese.
Yeah, man. That's that.
And dude, I'm not even. And dude, when you take your finger and push on it, it crunches and crumbles like plastic.
That's insane.
Yeah,
dude.
Maybe
Man,
because they use little plastic bits in order. They use it as a what they call it, a preservative.
Maybe. I mean, is that why it lasts so long? You know,
Yeah,
cheese.
that's what I've heard.
Uh, Cheese has always lasted long just because of the process of making it naturally. And see, the thing is we weren't using processed cheese. We were actually using the deli cheese that she did. You know, like it was some
Oh,
fresh cut deli Colby Jack. That's what blew my mind.
wow. Their shit's coming
I
out
mean,
plastic now. Oh
yeah, I
man.
was going to say, I'm pretty sure it's just that across the board.
Ooh wee. You wouldn't expect that from a deli though. You know what I'm saying? You're expecting
Yeah.
authenticity. My bad. From a deli. You know,
I mean, they
not
could
the
be
square
buying
cheeses.
I mean, they could be buying the same brand but in bulk because whenever you order cheese, you can just get it in big in big cubes or big not squares, but big circles,
It's a big
and it's
log.
usually the same. Is it a log?
Some of them are in logs, some of them are in circles. It depends on the type of cheese that is being made.
Yeah, they could just but it'd be the same brand of the stuff on the shelf because the other time it's just either A shredded or B cut into little squares, but it's the same
But
stuff.
not really. Because the stuff that they got out on the shelf, like the American cheese and shit like that, first off, that isn't even real cheese. You know that, right?
I
Yeah,
do. Yeah.
I've been to that.
Okay. Now the
I
shredded
mean, you can just
stuff,
look at it.
possibly, but you know that they put like this talcum powder inside the bags of shredded cheese to keep it from clumping together, which we eat.
Virgo, are you awake?
I've
I
just been.
am now. I
I,
am now.
I
Good morning,
just noticed
Virgo.
that I've been paying more attention
Good
to the food
morning.
now here lately, and the food seems weird and off.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's
I've
true.
also been catching up with work because I took yesterday off for my birthday. So
Happy belated.
I did too,
thank
Virgo, and
you.
yeah, happy belated.
Thank you. Thank you.
How are you this morning? What's for breakfast?
What,
Coffee?
y'all have the same birthday?
Who, me? No, my birthday's in October. I just didn't feel like working yesterday.
You know, I took the day off yesterday too. That was only because the wife was home, so I didn't have to do shit.
Well, you know, yesterday
Oh,
was 9/11, so I think we all should have had the day off, you know?
Dude, that should be a national holiday, really.
It should. I agree. Yeah.
my
Or if not a
birthday?
holiday, a national day of remembrance.
Or at least that. Yeah, you know.
I asked my husband where was the parade in our town.
There wasn't
You
one
know,
here either.
There wasn't one in Charleston either.
What's wild? Did you notice that the legacy media or even the alt media online, nobody mentioned 9/11 yesterday. Nobody.
Not at all.
I think
Yeah.
everybody seems to forget about it after a while. You know.
This is the first year that I can recall that they didn't bring it up. Honestly,
But
usually
it's been
they make
what,
a big deal about it, at least even on the news. You know that it's
Even on social media, it's all
right.
remember 9/11 all over, but it wasn't yesterday. So.
It's weird.
Man, I can't believe it happened in 2001.
I
Yeah,
know,
I was
isn't
in
that
like the
wild?
third grade, fourth grade.
2001. I was 22 years old.
Man, I was a kid. I remember that shit.
Dude,
I think I was about 20. I was 25.
That means you remember everything you were doing the moment that shit happened, just like I do.
Oh.
Just like it was yesterday.
I do. Yeah, unfortunately, I do.
Yeah, I didn't.
Dude, that was the wildest morning of my life.
And I was
remember
living
not
in New
hearing
York at
about
the
it.
time.
Oh wow!
I didn't.
Yeah, I was still in New York.
Damn.
Oh dang.
So you got to see the computer generated airplanes at the tower.
That's what I was saying the other day. Somebody told me to shut my mouth.
Snowman, did you see Be Brave
Snowman, don't start
yesterday,
that shit.
Dude, the 9/11 is what really started me down the conspiracy theory rabbit holes.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
I mean, I was already one of them kids that questioned things, but when 9/11 happened and I started seeing what was going on and how much shit didn't make sense, that's what really started me down the rabbit hole and down the path I'm at now.
Yeah.
Because none of that made sense, and none of what the 9/11 Commission did made sense, nor did it seem legal.
My thing is the documentaries that came out afterwards that kind of prove it was an inside job is them telling us it was. You know, to me, it wasn't. It's not a documentary of skepticals. This is a documentary of them telling us this was all inside, and we're allowing these documentaries to be made. It's up to you to believe it or not. So yeah.
Well, I've to this very day, I still have a hard time believing that the most heavily surveilled building on the face of the fucking planet, the Pentagon, was only able to catch one grainy ass image of what looks
One.
like a fucking missile hitting the side of that building. Nobody can explain where the plane went. Nobody can explain how the plane didn't take out any of the fucking poles in the parking lot.
Wait. What about them not finding any plane debris? Hold on, they didn't find plane debris, Stanley. All right, go ahead.
I have to push back on the Pentagon. I actually have a guy who's a 3-star admiral now. He was at the Pentagon, and
well, of course he's gonna tell you it happened, Stanley. He's in on it.
This guy, he has no reason to fucking lie.
Why not?
If he wants to keep his job.
Let me put it to you this way: I trust
he's a 3-star now.
I trust the guy implicitly.
That doesn't mean he's telling you everything he knows.
I served with the guy in a war. I fucking trust him. Period.
3-star general, Stanley. Those guys
3-star admiral, sir.
Oh, that's the damn same thing. Or
Stanley,
is that like a colonel or something?
Navy
Stanley, though I respect your opinion, and I respect your friendship with him, and that you served with the guy, and that you have respect for him.
He would have no reason to lie.
But the thing is nobody can explain why there wasn't more damage than there was.
And there are reports of them not finding plane debris.
All I have to say is it was a mess. And
no, I'm saying like what I'm saying is that the actual path, the flight path, when the plane came down and was going through the parking lot, that plane was big enough that it should have been taking out light poles too, and it didn't.
You know what? It's been a while since I've been to the Pentagon. But whatever, I'm not gonna,
and everybody has their own opinion about it, and the other thing that I'm confused about is, and I'll always be confused about, is Building 7 of the World Trade Center. That one does not make no sense at all.
Comes up a lot.
Exactly.
A few blocks away from the other 2 towers.
And it just plummeted like the way the 2 towers did. That didn't
Controlled
make any
demolition,
sense.
man. They had some of the best demolition specialists in the world admit that those towers were a controlled demolition from their experience.
Well, if you look at the history of I'm just saying, if you look at the history of high rises and skyscrapers, the Trade Center is the first and only skyscraper that has ever been brought down due to fire.
Wow. Steel beams.
That's insane.
As well, guys. Those are steel beams.
Well, and we just had
which can melt.
With a certain chemical.
Jet fuel. There was jet fuel involved.
No,
Stanley,
hold on, Stanley.
That jet fuel could never burn that hot.
Well, I actually worked in a foundry and was a metallurgist. I worked on the melt department, and jet fuel does not stay hot enough long enough, because that you got to think that jet fuel when it went up, it was basically like a quick flash fire, real fast. That's how quick it burned up.
Okay,
and then what happened was with that flash, Stanley, hold on, with that flash, what it did was it caught other things around it that were flammable on fire. Those other things like papers and chairs, those never would get hot enough.
Factor in aluminum.
Okay,
what's your point?
Aluminum burns hot as a motherfucker. Once it goes, it burns hotter than just about anything. So anyway,
aluminum.
Okay, in order for iron and steel, well, specifically steel, to get to the temperatures for it to be molten like it was underneath the trade towers, you realize that means that steel had to be upwards to anywhere between 2,000 and 2,800 degrees
And
Fahrenheit.
I will remind you what a plane is made of, and I'm sure there was
Uh,
aluminum in the building framing.
well, how did the plane make it through? What is it? A foot and a half of concrete, and it can't even, and a plane can't even survive a bird hitting it.
I'm not that kind of structural engineer, but I do know that aluminum burns extremely hot.
It does burn hot, but it isn't as hot as steel. Steel when steel is molten, sir, it's like looking into the sun.
Hot. Aluminum will burn white hot.
So Stanley, you really think that the Middle East was behind this attack?
I'm not gonna, go any farther with it. I'm just saying, in my mind, it's explainable.
No, it was a reason for us to go to war with Afghanistan.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't even Afghanistan. We went to war with Iraq.
Iraq first, and then Afghanistan. Yeah. Well, guys, I actually served. So, in my honest opinion, they didn't have a military to protect their natural resources, and we saw that. You know what I'm saying? So why not go over there and take it? And I heard Ryan yesterday. Ryan was like, "Oh, we spent so much money on the war. We could have just bought the oil." But I'm like, Ryan, we're still pumping from the Middle East right now. It's 20 years later. You telling me that's not? Go ahead.
Did anybody ever read the manifesto of bin Laden? Or maybe it wasn't a manifesto, but it was a letter.
I read a lot of things about bin Laden. I don't know if I necessarily read that or not.
I heard about his computer and what he had on his hard drive.
Probably gonna want to cut the stream soon.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, it's getting close to 12 hours.
Yeah,
I always come on at the end, don't I?
No, they're going to fire another one right up after this.
I was going to say we go 24-hour over here, Sam.
I can end it. But we got
like
what?
10.
We got 14 minutes.
We got like 10 minutes. Yeah, 14 minutes.
Cuts at 55.
11 hours and
Stanley. 5 minutes.
I'm sorry.
You gonna start the new one up?
You know what? I've never started one. John or somebody will have to do it. But shit, they've been asleep all night. One of them better wake up.
Somebody should be up soon. Yeah.
I hope.
Where's Portia's probably on her way to work?
Well, she's an hour behind us, so she.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But don't worry.
We're all East Coast, right?
It'll happen. I see John's still connected.
I know John's East Coast, so.
Don't worry. Even if it doesn't start immediately, one will start soon.
Yeah.
Sir, where are you?
I was going to say, Stanley, if you're
where from Charleston?
It's 7:44.
I'm leaving Charleston, headed to Savannah, actually.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, Savannah's
told you,
beautiful.
Dude, I'm down there like 3 times a week, dude. Yes, it is.
Yeah. Well, I'm from
and I
Savannah,
go to that deep part of Savannah too, Stanley. That part where you gotta cross that big ass bridge where y'all's ports are.
Yeah, not the town. You don't have to cross for the Talmadge Bridge. You have to cross the Talmadge Bridge.
Yeah, to make some of these deliveries. Yeah.
Holy shit!
I go way down there, dude. Beautiful city though. Beautiful.
It is beautiful.
You a trucker?
Owner operator. I don't let people call me trucker. Respectfully.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No,
I own my truck. I am a trucker, but I own it.
He is a business owner.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But you're driving right now. I can see it in your.
Yeah. I'm a trucker, but it's my truck. You know. So yeah.
That is cool as
which
hell.
Is why which is why I didn't. You know, if I don't want to pick up a load, I don't have to. Which is why I stayed home yesterday. I think picking up a load.
He's a step up above HB. HB works for a company, so.
Well, I would say it's like 3 steps. It's 3 steps above what HB is doing. Actually.
Okay. I got you.
I'm just being honest, dude. I'm just being honest. It is. Owner op is kind of the highest level of trucking. So, just saying.
Sir, how many trucks do you have, dude? How many trucks do you have?
Just one, just one. But I'm working on getting my second one. My fiance is gonna drive that one.
Oh, that
That's why
is
I said I'm
cool.
I'm 3 steps ahead, 4 steps ahead of HB, dude. No, don't do that. I used to do what
And
HB's doing.
does she like to drive as well?
Absolutely not. But she sees how good the money is, so we're
Yeah,
basically
it
trying to
is
get
some
to the
good
point
money.
where where we can retire by 40 and have someone else driving these trucks.
Oh, that is awesome. To
Yeah.
be young again. To be young again.
Oh yeah. So
Because
I got to
I
get out
tell
here and do it
everybody,
now, and yeah.
Nah, but
I
then
So
you
turned
have to go back and raise them kids again.
say again, Stanley.
That to be young again would mean I have to go back and raise them kids again.
I
I
wouldn't
don't know
mind
about
Stanley,
that
I tell you
part.
that much.
Really, Virgo? Ugh.
I loved, let me tell you, once the kids are out the house, man, it is heartbreaking. That my boys don't call, they don't do anything. But
Yeah.
luckily I did get a visit. They surprised me on my birthday. They came down for the weekend and then they had to go back up to school. But normally, that's all I'm reduced to.
Well,
Birthdays, Christmas, whatever.
I have to
I would
say
love
that
for them to be little again.
one of the
Damn.
privileges of being a man is like, my son didn't call me for like a week or a little bit more than a week, and he texted me to say, "Hey, I'm coming home this weekend." I didn't sweat it, as long as I know he's okay. He doesn't need to call me all the time.
And that plus you're a money bag.
I don't know
So
about a money bag, but
they'll,
the bottom
they'll
line
call
is
and be like, "Mom, I
no.
need I need help with rent. Mom,
No,
I need help with
I
groceries."
expect him not to need to be calling, all the time. Now, if his mother was around, yeah, I'd expect him to call her, but
Call her. Yeah. Yeah.
he doesn't need to call me.
I agree, Stanley. But this is their mom. Virgo's the mom, so
Well, yeah.
yeah.
So I mean, that's different.
Maybe it has
As
a lot
long
to
as
do with your husband, Virgo. Like they know you're straight, They don't have to worry about mom. I don't know. They
that
should
that
still
is
call.
true. That is true, but my husband is not their dad. He's their dad is my ex-husband. So,
But they know he's a good guy. They know you're in good hands. So they
oh
maybe
yeah,
they don't.
absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. So
I mean,
that's not a
you
that's
should
not an
see
excuse, but
you should see my daughter now. She's about to turn 18 in January. She's graduating high school, right? In May.
congratulations.
Oh, thank you. One more out the house, let me tell you.
Mhm.
And then my husband's his son is about to be 18 as well. He's graduating. And then we just have the little one that she's 15. But it's so funny because the kids, it's like they'll call you for money, they'll call you, you know, it, when they feel like coming to visit you. But you have to realize now they have their own lives. And I get it.
Yeah,
I get it because when I was 18 and I did my own thing, but you know what? As long as these kids are happy, they're doing well, they're not in trouble, I'm just happy
yeah.
because there's so much things 18 and 19 and 22-year-olds could be doing, you know, so
I
many
know that
things.
I know I have a while until I get to experience that, but I know that day is coming quick. Time
Yeah, how
flies
old
once you
how
leave
old are
high
your
school.
kids?
One is 9 and one is about to be 4 in November.
Oh my God. I
Yeah, they're
wish I
still little
had that little
boys.
4-year-old. I'm telling you. I wish I had
Yeah.
that little because the
I
You
got a
he
4-year-olds
is he
1-year-old you can
is
are
have.
so funny.
No, now 1 years old, dude. Now I don't want to go
I
back to
got a
that,
1-year-old redheaded demon you can have.
bro.
Oh,
When they're
Oh,
one, they're one
I'll
hundred
take
percent dependent
him.
on you. Oh no,
I'll
I'd
take the
take the
1 year
4-year-old.
old.
She's not
Oh,
housebroken or anything, and man, I'm gonna tell you what.
that's okay. That's okay. I'll
She's
still
smearing
take
Oh,
her.
dookie on the walls. You
my
gotta take
I
her
son has
think
done
we're
back.
that
I think
before,
we're only a
Darian.
couple days away from that.
My son's done
Oh
it before,
Oh
Lord.
Darian.
dang.
If you let them go off and play by themselves for too long, You might walk in the room and there's doo-doo smeared on the walls, man. Yeah. It's
You
happened to
might
me.
I mean, I know what it's like.
you
And all
might
I
you
was doing
might
was
turn
cleaning the
around and your
shower.
house falls down like the Twin Towers. Stop playing.
Yeah. You gotta watch them kids, man. If you go downstairs to suite, man, go back upstairs. They swinging from the ceiling
I watch
fan.
them from a distance. That way, I got a getaway.
I used to have to do that stuff with my nephews. I had to set up cameras all over the house just to make sure I can keep track
That's
of
what I
them.
had to do. I got
Well, like
cameras all
I
over my
got
house.
cameras around the property, man. That way, I can keep an eye on the kids too when they're outside playing.
That wasn't around when I was raising mines. I mean, yeah, I'm sure you did have cameras and stuff, but yeah, it wasn't as
I mean,
popular as.
don't think that I just sit in here. I go outside and play with them and stuff. But when I gotta sit and
Oh,
get stuff done
absolutely,
and
yeah.
work,
No, yeah,
like
we get it. You still have to be an
I got the
adult.
cameras here. That way, they can be outside, still getting their fresh air, and I can still be doing work.
Yeah, who's
Yeah,
making
Virgo,
lunch
a real
if you're
getaway.
outside playing? Yeah, we get it. You gotta step away
Yeah,
sometimes.
Virgo, a real getaway. My dad used to do it when we were little. Is that he would set up voice recorders, and he would have them transferred to his computer. So whenever he turned it on, he could listen in.
Shoot.
All my cameras have microphones on them to where I can hear what they're saying too.
Oh Lord.
Mine too.
I used to and don't beat me up, people. So I used to let my kids cuss, right? But here's how I used to let them cuss. If they wanted to say "oh shit," they'd have to say "oh schlit." You know.
Oh, my mom would have punched me in the mouth if I said that to her.
What? I'd be
mine
missing
too,
teeth.
but
I'd be
that's
missing
why.
teeth.
That's why
Yeah, man.
That's why I got a little soft with my kids, because
Right.
I used to get the crap beaten out of me when I was younger, and I think that you should let kids just.
Nah, I didn't get the crap completely beat out of me. I did acquire the taste for Dove soap too.
Oh yeah, I had to wash your mouth out. Yeah, I had to do that.
Not wash your mouth
it on
out,
top
dude.
of your fettuccine?
Not
Do you
shit.
shave the Dove soap on top of your fettuccine?
No, my mom would make me take a bite out of that bitch.
No, I'm saying now, now
you
since you
gotta
acquired
wash
the
your
taste.
mouth.
No, I don't put it on top of my pasta, man. That shit's too expensive now.
Yeah, do you use exfoliating soap on your shredded cheese?
Oh Lord.
And that's like
I'm at
also
the
I
point-
remember the first time I got caught smoking. I remember my stepdad, he made me sit down and smoke one of them great big huge like log cigars.
Ugh, ew, dude.
He said, and he told. I remember when they caught me, and he gave me that. He lit it up. He said, "Oh, so you want to smoke?" He's like, "You got 5
wanna
minutes to smoke this. You got 5 minutes to smoke this whole cigar." You know, by the time I got done, that's the highest I'd ever been in my life.
Jeez.
And I grew up with Caribbean parents, so you could only imagine how rough I had it.
I grew up with
Caribbean parents don't play. They don't play.
They
You
be
be like,
you. They be throwing
you
the
be
flip
like, Mom,
flops at you, man.
man.
My mom was
you
raised
be like,
Pentecostal, man, so that's why I had a rough.
oh, yeah, and we were Catholic, devout Catholics.
We were
so
Christian.
Yes. So I would be like,
Yeah, I know
Mom, I'm
raised in a Catholic
depressed.
household, man.
Yeah.
Mom, I'm depressed, and she'd go, "What you have to be depressed
Did you
about?
pray? Did you pray today?
You have do you pay bill? Do you this? Do you that?
Go pray to God now. Go pray to God. You need Jesus.
Go read the Bible. Go read the Bible."
Hey, she was telling
Make
the
sure
truth,
that you
Virgo.
go to church.
Hey,
Being
when
an
I remember when
adult
I
is
get in trouble
depressing.
and grounded, dude, the only books I was allowed to read was my school books and Bible.
Me too. Hell, there was certain channels I wasn't allowed to look at. Certain music I wasn't allowed to listen to.
Oh, bro, I grew up. I wasn't
My
allowed
mom
watching
did
The
not allow.
Simpsons.
My mom did not allow rap music in the house.
I couldn't watch.
No rap
Hey,
music in
guys,
the house. No Comedy
I'm
Central.
gonna go ahead and shut this down.
Oh yeah, we got some.
I'll be on the next one. Go ahead.
It's streaming on 12 Man's channel, but it looks like it started about the same time. So I'll just go ahead and end it here, and then
Can you
I'll
drop the
see if I
link?
can't. I'm sorry.
Can you drop the link?
For 12th Man. Oh, for the new stream.
Yes, sir.
John will have to start it. I don't even know how to do it.
Okay.
So it'll be hopefully it won't be too long. I'll see if I can't get a hold of him.
Yeah, poor John. I know he's probably tired.
Shit, he's gotten more sleep than I have. I've been up all night.
Yeah, but John smokes, so it's like.
Well, it shouldn't be too long, so y'all just stand by.
Yeah, and then I gotta jump in and out too because I have to get some work done. So yeah, I'll be in and off.
Well, Sam, it was good to meet you. Don't be a stranger.
Yeah.
Oh.
I might be on the next stream. So.
Okay. Well, I'll be on for a little while, then I'm gonna get some sleep. So I'll see y'all
Oh
on
yeah,
the next
Stanley.
stream.
Do that.
Bye.
Nice to meet you, Sam.
You too, Virgo.